Lucas Pove. As I drove to work, I couldn't help a smile from forming on my face. Emily being jealous was just the cutest thing ever. So all because she saw Katie kissing me, she decided to be curt and distant with everyone? And what was that she said about being possessive with her male friends? I laughed. I had acquired a possessive female friend. I got to work and met Trey scolding two female employees who had accidentally managed to smear lipstick on an important piece of paper. "This is really crazy. How in the world did you manage to do this?" he asked, throwing the paper on them. "Look at that paper. Does it look like it was typed out?" "No, idiots. It was handwritten. And you smeared lipstick all over it like that? Tell me why you were putting on lipstick at work. Did you come to work to flirt or to look pretty? How do I apologize for this?" he asked, and I waited in front of the elevator while he raged on. "We're so sorry, Mr. Turner. Don't you worry. Maybe if I tell the writer that I fired the nasty employees who did this, maybe he won't be so angry," he said and walked away. The two female employees followed after him, pleading and looking like they had landed in real trouble. "Don't follow me," Trey snapped, and the first one began to shed tears. "Why are you crying? If your job meant this much to you, then you wouldn't have done this. The lipstick was yours, right? You're always the one wearing this brown lip gloss, smiling at all the men in your department." "I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry," she cried. I don't know. We'll sort it out. Clean it as best as you can without it suffering a single tear," he said and came to join me in the elevator. They stained Mr. Trelawney's proposal. Damn, I don't know why that old man refuses to use a computer. He's just stressing us out. Now he expects us to sign the letter and send it back to him. Why the hell does he do that? "Don't stress yourself over Mr. Trelawney. He's a stubborn man and he knows the power he possesses. That's why he's this way," I said as we went up. "I really don't know what to do with the damn paper. Oh, before I actually forget, the new project is ready," he said to me, and I raised a brow with a smile. "Quite fast, right? That's the power of money." "So is everything done completely?" "It's ready, but we could still add a few touches. The building the influencers will use is close to the company, and as for their headquarters, we're merging it with one of the tech companies like we discussed. We already have the makeup artists, cameramen, directors, and all the people that'll help the influencers make their reels. They only have to do well, get really famous, and we'll be getting a percentage of their revenues." "Oh, really? So how many people have applied for the job?" 7 ladies. "I think that's enough for a start. If they do really well, then we can decide to hire more. Is the building big enough for 7 ladies?" "We're going there today. You'll see and judge for yourself." "What about the contract they'll sign? Is it ready?" "Yeah, but we still have the drafter going over the whole thing," he replied, and the elevator door opened. We stepped out and walked to my office, where I worked on a few things before setting out again to see the building the influencers would be using. Just like Trey had said, it wasn't very far, and we got there in about 10 minutes. The living room was painted in a light cream color, with little touches of gray around the edges. The 7 rooms were each painted in a single color of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The kitchen was spacious, and there was a white room that could serve as a studio should the girls need to shoot something urgently. Overall, I think it's really good. They had better do well if we're providing them with all these," I said, looking into the dining room. "We still have to meet the girls. They'll be at the company soon," he said, and I fell to the sofa. "You should have told me before we left for the house." "It's still the same thing. We'll be going back to the company anyway, and since you've seen this, then we can leave," he said, and I reluctantly got to my feet. "So, I think we shouldn't merge the two companies. I think this new company should stand on its own to better suit the needs of the influencers, while the tech company can merge with another company," I said as we walked through the door. "That's not bad either," Trey said. We got into the car and drove back to the company. "What does it mean when a girl says she's possessive with her male friends?" "Some girls are like that," he replied, typing something on his phone. "Oh, really? Let's say she sees the friend kissing a girl, then becomes cold to everyone all throughout the day, snapping and glowering, being in a foul mood. Whoa, that's not friendship on her part." "It's not?" Did Emily do that? Yeah. Then wait, who did you kiss, Lucas? Oh my, you're finally becoming me, he exclaimed, and I chuckled. No, Katie kissed me, and I was too much of a gentleman to push her away. I did break the kiss though, because it felt wrong, and she was a little hurt, so I decided to tell her how I felt before she healed from that, so she could heal altogether. The double rejection. What are you saying? I'm saying she was hurt because I rejected her kiss, so instead of her healing from that hurt and expecting more from me, you decided to let her know you liked someone else so she could deal with it all and heal at the same time? Yes, it's better than her healing from the first rejection, only to get hurt again from the second, I said, and Trey nodded. That's kind. So dear Emily saw it and went berserk? Exactly. Dude, she likes you. Well, I don't know about that. I'm saying she likes you, he screamed into my ear. I pushed him away, and we both burst out laughing. The ladies were already waiting for us at the company, and I settled on a sofa in my office with Trey on another sofa adjacent to mine. You can bring them in, I said to my secretary, and shortly the 7 ladies entered. They all ranged from beautiful to cute, to sexy, to innocent. The first one seemed to be the smart type. She packed her hair in a low bun and had a professional smile on. The second seemed older, but had a childish excitement on her face, and she was dressed in all pink. I couldn't help noticing how people would like her energy. The third girl was quiet and was dressed in black like she was mourning, although I could see she was the cute type the boys would get hung up on their computers watching every day. The fourth girl was bouncing, rocking back and forth on her heels, and had a really bright smile on. Her hair was in a high ponytail, and she winked at Trey shamelessly. Trey coughed and looked away. The fifth girl had a little smile on and seemed a little reserved and a tad unsure about herself. You could say she lacked confidence. The sixth girl looked audacious and was dressed like a model preparing to slay in flashy clothes. She was radiantly beautiful. The last one looked a little shy, but had large, round eyes that would captivate the viewers. She also appeared to be the youngest. Judging their appearances and the first impression of their personalities, it seemed like we could hope for a hooked audience. Okay, I think they should introduce themselves now, Trey said, but just then, I felt the hairs on the back of my neck rise. A bad feeling, no, a bad aura. And I sensed it from one of the girls, Emily's pove. I looked at her, and there was a desperateness in her eyes, as if she could make me say I didn't like him. It angered me. She'd been rude to me, but wanted me to answer her petty question. By her side, a hand was folded into a tight fist, and it made me give a smile. I believe it's not my duty to keep whatever I feel for Lucas in check, right? It's also not my duty to explain our relationship and what goes on between us, so I'm sorry, but I do not owe you an answer to your question, I said, and made to walk past her, but she held my elbow. I looked at it and jerked it out of her hand. She didn't deserve to hold me like that. I walked away from her and sat at the dining table. What would you like to eat? Kay asked me. Maybe some cereal. I don't really have much appetite. I ate a lot yesterday, I said to her, rubbing my eyes. Cornflakes? Is there cinnamon crunch? I thought I saw it the other day, I said, leaning backwards on my chair. Yes, there is. Wait a sec, she said, walking into the kitchen. A few maids passed by with cleaning tools, giggling and talking rapidly to themselves, and I smiled. If it had been weeks ago, I'd have been really sad to see them because I had no friends, but at the moment, I was actually fine. I had friends. Did you check the post explaining you and Lucas as just friends? Kay asked as she emerged from the kitchen with a bowl, carton of cinnamon crunch, and a keg of milk. No, I didn't, I said, getting out my phone. The Granger family is something else, she said, pouring cinnamon crunch into a bowl. What did they say? I asked, searching for it on the net. Is this much okay? She asked, and I looked at it. A bit more. Okay, that's fine. I don't take much milk. Just a little, I replied, and began to read the post. Emily and Lucas being something more than friends is just speculation, and we promise to deal with anyone found spreading these horrible rumors. The duo have been friends ever since middle school. I choked. Middle school? I only knew Lucas existed months ago. The three of them, Emily, John, and Lucas, have known each other and were friends even before John and Emily started developing feelings for each other. Whatever you see in the pictures is just two friends who are very close with each other, having spent time with each other over the years. I repeat, anyone found spreading these rumors will be sued. You and Alpha Lucas have been friends since middle school? Kay asked, pushing my cereal bowl to me. That's obviously a lie. Why would they go that far? Probably because people wouldn't believe you guys met each other not long and went on all these dates as friends. They're not dates, we just hung out as friends. To the Grangers, it makes more sense that this means nothing to two people who have been friends since middle school. Kay replied, and I rolled my eyes. This is going too far. What if people find out we were never friends? Then they expect you to lie again and again. She replied, and I shook my head. Later that afternoon, I heard Sadie screaming my name just after I closed my laptop, ready to get lost in deep sleep. Oh gosh, now I regret yesterday, I murmured to myself. The door flew open and she stood there in her disheveled uniform. We have to visit Mandy, she said breathlessly, with a wide smile on her face. What? I asked, but she came, took my wrist, and began to drag me away. Sadie, what is your problem? What are you doing? I asked her, but she didn't stop pulling me with remarkable strength. I'm saying we have to visit Mandy, she replied, but I stopped, making her come to a halt. Remember, I have something to blackmail you about again? I won't hesitate to use it. Why do you want to see Mandy? What else do you have to say? I asked, and she gave a devilish smile. You don't have to do anything. You only have to go with me, she said, walking away, and with a frustrated sigh, I followed her into the car. Move, 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 she told the driver excitedly, and he gave a little chuckle before driving out of the compound. Sadie sang songs at a high pitch as we drove towards the detention center where Mandy was staying. At first, I got an uncomfortable feeling about the whole thing, but 2 minutes after sitting across from Mandy, I no longer felt uncomfortable. Despite her state, she still had so much hate in her eyes. Seriously? Locking me up for stealing jewelry? What an impressive lie, she spat. You still have a mouth to speak, I guess. Sadie replied, gloating. I was so bored that I had to come see you. You must be so proud of your dirty family, right? I'll be out soon, so don't rejoice yet. You'll be out soon? Really? Then my dirty family will just put you back in for stealing again, or for destruction of property, or for embezzlement. You know they have ways of doing these things. You really shouldn't cross my family, Sadie said sweetly. Back when you came, you should have just accepted to be my underling. Now look at what is happening to you. You should have laid low and kept your mouth shut. What would it have cost you to respect this 8-year-old? Absolutely nothing. Christmas is just weeks away. I wish you a cold Christmas. Don't worry, I'll make some tea, so you can share it with your cellmates, she said with such honeyed sweetness. I don't need it. I'll get out of here one day. Emily's pove. Dream on, Mandy. The next time you actually get a chance to stay out of prison for a day, you should come see me. I might be merciful enough to forgive you. She replied and got up. I'm done, Emily, she replied, walking away. Mandy watched me with spite, and I shook my head. The Granger family will be brought down. I'll kill you all with the same poison. She spat at me and smiled. You can expect it any time soon. You won't know what hit you, she said. Okay, can you tell me what the point of that visit was? I asked Sadie as soon as we got into the car. Of course, I have to act like the winner of the fight. She's behind bars while I'm walking free. I have to show off. There you go again, acting your age. I think the whole visit was pointless. Well, to me, it meant the world. The world? I scoffed. Yes, it's a sweet revenge for crossing me. You know I hate people crossing me, she said, taking out a muffin from her bag. Of course I do, I said and leaned against the car window, then muttered, I just got involved deeper with a mafia kid. What did you say? Nothing. Just a few song lines. It sounded like you were bad-mouthing me. No way, I won't do that after seeing Mandy like that, I replied, and she blushed. I'm that powerful. You're still so young, but you actually care about power? Good for you. Although, I think Mandy may be planning something. What can she plan behind bars? Her execution? We had dinner that night with the children, and I was pleased that Katie wasn't around. What outfit are you wearing, Sadie? Let's wear the same thing. Jude said to Sadie. Ooh, yeah, Emily, let's wear the same thing, Sadie said to me. The same what? I asked. Outfit, Jude completed. For what? Don't you know about the party the elders are throwing? Sadie asked. What party again? I asked with a little frustration in my tone. Thanks to you and Lucas, with your romantic pictures, they have to throw a party to show that everything is fine with the family, and so the people can forget the ill news. John replied with spite as he stuck his fork into his baked potato. How would a party make them stop talking? I asked Sadie. When they see we're relaxed, not at all troubled, things are going fine and we had the nerve to throw a party, they'll think, maybe it's nothing after all. They can't really have a nasty affair going on in their family, can they? Dorella explained, and I nodded. That made a little sense. So, are you going to wear the same outfit? Jude asked. Yes, Sadie replied before I could. I just hope it's nothing childish, I muttered. Don't you worry, I'm in charge of the outfits, Jude replied with a smile. Which I'm against but will let go, Sadie said. When is the event? I asked. In a few days, Dorella replied, and I nodded. A few days was a lot of time. Shouldn't have said that. A few days passed by rapidly, and I dressed in the dress Jude and Sadie had gotten for me. How those days passed by rapidly, I couldn't recount, but I knew it had been filled with lots of conversations with Lucas. I smiled as I thought of Lucas and shook my head as my expression in the mirror looked love-struck. You can't look like this each time you think of Lucas. That's not how friends look like, I said to myself, and tucked my hair behind my ear, turning away from the mirror. All afternoon, people flocked in and out of Alpha Raymond's mansion. They ate and drank outside, and some kids swam in the pool, throwing balls at each other. A few people greeted me, wanting to get on my good side, and in my mind, I screamed at them constantly to leave because I was useless. I had no say in the family and wasn't even engaged to John. I was basically an outsider. Have you seen Lady Genevieve? A man asked me, and I looked around and spotted her sitting in a chair with a hand to her forehead. She looked dull and without much energy, unlike how she used to be. Over there, I said, gesturing in her direction. Oh, thanks a lot. I didn't think she'd be sitting, he said with a chuckle. Me too, I replied. The man walked towards her, and when he sat, she tried to pull up a smile, but I could see she wasn't really enjoying the best of the party. It was probably the stress. The Golden Jubilee celebration hadn't been that long. I decided to find a place to sit. After all, I wasn't doing much. Lucas was nowhere to be found, and it made the whole thing boring. Finally, evening came, and the guests started leaving, with laughter deep in their throats and food filling their bellies. Where is she? I heard Alpha Raymond ask angrily and turned. What does she think she's doing? What does she want the guests to think? He asked Alpha Will, and just then, our eyes met. I bowed and made to turn away. Hey you, get me Genevieve, he said, and I almost pointed to myself but managed to stop my hands. I headed for her mansion immediately and asked around for her quarters. Why was he asking me? There were maids around. Maybe because we happened to lock eyes and that was what came to his lips. Finally, I arrived at her room and knocked. No reply. I knocked again and sighed. Would I go around the wide mansion looking for her? I was exhausted already. I pushed the door open gently, hoping she'd be sleeping or something, but I gasped instead. For there she was, sprawled on the floor, her eyeglasses a few feet away from her, Lucas Povey. I looked at the ladies, trying to pick out who among them was making me feel that way. It was a really uneasy feeling. I leaned back in my sofa and studied the ladies who began to introduce themselves. I'm Keith. The first one, who looked smart, said, I'm Sandra. The girl in all pink said with her smile growing wider, I'm Mina. The quiet girl dressed in all black said in a calm voice, I'm Judy. The girl who had been rocking back and forth on her feet said with excitement, I'm Paris. The girl who I had perceived as not confident said in a low voice, I'm Tenor, said the one in flashy clothes with a bold smile. I'm Jenny. The last girl, who looked really shy, said, It turned out there was really no way of judging which of them gave me the awful feeling. I looked into their faces carefully, and some smiled back, while some looked like they were suddenly unsure if they had zipped their zippers. Who among the beautiful girls could make me feel so uneasy? Trey also studied them, and I wondered if he also felt uneasy, or if he was checking out who to play with among them. Well, I had already asked the drafter to set up a strict no-dating policy between the girls and the company workers, so Trey wouldn't be able to keep his eyes on any of them. I cleared my throat and beckoned to Trey with my hand. He joined me on my sofa, and I typed on my phone. Got a bad feeling about one of them. I typed, and he took out his phone. "Which one of them?" he typed in reply. "The thing is, I have no idea. They look quite harmless to me, but hey, it's not always about the look, is it? Anyways, my bet will be the cutie in all black. Why would you dress like you're mourning while applying for a job? I wouldn't say it's for fashion, too." He typed, and I chuckled. "She looks weird to me, too, but maybe she'll look better when she's in clothes that shine." "Don't worry, I'll take care of any of their bad intentions." He typed and got to his feet. The girls had lost their smiles after seeing us typing and smiling to each other. They probably wondered if we were psychos or were deliberating on making advances to them sexually. Trey walked around them slowly, with his hands behind his back. "One thing you should know before anything else is..." He stopped behind the girl in black. "You are the first influencers in our new company. If you mess things up, the expectations for our company will sink. If you mess things up, the company might be scarred. If you mess things up, you will pay heavily. Trust me when I say heavily. You don't want to think of the family whose son you're dealing with." He said to them, and their smiles couldn't rise anymore. A few of them looked scared, while others looked uncomfortable. Trey moved to stand in front of them. "Anything that you would do that will ruin the company's image or create unnecessary trouble for us will land you in huge trouble. You're grown-ups, so you understand me, right? I don't need to go on and on about this. This should be enough warning," he concluded, and I smiled. "Dismissed. My secretary will walk you through the contract," I said, and they filed out of my office silently. They met with another of my workers, who couldn't resist turning his head to look at them as they passed. "Are they ours? Oh my, they're gorgeous," he said, pointing his thumb backwards at them as he came in. "Hopefully, they are. In and out," Trey said, raising a bottle of water to his lips. "We have some new applicants who want to apply for vacant spaces in the company. Will you check them out?" the employee asked me. "I thought we already had all the vacant spots filled," I asked Trey, who was still drinking water. He wagged his index finger at me. "All right then, let me see it," I said, and he gave me the files. "I have some work to do," Trey said, exiting my office. "I'll give you feedback on this," I told the worker, and he nodded before going after Trey. I went to sit behind my desk and opened the files, checking the applicants and their information. Shortly, there was a knock. "Come in," I replied, wondering why my secretary didn't inform me that someone was coming to see me. Jenny opened the door and came in, looking just as shy as she had looked earlier. I raised a brow and closed the file in front of me. "Do you have anything to say?" I asked her, wondering if she was the one who made me uneasy. Mr. Turner said we shouldn't do anything to ruin the company's image, so..." Wow, she was the one? I thought in my head. "Okay. I'm suffering from panic attack, and I don't want to accidentally mess things up. If I have an attack during a shoot or a live video, my attacks are really serious. It feels like I'm dying and I don't know what I'm doing. I really want to work for the company and will do anything to stay. I just had to tell you," she said, with tears welling in her big, brown eyes. "That's fine. It is something you can tell your fans just as you've told me, so in case you have an attack, they won't be shocked. We will also make sure you are protected by giving you a device. You only need to press the button and you'll have someone coming to you. Also, you should get treatment for it. The company will bear the expenses since you are a worker." I told her calmly, and gratitude filled her eyes. "Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you," she said, and I nodded. "Thank you," she said again as she retreated. Was her illness what made me feel uneasy? A few days later, the ladies had moved in and were preparing for their first testing. Trey and I talked about their behaviors, which we had seen over the last few days. They seemed to get on well. 2 of them cook for the girls, and I heard one washes the dishes, another cleans. They have split up the work among themselves and seem to have no trouble getting along with each other. Of course, Jenny has had one panic attack, and it made the rest aware of her situation. Trey said, and I looked at my watch. The party must be going on right now. I muttered. What party? Trey asked. The family insisted on holding a party to convince people that we're fine, and nothing is wrong with the affairs of our family. Then, you should go. No, I have too much work to walk around aimlessly, meeting with different people who all want to do business at the same time, or introduce daughters, nieces, and cousins for me to marry. Trey sniggered. Then I guess we're in this together. Hours later, I received a call. It was from Emily. I picked it up with a smile. Hello? Lucas, where are you? She asked, with fear in her voice. What's wrong? I asked, alarmed. Lady Genevieve had a ruptured appendix and was discovered late. Emily's peau vive. I dashed to her immediately. I saw her sprawled in that unnatural angle. Her eyeglasses seemed to have broken, and I wondered how hard she fell. Lady Genevieve! I called to check for any signs of consciousness. It seemed she had passed out completely. I placed my head on her chest gently to see if her heart was still beating. It was. I got up and ran out the door. Help! Lady Genevieve fainted, I called out, and the maids stationed around her room ran to me. Together, we all lifted her. It turned out she had a lot of weight, and we struggled to lift her out. We decided to go through the back exit, as it was closer to us. More maids who saw us joined us in lifting her, and we managed to get to the driver, who immediately jumped into the driver's seat and began to drive us. As for the family, they would be informed once we were sure she was fine. There was no time to waste. At the nearest hospital, we took her out of the car, and the ER doctors assisted us in laying her on a stretcher. What happened to her? They asked as we followed them. We just met her passed out. We have no idea how it happened. I replied, and shortly we were stopped and told to wait in the waiting room. I think one of us should return and inform the family, one of the maids said. No, some guests are still around, and you know those lingering guests are mostly reporters in disguise, waiting to see whatever happens when the party is over. I don't think there's a way we can inform them without them getting alarmed or worried. Those nosy reporters have sharp eyes for things. They might follow after them secretly, and the next thing you hear is something horrible. Lady Genevieve will be fine, and she'll thank us for being discreet. Another maid said, strictly, and she was right. Their family was one that had to be without weaknesses or blemish. Shortly, we saw her being led out quickly on a stretcher, and I stopped one of the doctors. What's wrong with her? I asked warily. Her appendix ruptured and she was discovered quite late, he said hastily and rejoined the other doctors. I heard patients with a ruptured appendix can die if not treated immediately. One of the maids said, and I took out my phone. At least, a member of the family ought to know about what was happening. Since Lucas wasn't at the party, then I could tell him. I dialed his number with trembling fingers, and he picked the call on the first ring. Hello, came his cool voice. Lucas, I called. There wasn't any noise in the background, so I guessed it would be fine to tell him. Where are you? I asked. What's wrong? Came his alarmed reply. Lady Genevieve had a ruptured appendix and was discovered late. I said, feeling my panic rise by the minute. What if she died, and they somehow found a way to pin the blame on the maids and me? I didn't do anything wrong, right? I didn't waste any time in calling for help, did I? And even if I had informed them, there was nothing they could have done. And like the strict maid mentioned, reporters might get a wind of the news and blow it over the city. Where are you? He asked hastily. I'll send you the address, I said and ended the call. I texted him the address of the hospital and waited with the rest of the maids who were terrified. If she dies, we're finished, a maid mentioned, and I bit my lip. Exactly what I was thinking. It wasn't our fault, but if they could put an innocent lady behind bars for embezzlement, then it wouldn't be hard for them to say I watched her struggling before she lost consciousness, or that the maids fed her something bad. Shortly, Lucas arrived, looking around. Where is she? He asked. In the surgery room. A maid replied, and he began to pace around. After some minutes, he took out his phone and typed something really fast on it. Then he resumed pacing. Shortly, John arrived. What in the world happened? He asked, breathlessly. She had appendicitis. She's having surgery right now, he replied, and John gave a heavy sigh. Didn't she see the signs, he asked. Must have waved it off to be bad food. Lucas replied, and they both began to pace around. One after the other, the elders arrived shortly, and when Lady Genevieve's surgery was over, they went in to see her. The maids and I waited, finally relieved that she was fine and nothing was wrong with her. We waited for quite a long time until they started to file out, looking content. She wants to see you, John said to me, and I got to my feet and walked to her ward carefully. What did she want to see me for? Lady Genevieve was sitting upright with a bowl of fruits in front her. She gave me a little smile and patted the chair next to her bed. I sat on it politely and lowered my gaze. How are you feeling, ma'am? Better. I wouldn't say I didn't see the signs. The signs started yesterday, but with the party coming up, I couldn't give it a chance. I dismissed it as something simple, and if not for you, I would have lost my life, she said. Was she actually about to thank me? Thank you, she said, and I was speechless. I'm glad you found me and requested for help immediately. I'm also glad you didn't notify the family first. That could have resulted in a huge problem to handle, she said and smiled at me again. I don't know what to say, I said slowly, and she smiled, then exhaled. If I caused you some inconvenience or made you unhappy in one way or the other, I'm sorry, she said, and that was even harder to digest than her thanking me. No, that's totally fine. Everyone is unhappy in one way or the other, and you're totally free to scold me or cause me inconvenience, I said, and she smiled. Not many girls your age are this polite, she said, and my cheeks colored up. It was weird to be acknowledged by her. Thank you, ma'am, I said, and she raised a brow. Tell me, do you have feelings for Lucas? She suddenly asked, and I froze. Was she on my side, or was she pretending so I could say something that would land me in trouble? Lucas, Povey. I wondered what Lady Genevieve had to say to Emily, but it couldn't have been anything bad. After all, she had been the one to discover her and call for help. Raymond had insisted it wasn't thanks to her, but instead, it was thanks to him who had told Emily to find her. Had it been someone like Mandy, she could have left Lady Genevieve there. Emily had a choice to open the door after knocking, and she also had a choice to leave and search elsewhere. Did you come with Emily? John asked me as I made to leave. Why do you ask? I asked, and he gave a scoff. Mere curiosity. No. You didn't come with her? He asked. He continued. Why do you always stay close to her? I mean, you guys are always together most of the time. What's going on between you both? He asked me. I thought we were over this, I said, pressing the button of the elevator. No, we aren't. Emily is we're not married at the moment or dating, but I believe she will come back to me. But if she keeps flocking around you, then she won't bother returning to me, he said, and I scoffed. Are you actually making her wish to return to you? By sleeping around? If she checks your phone, who will the first 10 numbers on your call log belong to? I asked, and the way he clamped his teeth confirmed my suspicion. Of course they would belong to ladies he slept with frequently. He didn't follow me out of the elevator when we got to the bottom floor, and I appreciated it. I didn't need his nagging company. As I stepped out of the elevator, I bumped into Darrell. Oh great, you're just in time. You didn't happen to see Dorella, did you? He asked me. Nope, we missed each other. Great, let's go, he said, grabbing my wrist. Go? Where? I asked, refusing to budge. Wherever you're going, he replied, and I finally moved, walking next to him. Do you even know where I'm going? I asked. Nope, I'm just going to go with you. Your mother just came out of surgery. You don't want to see her? She's awake. I pointed out. I know that, but I don't want to see her. Why? Did she offend you? Even if she did, she's not feeling too well. Exactly. I don't want to see her looking sick, weak, and frail. I'd prefer not to see her. Dorella's enough. You're my excuse not to see her, he said, and I smiled. Genevieve was always strong, so I guess it made sense that he didn't want to see his strong role model in a weak state. I'm going to the company, I said, digging my hands in my pockets. That's fine by me, he replied. We got to the company shortly, and Trey was ecstatic to see him. Hey boy, how you doing? He asked as they showed off a quite unique handshake. I'm doing good. You? How's work? Great. How's school? Not so great. Can't wait to graduate, he replied, and they laughed. You came right on time. The girls have been waiting for ages. They're ready for their testing, he said, and I sighed. I forgot about that. How about we postpone it? No, that's impossible. They're prepared. Let's get it over with quickly. Once that's done, we don't have to go over it again, he said, and I nodded, sitting on my sofa. Do your thing. I'll be looking around, Darrell said, walking out the door. Don't leave the company without me. I called after him, and shortly the ladies entered with a few of our employees. They all wore jean jumpers and sat on the floor with their legs folded inwards. The cameras, lighting, and recording instruments were all set, and they waited for me and Trey to conduct our little test. Makeup products were placed on little tables in front of them, and they looked at it with different expressions. Some already knew what it was for, and the rest looked lost. Advertise it, I said, in 5 seconds. Start, Trey said with a stopwatch. Hi, I'm Keith. Do you know you can be prettier? Let's not talk too much. Let's act with Lady Flair, she said with a bright smile as she applied foundation onto her face. Quite good. Sandra here. Is your skin too pale, too dry, lips chapped? Join the world of beauty with Lady Flair, Sandra said, ending at exactly 5 seconds. Want a skin like mine? Try Lady Flair. Mina, the quiet one, said. Aren't you tired of waiting for the boys to go gaga? Judy winked. Join me, she said, holding the makeup products in front of her with a bright smile. True beauty exists with Lady Flair. The first 50 are free, Paris said sweetly, and I smiled. Try Lady Flair and throw away your regrets, Tenor said, throwing her hands in the air. Beautiful, confident, majestic, all these come in various packages that only Lady Flair can give. Jenny, the last of them, said, and the shooting ended. Good work. Sorry to keep you waiting. You'll get your feedback tomorrow, Trey said to them as they got to their feet, smiling. When they all had gone, I sighed. Let's drop 2 of them, I said. No, they're all good. They used 5 seconds to say meaningful things. I still get an odd feeling around them. That will sort itself, Lucas. Let's not lose any of them. And have you forgotten they signed the contract? Do you want to withdraw it or what? He asked, and I sighed again. All right, pack up, let's go home. It's been a busy day. I'll find Darrell, I said, getting to my feet. I took out my phone and dialed his number. Going home already? He asked me after he picked the call. Yeah. I'm on the 4th floor, he said, and I ended the call. I waited at the ground floor for Darrell for minutes, but he didn't come down and he wasn't picking his calls. Then I decided to check on him. I took the elevator, only to find that he and Tenor, one of the influencers, were together. I was about to advance towards them when Darrell turned from her, but she grabbed his hand. Did they know each other? Don't walk out on me, Darrell, she said loudly, taking off her brightly colored jacket slight. You can't avoid me. You can't run from me. We must date. Date? Emily's povee. I don't know, I said, and she raised a brow. I couldn't recall if I ever asked myself that question, but at the moment I was. Did I like Lucas as more than a friend? Or did I just feel too free around him? One thing I knew was that I liked him than I ever liked all my friends, and at the moment, I liked him more than I liked John. I don't know if I like him that way, but if I do, and do not know about it yet, then I'll try my best to stop it. I know it's not right, I said, fiddling with my fingers, hoping that saving her life accidentally would be enough to make her take my side. You know, it was a big shame when you broke off the engagement with John. I thought of all the marriages we declined, and all the people who knew about it, but it was even a bigger shame seeing John's unfaithful and disgusting chat exposed in such a manner. John does not worth you. Any man who stoops so low to cheat does not deserve his woman, not if she's cheating too. But as of this moment, I'll no longer try to stop you if you like Lucas. You know, while there was no one with me, and I was experiencing pain, before I passed out on the cold floor, I thought about my life. I wondered if I made the right choices, and the last person I thought of before passing out was my husband. I don't want you to have any regrets, so I won't stop whatever you feel, she said warmly, and my heart melted at how motherly she sounded. I had only heard such words from Dahlia. So, you mean I can like Lucas if I want to? As long as you can keep it a secret between the 3 of us, I don't see what the problem is, she replied, taking an apple, and I smiled. I had earned my spot in her heart, and I was proud of it. Thank you, I won't hesitate to like him, nor would I hold back my feelings. I told her, with a smile, feeling better about the whole thing. John is yet to grow. When he does away with his childish behavior, he'll find who's right for him. Hopefully he doesn't lose his way, she said, and I nodded. I agree that he's a little immature. Thanks once again, Emily. Thanks to you, I'm still here, hoping to make better choices, she said, and I smiled again. Hi, Lucas, I said. Immediately he picked my call. Hey, what did Genevieve say? He asked. Not much, she was grateful. Are you home? No, I'm on my way home. Are you close to the hospital? Are you? He returned. Yeah, I decided to walk, but the journey's quite long and cold, I said, hoping he'd offer to give me a ride. Want to have coffee? Even better. Sure. Should I wait? I'm in front of Royal's Bakery, I said, turning around. We'll be right there, he replied, and I waited. Shortly, his car pulled up next to me, and he got out. You seem to be in a good mood. It's not every day you get to be thanked by someone so strict. You know, I said, and he laughed. We both went to a nearby cafe and ordered coffee. You must have been scared, he said, drinking the steaming coffee. Yeah, I was, but I wasn't as scared as I am at the idea of having coffee at night. Would you sleep? I asked, and he laughed, then looked at me. Those green eyes. I can talk to you all night, he said, and for an unknown reason, my mind traveled further than he had mentioned. Talking all night in his bed, wearing his clothes close to each other, kissing, smiling, taking clothes off, repeating our first night together. Emily. He called, and I almost spilled hot coffee on the table. Yeah, sure. What were you thinking about? He asked, and I shook my head. I wasn't thinking about anything. I lied. You had a distant look when I said we'd talk all night. Did your mind go far? He asked, and I choked on the coffee that had almost made it down my throat. Oh my God, I'm right. No, that's not it. I coughed heavily, and he burst into laughter. Boy, he was handsome. So handsome that even I began to laugh. I'm serious, it's not it, I insisted, laughing. Just then we saw someone unexpected walk in. Katie, hi, she said, taking in the scene. Hi, Katie, are you up for some late-night coffee too? Lucas asked, and she shook her head, although she looked really uncomfortable. I wanted to ask for Emily's laptop. I just saw you and... she asked, stretching out her hand. It's not with me, it's at home, I said, and her fingers curled up before she withdrew her hand. Right, it's at home. See you tomorrow. And you too, Alpha Lucas, she said, and walked away. I watched her go. She was probably thinking I was the lady Lucas told her he liked. Probably she saw him with a lady and had to confirm which lady, only to discover the lady was me. The next morning, the air felt cold, and even as I typed, my fingers felt numb and slow. Gosh, this is so bad, I said to myself as I left the window side. Just then, Katie walked through the front door. She was just arriving. She looked around. Who's home? The maids don't know about John. Lucas is out? He's out, I replied, and she dropped her bag on a nearby sofa and took in deep breaths like she was about to burst into flames. What are you doing? She asked with suppressed rage. What am I? Do you just want to drive me crazy because I slept with John? Well, get over it. Are you doing this on purpose? Do you think I ever wanted to sleep with John? Damn you. Don't ruin the love I had for 6 years, she screamed. Honestly, I had never seen Katie as mad as that. Lucas's POV, the previous evening. I watched Darrell and Tenor trying to understand the situation. Where did they meet? Why were they so casual with each other? She didn't look like an high school student, so I couldn't imagine where they could have met long enough to have such relationship with each other. Don't touch me, Darrell said, jerking his arm out of her hand. She took off her jacket completely and hit him with it. What is the matter with you? Must you be so headstrong? She asked heatedly. I believe you have no business judging whether I'm headstrong or not, Darrell said. We don't know each other, do we? He asked coldly and walked away, but she followed him. I wanted to go with them, but my phone rang. It was Emily. I picked it, and we talked a little after I suggested having coffee, which was weird judging that the sky had darkened, but she didn't mind. I doubted I was the only one offering to drink coffee at night. I left Darrell since I was sure he was perfectly capable of handling a girl. Perhaps I had gotten the bad aura from her without knowing, although I never really suspected her. When I got back to the ground floor, I saw Trey just about to exit the doors. Trey, I called, and he stopped and turned. Oh, you've not gone yet? He asked. Can you take Daryl home? I think he's having a conversation with Tenor. Tenor? The bold one among the girls. Yeah, you having trouble with their names? I haven't interacted much with them. Do me the favor, will you? I asked, walking past him. Of course, everything comes with a price. He muttered, and I chuckled. After coffee with Emily and encountering Katie, who seemed a little unnatural, we walked home. Are you sure you don't need a drive? It's quite cold, I said to her as I texted the location of my car to my driver. According to the weather forecast, we'll be seeing the first snow tonight. Every time, when it was a first snow day, my parents always found time to watch the falling snow with me. It was one of my cherished moments, as I didn't really spend much time with them. They'd tell me that the flakes were aliens who came to find solace in the earth every year. She said, and I smiled. They were beautiful memories. True to her words, the snow began to fall lightly, and a few people on the road put on umbrellas, while some walked in it without bothering. She dug her hands into the jacket she was wearing over her dress, and I took off my suit jacket and draped it around her. She looked like she was thrown into the jacket. Your jacket is so big, thanks, she said, tightening it around her. The cold wind blew her hair against her face, and I badly wanted to swipe it off her face and stare at her simple yet captivating beauty. Did your parents ever tell you any stories about the snow? She asked, looking around. No, I hate snow, I said, and she looked at me. Why? It's cold, and it makes everyone want to stay indoors. The feeling is just so nostalgic. The house seems empty till Christmas is around the corner. I explained, and she shook her head. Cold Christmases. Christmas should be filled with warmth. I agree. Even with the coffee, I feel the cold is more than capable of making me sleep. Do you want to have something hot together when we get home? She asked, and even though I had work the next day, I couldn't reject her large, packed dark eyes with their even darker lashes. Coffee? Maybe. Something hot for the cold. I can't believe winter is already here, she said with a wide smile. When we got home, I made her coffee, and we sat at the kitchen table, drinking after changing into warmer clothes. I have to change my whole cupboard. It's winter already. It's always hard to arrange winter clothes. You know, in the summer or spring, I just take out a shirt and pants, but with winter, I have to seek out so many things, she said with adorable rose-red cheeks. Head warmers, scarves, and mufflers, I listed out. Gloves, winter boots, oh gosh. Winter is mean and beautiful like the cold lady with alluring eyes, unwilling to love, she said, and we both laughed. If you were a season, which would you be? I asked, and she blushed. Not summer, I'm not too bright. Maybe autumn. I'm capable of being cold and windy like I am to John, and I can also make people feel warm. Words of encouragement, happy laughter. I don't think winter suits my personality in any way. As for spring, I'm not too pure and beautiful enough. What if someone thinks you're spring? I asked, smiling. Who would think that? After the cold winter, meaning work, coming home to meet spring with its flowers and warm air and bright colors. She blushed. I'm not the man who comes home to meet spring, in case you're thinking that, I said, and she burst into laughter. What is wrong with you? She asked, still laughing. The next morning, I went to Genevieve's mansion to check on her. She had been moved back to the house since she felt more comfortable there. After seeing her, I met with Daryl, who was preparing for school. Have you seen Mom? He asked as he tugged on his socks. Yeah, she is back to walking around. She needs some rest, I said, and he slipped into his shoes and took out a huge cream coat with white fur around the hood and edges. She doesn't need some rest. She's visited me in Dorella's rooms about 20 times this morning. Apparently, Dorella cried, and Mom wants to show her she's completely fine. Oh, I let out slowly. Darrell, about Tenor. He looked at me sharply. You saw us? Yeah, what's your deal with her? Nothing. We're just friends. I saw you. Do you think I'd wind up with a conclusion labeling you as friends? She seemed to me to be the toxic type in a relationship. How did she get an eye on you? Did you know her from school? Is she not who she says she is? Does she have an ulterior motive coming to my company? Does she know I am your uncle? Has she been stalking or bothering you? Where on earth did you know her? Do you... Okay, just stop with the questions. She's just someone I happen to know. Darrell, you know I'm not Genevieve or the rest. You can speak to me. This has nothing to do with them. Then how do you... The door opened, cutting me off. Genevieve was dressed warmly and even had mittens on her hands. Why are you so slow, Darrell? You should have given him a hit, Lucas. You know I'm driving you to school, yet you have the guts to act like a snail. Come along, she snapped, walking away. Seeing her temper, I guess she's completely healthy now, I said as Darrell went after her. About tenor, he sighed. She's my ex. John's povee, the previous evening. I poured myself fruit wine after finishing my work for the day. It had been so long since I finished my daily work. Most of the time, I carried over work to the next day, so the wine was more of a celebration thing. Didn't know wine still tastes good in an office setting. I murmured to myself and looked out the window. It's snowing. It's snowing, John. Aliens, I heard Emily scream in my head. Her giggles followed. I know they're not aliens. What do I say? Childhood stories stick. That was our first Christmas together. The snow had come really late, making everyone wonder if it was ever going to snow that Christmas. Alas, it had. We didn't imagine a Christmas without her, John, I said, swirling my drink in my glass. Just then, my door was pushed open. Gosh, I exclaimed softly as I was caught off guard. Katie stormed in and stood in front of me. Sweet to drink wine alone on a snowy night when your woman is out there having coffee and laughing with your uncle, she said, and I gritted my teeth. So what? You should know how to handle her. Didn't you date her for years? Well, it turns out I didn't really know her or how far she could go, I replied, and I could see her eyes flash yellow in the dark. Could Lucas really be the reason she was so mad as to lose her composure? I worked so hard for this, only to find that they're getting closer. She forced out, through clenched teeth, "Take down those eyes, or I'll take them down for you." I growled, and she closed her eyes, taking in deep breath with flared nostrils. Then she opened them. They're getting closer, and it burns. You should know it burns too, don't you? When you see her laughing with him, when you were the only man who could make her laugh, she said, and I dropped my wine glass heavily on the desk, causing wine to spill. Then I picked up my phone, dialed a number, and regained my smile. Hey there, Cherry. What are you doing on this snowy night? I asked, and Katie narrowed her eyes. Why do you ask? Curiosity. Well, I'm sleeping on a cold bed. A cold bed? I'm sitting on an ice chair in a dark office. Do you have some warmth to give to me? Do you have fuel in your car? I asked, and Katie's expression turned to one of disgust. I will never understand you, she said. Do I hear a lady's voice? Cherry asked. A movie, Cherry darling. I'll call you back. You are so despicable, she said. What is so despicable about me? Do you have to sleep with every woman around you? Why? Can't you keep still? This is how you lost your woman, yet you're dreaming of getting her back, even though you're still this way? She asked. You're doing the same thing that made her run from you. And is it your place to judge? What satisfaction do you gain from sleeping around? A lot. A lot. You're only pained because you think the only way Lucas can see you is if she's with me. You're not actually rooting for me to get her back. Even a stranger will do you good by taking her away. I'm glad you know that. Who knows? I just might find that stranger, she said, and walked out of my office, slamming the door. Immediately, she did. I threw my wine glass on it, and it scattered in shards all around. You don't get to judge me, I growled. Later that night, I got home cold and drowsy, only to be awakened by the sound of laughter coming from the kitchen. Emily? I didn't need to hear the second voice rise in laughter before knowing who it was. They were still together? They laughed again, and I couldn't stand it. I pounded the stairs to my room, taking off my clothes vehemently to prepare for a warm shower. Katie had every right to be angry. They being together was unbearably disgusting. After taking a shower, I actually cooled down and sent for a maid to get me some brandy. She came up shortly, looking a little scared, for her hand shook as she poured the drink into my glass. Your fingers, I pointed out, and she stopped abruptly. They're beautiful. I could see her stiffen, but she probably didn't know that Emily also had smooth and beautiful fingers. I looked at her and saw a faint blush on her cheeks. Do you do manicure frequently? No, I've never, she said, blushing even more, and I looked at her, wondering if she'd feel the same way Emily felt like if I touched her. Would she also be soft and smooth? Would she be a great source of warmth on the bed? Would she giggle at every single touch? Where did you get your hair done? What's your name? A fellow maid helped with my hair. Just some oils, really, and my name is Darcy. Darcy, that's a nice name. I must say, you look beautiful, Darcy. I don't think I've noticed you before. I said, and she blushed. I'm in charge of the garden, along with some fellow maids, but I was changed today. The oldest instructed me, and a few colleagues, to switch to errand maids. She explained, and I nodded. She still had a blush on her face, and I wondered if she was happy to talk to me, or my compliment had loosened her up. Compliments, they went a long way with ladies. So did gestures. What flowers do you like? Dandelions, she replied, and I nodded. If I gave you flowers in front of the maids, would you like that? I asked, and she paused. You wouldn't like that? It's a beautiful gesture, but I wouldn't want my colleagues to assume something is going on between us. Oh, so if I give you flowers, then they would naturally assume something is going on between us? Yes, Alpha. It was a pleasure talking to you, Darcy. You must be tired and sleepy. Good night. I said, and she bowed before leaving my room. I picked up my brandy with a smile lighting my face. She just gave me a terrific idea. Emily's pove. I stared at her speechlessly, watching how she tried to regulate herself and keep her anger in check. 6 years? She loved him for 6 years? I shouldn't ruin your love of 6 years? How come your 6-year love only amounts to this? How come nothing came out of it? Do you think all the women in the world will wait 20 years for you to keep chasing him? Whether or not I like Lucas, it's none of your concern because he's not yours, so you have no right to scream at me like this. I never stopped you from talking to him, did I? John is enough for you. I don't need John. You don't even know if you like Lucas or not, so butt out. I know clearly that I like him. If you're not planning on being real or clear with your feelings and where you stand, then simply butt out. Dress up in something warm. We're going to the company, she said harshly and turned back the way she came, slamming the door. There was enough cold inside. Why did they want me going out? In a few minutes, I had a long, white padded jacket on, with mittens and a thick scarf. The snow outside had been melted by the peeping sun, but there was evidence that it had fallen. Also, the air was painfully cold. Sadie came out, with Lady Mira running after her. I said I don't need, she was screaming, but her mom dumped a large pom-pom on her small head and wrapped her neck and chin in a lovely pink scarf. I'm telling you it will be colder today. You have to be prepared. Lady Mira snapped with white mist forming in the air as she spoke. Katie and I walked towards the car, and Sadie joined us. Hi, Emily. Any ideas on how I can skip school today? She asked, bringing out a notepad from her pocket. You look cute. You should go to school this way. Everyone will love you, I said, and her cheeks turned as pink as her nose. Don't say cringy things, she snapped and walked away. We got into Katie's car, and I was grateful for the warmth. At the company, I worked with the other secretaries, and they did well to provide me with light tasks. Here, you just need to type this out. It's the agenda for a board meeting. Then you make more copies, that's all. A lady said to me with a smile, and I gladly accepted the work. So how does it feel to be Mr. Granger's fiancée? A lady clicking away at her keyboard asked with a smile. Oh, John, I muttered, since I was clueless on what to say. Yes, Mr. Granger. I heard he's a real romantic. The lady on my other side said, Yeah, I said, trying not to roll my eyes. Where do you guys go on dates? A woman next to the first woman who had spoken up asked. We just hang around and stuff. Holding hands. Oh my God, it's winter. They hold hands in the pocket of Mr. Granger's padded jacket, eat hot chicken broth from the same bowl, walk underneath one umbrella in the snow, tell jokes cuddled in bed, read in front of the fireplace. Gosh, you sure have a lot of things for them to do. You're the romantic. John seemed to be the desire of the ladies in the company, and the thought of it disgusted me. Funny enough, I was also one of them once, drooling over and dying to have him. That evening, when everyone was preparing to leave, John came by and stood in front of my desk. How is work with the departmental secretaries? He asked, and I looked around, noticing the people staring. Good. I replied in a low voice and stood, pulling on my coat. He helped me straighten it out, and I could do nothing but allow him. We still had our secret to keep. I picked my bag and walked out with him following behind me. I can go home alone. No, you'll go in my car. Everyone is staring. He said, and truly as we walked past, everyone seemed to stare at us, hoping to witness some kind of romantic gesture between us firsthand. I got into his car, and we drove out of the company's garage. You might have to tag along with me to work for a while. We could use an extra pair of hands, he said, and I leaned my head on the closed window. It's snowing again. Aliens, he mentioned, but I didn't make any reactions. His disappointment ricocheted in the air, but what did that have to do with me? Did he expect me to smile, blush, or turn to him and say, "You still remember?" Hell no. Sadie was in my room sound asleep when I got home, and I closed the open windows which let in frosty air. "Why do you keep burrowing into my sheets like a mouse?" I asked as I settled in next to her. She woke with a jolt and sat up with a gasp. Then she withdrew from me sharply, staring at me with horror in her eyes. "Go away," she screamed and fell off the bed. "Sadie," I called in conclusion. Leave me, stop it," she whispered as her breath came out faster. "Sadie," I called, getting off the bed, but she moved away and let out a little scream, breathing out sharply. No, stop, go away," she shouted with her eyes filling with tears. What was wrong with her? "It's me, it's Emily," I said, holding out my hand slowly. She still had that horrified look on her face, but then she looked down at herself and took off her bracelet, which was made of steel hearts joined together. She opened one of the hearts, and out fell 2 pills, which she threw into her mouth and chewed quickly, still breathing loudly and sharply. "Go away," she said, still moving backwards, as her face twisted into an expression forged from the bitterness of the pill. She took in deep breaths for some minutes, then looked at me again. "Emily," she called in shock. Okay, something was definitely wrong with her. "What's wrong with you?" I asked, going to her, and she shivered. "Now someone knows." She spat and made to leave, but I dragged her back. "Sadie, tell me what's wrong. Why do you care to know, fool?" she asked, and her words stung. "Just because. I have severe hallucinations. Go ahead and blackmail me, idiot," she said, getting up, and just like that, she left, slamming my door. Hallucinations. It made me recall instantly that Lucas once told me she also had secrets. Severe hallucinations? John's pov. The sun shone into my room, lighting the whole place, and I turned on my bed, giving a loud yawn. Ever since the plan sweet Darcy had given me, I had been a little optimistic and giddy towards the outcome. A knock. "Come in," I said, and Katie walked in. "I'm here," she said. I had called for her early in the morning, but didn't know she'd come quickly. "What time did I call you?" "Around 7:30. "Oh, it's some minutes after 8, I said, looking at the clock. "Well, let's leave that aside. I want you to search for beach houses near Olive High School. The prices and how much it would cost for like 3 days," I said, leaning against the headboard. "Right now?" she asked, and I nodded. "Take your seat. I want the report now." She looked around briefly before settling into a sofa and began to tap away at her phone. I watched her. She had changed a lot. Was it wanting to be more for Lucas that changed her, or the arrival of competition? She never opposed me whenever I asked her to sleep with me. I knew she didn't like it, but she always did it anyway. She was a cute, harmless cat, but little did I know that even the cat had claws. "I got the prices," she said, getting to her feet. She showed me her phone and I checked them out. "Why are you suddenly asking for beach prices?" she asked. "Oh, I'll tell you later. You don't need to worry about it." "Are you sure I don't need to worry? This is just out of the blue." She insisted. "Yeah, I know it is, but trust me, it's going to bring good results. Book this one for me. For 3 days," I said, handing the phone back to her, and she took it slowly while staring at me. She left, and I called in the maids to clean my room. "You there?" I pointed. "Yes, Alpha? What's your name?" "Tracy," she replied. "Pick out 3 outfits you'd want your man to wear on a date," I said, and she looked from me to the wardrobe with uncertainty. She turned to the wardrobe and tucked her short hair behind her neck. She picked a chestnut sweatshirt that matched with her hair and white pants, something casual for the first day. Then she picked out a blue jean jacket, pants, then a white t-shirt. Something cool for the second day. Then she picked out a blue tuxedo. Something elegant for the last day. She said and turned to me. This is just my opinion. I don't know if you'd like it. Perfect, I said, taking the clothes from her with a smile. You sure know how to do your thing. You're free to take a day off. Tell whoever's in charge that I said so. I said, and she folded her lips, trying to hide her smile, but it couldn't be hidden. Thank you so much, Alpha John, she squealed and bounced away. Pack these up with some shoes. I told the other maids and went down to have breakfast. Emily and Lucas were talking about having peas in their broth or leafy vegetables. It seemed like a debate. Sadie sat next to them, looking discontent. I was served with meat broth, rice, and steamed vegetables. It was perfect for the weather. You look good today, Sadie said, and I looked at the random white t-shirt and pants I had put on before going to sleep the previous night. In this, I asked her. You're absolutely handsome, she said, and I glanced at Emily, who had fallen silent. She took a look at my clothes and dismissed them. Would you be kind enough to give me some money, John? Sadie asked, and Lucas chuckled. So this is what it was all about. It's unlike you to compliment someone, Lucas said. I do compliment people a lot, only when they deserve it. She said, yeah, he deserves it because he'll give you money. John, Sadie called. I thought we were enemies after you spilled my chat to the whole family. Oh, come on, blood doesn't hold grudges. So what do you say? She asked, and I rolled my eyes. Do you have an account? I don't. Come back when you do, I said, and Lucas laughed. This is no fun! Sadie snapped, pushing her broth towards me. It spilled on my hands, and she got up from her seat and stomped away angrily. I watched her leave, keeping myself seated because if I stood, then nothing would stop me from ripping her apart. Then Lucas rose. Enjoy your breakfast, John, he said, taking his jacket. He left, and I sighed, before proceeding to wipe my hand with a napkin. The maids came over to me and helped clean the mess on the table, while Emily ate in silence. We're going to work together. Wait for me. I have a few things to do, I said to Emily, who looked discontent. Shortly, I had her next to me in my car, driving to work. The snow is quite a lot, isn't it? Christmas is almost here. Are you celebrating it with Dahlia? I asked, hopefully. Do you still keep in touch with her? The poor lady must have missed you. I said, do you still talk to her? I asked when she didn't reply. Yes. What do you think of my outfit? Great, she replied without even looking. You didn't even look. Shouldn't you know that I do not want to talk to you? If I wanted to talk, then I'd have answered better. She snapped. You have to talk, Emily. I can't just keep talking to myself. We're two in the car. Then drop me off. I'm capable of paying for my own taxi. You should stop being so difficult, Emily. Maybe when you stop being so easy, I'll stop being difficult. Wait. If I get you right, you're trying to imply I'm easy because I sleep around? Hey, I don't do that anymore. I don't care, she replied. Well, in that case, I wanted to inform you to prepare for a 3-day trip. You and I have somewhere to go. I said, and oh, how I loved the look of shock radiant on her face. Just me and her alone. For 3 days. Lucas Povey, this tastes good, Darrell said, savoring his latte. Don't try to change the topic, Darrell. I brought you here to this fancy cafe so you can feel comfortable and talk to me, I said, spooning cake into my mouth. Well, it's not much. We just dated briefly. When was that? I asked, leaning backwards. Maybe a year ago, so? How did you meet her? She was in her senior year back then, about to graduate, so we dated briefly. Anything sketchy about her? Sketchy? Does she take drugs, do things that students shouldn't? No. Then what's the red flag about her? Why are you so interested in her? Because I get a bad feeling whenever I see my influencers, but I can't pick out who is giving off the evil vibe. Well, she was possessive, toxic, and sometimes she tried to hit me. I don't know if she was a druggie, but she drank and smoked a lot. He said, and I raised a brow. Did your sense of reason not have a role to play in you not dating such a girl? Well, it had a role to play in me breaking up with her, he replied, sipping his latte. I see, I said, looking out at the snow falling lightly again. At the time, I didn't really have friends, so maybe my thinking was clouded. You, without friends? I can't imagine that, I said, laughing. They all decided to cut me off. Definitely out of jealousy, though. I was alone, then I met her. We both shared a love for fashion, so I liked her then. Oh, I see that. She's always putting on something flashy. I can spot her in the rush hour crowd, I said, and he laughed. That's definitely true, but hey, don't you have to go to work? I don't have to. Well, I have to go to school, he said, getting to his feet. That's right, don't you worry about a thing. Tenor would have been sorted out the next time you come to my company, I said, picking up my mug. Wait, what? He asked, sitting again. No, don't fire her. She could have been a drunk who graduated into a druggie. Do you think I'd let my organization sink? Also, she had the guts to say stuff like that to you. It's ridiculous. She wants to date you again? I can't have that. No, don't do that. She might be audacious, but she's definitely not dangerous. A year ago, she was definitely not dangerous, I said, stressing on the year. Finding out if she's a druggie is your problem. You can kick her out if you want to, but I want this to have nothing to do with me. What if this ruins her life? What we had in the past doesn't matter anymore. I don't care if she tries to chase me down, but don't just cut her off like that. She could have turned a new leaf too. Just leave her and fire her only on evidence of bad conduct, he said, and I nodded. You want my hands off? Just go to school, I said, and he smiled. Thank you. I left the cafe after him and joined the train of cars stuck in the traffic. As I drove closer to work, I happened to see Emily in front of a bus station, waiting for the bus. It was beginning to snow, and even with her padded jacket, she would still be cold. I smiled to myself. What a pleasant coincidence. Emily, I said, as soon as she picked my call. Hi, I'm guessing you're already within the cozy walls of your office, she said, bending forward to see if the bus was already coming. You? Me? I'm under a bus station, waiting for the next bus. I completed her statement, and she began to look around. I rolled down my window and waved. She saw me and smiled. Come in, I said with my hands, and she walked amidst the busy cars to get to me. Thank you, she said, fixing her seatbelt. She rubbed her pink fingers together and breathed hot air into them. Why didn't you wear mittens? I forgot them. Didn't John have the courtesy to take you in his car? He did, but he began to spill some bullshit, and I told him, I'll push open the door of the car and step out whether he was driving or not. Wow, that's fierce. He completely ruined my day, she said, then looked at some kids skating on the pavement. That's dangerous. What if they slip and fall and unfortunately keep sliding onto the road? She asked, her eyes following them as they went. Sledding would be fun, I said absent-mindedly, thinking about me and her in a sled sliding down a snowy slope. Oh, that's quite right. Sledding reminds me of Santa, she said, giggling. And I smiled because I didn't think I could think of sledding again without imagining her with me. Later that morning, when I got to my office, I called for Tenor and waited impatiently for her to arrive. Her lateness probably had to do with the traffic. She arrived about half an hour later, dressed in a cream winter dress and a bright pink shawl. I'm so sorry, I had to run when all the cars stopped moving, she said. How do you know Darrell? I asked, and she froze. Did you see us that night? Did he say anything about me? He didn't say anything about you, I said, getting up from my seat. I walked to her and studied her face. Of course, she was exceptionally beautiful. No one would think she was abusive in a relationship. Oh, fear set into her face and her breath began to increase its pace. Do you know he's my nephew? He's your nephew. Oh my God. Granger, why didn't I see it? Well, now that you know, you should hand in your resignation letter, I said, walking past her, but she suddenly fell to her knees and held my leg. What is wrong with you? I asked, trying to shake her off, but she held on to me desperately. Please, don't throw me out this way. I have nowhere to go. That is none of my business. Let go. No. Wait, I can be your informant, she said desperately. I can tell you things. I know things. I said let go. I'll make a pretty good informant. I can pretend, I can deceive, I can get closer to anyone. Listen up, real good. I was wrong. That night, I only acted out of mere childishness, because I felt I was the only one who could protect him. Spare me this shit, I said, trying to free my leg without having to cause her injuries. Some people are planning to bring the Granger family down through Darrell, she shouted, looking terrified. And I stopped. Emily's povee. What's wrong? You can't concentrate? my temporary partner asked when she saw me rubbing my forehead continuously. Or you having headache? She asked, placing a hand over my forehead. No, it's fine, I replied with a smile, and she withdrew her hand. I went back to sorting out documents and tried to concentrate. What on earth did John mean by a 3-day trip? Just the two of us. My God, that will be uncomfortable and hellish. What would we do when we were alone? Listening to him talk alone was suffocating. This won't do, I muttered, getting to my feet. I hurried over to the restroom and pulled out my phone after ensuring no one was in there. Dahlia, I called when she picked the call. Emily, I've been meaning to call after the pictures of you and Lucas blew over the internet. I have just been really busy, she said, and I gave a little smile. Calling her didn't feel enough anymore. I missed seeing her. I really want to see you. Talking to you puts me at ease. What's the matter this time around? She asked. John wants us to go on a 3-day trip, just the three of us. Who knows what he's planning? What would I be doing with him for 3 days? Where would we go? Where would we sleep? Talking to him alone is suffocating and annoying. I poured out, breathing hard, and Dahlia sighed. Well, all we have to do is pray for 3 days to go by quickly. You know 3 days will never go by quickly. Let's say Lucas and I went on a trip, then 3 days is no biggie. But me and John? 3 days will feel like 3 months, I exclaimed. And you have no idea what he wants the trip for. Probably to make me feel miserable. He and his secretary were exposed recently, and I had a hand in it. Maybe he wants revenge. Exposed? Yes, everyone knows he was cheating and that we're no longer engaged. Thank goodness. You should be really careful. He might hold a grudge. Exactly what I'm thinking he's doing, I said in spite, and just then someone walked into the restroom. We'll talk to you later, Dahlia, I said, quickly ending the call. I couldn't have someone overhearing our conversation and suspecting things. I greeted the lady and walked out. During lunch, I was just as distracted. I couldn't wrap my head around how awkward and annoying it would be. We would have to be together like glue for 3 days. It was all I could think of, and a frown fixed itself on my face. How do you find the lettuce wraps? My partner asked, dropping her food tray on the table, and sat in front of me. They're great, I said, looking down at my untouched lunch. Thai lettuce wraps. I can't get enough of them when they're for lunch, she said, biting into hers. They're delicious, I said, taking a bite. Oh, before I forget, you live with Alpha Lucas too, right? Yes. Oh my God, you're like the main character of a romance movie. You've got Mr. Granger by your side and handsome Alpha Lucas living with you too. Doesn't he own a house? We live at his house, I said, feeling a little defensive. Oh my God. Are you guys close? I guess not everyone heard the rumors, I murmured. I thought everyone knew about the rumors of us dating. Yeah, yes, we're close. We talk. Oh my. He came by the company very early this morning, and geez, I fell for him at first sight. When those green eyes look into yours, what do you feel? She asked, and I laughed. Special. Oh my God, he's so handsome, and the way he walked in like the whole world was his. He had a pretty handsome PA too. If I could manage to snag the PA, I'd be content. Even his PA had that mysterious bad boy aura. She said in a rush, holding her spoon, which ought to have gone into her soup minutes ago, uprightly against her lips. You're talking about Trey, I guess? Trey? First name? She asked, and I realized I didn't know his last name. No. I've never met him, but Lucas calls him Trey. Lucas? She asked. I mean, I can't be his friend and call him Alpha Lucas, can I? It makes things awkward, I said, blushing. I didn't know it could be that fun to show off our friendship. Okay, wait. I heard from everyone around me that he's really arrogant and can't stand women. No, that's only women who throw themselves at him, I corrected. I didn't throw myself at him. Because you're engaged, she said, chuckling, and I rolled my eyes, smiling. Not really. I was a little scared of him. Oh, you see, that's because some say he's rude, uncaring, and a little monstrous. No, monstrous my foot. How can Lucas and monstrous be put together? You know, in this present age, you can get queried for showing off your claws, and all if you're not training, right? Most people lose their temper and reveal the beasts in them, but I've never, not for once, seen the shape of his claws. Whoa, he's that good? Not even John can manage his anger that well. Oh gosh, tell me what I can do to be a live-in secretary. She wailed. Get married to one of them. I chuckled. That's impossible, she cried out. Alpha Lucas will, she stopped. Right, you said he's not arrogant. When you get to know him, you find that he has a sweet side. He also likes to tease. If he were friends with you, he'd notice those new pair of earrings, I said, and she touched her ears. I got these this morning, she said, smiling in awe, as she didn't expect me of all people to notice. Then he'd ask, who were you thinking of when you got this? I asked in a deep voice, and she turned red, then we both burst out laughing. Okay, that is so good. I wish I knew him personally. Such a bowl of handsomeness in front of me, teasing me like that. Oh my God, I'll never leave the friendship, she said, and I shook my head at how dramatic she was. I'm really envious, though, she said. Of what? Not what. Who? Who? You. You get to have relationships with the two most famous Grangers. Girls drool over them, especially the high school girls. They don't know their place. It's seriously like a movie. The female lead is lovers with the first male lead, and friends with the second male lead. Twist. The female lead and male lead are actually pretending to be lovers and hate each other, I said with my eyebrows raised. Her eyes turned into apples. That's a blockbuster storyline. What's blockbuster in it? I asked, chuckling. Just then, we heard people oohing, ahing, and clapping. We turned only to see John approaching us with his hands behind his back. What made them ooh and ah upon seeing just John? They all looked envious and on the verge of breaking out with ah, but I couldn't see anything special in John walking slowly to me like he was shooting a movie as Romeo. He came to stand directly in front of me and took out his hands from behind his back, presenting a really large bouquet of pretty red roses to me, and the whole place burst into applause. Then he smiled. Damn him, Lucas Pove. She took in deep breaths. After spitting out the words she looked like she regretted saying. Seeing that I was no longer fighting to get her off me, she let go of my legs slowly and remained on her knees with lowered lashes. Someone is planning to bring my family down through Darrell, I said, wanting her to confirm or repeat what she had said. I wasn't going to involve myself in it or wrap myself up in all that mess, but maybe I have to. I really want to stay in the company, she said, still staring at the floor. I bent and looked at her. Look at me, I said, and she raised her wet lashes. In her terrified yet desperate eyes, I saw the sincerity. Follow me, I said, getting up. I took my winter coat off the hanger and put it on. She seemed unsure whether or not to follow me, but she followed either way. As I walked past employees, I began to wonder how many of them were actually haters of the Grangers. Only when we were safely seated in the cafe did I feel comfortable enough to hear her out. Some people? Which people? I asked her. I don't know them, she said, and I scoffed, leaning back in my chair and crossing my legs. Are you messing around with me? I'm being truthful, Mr. Granger. Weeks ago, I went to the grocery store to get myself some stuff to cook, and there was this man making a phone call on the opposite side of the shelf I stood. He said the Granger family will crumble to the ground for their audacity, and that they could use the twin boy. Then I heard him mention your influencers. He clearly said Alpha Lucas's new influencers. I can't remember much because it was only a week after that I finally applied to your company. Then some days later, it made sense to me. You were Alpha Lucas, you were a member of the Granger family, and we were your influencers. When I saw Darrell, I realized he was the twin boy and tried to use what I knew to get him back, thinking if he stayed with me, then we could find a way to solve things, but I was wrong, she said, looking at the table with troubled eyes. So one of the influencers, not you, is working for some enemy? I asked, moving towards her to rest my arms on the table. I'm pretty sure of it, she replied firmly. You're sure? Yes, I can spy for you. I can get to know them more and check them out. Maybe they have hidden secrets and things they don't want people knowing. I can really do this. Just please don't throw me out. She pleaded, looking up at me in desperation. Fine. You may leave, I said, and she got up immediately. Thank you so much. Long after she had gone, I stayed there in the cafe, ordering cup after cup of latte. What were we going to do if attackers kept on rising, trying to bring us down with plot after plot? The one about me and Emily had been hard enough, with other packs threatening to rise above ours. They wanted to use Darrell? In what way? Darrell, who I knew was never one to cause trouble, so how could they use him? I sat there for a long time puzzling over what it could be and how to stop it. Not with Genevieve recovering slowly. She cared more about the reputation of the family and went to great lengths to protect it. If Tenor was right, it would only make her worry. Not when she ought to be resting. Raymond was getting crankier with age. What would he do if such troubles were arising when he was thinking of stepping down and putting John in charge? First, John slept around and had dirty conversations with a woman who could decide to expose them anytime she wanted. We all were sure Mandy wasn't the only one he had such conversations with. Raymond wouldn't want to succeed to John, and Will and I didn't want the pressure of ruling. This would only give my siblings a headache. Later that day, Trey and I went to the influencer's house, and they all sat in front of us on the sofas in their best behavior. I looked at Tenor, and she gave me a little nod, like she was trying to tell me she had found something out. I tilted my head slightly, and she nodded again, then looked around. So we're here to discuss the different types of reels you're going to make, Trey began. We'll need you in these 7 areas: fashion, cuisine, traveling, product reviews, contests, dancing, and song cover making. Each of you will pick one of these, and you'll work with our producers to make content based on these areas. As the contract says, you have to do this solely for a year, and when a year expires, you can add other content you wish to add, as long as the company agrees to it. Trey explained, and they all paid attention to him, except Tenor, who kept on looking around. She was so weird. Did agreeing to spy for me mean her looking around whenever I was in sight? Trey continued to talk about the content the girls would create, and so far, they gave positive responses. Jenny was surprisingly interested in traveling, as long as she got to go to different, exotic, and beautiful places. Tenor wanted to be in charge of the latest trends on fashion. Sandra wanted to make cooking content, and Keith opted for product reviews as expected of her. Paris went for dance, Mina wanted to sing, and Judy went for contests. Immediately after the discussion, which left the girls excited, Tenor came to meet me where I was having a cup of coffee. "So?" I asked, and she looked around secretly. I noticed something. Before I hadn't really noticed it, but after agreeing to watch them, it seemed weird to me. She began, and I gave a sigh. "Don't beat around the bush." "Okay." I noticed Sandra and Mina always whispering and giggling to each other. What could bind a quiet girl and a childish, always talking, noisy girl? They're total opposites. Wait, that's it? This is what you wanted to say? I asked in disappointment. How could she report a friendship between 2 people of different personalities as uncanny if the 2 were always laughing? If it was all I noticed, I wouldn't have come to you. I came to you because I know I definitely heard one of them mention Darrell's name. It made me wonder, could they have been whispering and giggling about how they will make the Grangers fall? That was why I decided to inform you about it. She explained, and I nodded slowly, looking at Mina, who was sitting on a sofa, staring into space, and Sandra, who was bothering Jenny, who didn't seem interested in whatever Sandra wanted. That's actually a meaningful piece of information, I said slowly, looking around. Where are their rooms? They share a room, she replied, and I looked towards the stairs. Take me there, I told her, and she took 3 steps but stopped. Take you there? Their room? I don't know if that's proper, she said, scratching her neck uncomfortably. Mina, I called, and she looked up. Yes, Alpha Lucas, she replied. Can you show me to your room? I asked, and she stared at me expressionlessly for a while before getting to her feet. Follow me, please, she said, leading the way. Sandra watched us go, and Jenny knocked her head. I watched them bicker from the large mirror that showed their reflections. Nothing suspicious about their expressions. We got to Mina's room, and she opened the door. They had nearly decorated their room completely in pink. I see you like pink, I said, looking around. No, Sandra loves it, she replied politely. May I ask why you wanted to see our room? She asked, and I glanced at the pictures on the wall. Boy bands, One Direction, Here at Last, Imagine Dragons. Then my eyes fell on one of the 2 desks that were against the wall next to the door. I turned abruptly. Scattered on its surface were pictures of Darrell, Emily's Povey. I stared at the roses in shock. How could he do something like that to me? In front of everyone, we weren't even dating, not to talk of being engaged. Why would he give me flowers? We had agreed not to tell the public about our breakup, but we didn't say we'd lead them on to keep on thinking we were couples. After the applause, people began to whisper, "So romantic. Geez, she must be feeling really lucky. I wish I were her. Oh my God, perfect. She has the perfect life. Has anyone ever given me a letter, not to talk of a rose? He's so romantic and handsome. He's everything. I bet she's trying hard not to blush. Damn, they look good together. If I were in her shoes, I'd kiss him right there." Right and left, the whispers grew, and John's perfect smile stayed still on his face. Where did he manage to get the roses? They didn't seem artificial. I didn't think flowers would still be that gorgeous with winter covering everything in white. But then, even if the flowers had been ugly ones, I could not see myself rejecting them. I took the flowers from him, and he put his hands into his pockets. Everyone burst into applause once more, and I went red out of pure embarrassment. Why did he have to like attention so much? Must everything he did in his life be applauded and in public? My hands tightened a little around the flowers, and I looked at them. If only John hadn't given them to me, maybe they wouldn't make me feel so angry. If I ended up hating roses, then it'd be 100% his fault. "They're real flowers, Emily. Smell them," he said, and the applause died down. I looked at the people in the canteen staring at us like they were watching a movie. My partner had her mouth open in a wide smile, and she looked impatient, like she wanted to push the flowers underneath my nose and have me smile at John, showing my approval. She looked like she was thinking, if it were me. I sniffed the roses and nodded. They had a really nice fragrance, and I would keep on sniffing if it weren't John who gave them to me. "How do you like it?" he asked, and I looked around at all the people staring at us. Did he really have to do something like that? "It's nice. I really like it," I said, keeping my gaze on the flowers out of embarrassment. "Do you know why I chose real flowers?" he asked. Oh gosh, was he really going to start saying stuff like that right there? With everyone present? "No," I said, trying to rise, but he pushed down my shoulders gently. "Because I want our love to bloom even in the winter. When all other love is withering, I want ours to wake to the beauty of a new day and bloom beautifully, even in winter," he said, and finally, "Ah!" Everyone died from the words of their so-called Mr. Romantic. "You don't remember, but this was the day we started dating," he said, and the people began to clap. The whispers also started afresh. "I guess we'll meet after this. Have a nice day." He bent to place a kiss on my cheek. "Don't," I said in a low voice through gritted teeth, and he smiled. "All right," he said and walked out, leaving the ladies to stare at him in awe. "Oh my God," my partner said, turning to look at me. "That was a masterpiece. I want our love to—" "What was that part?" "Oh yeah, bloom in winter. Geez, you're so lucky," she said, but I gave a little smile. "I have to drop these," I said, and she looked at the flowers enviously. "Do you have to? Don't you want to show it around?" "Definitely not," I said immediately, getting to my feet. As I walked away, I could feel 1,000 eyes on my back, and it felt so hard to walk. I kept on feeling like my knees would buckle any time, under the pressure of the stairs. I went straight to John's office, and even on my way there, it felt like the employees in the cafeteria could still see me. I opened the door to his office, but discovered he wasn't there. "Well, I don't care wherever you are. You'll get my message," I said, going to his desk. I hit it hard with the flowers, sending petals everywhere. Then I proceeded to rip up the flowers as best as I could. How dare he embarrass me? What was he hoping for? Did he think I'd blush and thank him? Did I ever mention a wish about wanting to receive flowers in a crowd? What did he think he was doing? Who cared about the date we started dating? We broke up long ago. What did that matter? The door was pushed open, and I jumped as my hand flew to my chest. It was John. "Sorry, did I scare you?" he asked, and the fear sizzled out of me and filled with rage instead. "What is all this? Do you think it's funny? Romantic? Oh, you must have some scheme you're making up. You're planning to get revenge, right? Because your petty self cannot stand being defeated," I shouted, slamming the flowers hard into the ground. It wasn't satisfying, as I didn't hear noise louder than my voice. I stepped on it, crushing it further with my heels. Cruel, right? but I hated John more than I loved roses. Emily, I have no ulterior motive. Because your words are that easy to believe. I spat in return. No, I'm serious. Tell me, what bad news could come out of giving you flowers? You're trying to make the public bring up news about our marriage again, maybe so you can bug your brother that we need to get married. Oh wait, I didn't think of that. It's actually a good idea. What? Anyways, listen to me, Emily. I'm not after you. I'm not intending to make you cry. Okay, you know what? You can take the afternoon off. Do whatever you wish to do after lunch. Don't stress yourself too much. Also, we're having dinner together. Why is that? Because I say so, he replied, walking towards his seat. The sight of him seemed to kindle the flames within me, so I walked out of his sight before I could do anything more destructive. I didn't bother going back to the office and slacked off as he told me to. I sat in a nearby cafe, ordering snacks slowly so they wouldn't ask me to leave. I was about ordering the 7th snack when I got a call from John. Where did you go? He asked. I'm at the cafe across the street, I replied, dismissing the waitress with my hand. I'll be there soon, he said, and I got up from the table, finished my iced blueberry drink, and walked out. He was walking up to me when I came out, and he smiled. Let's have dinner. You're hungry, right? He said, taking my arm, which I jerked out of his grip. No, I said, colder than the air whipping my hair out of my face. He gave a little laugh and led the way to his car. We got in, and he took the wheel. It was a long drive, and finally we arrived at a restaurant, which wasn't too big, but was a real eye candy. Everything about it was elegant and caught the eye at every turn. This is a 5-star restaurant, he bragged. This little thing? I scoffed. Don't call it little. You cannot walk in here without a reservation. The price of one meal will feed you for a month, he said, and I rolled my eyes. We sat close to the window, and there was soft music playing in the background. The place smelt awfully nice, too. What would you like to have? A waitress asked, bowing to us, and John opened the menu, scanning it. I looked around and saw the restaurant was filled with people that seemed to be highly important. Luxury shoes, rare diamond rings, flashy necklaces, limited edition clothes. The people spoke like they didn't have a care in the world, while some of them seemed to be there for business. It was no normal restaurant. You like the restaurant? He asked, and I turned to him. Yes, better than I like you, I replied, and he laughed. When did we come to this? He asked, wiping his lip with a napkin. We were served with appetizers first, and I marveled at how pretty each appetizer looked. I wanted badly to take pictures, to show it to someone, but I wasn't proud of who was treating me to it. Do you like it? He asked, and I nodded. Shortly after devouring the appetizers, our main course was served, and by then, people had started noticing John. It made me wonder if he truly hadn't thought of getting people to notice us, so he could beg his father to get us married quickly. I began to eat, and the food was a delight, but it was hard to handle the stares. Some of them smiled, looking at us enviously, and some were obviously talking about the rumors the family had recently been involved in. Some, of course, looked like they were waiting for an opportunity to approach John and probably talk about business. And gladly, some were completely uninterested. I'm happy to spend time with you again, John said, and I raised a brow. He was getting weirder by the day. Wasn't it the same John who kissed Mandy in front of me? The same John who made me work from morning till evening? The same John who gave me pointless work just to torment me? Just then he got up, leaned forward, and wiped something off my lip. My instinct was to brush his hand away, but doing that was the fastest way to have people talking about us on the internet the next day. As if that wasn't enough, he leaned closer and kissed me. Lucas's POV. I walked to it and picked the first one up. It was one of Daryl going to school. Dorella had been cropped out because the only part of her which I could see was her wrist, the wrist that carried her treasured bracelet. I checked more of the photos, and they all had Darrell in them. Some were the ones he had taken himself or had taken with the help of professional photographers, while the majority were photos of him unaware. It seemed to me that they had been watching and taking pictures of him unawares. What are these? I asked, holding up the photos. Mina bit her lip, looking busted. So Tenor had actually been right? I dropped the photos on the desk and saw a few envelopes. I picked those up too and opened a few of them. Your smile is as radiant as the sun, Darrell. Very soon, I'll gather the courage to come to you. In the same envelope was a photo of Darrell smiling brightly. Seeing you today, playing basketball was too much for my heart. Each time you threw the ball into the hoop, you threw love into my heart. Read another note from a different envelope. In that, too, was a photo of Darrell playing basketball. I really like you, but I'm too scared to meet you. You might not like me. Do you mind if we're friends? Can I send a letter to you every day? Hi, Darrell, you need to eat. I see you haven't been eating much at school, and you lost weight too. Much love. I dropped the envelopes. Reading them made me sick. Is this some kind of... Wait, you're a stalker? You're in high school? A high school stalker? No, I'm not any of the two, she replied quietly. Then why are these in your room? Aren't they yours? Oh, are you planning on pretending you have a crush on him and then go on to disgrace the family with some blockbuster plan you have in your head? I asked, and she looked at me confused. Blockbuster? Actually, these are not mine, she said, waving her hand over them. I stared hard at her. They're really not mine. So whose desk is this? Sandra's, but they're not hers either, she replied, and I clenched my teeth together. I packed the letters and photos angrily and stormed out of her room. Where are you taking them to? Mina asked, coming after me. Tenor glanced at the envelopes and photos in my hands and moved aside. Mr. Granger, let me explain. Mina continued. It wasn't hers, nor was it Sandra's. It just magically appeared there. But she didn't want me to take them out because she was ashamed of writing love letters to a high school kid. Or maybe it was a part of their grand plan. They were going to find a way to put Darrell in a bad light and affect the family. The girls were all around doing different things when they saw me coming down, and as a result, they quickly scrambled together. I let the envelopes and photos fall in the center of the room. Who does these belong to? I asked, and Mina opened her mouth to speak, but I raised a hand, shutting her. The girls took turns looking at it, and finally Sandra recognized the letters. It's for my little sister, she said, looking at me with confusion. Your what? My sister writes these every day and sends them to me, thinking I can give one to Darrell every day, she replied softly. Oh, really? I scoffed. Yes, she has a huge crush on Darrell, but won't tell him because he's a lot older than she is. She always bugs me to find a way to mail them to him, and she won't stop sending the letters to me, she said, but her words didn't sound like they had an ounce of truth in them. Not at that moment when I was worked up, trying to find out who could be trying to destroy my family. Unfortunately, I have to meet that sister before I can believe you. I will repeat the warning again. If any of you does anything that will stain my family or company's honor, you will define deep regret with your heart and soul. I warned, and they looked terrified. You, when your sister returns from school, we will meet at the cafe close to the company. I must see her first before I believe your story, I said, and left the house. As I walked out, I loosened my tie because it felt choking. Who among them could be willing to destroy the family? Who among them gave me the bad feeling? Just then, someone came out after me. It was Jenny. She was holding a warm bottled beverage. It's cold. You shouldn't leave without taking something, she said, handing it out. No thanks, I replied, making to leave. I won't do anything to damage the company. I really won't because I worked so hard to get here. If any of the girls misbehave, I will try my best to put them in place. I have nowhere to go but lots of people to protect, so please don't dismiss us in anger, she said, and I turned to see tears in her eyes. I took out my phone and checked the time on it. Then bit my lip hard as my anger rose again. Almost there. How I hated the feeling of being almost there. I felt so sure that I had caught the person who wanted to disgrace my family. It couldn't be Tenor herself, could it? I couldn't even trust any of them, not even the one who was always easily scared. Jenny was still standing there, even when I got into my car, and I wondered if her eyes were a tap. She only had to open, and the tears would come leaking out. Go inside. It's cold, I said to her before driving away. Later that evening, Sandra, Darrell, and I met with her little sister, who was probably the same age as Sadie. Her face was completely red from blushing, and her large eyes bounced on everywhere except Darrell's face. You didn't send the letters yet, did you? she said to Sandra in a low voice. No, Sandra replied. Then why are they staring at me? She asked in an even lower voice. Just wait. Do you know her? I asked Darrell. No, he replied, staring at the girl. I know him, the little girl said, looking at her cake. He's a junior, and he loves to wear anything and everything from Louis Vuitton. He wears a shoe size 11, and his height is 5.9. He loves bread and is usually spotted eating different kinds of bread. His favorite color is red, and he loves the fall. He's always staring in admiration at the autumn cherry trees. His current ex is Rosaline Burgundy. She's a senior. He was born on the 29th of March and is obsessed with playing the guitar. He has 3 uncles, 1 aunt, 1 sibling, and 3 cousins. Well, I don't really know much about him, though, she said, taking a scoop of cake and leaving our mouths slightly open. Darrell stared at her like he would stare at a kindergarten child solving calculus. Even Sandra was shocked. I sighed. Sandra wasn't lying. What's your name? I asked her. Sophie, and I didn't write any letter to Darrell, she said, chewing slowly. It's wrong to take photos of people without their permission, I said, softly. Then how do I get his photos? She asked, looking up at me with big eyes. What do you need my photos for? Darrell asked, and she turned a deep shade of pink. I'm having class right now. Bye, she said, excusing herself. She ran out of the restaurant, and I watched her, unable to resist a little smile. It was evening. Her classes hadn't ended. A cute lie. I'm sorry if she made you uneasy by keeping such pictures. Sandra apologized to me and Darrell. No, it's fine. She's just a kid, I replied, getting up from my seat. How did she know so much about me? I didn't even know I liked bread that much, Darrell said as we walked away. Now I see that I actually like bread, and I've eaten different kinds of bread. Why do people love stalking me? He asked, and I shrugged. Sandra was off the hook. She was able to prove that the pictures had indeed been her sister's. Is it an hobby to sit in the kitchen late at night? I asked, as I walked into the kitchen. Oh, good evening. I was just having tea, Emily replied. Would you like some tea? She asked, and I nodded, sitting opposite her. Why are you having tea alone? I asked as she served me. I'm frustrated, but drinking isn't my style. I hate being drunk. What makes you frustrated? John, my blood boils every time, but my hands are bound. I can't do anything. It sucks, she said, and I watched the tea flowing into my mug. What did he do this time around? I asked, and she sighed, dropping the kettle. I don't even want to think about it. He just keeps doing crazy and annoying things. I know he has an ulterior motive, but he won't say. Today, he gave me a bunch of flowers in front of all the employees at lunch, she said, looking annoyed, and I was supposed to feel happy that she didn't like it, but found out that I was jealous instead. Jealous because I couldn't give her flowers in public. I couldn't do what John could freely do. If I had found her first, would things be different? I can still forgive the flowers. That's still acceptable, but the jerk, geez! What did he do? I asked, even though I didn't want to know. He kissed me, she said, and I could see her cheeks redden a little. In a restaurant. People were watching, and I couldn't do a thing, she said, staring hard into space. That was worse. Indeed, worse than the flowers. I wished to hit him right there, but I couldn't. I had to let him be and let it go. She added, You seem to have liked it. I said, raising my cup to my lips. Like it? She asked, with both hands on the table as her eyes widened. Then she scoffed. Every part of it was disgusting. I chuckled. The way she had forced out the word disgusting was enough to pacify me. Why would you think I liked it? She asked, raising her cup to her lips. Because your cheeks are red, I pointed out. That's because I'm embarrassed. I'm talking about something I don't want to remember. Do you think faces only heat up when people talk about someone they like? She asked. I wouldn't know. So since you're a lady, why don't you start by telling me all the things that make ladies blush? Oh, she said with a wide smile. First things first, she began. Emily and I talked late into the night, and I decided not to go to work the next day because I was definitely going to sleep in. Just as I had known, I slept in, and it was Trey's call that woke me up. I picked it. Hey, I said drowsily, rubbing my eyes. Everything is going crazy, Lucas. Where the hell are you? What? I asked lazily. Don't tell me you're in bed when Daryl's pictures are all over the internet, he said, and I sat up immediately. What kind of pictures? I asked in alarm, and I heard the sound of him hitting something. Pornographic pictures. Emily's POV. When John kissed me, it had been a really weird feeling. Even if I had long forgotten what it felt like to be kissed by him, my lips remembered the shape of his lips, the tenderness, the gentleness. I couldn't help having flashes of the numerous times we kissed. The people seemed quite interested in watching us kiss, and just when I began to get frustrated of the kiss and the unexpected rising feelings, Lucas floated into my mind. We had kissed that night when we first met, and it had been full of sparks. Again, we had kissed in front of the water on Sadie's school trip. Both times had been something beautiful. Kissing Lucas had butterflies roaming in my belly, and it was funny that I was thinking of kissing him while being kissed by John. John released me, and I discovered I was smiling. He sat and chuckled, pleased with himself. I looked at him, then glanced at the people, who had smiles on their faces as they turned back to what they were doing. "You're so complicated, Emily. You act like you don't remember us, but you do," he said, cutting up his steak with a smile. Wait, did John think I was smiling because he kissed me? Hell no, that was because of Lucas. He asked, "Women are really hard to predict. Tell me, were you overreacting because you felt I no longer loved you?" I squinted at him. "You should have just told me exactly how you felt, and we wouldn't have gone this far. After our trip, let's see if you'll still want us to get married or not. We leave tomorrow, so pack up tonight," he said, and I nodded, not willing to argue or speak with him. John seemed really proud of himself after the kiss, and I worried about it in the kitchen that night. Why was I worrying? Because I knew there was a probability John would gloat about it to Lucas, and it wouldn't look good. I think Emily and I are getting back together soon. She was flustered when I gave her flowers and couldn't hide her smile when I kissed her. That was exactly how John would say it, and Lucas would he feel bad? It wasn't like we were dating each other, so would he actually mind? Whatever, let's just explain, okay? I don't want anyone thinking I still like that old fart, I said to myself, and a few minutes after my tea was ready, Lucas walked in. Perfect timing. I didn't hesitate to show it on my face that I had a bad day, and didn't wait to tell him that John caused it. I didn't study his expression when I told him what John did, but I hoped he could see that I totally hated John's actions. So even if John bluffed to him, it wouldn't matter. We talked late into the night and left the kitchen together. However, at the top of the staircase, he stopped, and I also stopped. "You didn't show it that you were displeased, did you?" he asked softly, and I couldn't see his expression. The only thing I could make out in the dark was his eyes. "No, I had to act, and I hated acting. I didn't want to," I replied. "You did a good job," he said with a smile. "Thank you," I replied, and the seconds that followed were a little tense. It seemed like the right time to kiss, and I awaited it, but after what seemed like a long time, he patted my shoulder. "Good night," he said, and left me standing there. I watched him disappear into the darkness before finally leaving for my room in disappointment. On my bed, I saw my half-packed things. I had been so frustrated with the thought of John spewing nonsense to Lucas that I had been unable to pack up properly. "It's just 3 days, Emily. Don't pack too much," I said to myself, throwing coats into the bag. The next morning, I was awoken very early by John's. It was just 6:30. "We're leaving. Take your bath," he said, and I groaned. I thought we'd leave maybe in the evening after work. Did it have to be that early in the morning? I took a warm bath and dressed myself warmly before leaving the house. Then I saw Sadie watering the flowers that were bound to wither in a matter of time. The ground was filled with snow, and white mist floated out whenever I exhaled. "Hi," I said, approaching her, with my hands deeply rooted in my white padded jacket. "Hi," she replied, dryly, and I moved closer to her, fixing her lopsided pom-pom. "Don't touch me. Are you still going to avoid me? Because of what I saw? So what? Everyone is sick in one way or the other. Look at me. I'm a trapped slave. It's not like I'm taunting you about it or threatening to tell anyone. I didn't even think much about it, so just stop avoiding me. I'm going on a 3-day trip with John, so I just thought we should talk before I left," I said, and she dropped the watering can before turning to me. "You're going away? For 3 days. Cool," she replied, and picked up her watering can again. So everything's fine now, right? That doesn't make me weak, so stop babying me, she snapped. You only baby someone who looks like they should be babied. You're not cute enough, I said, and she scoffed. It's cold, Emily, and I have colder water in my watering can, she said, and I chuckled. I get your message. Since I do not want to freeze to death by your watering can's cold water, I'll take my leave, I said, smiling, and walked away. Bye, I'll see you soon, I said, turning around and waving my hand at her. She gave a little smile and waved slightly. There she was again, acting 3 times her age. John was checking his face in the mirror when I knocked, and he jumped slightly, then opened the door. I sat and passed my luggage to the back seat while he helped me close the door. So what is the purpose of this school trip? I asked as I put on my seatbelt. Of course, we're going on business, he said with a smile and started the ignition. Do you perhaps want to kiss again? He asked, and I showed my disgust without delay. If I'm not going as your secretary, then I'll leave this car. You don't kiss secretaries. And while I'm at it, I might as well chip something in. Don't ever kiss me again. Public or not, you should learn to trust the me in front of you. I will hit you, John. Maybe that will be the day everyone will realize something's wrong. Oh, come on, you can't do that, he said with a laugh. Yes, I can. If you haven't noticed, Lady Genevieve has been sweet on me since I saved her life. You should learn to respect my decisions. If I tell them you tried to harass me sexually in public, whose side do you think they'll take? Think well. After your incident with Mandy, whose side do you think they'll take? Yours? Shut it, he said instinctively, then quickly looked at me, as if he didn't know when he said those words. You don't have to be scared. I expect nothing more from you anyway, I replied, and looked at the snow-covered buildings through the window glass. John didn't say a word throughout the drive, and I was tremendously grateful for it. We slowly drove into a neighborhood I recognized. It was the place John's family stayed in before his grandfather died, and it was the neighborhood I schooled in. I always took the early morning bus to make it to school quickly. Being back there aroused nostalgic feelings in me. A part of me missed what it felt like to be a high school student. A part of me wanted to stay there and not return to Lucas's mansion. We drove slowly because the snow was quite a lot, and we stopped at a beach house. The beach looked cold and dark, and a few days more, it could be partly swallowed up by ice. It wasn't a large beach house, and I wondered why John, with all his money, couldn't afford a better one. There was a cute living room with 2 heart-shaped sofas, a stool in between them with 2 mugs on top. The curtains were white, and so was the paint on the wall. There was a little television right in front of the sofas, and there was the dining table not too far from them. It had 2 more doors, and that was the kitchen and a toilet. Then we climbed the stairs, and I discovered it had a single bedroom. I could finally see John's strategy. A trip where we'd have to be together all the time. How nice. The room was beautiful and overlooked the beach through its glass wall. It had a single bed that was large enough for 2, and a couch that would be enough for a person to sleep in. That was very good. If he wanted the bed, then I'd take the couch. Wow, you won't believe it's noon already. I don't think the sun's coming out today, John said, looking out at the beach. How can it be noon? I asked, flatly, as I began to unpack. All the traffic, of course. I'm really starving. You should cook something and I'll raise your salary, he said, taking off his coat and scarf. I sighed. John left the room, and I arranged my things neatly around the sofa, where I'd sleep. Then I took off my coat too, and closed my eyes, enjoying the warmth of the house with my bare skin. I went down the stairs to the kitchen and looked around. There were basic supplies there. What can we have for lunch? I asked myself, browsing through the available ingredients. These are nice, I said, looking at them. I began to make preparations for sausage and fennel pasta, but midway through the preparations, I stopped. It was just like old times. That feeling. Staying at John's house overnight, waking and fixing something light for breakfast. I suddenly had the strong feeling that John would come in and start eating while the food was yet to be done. But of course it wouldn't happen. It was way too nostalgic, preparing food for John. I had prepared food for him that night too when I had seen him and Katie. It made my heart feel heavy. Very heavy. Lucas's POV. What? I asked and ended the call. How could pornographic pictures of Daryl be spread across the net? Why would Daryl even have such pictures in the first place? I didn't even need to do much on my phone before I saw the news headline. It was trending. I clicked on the pictures with my heart pounding in my ears and couldn't believe my eyes. It was disgraceful, disgusting, and unbelievable. The pictures were so much, and the faces of all the different girls were blurred. Only his face and the immoral acts were shown clearly. "This can't be," I said with a voice that trembled. This was what Tenor meant when she said she heard someone wanting to take down the family through Daryl. Well, they had really done their best. Our image had suffered a really huge hit. The alphas of other packs were definitely bound to discuss among themselves against us, and if they happened to get too strong, they could diminish our influence. "Damn, Daryl, damn," I muttered, scrolling upwards to see the comments. "Geez, this is awful. Can't they manage their family? First, their daughter-in-law might be having an affair with her uncle-in-law for all we know. Now this? How old is he to engage in all these disgraceful acts? I know him. He and his sister act like they're on top of the world. In fact, their whole family is trash. They should murder the boy. He has disgraced his family. Seeing this first thing in the morning, gosh, my eyes! The Grangers can go to hell. Aren't they embarrassed? If their son is doing this, how do we expect our sons not to follow, thinking this trash is right? The idiot should be sent out from the family. He has stained his family honor. Who knew he was as indecent as this? I once heard he sexually harassed 2 friends going home at night. I had to execute real patience not to throw my phone across the floor and smash it. Who were they to upload such rude comments? Everyone made mistakes, and their sons, brothers, and lovers were no better. Some were worse. Shaking in anger, I pulled on a thick sweater and left my room. I had to see Daryl first. I met him just coming into the living room. "Daryl, what the hell?" I began. "It's not me. I swear it's not me in those pictures." "Then who? I can clearly recognize you from head to toe. What were you thinking?" It wasn't my intention to yell at him, but I couldn't help myself. "I've never even slept with a girl. Why would that be me? How would that be me?" he asked, with terror in his innocent eyes. "What?" My voice came crashing. "What did you say? I've never slept with a girl. That cannot be me." "So where did the pictures come from?" "I don't know. They were probably photoshopped, and everyone is hating on me. Have you seen the comments? Not even a single person tried to think it could be false news. Don't read the comments." "Well, I couldn't help it, and I don't know if I'll be able to help it," he said with his eyes glimmering. "Someone planned this. Obviously. Why me? They could have picked Dorella, and we'd shouted out that she's gay. Matter solved. How do I defend myself against this? The pictures are so disgusting, degrading. Some are even spreading rumors that I harassed people sexually in the past." "Okay, you need to calm down." "Well, it's hard to. Damn, it's even on the news. My face is all over the TV. It's suffocating and annoying and totally so unfair," he said, wiping away a tear harshly. "We'll solve this, okay? Just calm down. We'll find a way to solve this." Just then, a maid arrived at the door. "Sir, Alpha Raymond says to inform you of an urgent family meeting," she said politely. "Damn it," Daryl spat, kicking a shelf. "Let's go," I said to him, and we both left the mansion to Raymond's mansion. They were all in Raymond's large study. Not one of them was seated. Will paced around slowly, with a hand on his chin. Genevieve tapped her foot on the ground impatiently. Raymond folded his arms with a deep scowl on his face, and Mira was obviously reading the nasty comments. They all stopped what they were doing immediately. Daryl and I came in. "Where's John?" I asked. "He's out. Come here, you fool," Genevieve said angrily, and Daryl hid behind me while I held Genevieve. "Calm down. It's not what you think," I said, trying to hold her back. "Not what we think? Can you see the nasty disgrace that boy has brought us?" Mira screamed. "I just need an explanation," Raymond shouted. "Stop shielding him. If he needs a scolding or a hit, let him receive it," Will said, harshly. "Tell me why you'll keep such pictures or even have them in the first place after you saw what happened to John with Mandy," Genevieve screamed. "You all need to calm down," I begged. "Calm down? You must be kidding us." "I'll kill you today, Daryl. You're no son of mine." "This has already happened. What's the use of all this?" I shouted, and they stopped for a moment, only to resume again. What are we going to do? Mira asked. This is preposterous. Everyone is saying horrible things, Will said. This is the opportunity our enemies have been waiting for. They will bring us down, Raymond said, enraged. I hope he's not planning on going to school, is he? He's definitely not. There will be no meals for him. He's grounded. They continued to rage on, and eventually I drove to the influencer's house in rage. Trey was already there, and they all stood with their hands held in front of them, looking terrified. What the hell? I bellowed. I swear it wasn't me. I would never do anything like that. Sandra cried out. I don't even know him. Mira shouted. Oh please, they're the roommates with the pictures. Jenny cried. You shouldn't drag us into your mess. Come clean, she shouted. Who are you talking to? You're suspicious, Jenny. You're always on your own, Keith shouted. That's because I'm an introvert. What about you? You always scowl whenever talk of the Grangers is brought up. Jenny retorted. That's quite true. Tenor piped up. What about you? Weren't you angry at Darrell because he's your ex? Paris shouted, turning on Tenor. And you? Nobody knows anything about you, and you're always having quiet phone calls in the middle of the night. Tenor shouted. Please check them well. I can't be fired, Judy shouted. You, weren't you smiling while reading the comments this morning? It's obviously you, Mina shouted, and they all began to rage on each other. Trey bit his lip, and it felt like my head was going to burst. They were all suspicious. There was no way, I couldn't see a single way to find out who among them was lying. Emily's pove. I shook my head, trying to ignore the heavy nostalgic feeling. I was quick with the sausage and pasta, and in a little time it was all done. It snowed all afternoon, and I wondered if it would ever stop. Isn't it beautiful? John asked, and I turned to see him behind me. I looked back, focusing on the glass wall. The beach was completely covered in snow, and the snowflakes reminded me of pretty white flowers. Yes, it is, I replied, and he sat next to me on the blanket I had placed on the floor. Remember how much we both loved the snow? I'd prefer if we stayed in the present and avoid going to the past, but I want to. I prefer we go back to the past when everything was perfect. Right now we're broken, just like the ice in the beach water. It wouldn't hurt to go back to the good times, he said, and I looked at my fingers. It hurt too much to go to the past. Back then, you were always beautiful and irresistible with your large head warmers. We'd walk in the snow and then return to my house with our noses and fingers pink. I spoke. We'd sit in front of the fire and start laughing. Then your nanny would come and scream at us. I couldn't resist completing the story, not when I could see it all like a movie in my head. You still remember, he said, and I smiled. Maybe I should keep the happy memories. How did we become like this, Emily? He asked, and I scoffed. You cheated, remember? And then you became a monster, I said, and his gaze fell. True, and I can't change that. I was a monster, and you'll always remember that I could always be a monster, he said piteously. I think I might have to go to bed early. The snow obviously won't let you go out for your business, whatever, I said, getting to my feet. Take the bed. I'm still a gentleman. Can't watch you take the couch while I sprawl in the bed, can I? He asked, and I didn't bother refusing. I took my things and arranged them in a little space between the bed and the wall. Then I lay down to sleep, even though it was early in the evening. The next morning, I woke up feeling warm and cozy, and I turned and stretched in the soft bed. John wasn't in the room when I sat up, and I sighed before heading to the bathroom for a warm bath. After bathing, I went to the bed to get my phone. Where are you hiding? I asked softly, as I squeezed the sheets everywhere, searching for it. Did it fall? I checked underneath the bed and the little bedside table. It was definitely next to me on the bed when I slept, I said, confused, and went through my things. Could it have fallen there? After searching for a while, I decided it wouldn't kill me to ask John to call. After all, my ringtone was loud enough. I went down to the living room and saw him coming in. The snow had stopped, and he pointed to the dining table. I made breakfast. You didn't need to. I can't just prepare breakfast for myself alone, can I? Well, I looked at what he had prepared. Parmesan frico eggs with vegetables. It looked quite nice. Thanks, I said and sat. He came and sat in front of me. Oh yeah, before I forget, Can you help me find my phone? Just dial my number. I don't know where I put it. Oh, that's fine. It's with me. And what are you doing with my phone? I asked, feeling like a mother hen about to fly at an attacker. While you're here, you're not allowed to connect to the outside world. It's just you and me developing my business idea. I don't want any distractions. My phone is my personal property. Just as you are to me, as my secretary, you are not allowed to access your phone because it would cause distractions. Where in the world is that done? I asked hotly. In my house. Forget about your phone for 2 more days, Emily. Already a day has been wasted by the snow. We have to go out today, he said, and I got up. Aren't you eating? Why don't you command me to do that also? I spat and walked away. John and I left the house about an hour later, and he drove non-stop straight to our old school. How are you going to get a business idea in a school? I asked, but he smirked. Leave that to me. Step out, he said, and once we were both out, he walked closely with me. Don't act up. You shouldn't forget that mostly here of all places, we are remembered as a couple, he replied, and I followed, hating to be there with him. Immediately I entered. It was a wave of nostalgia. There was the garden where I had written so many unsent letters to John. He looked at me and smirked. I bet your brain's busy remembering too many things, he said, and I looked at the building. Back then I had friends, and we had walked around the school building so many times. There was the snack shop, the garden, the cafeteria, the football field, basketball court. They all knew how much I adored John, but college had torn us apart. Blown across the world due to different dreams and ambitions, we had slowly lost touch. I hated the feeling. I didn't want to be in there. What was that jerk's main purpose for bringing me to the past? Did he think I'd forgotten what it felt like to be with him? Did he think I'd remember and want to come back to him? I felt so angry and hateful, but my eyes were already filled up with tears. Whatever his intention was, it was working. Lucas Pove. This is a crime, you know, I shouted to stop them all bickering. They stopped abruptly, looking at me with fear. If I find that you have something to do with this crazy sexual deep fake, then you will regret it. Trust me when I say you will regret it. You might end up having no jobs forever and live on the streets begging from house to house, and you might as well spend your life in prison with heavy labor. But if you come out now, take the photos down, and apologize to Darrell, my family, and the media, then I can reconsider, I said menacingly, and they looked at each other. But why are you so convinced one of us did it? Paris asked. Because someone told me that one of you has come here for the sole reason of causing my family distress, I answered, and the annoying silence continued. Is anyone not willing to talk? I bellowed, and Jenny dropped to the floor, holding her chest. It took a minute before we realized she was having a panic attack due to the fear. She was a huge problem. At the littlest thing, she crumbled. The girls crouched around her, trying to help her breathe, but she continued to choke and cry. Damn it, I muttered forcefully and turned to the men behind me. Search their things, every one of them, I commanded, and the girls looked like they were in trouble. The men searched their rooms and the house, thoroughly checking everywhere, but they didn't find anything suspicious. By then, Jenny had calmed down and was crying, looking like her world was falling. Unfortunately for her, I was going to send them all away if I couldn't get to the bottom of everything, and she would be affected by it. She said she had nowhere to go and people to protect, and that had touched me a little, but I feared she'd need to look elsewhere to find the protection to give them. As for me, I was done with the lying girls. Could it be any of them? Trey asked as I threw a ball on the wall, catching it as it bounced back. I have no idea. How do I even know I can believe what Tenor says? You should have told me about this earlier. Then what would you have done? Install secret cams in their rooms? I asked, and he sighed. How is your family taking this? Not well. They're furious, and they won't even listen to anything I say. They insist on taking it out on Darrell. Can't we find the first person who posted it? There have been lots of reposts and different anonymous accounts who also took turns in uploading it. It's hard to find the first person who posted it, with so many reposts all around. Then tell the people to take down their posts or they'll be penalized, he suggested. This is not good. It's a huge opportunity for us to lose our power and reputation. If it affects us politically, then we have lost. We need to put a stop to this. I said, dropping the ball. How do we do that when every reporter is bringing up stories to match the images? They want answers. Let's give them their answers. Arrange a press conference. Let them ask all they want to ask. I'll try to see Daryl. Don't you think Sandra probably had those photos and edited them onto these deep fakes that look hideously real? No, her sister knew way too much about Daryl, and plus, Daryl's pictures are everywhere on the internet. Meetings, parties, birthdays, photo shoots. He must be going crazy right now, I said, leaving the office. Daryl was restless in his room when I got there. Did you manage to sort anything out? He asked immediately he saw me. I arranged for an urgent press conference tomorrow. I'll explain to the reporters and have them spread the news that the images were photoshopped. Don't worry too much. The case will be solved. What about Genevieve? Have you spoken to her? I asked, sitting on his bed, and he sat next to me with a sigh. No, they went out for meetings. Mom wants to take the photos down, but I don't want her to. It's only confirming that I'm the one in those photos. That's wrong. I posted something on an anonymous account about it being photoshopped, but I got a load of hateful comments in return. They all think the family is going to say that because the family always tells lies to cover things up. The reporters will be different, right? It won't make things worse, right? What if they decide Uncle Raymond is getting too weak to rule over the different packs and is unable to carry out his role to prevent them from clashing and fighting? He asked, with troubled eyes. That won't happen. We have been the strongest pack for centuries. Nothing would make us any less strong now. I replied to console him, even though it was the major worry on my mind. The next day, I was knotting my tie in front of the mirror when Sadie came in. It's not Daryl in those pictures, right? She asked. Sadie, did you look at those? I asked, alarmed. I didn't. My friends say it's really awful. It's not Daryl. Who did it? One of the ladies I hired recently, I replied. Why do you think it's one of them? Deepfakes can be done by anyone, she replied, and why didn't I see it that way? Why would the culprit need to be an influencer, my influencer, before using Daryl to wreak havoc? I heard from someone. I replied, well, it's either that someone is the real culprit, or the real culprit had another motive, or still has another motive, and is using this as a distraction, she replied. That sounded true. How come I didn't think of it? Where's John? I haven't seen him since yesterday. Doesn't he care about what's going on? John's not home. He and Emily went on a 3-day trip. 3-day trip? I asked. Yes, they went early yesterday. So he doesn't know what's happening? I asked, feeling a little unsure of how I ought to feel about the information. I don't know, he's not of any use anyway. Why bother him? She said, and left my room. The thought of Emily and John didn't leave my mind all morning. Even in the car with Trey, I couldn't help losing my focus. The meeting is at 1 in the afternoon. Are you prepared? Trey asked as we drove to the large hall where the conference was to be held. Yes, I'm prepared. What's that sour look on your face? Did anything worse happen? No. Emily went on a 3-day trip with John? Wow, you're awesome, Lucas Granger. You mean to tell me you have the time to be jealous? Gosh, you're right. That should be the least of my problems right now. My phone rang. It's Daryl, I said and picked it. Daryl sniffed. You're crying? Mom fainted again, he said, and I sighed. When she wakes, tell her I'll take care of it. She should sit and relax. Gosh, she had surgery recently. She won't listen. All she wants to do is blame me and confront the people bad-mouthing us with a head-on battle. I'll talk to her about it. Don't worry about anything. It'll be fine. I promise you that. The press conference will begin soon. I'll let them know about the photoshopped images. I said and heard him give a little sigh. Thanks, Lucas. You're welcome, I replied and ended the call. Leaning back into the car, I released a sigh of my own. It was going to be a long day. 1 p.m. came quite quickly, and reporters filled the hall, talking among each other excitedly as they prepared their cameras, laptops, phones, notepads, and everything they needed to get their information quickly. Nervous? Trey asked, slapping my back lightly. Nervous about what will happen if things go wrong, I said, and left. Immediately I came out the door. the cameras began to flash, and it became a total disaster. None of them had the courtesy to wait. They all wanted to ask their questions at once. Is it really Daryl Granger in those photos? Are you here to cover up for him? What's the situation like at home? He stopped going to school? Is he ashamed of what he did? Did he really sexually harass two innocent friends and ask the family to cover it up? Is it true he commits incest with his twin sister? Are you here today to deny it? Is it true the Pack Alphas are reconsidering keeping the Granger family in control? Will Alpha Romeo take over? What's your take on Daryl's disgraceful behavior? The questions went on, and my vision went dark. It felt like all I could see were the flashing lights and the sounds of their voices gradually becoming far away. If I caused any scene by losing consciousness or acting funny, it would ruin things. But that seemed pretty much like what was about to happen. Emily's pove. I wiped my wet eyes, not wanting the nasty tears to fall or for John to see them. It would be embarrassing, and I didn't want to give him the satisfaction he craved. I think you should go alone, I said, wrapping my scarf closer around me. Why? I think I'm having stomach ache. It hurts too much to keep walking. I'll be in the car, I said, and began to walk away. He wouldn't force me to continue with his stupid business idea when my stomach was aching, would he? No way. I got back to the warm car and leaned backwards in the car seat. If I had married John, would none of the bad things I went through still occur? I didn't think so, but one thing was sure. Lucas would still come, and I'd find myself attracted to him. Then John would start showing his true colors out of jealousy. It was all bound to happen anyway. John couldn't hide his true colors forever. Minutes later, I saw John at the large gates, talking to two teachers, and I slid down, not wanting any of them to see or talk to me. I stayed there until my waist began to hurt, but shortly after that, John opened the door and came in. "What are you doing?" he asked, and I sat up immediately. "Finding the best position for my stomach." "Why didn't you eat?" "Your stomach aches because you didn't have anything for breakfast," he scolded, and I rolled my eyes. What was he saying? John drove me to a nearby restaurant that made me feel worse. Lots of students crowded the restaurant, and chairs had been arranged outside with little umbrellas in the middle of the tables. We took one of the chairs outside, and John called a waitress who was busy trying to take many orders at once. It wasn't the students or the crowded atmosphere that stung me. Rather, it was because I had gone there so many times. My friends and I had breakfast there about 1,000,000 times on our way to school. We could have easily gotten meals at home, but they were particularly obsessed with the handsome guys who also ate breakfast there every morning, and it was where one of them met her first boyfriend. John ordered hot dumplings and chicken broth with a sexy full chicken by the side. I couldn't deny the rumble that attacked my stomach at the sight of it. I dipped my spoon into the broth and felt a trickle of warmness cascade down my chest. "Emily?" I heard someone call, and choked on the hot broth. John quickly handed me a napkin, and I turned to see Leah and Tommy. Tommy was John's friend, and Leah was Tommy's girlfriend. Since I was John's girlfriend, the four of us hung out most of the time. "Oh my God, you're still here?" John said, getting up to hug them both. I stood up too, and Leah came to hug me. "I have a job at the bank. I'm going nowhere," Tommy replied, laughing. "How have you been, Emily? Gosh, you look so beautiful," Leah said, as they took seats opposite us. "Please, 2 more bowls of this," John called out to a waitress. "You guys are still together?" Tommy asked, and John put an arm around me. "Of course, what will part us?" John replied. "Ah, we're still together too," Leah said, wrapping her arm around Tommy's arm. "Seriously?" I asked, and they nodded. "Just like old times," John said. "Today's my day off, so we decided to have breakfast here. I got myself a lazy wife," Tommy said, and I raised a brow, which made Leah laugh. "You guys are married?" John asked. "Did you expect us to date forever? Aren't you two married?" Tommy asked. "Not yet." "Not yet? We heard news of your engagement and thought maybe you guys called it off. No one heard news of your marriage," Leah said, and John smiled. "We just have a lot going on. Work and stuff. We're still going to get married," he replied, and I took his hand off my shoulder. "I need to eat," I said, and he laughed. "What's with that icy tone?" Leah asked with a teasing smile. "It's winter," John replied, and the three of them laughed. We talked and ate together, and in minutes, I found myself laughing. It felt like I had gone back in time, and we were high school kids hanging out together again. The four of us walked around town, recollecting memories, and I was surprised at how active I was in remembering things. "You fell in there once, remember? There was a hole," I said to Tommy, pointing restlessly to a field which had a part of it dug up and covered. "I recall." We had been warned, but he insisted on seeing what was there. Leah chipped in. "And he wanted to take me too," John said, and we all laughed. We were teenagers. Being told not to do something only made us want to do it more, he said, and we shook our heads, laughing. We parted in the evening, saying dear goodbyes to each other after long hugs. John and I took another route, and I discovered with a shock where the route led to. The garden where we had our picnics, the garden where John had first proposed to me. I stopped without intending to. So many times we had visited that place. I could see us, goofy teenagers running around, eating sandwiches, fruits, laying down and staring at the sky, doing homework, reading for tests, kissing, laughing, teasing and taunting each other. So many memories, and just then I felt my heart rate pick up, beating faster. The love filled in those memories had been endless. I was so willing to spend all my days with him. My heart pounded hard, and it felt like we were teenagers once again, and were still madly in love. "We can always go back to how it was," John said softly next to me, and I turned and stormed off, with my heart pounding crazily in my chest. I didn't want to leave. No, I wanted to sit in that garden, close my eyes, and get lost in my sea of my memories, throw myself into the comforting arms of the past, and embrace moments that were long lost and stuck in the cruel grip of time. By the time we got back to the car, night had fallen, and it was snowing again. At the house, we had a quiet dinner, and gloom was heavy in the air. I asked myself once again, a question I had asked myself countless times over time in the mansion. How did my life go from sweet to weird? Why did John turn out like that? I pondered on that question for a long time, even when I was on the bed with my back turned to John. The question rang in my head without an answer, stuck there like a painting without an interpretation. "Emily," I heard John call. "Emily," he called again. "What?" I replied icily. "Can I say something?" he asked. "Can I?" he asked again when I didn't reply. Then I turned to him. "Say what? That you're sorry for fooling me about a business idea trip that was just a lie?" I asked. "No," I asked, getting annoyed. "I wanted to say I'm sorry. Sorry for everything. Truly, I became a monster, and I can't change that, nor can I erase it from your memory. I've been thinking a lot, and today only made me more aware of what I threw away. I threw away something beautiful. Us. I was so jealous of Tommy and Leah. They fought most of the time, unlike us, but look at us now. They, who fought day and night, are still together, and we, who couldn't do without ourselves for just a night, are broken apart like this, like shards on a tiled floor. It made me wonder where it went wrong, and the obvious answer was from me. There's nothing I can say to make you change your mind about me, but I hope I can at least find forgiveness in you. I'm sorry, Emily. Even if we can't get back together, I'm sorry." My heart melted and tears sprang to my eyes. The apology I had long awaited had finally come. It had come so quietly that I hadn't noticed or expected it. Finally, he was apologizing. In that moment, I saw sincerity in his eyes. I saw the old John, Lucas Pove. As my eyes threatened to turn everywhere into black, I felt a hand press my shoulder lightly. It was Trey, and he handed me a bottle of water, which I drank. It made me feel better. The people's faces focused back into view, and I could see the desperation for answers on each of their faces. "Only when you're done speaking will you hear from me," I said, and they began to caution each other. The few that had gotten to their feet went back to their seats, and it was only when they had stopped talking that I addressed them. "As you all know, I am Lucas Granger, and I am here today on the issue of my nephew, Daryl, who has been a victim of rumors and fake pictures." "Fake pictures?" a woman asked. "Yes, those pictures are not real. They are photoshopped," I replied, and none of them seemed satisfied. "We already received word that you'll try to say this. Is this really the only explanation you can offer?" a man questioned. "It was photoshopped, and we will uncover who did it and present the person to you." In the meantime, stop spreading the fake news, or I will sue you all. I said, and a woman snorted. If you have nothing to hide, then you wouldn't go on threatening reporters. Who said that? I asked, looking at the heads of the numerous reporters. They looked around, but none answered me. I called this conference to do two things. 1, to clarify that the photo is not real. 2, to warn whoever did this that they will pay heavily for it if they do not take down the fake post and write things. Are you and Emily Waston having an affair? The pictures the other day. Is this another huge Granger cover-up? Why aren't John Granger and Emily Waston getting married? They dated since their college days. Why are they yet to be married? Do you have anything to do with it? Is she in love with you? Were you really friends with her before she and John Granger developed feelings for each other? Is the family falling apart? An affair and leaked immoral photos that has offended the public. Are these things real, and are you just trying to cover it up? Why aren't Emily Waston and John Granger getting married? Did something happen between them? The reporters deviated and began to ask questions about other rumors that were completely unrelated to Darrell's case. They even brought up rumors from the past, which had never been confirmed. Since I had said what I wanted to say, I realized there was no use in listening to their crap. I will not answer any personal questions, I said, getting to my feet. I have said all I arranged this conference for, and I hope my message is well received. Have a nice day. I said, walking out, and the camera flashes became wilder, just as their voices became louder, hoping I'd answer even a single question. Later that evening, the family called another meeting, and they were quiet instead of loud and noisy as they had been the previous day. So, can you just explain? What was the point of the press conference? I believe it made matters worse, Genevieve said, rubbing her temple and refusing to look at me out of simmering rage. They had already guessed that we would say it's a Photoshop, Will began. It's really a Photoshop, Darrell said, unable to keep himself still. How dare you talk back to him? Genevieve asked, directing her rage at him. You disgraced the whole family. You did this. You. Find a way to solve it, or get lost somewhere. I don't want to see your face. She screamed at him, and Mira held her hand. Don't say such mean things. He's only a teenager. At that age, they are. It's not me in those photos, Darrell said, cutting Mira off. I'm already having a hard time as it is, but all you want to do is point fingers at me when I didn't even do a thing. Shouldn't you be the ones fighting for me and telling me things would be fine? You only care about all the influence and power you struggle to keep. Why are you telling me to end a fight I didn't start? He asked, with his voice cracking a little at the end of his words. You're right. I care about all the influence and power we hold because it is very dear to our ancestors who have passed on. They expect us to keep it, and Genevieve began. You're not going to be at the top forever. You know that? Someday, you'll plunge rock bottom, Darrell said, and walked away. Darrell, Genevieve screamed, getting to her feet, but Will held her back. What are you going to do about this? She turned her rage on me, hitting me hard with a cushion. Why do a press conference? Why? After the meeting, I left Raymond's mansion and went out for some air. It wasn't snowing, but the air was freezing. Just then, I saw Darrella running to me. Careful, I called out to her. I can't find Darrell, she said breathlessly. What? He's not in his room or in any of the mansions. I called his friends, but they haven't talked for days. I ran to all his favorite places, but they haven't seen him. What did Mom say to him? She asked, with her eyes gleaming with tears. He's not at the field either, Sadie said, running towards us with Judy. I'll try to find him, I said, leaving them. Tracking his scent was really hard because of all the cold air entering my nostrils and the sound of dinner cooking. It was hard to locate him. But I was lucky. I looked up and happened to see him standing at the edge of my rooftop. Panic clawed my heart, and I ran in immediately, not wanting to leave anything to chance. I dashed up the stairs as quickly as I could and kicked the door open. He turned around, alarmed, and threw something down the building. Darrell, I called, going towards him, but he turned away. I walked to him, but he didn't make any move to jump off. I was scared. I thought you were going to do something to yourself, I said, but he didn't reply. He simply shook his head. Isn't it cold? Are you fine? I asked, and he nodded. Why wasn't he talking? I looked down, trying to find what he threw, and there it was in the pool. A small white thing, floating. "Spit it out," I said, and he made attempts to swallow. I immediately hit his back hard, and his mouth fell open as the force hit him. Lots and lots of pills fell from his mouth. Emily's povee. "That's fine. Maybe I'll be able to forgive you if you stop trying to act like we're still a thing in front of people." The flowers and the kiss did nothing but embarrass me, I said, hoping I didn't sound flustered. Because I was definitely flustered. I didn't expect him of all people to apologize. "It's out of habit, pardon me," he said, and I turned around to sleep, raising the blanket over my head because I hated the thought of him staring at me. He chuckled, and I wondered if all the resentment was over between us. Were we no longer enemies? No longer people who hated each other? It felt weird, not being enemies with John. We couldn't be friends. I was sure of that, but maybe we could be people who didn't avoid and try to step on each other. It was really weird thinking we could be anything other than angry exes. Maybe I didn't actually need enemies in my life. Maybe it was what would help my life become better. We were on the altar, and he had slipped a diamond ring onto my finger. "Will you marry me?" he asked, and I had blushed hard. "I will," I said, smiling, and applause came up from the people. I looked at them. Lady Genevieve, Alpha Will, Alpha Raymond, Lady Mira, the children Dahlia, Leah, and Tommy, and Lucas. It felt a little weird seeing Lucas there, but he was so happy that I didn't notice. And immediately after the wedding, John took me into a dark house and dragged my arm. "What's wrong with you?" I asked, as our shadows danced on the wall by the flickering light of a candle, but he smiled mischievously. I tried to run, feeling terrified by whatever he had in mind to do to me, but he grabbed my hair and dragged me across the cold marble floor. I didn't know what happened next, but I screamed loud. I opened my eyes abruptly and saw John sleeping innocently next to me. I was never one to disregard dreams completely. Even though I tried to ignore the ounce of truth in them, I always ended up returning to them. Maybe my inner self was trying to tell me not to fall for him again, not to fall for his tricks. He might be sorry now and all sweet and affectionate, but it couldn't get rid of the monster in him. He himself had said it. He couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't become that monster again. I sat up and ran a hand through my hair. Looking at John, I sighed. No, I shouldn't let my guard down. Not even for a moment. I saw my phone with his on the bedside table and snatched it quickly. It was cold and seemed to be dead, but luckily it wasn't. I left the room, scrolling through my call log. No missed calls. That was weird. I felt someone should have at least reached out to me. Didn't anyone miss me? I decided to update Dahlia about the news. She didn't pick the call, and I wondered if she was busy. I really wanted to talk to her, though. So instead, I went to the kitchen and got myself busy with making bagels. Shortly after I got the first one ready, I received her call. "Hey, Dahlia," I said in excitement. "Hi, sweetie. I saw your call. I was out. How are you doing?" "I'm doing fine. And you?" "I'm already back to the house, and I'm missing a full house already." "Really? Well, make sure you visit soon. I'm dying to see you." "I will visit as soon as I find the time. I'm working on having something to do, something to keep myself busy and to earn money. I shouldn't sit around waiting for noise to fill the house again," she said, and I smiled. "Maybe you'll live with me when I'm free from John." "Oh yeah, what's going on with you both now? You're on the trip, right?" "Yes, and he apologized to me last night." "Don't get swayed. It can be a plan to get you back in his possessive grasp," she said, and I raised a brow. Maybe it was what my dream had been trying to communicate to me. "You think that?" "Yes. If he could go to that extent while you were dating, then he can do more if you get married. Don't let him fool you again, Emily. Once bitten, twice shy. You've been bitten once. Be careful." "Great advice, Dahlia," I said, smiling, and heard John coming down from the stairs. "So, we'll talk later, right?" "He's coming," I said, adding the last two words in a whisper, and she laughed. "Give him a punch in the guts for me," she said, and I laughed. "Of course, I'd love to do just that. Remember, I'll be expecting you. Even if it's in a month's time or two, I'll be expecting you," I said. "I will definitely visit. Bye, sweetheart." "Bye," I said, and before I could end the call, John took the phone from me. I turned and folded my arms, giving him a hard stare. The call ended already, didn't it? He said, but I simply turned around, taking my bagel and a loaf of bread I had placed in front of me to chew on earlier. The morning was bright, and in a few minutes, John came with cups of tea and scrambled eggs. "Egg sandwich?" he asked, fixing the eggs into the bread. "Yeah," I replied and waited to take it from him. He gave it to me with a smile, and I took a bite, then sipped on my tea. "It's bright today? I don't think it would be snowing," he said, and I nodded slowly. Just then, my phone lit up and began to ring. I leaned over to look at it, and a smile broke out on my face upon seeing who was calling. "Lucas!" I began, but John snatched the phone before I could take it. He ended the call and placed my phone on airplane mode. Just like that. "Lucas Povey, isn't it pathetic?" I asked him as tears formed in his eyes. "Why can't you be half as strong as your mum? You know, she of all people will be heartbroken if you die." "Hard to believe," he said, turning away from me. "And your dad? Dorella? Me? What would you expect us to do when you leave just like that?" "She told me to get lost." "Get lost in the afterlife? Did she say that? You know she would live with regret thinking she caused your death. Do you want that? And the public? Then they'd say, oh, he died because he was humiliated. His family could not save him. He was ashamed of himself. He couldn't bear to see his dirty secrets spilled." "Do you want to give them that satisfaction?" I asked. "Maybe you don't know how it feels. I know, okay? It hasn't happened to me before, but I can imagine just how wronged I'll feel. Everyone is caring about taking it down and restoring the family honor, but no one cares about your personal image. I know you feel that way, and truly, it's unfair, but you just have to be patient. Even though you feel sad, mad, wronged, and pained, you just have to wait it out. Are you going to throw away bright and beautiful years waiting for you just because of one dark month? You should have a will to live, even if you lack everything," I said, and he watched the pool with his lower lip quivering. "I don't want to die too, but she's just so harsh. I don't want to speak to her." "I won't stop you from doing that. You can decide not to talk to her until she comes around. That is fine by me, but stuffing about 50 pills into your mouth, intending to chew them all, is not fine at all," he sniffed. "Will you try it again?" "I won't," he said. "Instead, I want to transfer out of my school." "Why?" "They're all happy about this." "So you're running away?" "It's not running away." "Then what is it? Face them, Darrell. Say it in their faces that it was photoshopped. Let them know you can't do something as shameful as that." "And what if I did it?" I froze. "I'm joking," he said with a little smile. "Look at your face." "Gosh, don't joke like that, Darrell," I said, chuckling. "So what do you say? Have a men's night?" "Would you let me drink?" he asked mischievously. "Of course I will let you drink." "Great, apple juice," I completed, and his smile ran down like the rainbow, making me laugh. "Turn 18 first, and we'll have our first drink together," I said, leaving, and he followed. 18? You know that doesn't happen until 2 years later. "Then stuff yourself with apple juice for 2 years, I replied, going down the stairs. The next morning, I tried calling Emily on my way to work, but she ended the call almost immediately. I thought of calling again, but decided against it. Maybe she was so busy she couldn't pick the call, but still, would she just ignore the call? "Trey," I called. "Yep," he asked, scanning through some documents in the car next to me. "When you call a woman and she cuts the call, what does it mean?" "She doesn't want you to disturb her," he replied absent-mindedly, then turned abruptly to me. "You have a woman, Lucas?" Darrell asked in shock from the passenger seat. "Gosh, I forgot you were there," I said, preparing to park the car. "Since you're here, I'm guessing you should know now. It's Emily," Trey said to him. "You like Emily?" "No, I don't." "Yes, he does." Trey and I spoke at the same time, and I looked at him. "Ooh, in times like this, the friends are the ones to be believed," he said, and he and Trey did a high five. I shook my head. "It's not exactly a thing to be proud of. Don't tell anyone. Sadie wanted us to make you and Emily. This will only make it easier," he said, and I shook my head. "Sadie's always finding people to make. When will she grow up?" "Trey, you haven't answered my question." "Oh yeah, Emily won't cut your call on purpose. My guess is she's asleep and John saw the call come in," he replied. "Perfect," I said, pushing the door open with a smile. We had arrived at the influencer's house, and panic attack or not, denials or not, I wasn't leaving until I got my answers. "Where's it?" I asked Trey, and he took out the mini camera chips we had gotten. He attached one onto my tie, one on Daryl's front pocket, and the last one in the middle of his shirt. We were going to record as much as we could, and if we got evidence or proof, we'd delete the useless footage and pick out what we needed. The girls made us breakfast, and it was quite alluring. But of course, I couldn't forget the most important part. I was going to question them, and I told Daryl to have a chat with them, to try to sense their reactions. There was a possibility we could catch one of them giving a secret smirk or a condescending look. Looking at him, I saw him playing with the roasted broccoli on his plate. The breakfast was one I knew he liked, roasted broccoli and bacon pasta salad. He usually enjoyed it, but he had been playing with it, nudging it gently back and forth with his fork. "Is the food not to your liking?" Sandra asked him. "No, it's nice," he said, but still didn't eat out of it. "You should try it. Sandra's a great cook," Jenny said shyly. "I will." Daryl replied and took a mouthful. Trey's phone rang. "Why the hell is she calling me?" he muttered, and I looked at his phone. "Who's devil at 8?" I asked, and he got up with a smile. "Sadie, excuse me, please," he said and left the table. "I'm guessing this is the last meal we're having together as boss and employees. If I can't find who I need to find today, I'm dismissing all of you," I said, and they stopped eating, looking at each other again. "I might consider not being harsh if you come clean. Whoever did this should come clean. If you don't, then I can't guarantee what will happen," I said, chewing slowly. Trey returned, and I was shocked to see it was with Sadie and one of her older friends. "Good morning." The boy greeted us all, and the girls greeted back, but I was too stunned to reply. What was she doing there? "Darrell, Trey, would you guys mind sitting on the sofas?" Sadie asked, and Trey took off his plate with a menacing look. "Wait till I get you, Miss Granger," he whispered, and I almost chuckled. How did she manage to get something on Trey? Darrell stood with his food, and Sadie and her friend sat. "I guess I can also have 2 servings of this," she said, with a bright smile. "Wait a sec," Sandra said, leaving the table. "Doesn't Emily know what's happening?" "Oh yeah, wait, meet George, a friend of mine." "Hi George, nice to meet you," I said. "Nice to meet you too, Alpha Lucas," he replied. "All right, now can I know what the 2 of you are doing here instead of school?" I asked. "My teacher said not to enter the class without showing her my project, which is completely undone, so he's here to help me with it. I actually intended to visit your employees to ask them for help, since I can't imagine who else would help me. It's funny to see you're having breakfast while Daryl's nudes are online." "Oops, sorry Daryl. Where were we? Isn't Emily aware of all that's happening?" she asked, after spilling words like rice pouring from a punctured sack. "Thank you," she said sweetly as Sandra served her and George. "Thank you," George said. "Keep eating. We won't discuss anything as long as she's here," I said to the girls who had stopped eating. "Duh, I don't need to know what's going on, but anyways, as for my project, I'll need lots and lots of Wi-Fi," Sadie said. "Hotspot?" I asked. "No, just the Wi-Fi. I can't do it at school, and no one would listen to me at home. This was just the greatest opportunity. Now, can we sweet ladies kindly turn on our Wi-Fi?" she asked, and they did so. "You too, Lucas? You have your phone on you, right, Darrell? And you too, George? And Trey?" "How many people's Wi-Fi do you need?" I asked. "As many as possible, but I'll have my meal first," she said, taking large bites. "Rush it up, George. We're still returning to school," she said, and I looked at the influencers who were probably still wondering about the little girl who had suddenly barged in, talking non-stop. She and George finished their food before everyone else, and George got on his laptop. The 2 of them sat in a corner, doing their so-called project, while I stared at the influencers, slowly scrutinizing them. "What if you search all our rooms?" Jenny asked. She was obviously unable to take it off her mind. "We did that already, didn't we?" Paris asked. "Then we can do it again," Jenny replied. Tenor packed up the plates, as she could see almost all of us were done eating, and we talked right there at the dining table. It took Tenor 10 minutes to return, and she looked pale. "Is there no way you can find out who's making us go through all this trouble?" "I really like this job," Keith said. "You can search our rooms again. Do anything. We won't complain." Judy added, Isn't there a way you can get someone to prove it's photoshopped? Paris asked. Well, Lucas, Sadie suddenly shouted. What's wrong with you? I asked tiredly, and she ran to me with the laptop. Look at this, she said, placing the laptop in front of me, and I saw photos, the photoshopped photos of Daryl. You're not supposed to be looking at this, I said, about to shut the laptop, but she swatted my hand away. Not that, this, she said, and I saw photos. Photos striking the same poses Daryl had struck in the indecent photos. Except the faces were different. They were the original photos, and Daryl's face and body had been adjusted onto them. Who owns whose? I began, speechlessly. Phone, she asked with a smile. Phone, I said. I believe it's hers. She said, looking up at one of the girls, and I looked up. It was, Damn, Jenny! Emily's pove. Why did you do that? I asked, after seeing him put my phone on airplane mode. I missed Lucas, and he was finally calling, but I couldn't pick his call. Why? I thought I explained my reasons. These 3 days are for us alone, no interruptions. You can't connect to anyone outside of this town. It has to be just the both of us. Is it that hard to comprehend? And what if it's an important call? I haven't seen a place where employees are denied from taking calls on business trips. I shot back, annoyed at his selfish behavior. And what would Lucas say that can be really important? I believe it can wait. Or are you dating him? You can't stay away from him for 3 days? This is unacceptable. No company's this. I haven't seen. You're seeing it now, Emily. Do I have to run my business the way others run theirs? I believe not, he said, sipping his tea. Whatever important thing he has to say, I'm sure he can handle it on his own, so don't worry. We have to go out soon. Eat, he said, but I didn't. I made to leave. Before I could make 3 steps away, he had grabbed my arm. Please, just eat, he said, and I looked at him. I don't want to fight. Just let's be without distractions. Today's the last day we're spending here, isn't it? He said, and I sighed. One more night, and I would see Lucas. I wouldn't have to endure John. I sat just as he wanted and crammed the bread into my mouth. Finishing my breakfast would earn me some alone time without him. After breakfast, John and I drove out onto the streets, and I folded my arms when he brought me to the cinema we frequented back. His plan was already obvious to me. He wanted me to visit the old places, in hopes that it would awaken old feelings in me. I scoffed, wondering if he'd grow up. We got our tickets for the movie, and he insisted on getting the couple popcorn and a jumbo-sized drink with 2 straws. The theater was cool, but not cold. It couldn't be cold compared to the weather outside. Guess what we're watching? He asked, and I raised a brow. What? The Hunchback. If you need a napkin, I have loads on me, he said, and I scoffed. I still remember you were the one always needing them. You're no man in front of a sad movie, John, I said, and he chuckled. That was years ago. I have changed. Shh, the movie is starting, I said as total darkness fell over the theater. More people came in, filling up the seats, and I wondered why they couldn't make it before the movie started. They were distracting us. The place was cramped up, and due to the amount of people and their heavy, layered clothing, the theater became warmer. The movie began on a funny note, and each time I wanted to burst out laughing, I'd bite my lip with flared nostrils. But each time, it was a failure. John seemed thrilled to hear me laugh. It was like mission accomplished to him. And each time our hands touched while taking popcorn, he'd try to lock his finger around mine, which came off as disgusting. Whenever I tried to sip, he'd turn and demand to sip, wanting us to sip together, but I didn't give him that satisfaction. I let him sip from his straw first, before sipping from mine. And at the end of the movie, he ended up needing his napkins. When the main character died, I could resist laughing silently at his tear-filled eyes. The tears rolled down his cheeks, and his eyes were completely glued to the screen. He couldn't even notice me laughing at him. Have you finally gotten your business idea? I asked when we stepped onto the streets. Not yet. It's still forming. Since the movie made things so sad, let's go somewhere happy, he said, and I rolled my eyes. I already knew where his next stop would be. The arcade. It was another place we had visited as love-crazed teens. Do you remember? He asked as we stepped out of the car, minutes later after getting to the arcade. I do, I replied. I want to try the song machine again. Do you still listen to blues? he asked, pulling me inside. Being back at a place where our energy was usually the highest seemed to instill energy into us. We found the song machine, which would jump from song to song. The more lines you sang perfectly, the more scores you got. Hello from the other side. I sang to Adele's Hello, but the song changed quickly. Gosh, I know this song, John exclaimed, and we happened to remember at the same time. We sang together. Wild, wild, wild. I want to love you for miles and miles. We both laughed as we sang together without mistakes. This is Taylor Swift's, he began, trying to remember. He'd never tell you, but he can play guitar. Think he can see through everything but my heart. I sang, and he clapped. The song changed. Just a smile and the rain is gone. We sang together without skipping a beat. Can hardly believe that. Yeah, there's an angel standing next to me, reaching for my heart. We were like teens with renewed energy. The old blues we always listened to seemed to spark fire in our hearts. After the song machine, we went for more games: shooting, archery, driving, quiz, computer games. For a moment, I forgot about everything else and basked in that moment. It was my only chance to go back to the past. In the arcade, he wasn't cheating, lying, and aggressive John, but the John who only wanted to love me. After the arcade, we sang in the car to Westlife. I lay my love on you, it's all I want to do. Every time We stopped. What's the next line? I asked, and he laughed. I don't remember. I think it's every time I breathe, I feel brand new. Yes, then it's, you open up my heart. Show me all your love. Ouch, I've forgotten that too. I said, hitting my lip, let's finish it. As I lay my love on you, I completed and we laughed. You know, Emily, no one is perfect. We all make mistakes. I don't want you to change when we get back to the mansion. He said, and I began to fiddle with the radio buttons. You might get there and start thinking maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm lying to you. I want you to know that. Stop, I said. At least let me explain. No, stop. The radio, I said, and he stopped. He called for a press conference that seemed to go wrong, as the public could not accept that the leaked sexual photos of Darrell Granger were photoshopped. The announcer was saying, I have to go back. What? Lucas will solve that. You can't just... No, I have to go. You mean this has been happening and I know nothing about it? Emily, it's just one more night, he said, but I couldn't wait for one more night. Was that why Lucas had called? Was everything fine back at home? Did he need someone to talk to? John, Emily, just one more night won't hurt. We leave in the morning, just one more night. Fine, I'll jump out, I said, pushing open the door. Lucas Povey. How shocked I was. I never really suspected Jenny. Are you sure? I asked Sadie while staring at Jenny. Yeah, her pictures are all over, Sadie replied. What happened? Jenny asked insecurely. We just hacked into all your phones, and in your secret hidden files we found these, Sadie said, turning the laptop towards Jenny. Jenny stared at it for a while with the same ignorant expression, but unexpectedly she pushed the laptop away and sprang out of her chair, racing for the door. George, Sadie called, and George tried to catch her, but she pushed him away. He hit his head on the table, and Sadie screamed, rushing to him. Darrell and Trey ran after her and managed to hold on to her sweatshirt. She buckled, trying to release herself, but they easily overpowered her, and Trey held her hands painfully behind her back. She winced and gave up fighting. They led her to the sofa, and I got up. The girls were completely shocked. They, just like me, couldn't believe the culprit was Jenny all along. Jenny, who had panic attacks, who cried easily, who was always shy and sweet. We all crossed the dining to the living room, where she was being held down on the sofa by Trey and Darrell. Darrell looked like he wanted to wring her neck. I didn't even bother telling him to control his emotions, since he was on camera. He had every right to be angry. I sat on the sofa opposite them, and the girls sat around in different places. Mina stood up, walking to Jenny. Jenny looked up at her, and before she could even do or say a thing, Mina slapped her hard. The girls exclaimed, but none of them said a thing. It was probably a desire of theirs, too. I'm sorry. I couldn't hold it, she said to me and returned to her seat. Then Jenny scoffed. So what? She asked, and we were all shocked at the transformation of her voice. Her sweet voice had fallen apart, revealing a hard voice. You think I'm going to go to the public and tell them I photoshopped those photos? No way. Even if you hit me, torture me, or threaten me, I'm never going to say that. she said, looking at us with soulless eyes. She ought to be an actress. Her look, her voice, her smile, her gait, she had changed everything to suit a shy and insecure person. She was the one who had given off the bad aura when we first met. The evidence is right here, I said, tapping the laptop. You hacked into my phone. That's an offense, she replied. They're minors and we're just playing around with the Wi-Fi for a project, I said with a smile. I never knew Sadie was that smart. She fooled even me. What crazy project at school would need lots of Wi-Fi? She only wanted to hack into each phone and see if there was anything useful in it, and she had found gold. I had to admit it was foolish of Jenny to keep such files in her phone. Even if they were hidden, phones were better accessed than laptops. Was her real name even Jenny? I can easily say they imputed that into the laptop. Everyone would believe me since the Grangers always go to extreme ends to cover up the wicked things they've done. Always go to extreme ends. What do you think we have had to cover up? Absolutely nothing, I said, and she scoffed. You imprisoned my whole family when they didn't even commit crimes. If not for my uncle who told me I could get revenge by coming here, I would have been hopeless. Your family? They probably committed crimes, I said, and she scoffed. What did Mandy do? Mandy? I asked, a little shocked. She got into prison even though she did nothing. Oh, really? I always knew she was dumb, I said, chuckling, leaning backwards on the sofa. She has no hand in this. Then you're dumb. How come photoshopping was your grand idea? No, the grand idea was to make them real, she said with a scowl. You were going to sleep with a minor? I asked, disgusted. Yes, but it turned out the minor was scared of older women coming close. She replied, looking at Darrell with malice, and I laughed. Maybe he was just scared of you, so your big plan failed and you photoshopped instead. Of course, I did. It's my revenge, and I'm proud of it. No one might know who brought down the Grangers, but I'll take complete pride in knowing I did, she said, and I took off the camera chip on my tie. You have a flash drive? I asked George. Yes, I do, he said, taking off his bag. Sadie was staring at Jenny with a look of contempt, refusing to leave George's head, which she insisted on checking for traces of blood. Do you also have good editing skills? I asked him, and he smiled before nodding and handing the flash drive to me. I opened the chip and took out the memory card in it before placing it in the flash drive. I connected it to the laptop and played the recorded video right from where Jenny tried to run. Dear Jenny, I won't need to torture you to reveal to the public what you did, because you already have, I said, turning the laptop towards her while playing it thrice the speed so she could see herself speaking foolishly and stupidly. Her expression turned from coolness to shock. She made to fly at the laptop, but Darrell and Trey stopped her. Edit it so it doesn't have any problems and give it to the public, I said, giving the memory card to Trey once I had taken it out of the laptop. Shouldn't this be the right time to have a panic attack? I asked, looking down on Jenny, who looked at me with angry tears in her eyes. Oh my, they were fake too? I asked, with a smirk. She would make a damn good actress. Well, that was in another life. My family was going to make sure she never got out of prison. From stealing to breaking in, her alleged crimes wouldn't stop. It's over now, Darrell, I said, later that evening in my office. The video had aired perfectly, and no one knew about us hacking into her system. They only knew what they had to know. Thank you so much, Lucas. You should thank Sadie and her friend, George. Treat them out to something nice. You never know, he may turn out to be a friend. Maybe. You don't have to be scared to go to school, okay? And you're to report to me if anyone says shit about you. Tell me who they are, and I'll sue them for slander, I said, and he chuckled. I think I should be able to go to school with my head high now. Those who believed the news and talked nonsense about me would be ashamed, he said, smiling as he stared into blank space. I'll meet with Dorella first, he said, taking his leave. Bye. Bye, Lucas. After everything, I realized I had so much work to do. The video was being shared from account to account, social platform to social platform, but my work wasn't moving on its own. I began to work until I decided taking them home would do. It was the last day of Emily's 3-day trip. Maybe she'd be home in the morning. I couldn't wait to see her. Just 3 days, and I missed her already. I went home and continued my work, But after a while, I decided to take a walk. It wasn't snowing, and the snow on the ground was little. It was better than the previous winter. Then it had snowed almost every day, and while walking, our feet was always sinking in snow. On my way back, I saw Emily getting out of a car, and I wondered just what on earth she was doing at the mansion. I had expected her to be home the next day. She saw me and began to run. It made me so happy. She was happy to see me. When she came close, I surprised myself by not caring. We were still outside and could be seen by passers-by. Her, Emily's povee. John had stopped the car, but had still tried to persuade me. I didn't bother listening, not even when he offered to take me there. I had hailed the first cab I saw, and he had happily driven through the long distance after I told him I would pay him well. Just outside the compound, after I had paid him, I saw Lucas coming in the opposite direction, with canned drinks in a white polythene bag his hand. I felt like a kid seeing their mom after a long day at school. It was impossible to walk to him. I forgot every other thing and ran to him with a bright smile. He was also happy to see me and threw his arms around me. I didn't even care that people could be passing by. His hug was warm, and I wanted to stay in it. It made my chest tingle and my heartbeat skyrocketed, but it was a pleasant beat. He released me and looked down at me, smiling, and I wondered, do I have feelings for Lucas? Why does his smile affect me so? Why do I long to drown in the green sea of his eyes? Why am I so happy just because I saw him and he hugged me? You seem really bright, he said, and I laughed. You also seem bright, I returned, and he raised a brow. Didn't you hear about what happened? He asked, walking into the compound. You didn't pick or return my calls. I was there when you called, but John wouldn't let me pick it. I replied immediately. I thought as much. He had this stupid rule, telling me not to use my phone. He kept saying he didn't want us having any connection with the outside world. That was so infuriating. He didn't let me have access to at the moment my phone is in his hands. His hands? He asked, and I nodded. When he returns, I'll take it from him. How did the whole Durrell thing happen? I asked. Oh, it was solved today, hours ago, he replied as we walked into the mansion. The maids looked excited to see me, and I waved at them, smiling too. The house was probably empty with only Lucas in it. I didn't know if the kids visited, but Katie had no reason to visit, so I doubted they saw her. In the kitchen, he placed the drinks he bought in the fridge and proceeded to make tea for us. Mandy's sister made those photos, he said, and my jaw fell. Mandy, oh my God, when me and Sadie went to the prison, she said something about bringing the family down. I was wondering if she had a plan right there in the prison, but gosh, I said, still surprised at the news. The sister was a nut job. She fooled everyone by appearing as a weak, sweet, desperate, and fragile person, but it was all a lie. She even faked her voice. Unbelievable. Did you guys get her? Sadie's friend hacked into their phones. George? I asked with a smile. You know him? He was the one who helped hack into Mandy's phone to reveal her conversations with John. I replied, and he raised a brow. Really? Yeah. So he had a hand in taking down the sisters. He should get something nice from me. I agree with that. How did you feel when the whole thing happened? I asked as he served us with tea and sat in front of me. I felt I was going to go crazy. You couldn't believe it, I said, smiling. The comments were so... If I could punch people through comment boxes, I'd have been arrested for mass assault, he said, and I laughed. The comments were mean. Of course, everyone's waiting for our downfall. They were more than happy to see us trending in the news, not for accomplishments, but for disgrace. Unfortunately, the matter is solved, and they can shut their mouths now. Gosh, people are so mean. Durrell actually attempted suicide. What? I asked, choking on my tea. Careful there, he said, laughing. Genevieve was so mad at him and hurt him with her words. Then she told him to get lost. He went ahead to find every pill in the house and decided to chew on them. Every pill? They could have numbered 50 or more. If I didn't have sharp eyesight, I wouldn't have noticed it was a container he had thrown into the water. He has some guts, but then I understand him. At times like that, you want everyone to be on your side so you can feel a little okay. When the person you like most isn't on your side, it can be painful, I said softly, holding my cup between my hands, enjoying the warmth. I'm just glad it's over. Hey, Sadie said. coming in. "Did you hear of my brilliant act? And where are the things you bought for me? You went on a trip but didn't bring anything back," she asked, and I sighed. "I'm sorry. Next time I go on a trip, I'll try to bring something." "Seriously? You didn't even bring a peck for Lucas?" she asked, and I blushed pink. "Okay, you're getting out of here," I said, dashing to her. I lifted her against her will and took her out of the kitchen. "She'll bring a kiss soon, Lucas. She's just shy. The peck is in her pocket," she shouted as I ran. "Gosh, you're so embarrassing." "Sadie, stop," I said, even though I was grinning from ear to ear. The next day, John arrived just in time for breakfast. "I'm so hungry. I'll quickly change into fresh clothes," he said, and I disappeared into the kitchen. I didn't know how we were supposed to interact after having such fun together at the arcade. Surely not completely friendly, right? I fiddled with the bowls for a while. "Emily," Sadie called. "I'm hungry. The twins and Jude are here. They also want breakfast," she said. "Really?" I asked, leaving the kitchen. They had also come for breakfast. "Hi there," I said, shy for no reason. "Hi," Darella and Jude said. "You were totally absent when my case was going on," Darrell said. "When you see John, blame him. He has my phone with him," I said with a smile. "Congratulations on being freed," I added, and walked back into the kitchen. I made tea for us to have with our casserole, and was serving everyone with vegetable broth when I heard John coming down the stairs. "Your food is," I was saying, with my back turned to him, but stopped in shock as he back-hugged me. "John's povee." She stiffened immediately. I hugged her, which of course I did on purpose. I wanted Lucas to know we were no longer enemies, and that, like I told him, we were coming back together eventually. This was just the beginning. She dropped the ladle into the broth, and her hands flew to my fingers, prying them apart. Then she turned to me abruptly. "What are you doing?" she asked, then turned to glance at Lucas, who was looking at me. "How can you just touch me like that?" she asked, but half of the time her eyes were darting to where Lucas sat. Were they dating? They couldn't be dating, could they? She was acting really suspicious. It was a morning greeting. "Why are you so flustered?" I asked, and her eyebrows knitted closely. "Well, your morning greeting is uncomfortable. You keep crossing the line and forgetting that we're no longer together. I thought we agreed that you'll no longer embarrass me with such shameless acts," she asked, and I was 100% sure that she was only doing it to assure Lucas that nothing was going on between us. "So you mean I can't even hug you?" I asked, settling in my seat. She served the last bowl without replying and took the pot to the kitchen. I heard water gush out of the tap and smiled. Maybe her heart skipped a beat. Lucas took his eyes off me and went back to his casseroles. Emily returned from the kitchen with wet hands and sat in the vacant chair, which happened to be next to me. "You didn't answer my question. Can I hug you like that?" I asked, and her cheeks turned red. "Quit it," she said with clenched teeth. "What's with the two of you? The air between you is not so heavy anymore," Darella observed. "Exactly, we made up," I said, and saw Lucas stop for a second before lifting broth into his mouth. Emily looked even more flustered, and her hands shook slightly. Why was she so worked up? "I love you, Emily," I said, and her spoon clattered to the floor. Everyone looked at her, and she gave a flitting fake smile and went under the table to pick the spoon. She took an oddly long amount of time to bring it back to the table. "I'll wash this," she said, getting up, but I dumped my spoon into her broth and snatched hers. "Use this." "You don't have to," she said quietly, but I began to use her spoon. Everyone stared at us, even Lucas. "Can't you just marry me?" I asked, placing a casserole on my broth-filled spoon, and she slammed her spoon angrily on the table, causing everyone, including me, to jump. "What's your problem this morning?" she asked, turning to me, and I smiled. She obviously didn't want to upset Lucas. "Is it wrong to propose to the woman I love?" "Just because we ended our fight doesn't mean you can erase all the things you did to me just like that. We ended our fight not because I forgot all the horrible things about you, but because I chose to forgive you. So know your place and stop acting out," she said with her nostrils flaring, and got up from her seat, pushing back her chair aggressively. She picked up her tray and left the dining table. I smiled. "My 3-day trip worked. Sweet family, you'll hear of a marriage soon," I said, stirring my broth. My main aim was to communicate that loud and clear to Lucas. The next day was a Saturday, and everyone was busy relaxing. I went down the stairs and met Lucas and Emily in the living room laughing hard. Katie sat with them, smiling as she checked the reports on the progress of different departments. The smile on her face was 100% fake. The next time I went down the stairs, Emily and Lucas were alone in the dining, talking in low tones. "Aren't they such a nice couple?" Sadie asked, standing next to me. "What?" I asked, giving her a nasty side-eye. "That's my plan. I told them to find out where I hid Lucas's office files before evening. They wasted their time thinking I was joking, but now they're serious. I told them if I happened to overhear them almost closing in on my hiding spot, then I'd change the location. They've been whispering since then, and going everywhere together. It's all part of the matchmaking process," she said, and raised her brows at me before walking past me. That little brat. She was doing it on purpose. Well, I was going to show her she couldn't win against me by marrying Emily. "Is a lady's heart that hard to win?" I heard Katie ask behind me, and I turned. "What did you say? Your 3-day trip wasn't enough to get her to marry you?" she asked, holding the reports against her chest. "I got her to forgive me. There's no bad blood between us now. I'm moving at a steady rate." "Slow and steady, right?" she asked. "Katie," I called in a warning tone. "Forgive me," she said sarcastically, holding out the reports to me. "Maybe I'm just ready to find work elsewhere, with a rational boss who doesn't sleep around, and expect his own wife to come back crawling to him," she said as I took the reports from her. I watched her leave, her heels sounding elegant on the floor. Katie couldn't resign. She was my closest employee, and knew me more than any other employee did. If I lost her, I'd have to start all over again with a new employee, and 5 years worth of working together, and doing things together couldn't be formed in a day, week, month, or year. She knew I wouldn't want to lose her as an employee or friend. "That's why you're acting out," I said, annoyed. Even late at night, I could still hear Emily and Lucas talking. What were they talking about? It made me annoyed with Emily. I sat in my room, hitting my desk with a dice held between my thumb and index finger. I needed to change my strategy. She was staying with Lucas way too much, even after I tried to love her. Even if I brought in a lady, it wouldn't hurt her because she didn't need or love me. I needed to make her love me, and I would make her love me. John's Pav. I looked out the window and saw it was snowing heavily. The snowflakes seemed to turn and fall like confetti. The morning would definitely be dull and gloomy. Katie couldn't have left, so I dialed her number. She picked on the third ring. "Yes," she asked. "Where are you?" I asked. "In the living room." "Lucas and Emily?" "In the kitchen." "Damn them, well, I need you." "For what exactly?" she asked, with her tone sounding hard. "I'm not telling you to sleep with me. I want information. Come up to my room," I said, rolling my eyes. "I'll be there," she replied, and ended the call. "You are mine, Emily. Mine and no one else's," I said, pouring myself wine. "We're going to end up marrying, and I'll find a way to convince you that I'm the best for you." I picked up my glass, looking at it like it were Emily. "You enjoyed singing with me at the arcade. We shared popcorn at the cinema, and you blush each time you look at me. You want me. You love me. You just don't know it yet, and I would make you know it," I said, then drank. The wine was sweet, and it refreshed me. It would all be fine. I was quite sure of the battle I was fighting. It was one I would win. My door opened, and Katie walked in. I got up and went to my shoe rack. I pulled out warm fur slippers and handed them to Katie. "You've been wearing heels all morning," I said, and she took them from me and gave a reluctant smile. "So you actually care," she replied, going to my bed, where she swapped her heels for the slippers. "There's this kind of marriage I heard about once. It was the old alpha marriage. Once they're bound, they cannot be separated," I said, settling in my chair and moving in front of her with the aid of its wheels. "Oh, the old alpha marriage," she said, smiling and leaning on her arms, which supported her weight behind her on the bed. "Yeah, things were good then. An alpha could have only one mate. Once bound, bound forever, but now things are so crooked in the name of modernity. A man like John Granger can have 100 mates," she said, and I chuckled. "That's not true. I only play around with them." "So what? Why are you asking about marriages?" "I was thinking of marriages, because I want to marry Emily. I'm wondering how I can convince her to marry me. While I was thinking of that, I thought about the old alpha marriage. You want to do that with her? She asked. No way. She'd never consent to it. Back then it was nice. You'd know that no one was taking your mate away from you. He was yours and only yours. Do you think Lucas is your mate? I don't know. He could be. I heard that back then. You knew your mate just by locking eyes with them or touching them. But now you wouldn't even know your mate even if you lived with them, I replied. When did you know Emily was your mate? The first time we kissed. We both realized it and laughed, I said, and she smiled. Maybe the next time Lucas and I kiss, we might realize we share a bond. Hopefully. The next day, as I walked, my feet sunk deep into the snow. Pretty Christmas lights were hung around, and Aunt Genevieve was instructing the tree men on the best places to place the Christmas trees. Sadie and Jude were dressed till they were as fat as bears, and the sound of their giggles sliced through the cold air as they decorated a Christmas tree. Emily was sitting in the snow with Lucas, staring at him as he spoke. Darrell and Dorella were watching something Darrell's phone and seemed excited. Everyone was doing something Christmas-related, except me, who was heading over to Aunt Genevieve sulkily. You called for me, I said grumpily. Oh yes, go into your dad's mansion. Wait for us in his study, she said, and I headed inside without a word. No one was in his study, and I sat on the chair, dusting my coat, as I waited for them. Uncle Will came in first and sat opposite me. How are you doing, John? He asked. I'm doing fine, Uncle Will, I replied. You look restless. I'm just wondering what you guys want to see me for. It's odd for you guys to call me out of the blue, I said, leaning back in my chair, and he smiled. I think it's about something you already know. Marriage? I asked, flatly. Yes, marriage, my dad said, coming in with Aunt Genevieve and Aunt Mira. They sat in front of me, and I sighed. What's your next step? Aunt Genevieve asked. Have you found a woman? Aunt Mira asked. If you haven't, then let us pick for you. Uncle Will said, I'm a grown man, and I can do the picking myself. I decide who I want to be with, I said, and Aunt Mira rolled her eyes. So when are you going to get married? Let us know how to deal with things and what story and excuse we'll give for you not marrying Waston. Aunt Mira snapped. You don't need to worry about a story. I'm still marrying her. Emily? Uncle Will asked. Yes, I'm still going to get married to Emily, so you don't need to worry, I said firmly. How are you going to get married to a woman who resents you and is always seen with your uncle? Dad asked. You only need to wait. I'll bring the good news to you soon. I hope preparations for the Christmas party is going on well. Merry Christmas in advance, I said, got to my feet and left the room. I didn't bother talking to Emily or bothering her. Giving her space for a few days was the next thing to do, before I continued researching on how to get her to love me again. The 3-day trip worked. She was no longer mad at me and was talking to me. I needed another effective plan like the 3-day trip, one that would make her realize she would never stop liking me. I gave Emily the few days break she deserved, and on the night of the Christmas party, when people were dancing merrily, greeting strangers happily with a Merry Christmas, eating, drinking, talking, forming connections, and meeting mates, for the first time, I decided to keep her company. She sat with the children, and I pulled up a chair next to her. Hi, I said. Hi, she replied. Your dress is not exactly Christmas-ish, is it? I teased, looking at the golden dress she wore. It was fitting and flared out beautifully at her knees. It had no arms, revealing her beautiful shoulders and the soft curve of her neck. It is, she said, pointing to the shiny green ribbon holding her beautiful hair in a bun. Then she held out a foot showing a shiny red heel. There's my red and green. Where's yours? She asked, indicating my white tuxedo with black lapels. Here it is, I said, plucking a red and green leaf from a nearby tree and tucked it into my pocket. She laughed. Now you're complete. Can we be friends again? Not just people who aren't fighting with each other. Can we be real friends? Friends who call, friends who text, friends who hang out like we did at the arcade, friends who talk late into the night? I asked. It was the next thing to do. Once we hung out frequently, redoing all the things we used to do, there was no doubt she'd feel love again. Love for me. She looked at her smooth and slender fingers which held themselves on the table. Emily, I called softly. I'm not asking for much, am I? She glanced quickly at me and went back to staring at her fingers. Are you a thing with Lucas? No, she said immediately. Then why don't you want to be friends with me? It's sudden. We can be friends who see each other and talk nicely, but not yet friends who stay together all the time. I have other friends too. Lucas? Sadie, the kids. It has to be a gradual process, she replied. That's fine with me, I said, reaching out for a pack of cards on a shelf behind me. What comes to your mind when you see cards? I asked her, picking a card. A house of cards, she said, picking a card and setting it against mine. We still got this strange clicking connection, I said, picking another card, laying it gently atop the two that had found comfort in each other. I guess we'll make good friends, she said, setting another card perfectly. And we went on, building our house. We were totally unaware of everything going around us. It felt like we were in an entirely different world of ours. The noise, the music, the people, they weren't there. The only thing that existed was me and her, and our house of cards, which crumbled immediately. Sadie dropped a macaron on it. Sadie, we both snapped, and she giggled. You should make this with the man I'm matchmaking you with, not John, she said, and bounced off. Gosh, it was beautiful, Emily said, unaware of her pout. I laughed. Hey, want to have dinner with some friends on New Year? New Year? I'll let them know we're no longer together, so you can be comfortable. I just would like you to be there. New Year? It's a bit... You have plans with Lucas? No. Then please come with me. They'll be delighted to see you, so they won't think we're engaged or anything like that? Nope. Then, it's fine, she said, smiling, and I tucked away a strand of hair from her face. She turned pink. I can do that myself, she said, looking like she didn't know how to feel about me touching her. I have to find someone. Bye, she said, getting up, and I watched her go. At that point, I didn't bother if she was going to find Lucas or not. I had already made up my mind. I was going to escalate things and do something risky, something bold, something reckless. Waiting for the moment was for weak fools. Seizing the moment was for conquerors. And I was a conqueror, Emily's povee. I looked at myself in the mirror. I had dressed in a white satin shirt and a long, pleated black silk skirt. It was the last day of the year, and I wanted to look simple because John wasn't worth looking impressive for. I definitely didn't want him thinking I had dressed up prettily for him, because dressing up prettily for him was the last thing on my mind. Pretty casual, right? I asked, throwing out my arms, showing myself to Sadie, who sat on my bed, eating hot potatoes, which she juggled between her palms. You look pretty, she said, and blew hot steam from her mouth. I do? Do you think I should change into a casual t-shirt and pants? I asked, going to my wardrobe. You shouldn't come on, I said, taking out a white t-shirt and a pair of blue boyfriend jeans. John is acting really weird. He's not usually this sweet. He wants something, she said. He wants to be friends, I said, hopping around as I tried to put on the jeans while standing. Friends, my foot. He's after you. He wants to get married to you. Mom was speaking to herself the other day. He has quite the audacity. How dare he think of getting the woman he cheated on repeatedly, she said, mimicking her mother, and I laughed, taking off my shirt. He knows he can't get married to me. I already made that clear to him so many times, and I won't hesitate to break it to him again if he tries bringing it up. I said, and she rolled her eyes. It's just dinner, Sadie. Just dinner indeed. So many things can happen with just dinner. Chill. We're not even alone. We're meeting some friends, I said, tucking the t-shirt into the jeans. Whom he hired to kidnap you, she said, and I stopped. Okay, you have a wild imagination. It's scary, I said, taking my bag, scarf, and a brown coat. I left the room, hoping I wouldn't meet Lucas as I wrapped my scarf around my neck. It would hurt me to tell him I was going to meet John. Honestly, the past few weeks had been bliss. We had talked so much, and Sadie had a huge role to play in it. Each time I saw him, my heart skidded, beating like it had a grudge against me. When I was with him, it sent nasty butterflies scattered in my tummy, and whenever he moved closer, I'd feel something sinking in my belly, and my movement would stop. It was a weird but sweet feeling, and I kept on having the urge to touch him, hug him, cuddle him. He didn't know how good he looked in white. Gosh, I died a million times each time he blended in the snow. The street was alive as I walked through it. My scarf was warm on my neck, and so was the coat around me. Couples, families, friends, children, the street was so busy. Christmas lights everywhere, and the sound of Christmas carols blaring from different shops and restaurants. The snowflakes dropped slowly and beautifully, and I smiled at them. John had told me to meet them at the restaurant, since he was coming from afar, and I was closer to it. I took a cab after taking in the beauty of the night, and shortly I got to the restaurant. I smiled. And a happy new year. Good tidings we bring to you and your king. I sang to the song playing as I walked in. John wasn't hard to spot. As always, he was next to the window. He waved at me, and I went to meet him. "Your friends are yet to be here?" I asked, dropping my bag on the chair next to me. "You look beautiful. Let's order something," he said as I sat. "Something simple." "I'll be back," he said and left. I watched him for a while before checking the time on my phone. It was 42 minutes past 7. My phone buzzed before I could turn it off, and I saw a message from Lucas. With a smile, I tapped on it. "Do you want to go somewhere with me on New Year? Trey's having a party." I smiled widely. "Sure, what time is it?" "It's overnight, but the real party starts in the morning around 10. Will you come?" "Yes, I will." "And would you accept a gift from me?" "What is it?" "Secret." John returned with the food, which looked heavenly. "Wow. Behold the chicken drizzled with cilantro vinaigrette," John said dramatically, and I laughed. "With its noble knight, roasted sweet potatoes seasoned with seasoning." I played along, checking out the potatoes. He laughed. "Simple much?" he asked. "Very much," I replied, smiling. "Then I guess I have to wait till tomorrow." I texted Lucas back, and he replied almost immediately. "Are you home?" "No, I have to go." "Bye. See you tomorrow," I sent, adding smiling emojis to my texts. "Bye," he replied. "Who are you texting?" I asked. "Lucas. We're done talking, though," I said, dropping my phone, and he pushed a cocktail to me. "Here," he said, smiling. "Thanks. By the way, where are your friends?" I asked, taking a bite. "They should be here. I don't know what's taking them so long," he said, looking at his watch. "Let's start eating. They'll meet us, and we'll order snacks," he said, and I nodded. We began to eat, but even long after our meal, John's friends were nowhere to be found. "I'll give them a call. Maybe something came up," he said, and left. I checked the time. It was 53 minutes past 8. We had waited over an hour for them. When John came back, he had 2 more cocktails with him. "Something came up. They'll be here in about 15 minutes," he said, and I nodded. He handed me the cocktail, and I took it. "I'm sorry about their behavior. It's wrong and, first impression," he said, and I smiled. "It's fine, as long as they're decent people who don't make crude jokes," I said, and he laughed. "No, they don't make crude jokes," he said, laughing. This cocktail tastes good. It's different from the other one." "Really?" I asked, looking at the drink. "Let's see who finishes their drink first," he said, and we both grabbed our drinks and drank without the straw. I finished mine first, and he smiled. "Gosh, you're fast," he said, and I smiled. "I am fast. If your friends aren't here in 15 minutes, I'm afraid I'll have to leave," I said, and turned on my phone to check the time, but then it turned black. I couldn't see the time. "What's wrong with my phone?" I looked at John, but he was black too. Nothing was wrong with my phone. Something was wrong with my vision. "What? You can't see?" John asked rather calmly, and I could hear the sound of him pouring water into his cocktail. "John," I said in an almost whisper. "John, I didn't spike your drink," he said, and my head felt like it was spinning out of control. All the noise mixed up together, the sound, the music, the laughter, conversations. There was a loud shrill in my ear. "John, you." Lucas Pope. "Hey," I said, nudging Trey with my foot. "You're going to have a party, right?" "Nope, this New Year I'm staying alone," he replied, scrolling through social media. "Why?" "That was quite odd. You have parties every year for Christmas and New Year." "I feel dull." "You can't feel dull. You'll be holding a party," I said. Not after I told Emily he was holding a party. "Says who?" "Says me." "Why?" "I will give you the money you need for everything. If you don't have enough money, that's why you're not throwing a party, right?" I asked, and he turned to me slowly, and just as slowly, his straight face broke into a smile. "You got me. Now why do you need a party?" "Because I told Emily you were having one. So do you have people to invite? So many. About 13 people have asked if I was having a party or not. Great. You'll create the order of events, right? I told her the party is overnight, but the real deal starts in the morning by 10. Just invite 20 to 25 people. 3 or 4 hours should be enough. All right, so how much are you dropping for this party? He asked with a large, eager smile. I'm dropping my card. Do whatever you like with it. For the party, and it's also my New Year gift to my best employee. The card is all yours for the first day of the year. Ladies, food, later outings. I'll be expecting an empty bank account, I said. Oh my gosh! You deserve a hug. He shouted and proceeded to hug me, which made me cringe. He eventually forced himself on me. You actually made the end of the year special for me. Let's go out to buy groceries. We're cooking tonight, he said, grabbing his hoodie, which he had dumped on the table. I shook my head with a smile and followed him out. The streets were beautiful and everyone seemed to be in good spirits, awaiting the new year. I'm thinking Emily's with John, I said, and Trey looked at me. Why do you think so? He asked me. It's obvious. She's not home, and when I asked, she quickly dismissed it because she doesn't want to say she's with John. Why are you so concerned? After all, you don't like her. Fine, I like her, I blurted out, and Trey laughed. Finally, you admit it. Yes, I do. I keep liking her each day, and it makes me worry. I fell for my nephew's ex-fiancée. Isn't that just so annoying? She's a free lady. It's not something to be proud of. If the public hears about it, they'll go crazy. You're not dating for the public, are you? He asked. That's if she even wants to date me. I'm 100% sure she likes you. Maybe she just likes being friends. No girl is that happy to be with a guy friend the way Emily is with you. I can sense it in what you tell me about you two. You think she likes me? I'm completely sure about it. And you shouldn't stop liking her too. If this makes you happy, then do it. Who knows when next you'll see another lady you fancy. That will definitely be in the next 100 years. He said, and we walked into the grocery store close to his place. We bought ingredients for the chicken shawarma we had intended to order in the first place, and back at his home, we proceeded to cook dinner together. Sometimes I wonder, what if I met her first? She's so, I don't know, the way she laughs is so free, unlike me. It's natural to like people who are completely different from you, he replied, washing the chicken. Is it? Have you ever met her? Nope. She blushes a lot, I said, suddenly getting the urge to talk about Emily. Okay, wait. Does she smile when she sees you? He asked, and I recalled her running to me with an excited look on her face when she returned early from her 3-day trip with John. Yes, a lot, I replied, smiling. Does she blush when you stare at her directly in the eye? He asked, and I recalled again the time I had carried her into the room when John had pushed her into the wall. She had blushed hard. Yes, she does. I chuckled. Does she talk a lot? Of course. Is she shy sometimes? Most of the time, I replied. I think she likes you, he said, but I wasn't ready to be that bold yet. There was still John making his move on her. At the Christmas party, he sat next to her, and she had been so free, so happy. She had laughed the way she laughed when she was with me. They had built a house of cards together, and she had looked so happy while doing it. That night, I caught a glimpse of what they were probably like when they had dated. It was unsatisfying to say, but I couldn't help but admit how good they looked together. Why do you look so distracted? I just told you she likes you, Trey said, nudging me with his elbow. Maybe that's how she is with everyone. Maybe she just likes to blush and laugh. Maybe she likes being free with whoever she's with. I would not like to jump to the conclusion that she likes me, knowing it would hurt to discover she doesn't. Then ask her, he suggested. I'm not crazy. Why would I ask her? Because John wouldn't hesitate to. They made up after that 3-day trip, and I can't help but wonder what happened on that trip. Why did they become so close? Was it really only an apology it took to get her smiling at him again? I picked up cooking gloves, only to keep holding them without putting them on. Then ask her, man. You don't think they kissed, do you? He back-hugged her the next day, I said, staring into space. Then ask him, Trey said tiredly. She's not hiding anything from me, is she? Then ask her. he said, handing me the chopping board to chop the bell peppers. But just like the gloves which stayed jobless on my hands, the chopping board stayed idle. Maybe she doesn't want me to be uncomfortable, or she doesn't want to seem like someone who goes back on her words, or doesn't mean what she says, I said, and he took the chopping board from me, chopping quickly. Honestly, she doesn't seem like the type to... Just ask her, gosh. He cut in, chopping the bell peppers with much more noise than before. If they're together on New Year, Trey... Just ask one of them, he shouted in frustration. Why are you asking me? He asked, and carried his things off to the other side of the kitchen, but something was still bugging me. With all John was doing, being nice, careful, and charming, Emily was just a lady. There was a probability that since she once liked him, she could like him again. She could fall for him. John's pa-vie. Panic seemed to light up on her face as she realized I had drugged her. She closed her eyes tight and opened them wide. Damn you, you drugged me. Why, John, you... She managed to say and blinked rapidly, trying to clear her vision, which was probably blurry and a little dark. I twirled my drink in my glass. Relax, nothing's going to come out of you fighting anyway, I said with a smile. Her eyes filled with angry tears, and she held her head, trying to breathe calmly. It was so hard to get this drug, you know, I said and looked at her glass. It had actually been easier than I expected. Emily had been so easy to fool. First, she had sweetly waited for friends that would never come, and had easily fallen for my trick when I asked to see the fastest drinker. I needed something quite effective, and her drinking it all had been the best way to get it to work quickly. My friends had tried so hard to get the drug for me, because the next time she peed, even doctors wouldn't be able to trace whatever drug was infused into her bloodstream. She looked at me with her eyes holding fierceness, and tried to get to her feet. Emily, you'll only embarrass yourself. You can't do this to me, she said in a whisper and continued to try to stand. Unfortunately, halfway there, her knees buckled and sent her sprawling backwards on her chair. The people around us looked at her and I bit my lip. No, I can't. No, she said weakly. Are you kidding me? You only had 2 cocktails. How would you get drunk from only 2? I asked her, smiling, and she closed her eyes, trying to breathe evenly and regain control of herself. She didn't need to. Her body was probably heavier than she could afford at the moment. Even her eyelids would be tired of staying open. It's time to go home, I said, getting up. I took her by the shoulders and raised her. She staggered against me, and I wrapped her arm around my shoulder and mine around her waist. Damn you, John, she whispered, and I smiled, taking her coat off her chair. Her bag. A lady pointed behind me and I looked back. Oh, thanks, I said, grabbing the bag from the chair. I tried moving, but Emily's legs seemed to only move sideways. She was walking like her legs had lost control and gone crazy. Eventually, I had to lift her. Ah, isn't that John Granger? Yes, he's still with Emily Waston. I saw them building a house of cards at their family's Christmas party. So romantic. The people spoke more about us, and I enjoyed it. They wouldn't be disappointed. As I stepped out into the snow, trying hard to keep Emily's surprisingly weighty figure safe in my arms, I saw a few people handing out flyers, questioning the people they gave the flyers to. Damn, I muttered. I didn't need people badgering me at the moment. As they moved closer, reaching more people, I tried to hurry to my car, and right in front of it I stumbled, and Emily tumbled to the ground. A lot of people came to us immediately, expressing their concern, and I swore. Why did I bother walking fast? The flyer people might not have bothered me, and even if they did, I could have easily declined and refused to answer whatever questions they had. Help, Emily croaked out. Oh, come on. You had only 2 cocktails and you're this weak? I asked loudly, trying to lift her again. She held onto a lady's coat. Please don't let him take me, she said. Gosh, what are you saying? I know you want to stay out, but we have to go home. I'll wake you 20 minutes to the New Year. Just let's go home. It's cold, I said, finally lifting her. Gosh, you're heavy, I said and smiled at the people looking at us. A man helped me open my car door, and I dropped Emily inside. She almost fell to the floor while trying to move, and I had to adjust her. She managed to grab my hair, and I was surprised by the strength she mustered, but it wasn't enough. I took her hand off and closed the door, getting into the driver's seat. Thank you, A happy new year in advance, I said to the people and drove off. Phew. I breathed out. When we got to the Granger compound, I lifted her out of the car and walked briskly to our mansion. I didn't want any nosy people seeing us and deciding they wanted to bug me. Someone like Sadie. The foyer was dark. So were the two connected living rooms. The maids had all gone to welcome the new year with their family. Well, I guess everyone's having a happy new year, I grunted. I tried to close the door, and Emily deliberately tumbled out of my hands to the floor. Why was she so desperate to fight? She ought to know when to give up. There's no saving you. Come on, I said, and she tried to rise. However, before she could stand halfway, she crashed to the floor and tried to drag herself away. Sick of watching the pathetic scene, I went to her and picked her up. If Lucas happened to be home and saw us, it would be game over. I crossed into the second living room and went up the stairs quickly. It was only when we were safely enclosed in the four corners of my room that I relaxed. I placed her into a chair and dragged her to the center of the room. Relax, Emily. You're not dying, I said, placing a table and chair in front of her. John, stop, stop. She shivered, and I dumped her coat and bag on the back of my chair. What should I stop? Don't you worry, Emily. It would all work out for the better. You'll find out soon that what I'm doing is the best anyone can ever do for you. Her breath came out shaky, and she closed her eyes. We can't have you passing out, can we? I said, getting to my feet and making my way to my drawers. I crouched, opening one of them. You know, you've been really rude and unbearably arrogant since the cheating incident. You used to be so submissive. You'd do anything for me. You'd cook for me and make sure nothing displeased me. Heck, you crawled into my bed on my demand. You were so willing to make me feel loved. But you just changed. You just made me mad. You went way too far. I said, taking out the papers I needed. I got to my feet. We can still go back. I approached her and spread the papers on the table in front of her. Because I don't want to lose you. People make mistakes, Em. You don't need to be so sassy. You trampled on my pride. She opened her eyes and looked at me with hot tears spilling from them. Her face was too weak to convey her anger, but her eyes weren't. They were bright and burning. Later on, we'll tell our kids the story of how you being drugged paved the way to them. Once we sign these in the old-fashioned way, you'll be mine forever, for the rest of our lives. I said, smiling. No one would take her from me. It's fine. It's fine. I said as she watched me bring out a syringe. I'll change once we're married. We'll go back to being the old J&M, just you and me. I said, bared her neck to me. Her breath quickened in fear. It won't hurt, I said, and pushed the syringe in. Her eyes flashed blue, and they opened wide and short, but sharp claws dug into my table, dragging down deep lines in them. Aw, such cute little canines, I said, touching the point of her canines. I went back to my seat and brought out my claws, showing off my bright red eyes. Then I took a little knife and sliced my palm, letting the blood drip onto the table. I took her palm and did the same. She winced. Taking out a brush, I wrote my name using her blood on the paper, and I held her wrist, guiding her to write her full name on the paper with my blood. It was finally happening. I was getting my bride, and no one would stop me. We signed signatures with each other's blood, and finally, I spread my palm in her blood and spread hers in mine. Then we pasted it onto the paper one after the other. Sealed. We were bound, our blood and names recognized, stronger than a mate bond. It was the exclusive alpha marriage. Just then, a loud, threatening thunderbolt shook the sky, and I turned to look out at the flakes of snow falling brilliantly. The last day of the year heard my wish, and the first day of the year would fulfill it. Beautiful. Thunder in the midst of snow. Emily's povee. Cold, ice, freezing. My eyes flew open, and my elbow immediately rose to shield my face from the stunning light of the sun flitting in through the open windows. Gosh, I said, curling into a ball as chilly air blew in harshly from the window. Then I discovered the covers weren't on me. I had kicked them aside. I was about to fetch them and cover myself when I realized I wasn't in my bedroom. My hands found their way to my mouth, and I checked my clothes immediately. Why was I in John's bedroom? I was still dressed in my t-shirt and jeans, and my coat was hanging on his chair. Nothing happened yesterday, right? Gosh, what happened? I asked myself as I ran a hand through my hair. It was a complete blank. Emily, I scolded myself. I had chicken and roasted potatoes. John and I talked a lot, and we drank cocktails. Did his friends come or not? Gosh, did I blank out from just 2 cocktails? I asked myself and bit my lip hard. I got up from the bed and felt blood rush down my veins coldly. Wasn't my blood flowing properly? I asked, stretching my legs. Then I noticed blood on the table. I didn't hurt John, did I? I asked myself, touching the blood with the tip of my middle finger. An image of my hand soaked in blood flashed in my head, and I quickly wiped the blood on John's chair. I'm never coming back here. Bloody dreams are the worst dreams, I said, walking quickly out of his room. But how could I have totally no recollection of what happened? A complete blackout and memory loss from just 2 weak cocktails? I got into my room and jumped with a little scream as Sadie came out from underneath my desk. How did it go? Did you meet his so-called friends? No, I didn't, or they were never meant to come in the first place, she said, brushing her hair in front of my mirror. They were definitely meant to come. I think I passed out before they did. Meant to come? You didn't meet them there? We waited over an hour, and John said they had something come up, and we were to wait for just 15 minutes more. Whatever happened in those 15 minutes, I can't remember. I'm undoubtedly sure John did something nasty. First, the friends didn't come, then you blacked out. Who drinks hard on New Year? She asked. Oh my God! Happy New Year, Sadie, I squealed, wrapping her tiny body in my arms. But really, I didn't drink hard. I had just 2 cocktails. Who blanks out from just 2 cocktails? I can't drink yet, but I haven't seen anyone pass out from just 2 cocktails, she asked incredulously. I don't know. You've been drugged, foolish girl, you have been drugged. Gosh, you're too extreme. Why won't your hallucinations be scary when your imaginations are a horror movie on a normal day? I asked, leaving, only for my lotion to crack me in the skull. Sadie, I shouted, turning around, but she was already at the door. I clearly told you not to go. You didn't listen, she said and left my room. Why's she so angry? Lucas asked, opening my door. I said something about her hallucinations. Happy New Year, I said and ran to my drawer to take out the gift I had for him. Here, it's not much, but, I said, handing it to him. He opened it and smiled when he saw the gift. It's a hand lotion with one of the best scents ever. Think of me whenever you use it, I said, and he chuckled, dropping the bag in his hand so he could apply the lotion on his hand. This actually smells nice. When you tuck a lady's hair behind her ear, she will fall for you instantly if you use that lotion, I said, and he raised a brow, then brushed my hair from my face. I froze as the sweet scent of the lotion filled my nostrils, and as his cold fingertips brushed my cheek, then my ear. It really works. You're blushing hard, he said, and my hand flew to my mouth. Stop it. I'm just demonstrating, I said, giggling and moving my hands restlessly. He laughed. Here. He handed the bag to me, and I blushed, taking out a box. I knelt to the floor and opened the box. Oh, I said softly, bringing out a soft white dress made of a material I couldn't recognize. It was a turtleneck and had long, slender arms and a full skirt, although the dress was a short one. Intricate silvery patterns weaved around the dress, and its beauty was made even more irresistible by the soft pink shawl I was to hang on my shoulders. It was made of soft fur and couldn't look any more beautiful. Then separately in the bag was a pair of white knee-high leather boots. This is, I said, but was short of words as I held the shawl in my hands. He bent and took my wrist. My fingers curled, shy from his touch, and he fixed a beautiful silver bracelet onto my wrist. Happy New Year, Emily, he said softly, looking into my eyes, and it felt like my breath stopped. I wanted badly to say I like you, Lucas, but my tongue felt tied. If only we could stay in that moment forever. I could stop myself from confessing feelings I was still discovering, but couldn't stop myself from hugging him. Thank you. I love them, I said, and his hands came around my waist, hugging me too. I'm glad you do. I really didn't want to release him, but a second more in that position, and it would feel weird. Thank you, I said, releasing him, and he smiled. I wore that dress to Trey's New Year party, and everywhere was already buzzing when we got there. People dancing, eating, talking, watching dramas, New Year songs blared from speakers, and food was served all around. Lucas and I were given slices of pizza when Trey saw us, and the pizza was superb. Or maybe it was because I hadn't eaten breakfast. Emily's pove. "You're late. Know that? Nice finally meeting you, Miss Waston," he said, extending his hand out to me. "Finally? Nice finally meeting you too. I've heard a lot about you," I said, accepting his hand. "How do I address you?" "Just Trey." "Just Trey?" "Okay, just Trey," I said, nodding as he released my hand. Lucas laughed. "He means you're just to call him Trey." "Oh," I said and laughed, feeling embarrassment cloud over me. "I'm so sorry. Also, I go by Emily. I've also heard a lot about you from Lucas." "Oh, really?" he asked, looking at Lucas, surprised. "Yeah. That's unexpected. Well, you're just in time for the games," he said, leading us into a less noisy room. A few people were there laughing. "Everyone, you haven't met Emily, right? Here she is," he announced, and they all came to either shake my hand or hug me. They all seemed really friendly with Lucas, and he was free with them. The last guy held onto my hand sweetly. "I've seen you a lot from the photos. You're more beautiful in person," he said, only for Lucas to slap his hand away. "Aren't you done?" he asked, and the young man laughed. "I'm a possessive male friend," he added, making me blush more. "Hands off," the guy said, raising his hands with a smile. We sat on warm blankets in a circle, and I couldn't help feeling excited. "We're going to play short game before joining the people in the living room," Trey announced, and the girls seemed interested. "Don't you notice we're exactly 5 men and 5 women?" he asked, darkly, and I looked around, just as everyone else was doing. "The winner of these 3 games will get to buy something they want, whether it's a house, or a brand new car, or a swimming pool, or luxury clothing. You get it as long as you win," he said, flashing Lucas's card, and they all clapped hard, getting excited. "What will you buy if you win?" Lucas asked me. "Honestly, I don't know. I want a car," I said, and he smiled. "Then you just have to win. It's a couple games, so pick your partner," Trey said, and me and Lucas put our arms around each other at the same time, then burst into laughter. "Okay, the couple that seems more like a real couple at the end of the games get their wish. You have to act like a couple," Trey explained. I blushed. "You get your gifts separately, since you're with me," he added to the lady next to him, and she laughed. Game 1, eat a candy stick together. First to have the shortest candy stick win. 2, stare into each other's eyes for a full minute, lovingly and convincingly. 3, he brought out lipstick. How many kisses can you plant on your partner's face? I covered my mouth at the games. Already my heart was beating hard. The people were impressed, talking rapidly among themselves. "That's intense. I feel embarrassed," Lucas said, and I laughed. "I'll do the kissing," I said. I couldn't imagine Lucas kissing me all over my face. I'd go crazy. "You will? Your skin is soft and smooth. It'll be a delight," I said, and bit my lip at my last word. He knocked my head lightly, and I laughed. "Okay now, the first game," Trey said, handing out candy sticks. "Hold the ends with your mouths," he said, and my cheeks heated up as I held one end of the stick with my mouth, and Lucas held the other with his. Our faces were so close, and all I could stare at was the rich pink of his lips. "Start," Trey said, and I saw all the others eating their sticks, about to kiss, but no. Not me, nor Lucas made a move. We smiled at each other, and kept laughing as we were stuck. I made a little move, and knew my face was going to be completely pink. He made a little move, and we laughed again. "Done," we heard a girl call, and we dropped our stick in shock. While we were fooling around, some people were working desperately. She opened her mouth, revealing a tiny piece of candy. Ours was the longest, and they began to laugh. They were staring at each other. They couldn't move. Gosh, they looked so cute together. Her face is totally red. Well, who can stand being so close to Lucas? "Okay, winners of the first game. Can you win in the second? Stare in your partner's eyes for a full minute. Time starts now." Lucas and I turned to each other and smiled again. It suddenly felt like a no-blinking contest. My eyes stung, but most of all, my heart wasn't steady. He looked into my eyes like he was staring right into my soul, and I couldn't help feeling hot all over. In the end, I broke the stare, blushing and giggling. "Gosh, you made me break mine," another girl said, and another couple broke theirs. Only 2 couples made it to 1 minute without breaking their stares. "All right, now is the final game. See, we wasted no time? A little game, but a huge reward. It's a New Year gift." Whoever will be doing the kissing should come forward, he said, and the girls all came forward. We applied lipstick on our lips, and I made sure to apply a lot. Gosh, it's going to be awkward, I screamed in my head. Then I faced Lucas, who was smiling. Start, Trey said, and the girls went into a kissing frenzy. I moved closer to Lucas, but it felt like my chest would explode. Close your eyes, stop staring at me, I said, putting my hand over his eyes, and he laughed. Okay, he said and closed his eyes. I pecked his cheek. Soft, smooth, he smelled nice. If you're that slow, we're gonna lose, he said, and I bit my lip. Suddenly, the only place to kiss felt like his lips. I shook my head hard and kissed his other cheek, then his forehead, then his cheeks again. There's no space on your face, I said, and everyone burst out laughing. I looked at our guy who had lipstick marks all over his face. He was the one without space on his face, not Lucas. I moved to kiss him on his chin, but unfortunately he happened to shift his head downwards and the kiss landed on his lips. I gasped. His eyes flew open, staring at me speechlessly. I didn't mean that. Gosh, I didn't, I said with my hands over my mouth. Time up, Sarah, count the kisses, Trey said, and Sarah began to count while I smiled foolishly. I ended up kissing those pretty lips, and they were as soft as ever. This one is 24, 1, 2, 16. This is 12. This is, 25, close. And this is, she said, coming to us and laughed, 6. Everyone began to laugh, including me and Lucas. Actually, the kiss on the lips is 10 points, but you guys didn't win the previous games, so no, Trey said, and I sighed. My car was gone. The first couple won. I just want a little shop where I can display my jewelry. I have jewelry I sell. I just need a shop, she said, and right there, they looked up available buildings on the net and arranged to meet with the building owner in person. Trey was going to go with her. The man smiled. I don't want much. I would like to be an employee at Lucas's company. Everyone laughed. Of course, he wanted a steady income. I have my documents. I have everything. I believe I'm qualified. We'll see, Lucas replied with a smile. We all went out to join the party, and it was fun to see so many people having fun. They had dance battles, and Lucas and I placed bets on the dancers we felt would win. They played more games, and honestly, it was the best New Year I ever had. We got home late in the afternoon, and I changed into a white t-shirt and blue denim shorts. Then, as I was on my way to the kitchen from the living room where I'd been watching a movie, I ran into John. Immediately, flashes of the night before made it into my head. Darkness, dizzy, high-pitched sounds, John lifting me, injecting me signing something with blood. He came with a document and smiled at me. Good afternoon, honey, he said, and in a flash, I recalled everything perfectly. I screamed, John's povee. I couldn't explain the happiness filling me as the thunder raged on. Thunder on the last day of the snowing year. People would think, wow, it is something unusual to welcome the new year. But I knew it was to strengthen my bond with Emily. It was the long-forgotten alpha marriage. The papers alone weren't ordinary papers. They were papers with strength in them, papers with binding powers, and Katie had gone through hell to get them for me. In return, I had given her the company card to do whatever she liked with it, and she had been grateful. Emily, you don't know how happy I am, I said, arranging the documents. We're finally together. Nothing is tearing us apart. Gosh, I didn't think it would be as easy as this. This is beautiful, I said, getting up. I kept the documents in a safe folder and returned to her. Emily, I called, and she raised her head weakly, looking at me with angry tears. She didn't even have enough strength to look angry. I bent and gave her a kiss. It's been so long since we kissed, Emily. I missed it, I said, and kissed her again. My intention was to sleep with her right there, as I had been yearning for her for months. It brought back memories of all the times we had kissed and slept together. Each time had been fun, passionate, and full of longing. Even if she didn't kiss me back, I could feel the desire racking the corners of my body, filling me up with an energy I hadn't gotten since she had left me. Her head lolled to the side helplessly, and I smiled. It could wait. Everything could wait. In a little time, I would have her. With that thought in mind, I lifted her weak frame and laid her in my bed, covering her up properly. You don't have to cry, Emily. For a while you won't recall anything, and I hope when you recall, I will be there, so you don't do something crazy. I whispered, wiping away her tears, and she closed her angry eyes, releasing more tears. I left her in the room because sleeping next to her could be quite disastrous, and I had no need to fear anymore. She was all mine. The next morning, the ground was totally filled with snow. I looked out the window and smiled. It was a beautiful day. Happy New Year, Alpha John. The maids greeted one after the other as they resumed their duties after spending the new year with their families. Oh, I wish you the same, I said cheerfully. If any of you need something, feel free to meet me. Actually, I said, taking out my wallet. I took out my card and handed it to one of them. Alpha John, is there? Use it. Share with the maids. You can use it all. It's a New Year gift, I declared, and they all looked shocked yet joyful. Their unending thanks echoed, bouncing off the walls as I walked past them, smiling. Yes, I was starting off the year on a new note. During breakfast, Dad grunted, "Why aren't you saying anything? Why did you ask to have breakfast with us?" He asked impatiently, and I smiled, continuing my meal. Uncle Will wiped his lips. He said, "I'm a busy man, even on New Year. In that case, since we can't have an enjoyable breakfast on the first day of the year, I'll break the good news faster," I said. "Good news?" Aunt Mira asked, dropping her cutlery. "Go on. Spill it." "Well, Emily and I are finally getting married," I announced, and they froze. "Did she agree to that?" Aunt Genevieve asked, after a silence that must have lasted a full minute. I opened the large journal next to me and took out the documents we had signed the previous night with our hands and our thumbs. I spread it out in front of them, and Dad snatched it, looking at it thoroughly. Uncle Will took it next, and Aunt Mira stretched her neck desperately to get a look. This? How can you engage in this kind of marriage, knowing that you are a cheat that can never make her happy?" Uncle Will asked, his bottom lip quivering, and I smiled. "I quit being a cheat, Uncle Will. No more. I can make Emily happy, and whether or not she's happy with me doesn't matter to you. It is our business," I replied coolly, and he threw the documents on me. Aunt Mira quickly gathered them up and stared at them with Aunt Genevieve. "The old alpha marriage," Aunt Genevieve said quite calmly. "Did Emily agree to this?" "Yes. Was she awake?" she asked. "She'd have to transform halfway for her to sign this, wouldn't she?" "Of course she was awake," I said. "There's something tricky in this. The girl doesn't love you," Dad said. "But it's there. Do you need to worry? We can finally tell the world we're getting married, and they can keep their mouths shut about an affair," I said, getting to my feet. I took my leave, and they stared at me as I went. I knew they were only that way because they had given up on Emily. In a few days, they would be the ones rushing the marriage, all in the name of their honor and reputation. Katie was in the house when I got there, and she saw the documents with me. "Why did your friend give you the documents? He wants you to keep them? I can keep them for you since you lose things easily," she said, holding out her hand as she walked to me. "You don't know how much you have helped me," I said, standing in front of the door. "Really?" she asked flatly as I handed her the documents. She glanced at it and took her eyes off, only to look back at it. "John," she shouted. "Yes, sweetie. This, you said your friend Tommy and Leah wanted to get married. This is you and Emily," she said, shocked. "I lied. You're a jerk." She spat and took out my card from her phone pouch. She tossed it onto the floor along with the papers and stormed past me. Then she stopped after opening the door. "I regret knowing you. You are just becoming worse day by day. You are no man, John. I know Emily could never have signed this wide-eyed, and I hate you for it, because I wanted none of this. I don't mean to seize her happiness," she said, and slammed the door hard. Of course, she'd feel guilty that she had a hand in it. That I could understand. I turned around and looked at the silent door. Was it too much? Didn't she want Emily gone so she could have Lucas? Why did she think Emily wouldn't be happy with me? I was going to make her happy. Emily and I had been together for years. How could I let her go? It would kill me for the public to know things weren't fine with Emily. Just then, I got a text. It was from Katie. "I'll drop my resignation letter first thing tomorrow morning. And just so you know, you think you have her right now, but you have already lost her." I rolled my eyes and went to my room, but when I stared at the empty sheets and the blood on the table, I began to wonder about Katie's words. Would I truly have Emily? She was mine, but would she truly be mine? Would she ever smile at me and build a house of cards with me? What if the angry look never faded from her eyes? Did I actually lose her? But what was I supposed to do? I opened my phone to try to message her through her Instagram account, and the first thing I saw was Trey's post. It was a picture of them, with other people all toasting to the new year. Emily had a hand on Lucas's arm and looked really happy. There was another where she stared at Lucas while seeming to be saying something that had her excited. I got lost in that picture, syncing it with her happiness at the arcade. I recalled being the sole reason for her laughter. Whenever I managed to make her laugh, it always made me feel a sense of fulfillment. Did I really marry her to show her she wasn't to disrespect me? Did I marry her to prove I would always get my way? Or did I marry her because I truly wanted to be with her? Because I truly wanted to make her smile? I thought I had lost my love for Emily a year back, but had I been fooling myself? Did I still love Emily? Lucas Povey. I pulled on a sweatshirt after taking a warm shower and looked at the lotion Emily gave me. I would have preferred not to use it, but Emily would think I didn't like it, and that wasn't the case. Keeping it safe and pretty for when I wanted to remember my most beautiful new year was my intention. Shortly, someone knocked. "Come in," I said, applying the lotion onto the back of my palm. "Happy New Year." I turned to look at John as I massaged the lotion onto my hands. "Smells nice," he said, and I looked at my hands. "You don't use this kind of stuff. Who gave it to you?" he asked, coming closer to me. "Someone," I replied, sitting in the chair trying to clear my desk. "Someone I know?" he asked, and I focused on clearing the desk. He took the lotion and studied it. "Seeing that you don't want to reply, and also seeing that this is exactly the kind of thing Emily likes to receive as gifts, I'm guessing she gave it to you, because there's no way you'll know exactly what Emily likes." "And what's the use of the analysis?" I asked dryly, opening a drawer and dumping my hairdryer in it. "Of course, she can give you a gift. I'm not against that." "What do you want, John?" I asked, putting books in the second drawer. "I wanted to invite you to me and Emily's wedding," he said, and I stopped for a few seconds, then continued. "You must think I'm joking," he said, dropping a bloody document in front of me. I straightened up slowly and looked at the documents. "Where did you get these?" I asked, recognizing documents that I thought had ceased to exist. Old documents that could be likened to living beings. Whatever was written on them in blood was sealed and bound. "That's not important, is it? I think what's more important is what is written on them," he said, and I looked at the names and the signatures. "Signed in wolf blood," he added with a snigger. "What did you do to her?" "Nothing. She signed them after we had a lovely date night on the last day of the year. She didn't tell you she was out with me? And trust me, she wasn't drunk. She was aware of the whole process. Stop spitting useless words and get lost. Do you think Emily's a joke? Why would she sign these?" I asked, getting up, and he took 2 steps back, raising both hands. "Ask her," he said, retreating with a smile. He left my room, and I stared at the door with my mind blown back and forth by a storm of thoughts. How could she have signed this the previous night and had fun with me without even feeling remorse? Without telling me? I looked at the date on the paper. It was on the 31st. Did she really sign those? I knew she was out with John, but Emily didn't like John. The memory of them building a house of cards lovingly flashed in my head, and I closed my eyes. "No," I said to myself. "Even if she considered me as a friend, she wouldn't have been that free and happy with me. At least she would have told me." Then Trey's words floated into my head. "Then ask her." Without wasting one more second, I dashed out of my room with the documents in my hand. My feet covered the length of the hall quickly, making their way to the hall on which Emily's room was. When I got to her room, I stopped at her door with a raised hand. When was the last time fear had spread its tendrils in my chest? I couldn't remember, but standing in front of her door, wondering what would happen next, tore me apart. What would she say? What would happen? It almost made me want to take a step back. Did I really want to know? I could just get into my car, zoom off somewhere far away, and imagine she wasn't entangled in all the mess. "Lucas," I heard her call softly. She wasn't in her room. Rather, she was approaching me. She had washed her face, and her eyes looked unnaturally bright. "Hi," she said, and I held up the documents. She froze. Staring at them, she couldn't say a word, nor could she look at me. She only kept on swallowing. "Let's just talk about this later," she said, turning around, but I walked past her and blocked her way. "No. Did you sign these?" "There's no point in all this." "Yes, I signed it." "With your hand?" "With my hand," she said, trying to leave, but I held her arm. "Why didn't you tell me?" "You signed them last night," I said, barely keeping the hurt from messing with my voice. "Lady Genevieve calls for me," she said, and even though I knew it was a lie, I let her go. "I'm sorry," she whispered and walked away. My chest felt squeezed. It was the same feeling I felt back in those days when the older girls had played me. I couldn't shake it off. My heart was a man drowning in deep, dark, forgotten waters. I couldn't understand a thing that was going on. No, I couldn't. Once more, I had lost. I had thought the end of middle school was the last time I would lose out, but it wasn't. Like a fool, I had let my guard down again, only to get what I should have known I would get. The tears wet my lashes, and I let go of the papers, so I wouldn't squeeze them. I exhaled slowly, trying not to feel any of the hurt, but I couldn't. I didn't even know I liked her as much as that. Why would she marry John? Why didn't she tell me? Why did she smile at me, speak with me, and act like she preferred me to John? Just then, I felt a little hand hold 3 of my fingers. It was Sadie. "Fool," she said softly, and I closed my eyes, turning away from her. Her harsh words didn't actually seem so harsh. "I'll be at the entrance. I'll stop people from coming," she said, and even though it was embarrassing to cry all because of a woman, I couldn't help it. It hurt to hurt. I had completely trusted Emily, and without knowing it, I had loved her more than all the girls I ever loved. Later that evening, I drank in Trey's house, drinking and staring into space. It's not how all ladies are. It just happened to you for a reason. You can't judge all ladies and go back to the cold monster you used to be. Lucas, you ought to try and try again until you can finally be happy. You're a weakling if you fear being hurt. Are you a weakling? I'm not. You are. Do you think she played you, Emily? I know she didn't. I know she was real with me, but she showed me there was more than one way to get hurt. I still think there's something completely wrong in all this. Maybe she's not telling you the truth. Maybe John forced her or threatened her, and she doesn't want you to overreact. Just imagine the both of you fighting, and news gets out, and... I threw the glass into the wall, and it gave a satisfying smash, sending shards everywhere. "And who cares about the people?" I asked in a rather calm voice. "Your family. Trust me, I know she has her reasons." "Well, I don't know what those reasons are. I guess I'm going to give up like I always did." "What?" "I'll have to let her go because if I don't, I'll keep running back to her. Like a fool." It felt like boiling blood rushing through my veins, and I flew at John, holding his collars tightly, as angry tears formed in my eyes. "Miss!" the maids called as they ran towards us, after hearing me scream. They stumbled on the strange scene and stopped in their tracks. It felt like my chest was going to explode with all the emotions I felt in there. My lips tightened, and so did my fingers around his collar as he grinned. "What?" I released a hand and whacked him hard on the face. The maids gasped. Before he could raise his head, I whacked him hard again. Still unsatisfied, I raised my hand to whack him a 3rd time, but he held it. "Spilt milk, cracked egg, what will you fix by hitting me?" he asked venomously. "Do you think that petty thing would get me married to you?" My voice shook deeply with the rage coursing through my veins. It felt like a monster was going to rise within me. I wanted to keep on hitting and hitting him till he could move no more. My breath came out shaky and forced as I tried to hold myself back. "Petty? Do your research. Those petty papers will bind us more securely than a mate bond," he said, with anger in his eyes, and I tried to hit him again, but he slapped my hand hard. I staggered backwards and looked at him with flashing eyes. Again I flew at him, but he pushed me and I fell to the floor. The maids immediately rushed to me, bending and looking at me in shock, worry, and concern. "Don't make me the bad guy, Emily. Keep your anger under control," he said, and I could feel my claws rising. In that moment, I wanted to dig them into his face and drag them down. I wanted to leave a ghastly scar on his face. I was the one at fault, John. I said with silent rage washing at the river of hurt in my voice. I saw you clearly for what you are, but gave a second chance. You just threw everything away. I hate you. I spat, wishing my words could burn deep into his soul and wound him beyond repair. Our wedding will be very soon. I told the family already, he said, and left. I stayed on the floor as my tears crashed down my cheeks. Words couldn't express the rage that consumed me, and I hit the floor hard and continuously while the maids tried to stop me. After a while of staying there, I got to my feet and stormed over to Alpha Raymond's mansion. They were all at the dining table, sitting without plates on the table. Instead, there were fruits. With my hair flying behind me, I made my way over to them. John drugged me, I said, immediately, but they didn't say a thing. How did you let him drug you? Lady Mira asked, and just that sentence alone sent a spear into my chest. They weren't going to help me. I looked at Lady Genevieve, who didn't say a word. How was I to know he drugged me? It's already too late, he informed the press. Alpha Raymond said. What? I didn't sign that willingly, I shouted, unable to hide my hurt, rage, and disappointment. He has become the only man for you, Emily. Any other man you think of getting married to will die, Lady Genevieve said, and my tears dropped directly to the floor. A lost battle is a lost battle. Trying to fight will only make it hurt. The harder you fight, the more hurt you become when you finally end up losing. Alpha Will said, and I couldn't help my tears. Without a sound, they wet my clothes, and it felt like my heart was being crushed and pounded like ground beef. Slowly I turned and walked away. Back at school, in history classes, we had been taught of the intense history of werewolves, and the cruel alpha marriages was one of them. Whoever their hearts turned to love, apart from their partners, was bound to be crushed by that love. About an hour later, I heard the maids talking about it, while sitting among the flowers in the garden, with my knees to my chest. Everyone's talking about the news of them getting married. They don't know what really happened. Gosh, I was shocked. Alpha John is cruel. We should return his card. I don't want his money. So do I. What would happen to Alpha Lucas? If you ask me, I'd say he likes Miss. When I heard Lucas' name, I rose and left the garden. It hurt to hear his name. I didn't even know how to break it to him. Already, I was broken, and seeing his face would only make it worse. How would he feel? Even though he didn't love me, I knew we felt a kind of attraction for each other. I felt it each time we were together, and I wasn't alone in feeling it. When I finally saw him, I recalled Alpha Will's words. A lost battle was a lost battle. Fighting would only make it worse. I couldn't answer Lucas properly, nor could I defend myself, because if I told him what happened, John could find my knife sticking out of his chest. That was how enraged I was. If I told him what happened, I could be the main headline on the news the next day, explaining how I was drugged. I didn't want to remember it. Did he just turn my 3 years with him into forever? Instead of going into my room like I intended to, I left Lucas standing there because I couldn't explain. I could only say the facts that happened, and I could only apologize. Whatever we had couldn't bloom, it couldn't live, it couldn't flourish. The next few days were horrible. I stayed in my room, and only Sadie was able to force me food. John came by a few times, but I refused to speak to him. It was everywhere. The news. Dahlia had called several times, but I hadn't picked. I had only sent her a message telling her I was fine. I didn't want to talk to anyone or do anything. Each night, I dreamed of Lucas and everything we'd done and how I'd felt each time I was with him. I wanted to see him badly, but it was quite impossible. I didn't even know if he was in the house or not. From my room, I watched the season change as we drew closer to the end of February. January had been a complete waste, a wasted month that started with the happiest memory. It was a week to the wedding that I finally came out of my room to start my own preparations for the wedding. "Have you seen Lucas?" I asked Sadie after putting on the magnificent wedding dress made for me. It was a snowy white dress, soft and fluffy, with silver stones etched into every part of it. The corset was tight and the skirt full and layered till it was all blown up like the dresses Disney princesses wore. It was a thing of beauty, but to me, it was the ugliest thing I had ever worn. Sadie's eyes lingered on my dress before she finally looked at me. "He went on a trip, but will be back for your wedding." "Smile, miss. the photographer said, and I pulled up a little smile. It was enough if I looked graceful in the photos. I didn't need to look happy. John came shortly, and we took the photos together, changing outfits. Even when the photographers asked me to look into his eyes, I refused. A graceful smile was all I could give. Each time he touched me, it felt like a wave of anger rose in my body, filling up at my hand. The urge to slap him was powerful. We did everything except kiss and stare into each other's eyes, and after that, I retreated into my room, where I stayed till the week whizzed past me. And finally the D-Day came. Lucas Pove. How many times are you going to watch that? Trey asked, folding his clothes. Till I memorize every look in her eyes and draw them without watching the video. I said, watching the video of Emily being made up so she could take wedding photos with John. You already watched that like 1,000 times, yet you haven't memorized every look in her eyes? Yes. When are you going to go back home? Till I can face her and congratulate her with a smile on my face, I replied dryly. And when is that going to be? He asked. I don't know. Just imagine. Your siblings would go crazy if they heard you lied about a trip just to camp out at my house, bribing me by taking on all my living expenses, he said, fetching more clothes to fold. Why would they go crazy? Because they'll know something fishy is going on. They'll know you like her, he said, and I stared into Emily's dark eyes, which looked exceptionally beautiful with mascara and eyeliner. She took pictures with John and smiled perfectly, and maybe it was just how I wanted to interpret it, but it looked like a sad smile. No matter how I tried to stop myself from watching the video, I couldn't. I was always drawn back to stare at the lady who always brightened up my days with a single smile. If only it were me in that suit, maybe I'd happily die any time. If it were me in the suit, would she smile brighter? So you'll see her on her wedding day? Trey asked, sitting next to me. Of course. In that beautiful dress, getting married to my arrogant, obsessive, and possessive nephew, I said, feeling torn apart inside. I didn't want to see her and John together, but I wanted to see her. I wanted to talk to her, have her smile once more, and have her tell me she never intended to hurt me and leave me hanging, leave me feeling bitter inside. Will you be okay? Can't you just spin a lie about a delayed flight and miss the wedding? He asked. Then people will talk. They'll string one and one together and end up finding out that me and Emily like each other. I have to be there and look happy, I said, and he sighed. That's tough. Would she end up being happy? John wronged her once. She forgave him. What if she forgives him again and decides to be happy with him? Would they sleep in the same bed, wake and laugh each morning, build more houses of cards, go on dates, and form a deeper connection with each other? Would we one day become nothing more than relatives who smile at each other and walk past after greeting? One day, would she have kids that she'll love and cherish? Kids that'll have her eyes and John's hair? Would I like those kids? I don't think I can take that, I said slowly, bearing out the thoughts I had mulled over day and night since the past month. Have you cried? Brave men cry. They embrace pain and feel it, instead of trying to act strong. I already did all the crying there is to do on that day. I won't cry again, Trey. It's pathetic, I said, and he sighed. What's next then? Deciding if I'll heal or if I'll never heal, I replied. On the big day that I wished would never come, Trey and I drove to the Granger compound, and my heart was restless as I wondered if she'd look at me and with what look she'd look at me. We walked into my mansion, and luckily I didn't meet anyone on my way. They were all at the Raymond mansion. He had the biggest hall, and the wedding would take place there. I dressed up properly in my room, with Trey next to me. Somehow, things will be resolved. Believe me, he said. I know, I won't hurt forever. Thanks, Trey, I said, and as I made to take my cufflinks, I saw the hand lotion Emily had given me. I stared at them for a while, recalling the happiness with which she had given them to me. She had blushed too. When she saw my gift, she had been really touched, and I knew she wished she could say more than a thank you. It was all on her face. I picked up the lotion and pressed a generous amount onto the back of my hand, and as I rubbed my hands together, the scent was crushed into my nose. It immediately took me back in time to a month ago when she had given them to me, and I had tucked her hair behind her ear. You should go down to the wedding, Trey. Let them know I'm around, I said, and he nodded. I heard you. He left, and I turned to my wardrobe, pulling out a large traveling bag. I threw clothes into it, shoes, books, and looked around. I always kept my things neat and arranged, so it was no big deal. I went to my drawers and began to take out my well-arranged things. Just then, my door opened, and Sadie came in. God, how much I missed her. With a little pout, she finally looked like a real 8-year-old. "Won't you hug me?" I asked, straightening up, and she shook her head. "Why? You're mad at me because of my business trip," I asked. "I know that was a lie. Your phone's location the whole time was still here. Trey's house to be precise," she said, and I smiled. "What did your mom do to have such a smart child like you?" I asked, smiling. "Absolutely nothing." "I'm sorry, okay. I know. You don't want to see Emily with John, a little cowardly, but I guess it's what grown-ups love to do," she said, and I smiled. "Then will you give this grown-up a hug now?" I asked, but she shook her head. "What's the point?" she asked, looking at my baggage. "It's what I think it is, right?" she asked without looking at me, and I sighed. "I'm leaving, back to where I used to be." Emily's povee. I sat in the makeup room, a beautiful bride, as beautiful as I always wanted to be on my wedding day. My wish was coming true, but the longing for it had long faded away. I looked out the window. It was evening, already, meaning in less than an hour I would be married to John. "Oh, please, don't cry. Not yet. This has to dry up first," the makeup artist said, and I raised my head to stop my tears from falling. "It's a beautiful day. You shouldn't cry no matter how happy you are," another said to me, smoothing my dress. She continued, "With your wedding comes spring. The snow is thawing and the wind is warm. Very soon we'll see the definitely missed flowers." I nodded, and she smiled. Once more I looked out the window. Was no one really coming to save me? Did I really have to get married to John? Shortly after my makeup was perfected, Kay came in. "The wedding has started. The bride will be needed soon," she said, and the women helped me get to my feet. We walked to Alpha Raymond's large hall, and Alpha Will was there to stand as a relative to me, since I had none. I had spoken to Dahlia the previous day, and I realized she couldn't make it because she had a fracture a week before, and her daughter had taken her to her house to take better care of her. "Ready to go in?" Alpha Will asked, extending his arm, and I nodded, holding it gently. We walked into the wedding hall, with beautiful blue lights in the audience seats, and a shower of white light over the aisle, and all the way to the altar. On the huge TV screen on the wall of the altar were photos of me of John, the ones we'd taken at a younger age, and the ones taken for our marriage. I looked around slightly, but couldn't spot Lucas. Was he in the front seats? Back? Middle? Had he changed his mind not to watch me being wed? Camera flashes came my way as I walked down the aisle with a heart weighing more than all the people present. John was there at the altar with his brightest smile. He wasn't faking it. He was truly happy. "Smile," Alpha Will said, moving his lips ever so slightly that no one else would notice. What if Lucas was watching? What if he thought I was truly happy? Getting married to John made me completely sure of my feelings. It wasn't just some kind of mere attraction, it was love. I had fallen in love with John's charming, caring, and considerate uncle. Had I accepted it sooner, maybe I'd have enjoyed it more. As we approached the front seats, I saw him. He was with his family, and he had a little smile on his face, while the rest had huge smiles. Alpha Will took me up the stairs of the altar and opened my veil. Everyone burst into applause, and he gave my hand to John, who held it as gently as ever. Then he returned to his seat. My hand burned in John's. I could feel that rage brewing again, and I just wanted to hit him, pull off my veil, and start screaming at all the people present there. Then I saw Lucas, and the rage seemed to fall like a turned-off water fountain. "I welcome you all to this beautiful wedding of John Granger and Emily Waston." The officiant began. "Today, as we welcome spring, we also welcome the couple into a new life and a new joy that they will share together. Emily Waston, a young, sweet woman who has always been by John Granger's side, helping, assisting, loving, and caring for him, will today finally be his, married to John Granger, an upright my foot, caring, strong, courageous, and loving man who only sees her at every turn. John was staring at me with all the love in his eyes, and it sickened me. "Smile, would you?" he whispered to me. "Marriage represents a lot of things. Unfortunately, the corners of my lips are stiff, I replied. Love, happiness, togetherness, beauty. This will be remembered for ages. You should have a smile on, John insisted. Above all, it is a holy union. Emily, John whispered harshly, you're spoiling your facial expression. This would be remembered for ages. You should have a smile on. I said to him, and he put on a bright smile. How annoying. Now we will have a beautiful song to listen to from Dorella Granger and a poem from Sadie Granger. Dorella Granger will come up to deliver her song to the couple. The whole family's happy about this. Can't you pretend? John whispered, coming closer to me. Keep your distance. People are watching, I said with gritted teeth. Dorella came up, dressed in a simple silver dress, and took the mic. She gave me a sad smile, and I returned it. She began to sing, looking at me, and I smiled. It was a song about a woman wanting to get married to a man she loved quickly, just like me and Lucas. And I want to take your name, and I know you want the same. I looked at Lucas. He was looking at Dorella. Was she using the song to let me know I wasn't in a one-sided love? Maybe Lucas had more than just an attraction for me? Isn't the song beautiful? John asked. When you hold me, I see the end of a movie. Everyone thinks that we're crazy, but maybe we are. She continued to sing, and it hit me how accurate the song was. Let's skip to the part where you kiss me, surrounded by friends and our family. She continued to sing powerfully to the instruments crashing, and I didn't know when tears sprang to my eyes. I looked away. The song lasted for only 2 minutes, but it saddened me deeply. It was exactly what I wanted with Lucas. Dahlia and the kids being there, and everyone else who cheered us on. My tears fell down my cheeks, and John seemed like he would panic. Everyone applauded Dorella, but it quieted immediately when they noticed I was crying. Our bride is overwhelmed. She's finally getting her wish, the officiant said, and everyone burst into applause again. They managed to turn my sad tears into happy ones. John smiled and wiped my tears. Now we'll have Sadie Granger's poem. Sadie came up dressed in black from head to toe, and despite my sadness, I couldn't help but smile. John shook his head seeing her, and it made me all the more happy. I read Justin Cawley's love poem. She began, and I smiled at her. A million stars up in the sky, one shines brighter I can't deny. A love so precious, a love so true, a love that comes from me to you. The angels sing when you are near. Within your arms I have nothing to fear. You always know just what to say. Just talking to you makes my day. I love you, honey, with all of my heart. Together forever and never to part. She read, and I smiled. Everyone clapped at her beautiful reading, and even though they were shocked at her clothes, they concluded it was just the craziness of an 8-year-old. After that was the exchange of vows, the part that I feared most. Do you, John Granger, pledge to love, protect, hold, cherish, and worship Emily Waston from now until death do you part? He asked, and John smiled. I do, he said loudly and clearly. Do you, Emily Waston, pledge to love, protect, hold, cherish, and worship John Granger from now until death do you part? He asked me. I opened my mouth slowly and said, do. John gave a little frown. Your eye is a little silent, the officiant said, but the confused people had begun to clap. John looked at me with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, but there was no way I was pledging to protect, love, and worship someone I didn't have any feelings for. Then the rings were brought out. Beautiful diamond rings that I would have cried to see years ago. Yes, they were beautiful, but I hated them. John slipped it on my ring finger. With this ring, you have become mine, Emily Waston. With this ring, you have become mine, John Granger. I said, doing the same to him. Finally, I declared John Granger and Emily Granger man and wife. The officiant shouted in a burst of energy, and everyone applauded, while John leaned in to give me a kiss. The devil in me wanted to bite his lips hard, but my eyes were on Lucas, and I didn't have enough time to dwell on the thought. After the kiss, cameras flashed wildly. I held up my bouquet to throw, and saw Sadie mouthing fiercely and jabbing her chest with her finger. Did she want me to throw the flowers to her? Why? She wasn't getting married anytime soon. She jabbed it with more desperation, and I threw the flowers in her direction while pretending to look elsewhere. She dashed forward like a beast and even fell to the floor, trying to catch the flowers. It's mine, she shouted, and there was laughter and applause everywhere. John and I walked arm in arm as the maids threw flower petals and confetti over us, and the family followed behind us, followed by the guests. There was jubilation everywhere, laughing, music, shouts of joy, and dancing, but I guessed I was the only one whose heart was doing the opposite of it all. John had his wedding, the one he wanted, the one where all the important names far and wide came to attend. We entered the makeup room, which was already filled with wedding gifts. You're to write letters of appreciation to all the people who gave you gifts. If you can't, ask the maids. John said, but I sat in front of the mirror wondering where to begin. How do I start taking everything off? The makeup, pins, jewelry, dress. John sat on the sofa, closed his eyes, and smiled widely. Just then, Sadie came in through the door and ran to me, handing me a note with huge letters scrawled on it. Lucas is leaving. John's Povee. I walked out of Dad's mansion into the beautiful night and saw the guests doing various things. Due to the fact that the wedding had taken place in the evening, they had been told they would stay overnight and have a feast to celebrate the wedding the next day. My good man John, come here. One of Dad's best friends, who had flown 13 hours just to attend my wedding, said, opening his arms. We embraced and he slapped my shoulder. There you go. You're all grown up now. You found yourself a beautiful bride, he said, and the people with him all laughed. You know, this boy was a really ambitious boy from the start. When he was 5, he would sit on his dad's lap while we talked about business and politics, and he would ask a lot of questions. You did that, John? A woman asked, and I smiled, lowering my gaze out of respect. You know what this lad would say whenever we told him he didn't need those answers because he was a kid? Tell them, Johnny. Tell them what you used to tell us. I always said I would be alpha someday and needed all the knowledge I could get, I replied, and they all boomed in laughter. That's a smart boy. Your dad must be so proud. He was just 5? You will make a great alpha. The funniest part is, I began. I never understood whatever they told me, I said, and sent them spiraling in laughter again. Where's your bride? One of them asked, and my smile faded a tad. We had been together in the makeup room, but she had left after saying something that left me really confused as to all I'd done. She's having her beauty rest. She needs to stay beautiful for me, I replied, and they all laughed again. They didn't release me until I had 4 glasses of wine with them and told them the story of me and Emily. When I was free of them, I went to my room and loosened my tie, slamming the door behind me. I was married happily. So why was I so bitter? I took off my jacket and threw it on the bed before slumping in my chair. Why did it feel like such a bad day? My satisfaction and happiness had slowly crumbled as the wedding began. Emily couldn't even control her sadness. It was then I realized she loved Lucas. It wasn't just a friendship or attraction thing. She loved him. Her tears when Dorella had sang for us were for Lucas. From that point, my satisfaction and happiness had hit the bottom levels, and she had stamped it out by leaving me in the makeup room with words to ponder upon. What was the point of doing it all? It was just like having a burger without all the meat inside, noodles without the seasoning, a cup without water, a summer without sun, spring without flowers, a body without a heart. I wanted her heart and not her body, but I had only married her body. My gifts had been delivered to my room, and I opened them slowly, matching couple sneakers. Didn't think you and Em would make it this far. Congratulations. A pack of condoms. I smiled. Trust me, when the babies come, everything gets ruined. As I write, my firstborn is crying and tugging my pants. The second is throwing a tantrum with Eliza. He doesn't want to get dressed. And the third, gosh, he just broke a dish. What is a 3-year-old doing in the kitchen? Anyways, take my advice. Use them well. I laughed at his note and laughed again. It was Josh who got married while we were in college. In high school, he had been a playboy who swore never to get married. They had given birth continuously to 3 boys. The first was 5, the second 4, and the last 3. More gifts and well-wishing notes. They made me laugh, and a few made me wonder if things would ever be right. Had I ruined chances of going back to the past? Why was the past so bright? Why? It made the future look dim and hopeless. Could the future ever be brighter than the past? I doubted that. I took a walk into the night, walking past the streets and looking at all the happy people around me. Why did they all have to flock out on that very night? From a few people, I heard talk about our marriage, which apparently was a blast as all the important and famous names were there. I had personally invited a few celebrities. I sat on a bench with an old man who was counting a few dollar notes. "Why do you seem so heavy, young man?" he asked, still looking at the notes he was counting. "I cheated my wife over and over again and she would never forgive me," I said without fear. What would an old man do with gossip? Also, he wasn't even looking at me. That's foolish of you to say. The human heart is weak to apologies. Apologies? I scoffed. I've done that. No, boy, not spoken apologies, apologies that can be seen by everyone. Don't do fake things. Let them be real. Be good. Stop the things she hates and start all over again. It might take a few years, and even though trust will stay broken, something else would bring you together. Something fragile only you can keep from breaking. He said, and I thought deeply on his words. I did that, and it had worked the first time. I had shown Emily how eager I was to make us come back together, and we became friends, but I ruined it all. In other words, I need patience, I said. Definitely. I opened my wallet and handed him all the notes in it. He was stunned by all the money. Thanks, but I've got no patience, I said, getting to my feet. As I walked, I wrote a single text. I'm done with us. I sent it to all the women I constantly slept with, and they were actually more than I imagined. I wanted to be real with Emily. Lucas's povee. Sadie looked at me, and tears filled up her eyes. Thanks for the lesson. Run when I'm scared. Hide instead of fight, she said, and turned away, leaving my room. I sighed. I wished it was as easy as she thought it was, but the alpha marriage wasn't something anyone would fight. Emily was completely John's. If she tried to love or get married to me, then I would die. She wouldn't want that. She'd blame herself, and I thought it would be best if we could at least see each other once in a while, than an unnecessary tragedy. After packing up, I kept my things in Mira's foyer, since I would not be returning to the room or the mansion. The wedding started only when the bride walked in, and honestly, I wished she didn't look so beautiful. I wished she didn't have to make my heart beat as hard as that. She's beautiful. I'm glad John worked things out, Raymond said with a smile. In the future, she'll appreciate what he did for her. John's going to be an alpha, and she'll be his Luna. She'll rule with him and have luxury beyond what she can imagine. Marriage is not all about love. She's lucky it's John. At least they can try rekindling their old fire, Mira said. It's not as easy as that. And why is Sadie dressed in mourning clothes? Genevieve asked. You think I'd watch her come to wedding like that? I dressed her up prettily, only for her to start taking off the clothing when everyone was busy. She wore the black clothes underneath. I can't usher her out now, can I? Mira snapped, giving Sadie a nasty side-eye. The whole wedding was so hard to watch. It felt like I was breaking all over again, like someone was smashing my heart with a hammer. It was then I finally knew she wasn't happy at all, and that whatever happiness I thought she had was only imagined in my head. Her tears from Dorella's song were real, and her apologetic eyes were on me half the time. After the bride and groom walked out to dance and celebrate with everyone outside, I slipped away and unfortunately met Trey with my luggage. Lucas, this seems like the wrong thing to do, he said. Trey, let's not start. I saw your phone and your research. You're not going back to Lakewood. You're flying to Europe, he said, and I sighed. Trey, just let it go. Europe seems good too. I have a company there, I said, but he didn't let go of my luggage. Lucas, you can't just leave. It would make her unhappy. Do you want to end up satisfying John? He asked. He's right, I heard Sadie say. I want to be harsh to you, but isn't Europe a little too far? She asked, and she looked hurt. It wasn't even up to an hour, but watching Emily and John was miserable. What do you think would happen if I were to watch them every day? I asked, and she bit her lip. I told Mom, she's coming. I already left a message. And what am I hearing about you leaving, Lucas? I heard Genevieve say as she approached us with Will. Mira said you're leaving. Is that true? Will asked. Let's discuss this inside. I don't want people seeing us, Genevieve said, and I took my luggage from Trey. Go home, Trey. After all, I'm spending the night with you, I said, and he walked away after asking if I really had to leave with his eyes. "You're really going to leave?" Sadie asked, and when I couldn't reply, she rolled her eyes and stormed off. The halls were dark and quiet, as everyone was in the Raymond mansion still celebrating the marriage they had witnessed. We got to Mira's study and sat. Shortly, Raymond and Mira joined us. "What's this talk of you leaving, Lucas? I thought you were here to stay?" Raymond asked. Immediately he came in. "You've been away for so long, but you only want to spend a few months here and leave?" Mira asked as they took their seats. "You don't need me to stay here, do you? I'm not contributing anything to you." I said, "Don't leave." Genevieve said, "Where are you planning on going?" Will asked. "Europe," I replied. "Can you hear him speak? Europe of all places? He's simply telling us he doesn't want to stay in touch." Raymond said. "Why do you want to leave?" Will asked. "Do I need to have a reason?" "This is so sudden," Genevieve began. "I mean, if there's something you're uncomfortable with, you can just tell us. Did we make you uncomfortable in any way? Or he feels pressured by new couples living with him." Mira snorted. Will began, "You can't just leave like that, Lucas. You've spent a long time away from home. Why would you leave? We want you here. The family isn't complete without you. Everyone has been so happy ever since you returned. Sadie, Jude, the twins, even us. We've been happy to have you back. You know Father always wanted the five of us to stick together. Will is right. Father treasured you and wanted you to stay where we could always watch over and protect you." Raymond said, "I'm a man. I can protect myself," I replied. "So you just wish to leave for absolutely no reason? That is preposterous. Why did you suddenly decide to leave, especially on Emily's wedding day? Does this have something to do with her?" Mira asked. "The public will definitely spin stories. They're going to ask why you're leaving after she got married. They'll ask too many questions. Was it a love triangle? Did they fight? Maybe Lucas couldn't bear seeing them together. Maybe he likes her more than just friends. They'll say all sorts of things." "Then they'll be right," I replied, and they all froze. "They'd be what?" Mira asked slowly. "I like Emily. I like her more than just friends. Emily's povey." I looked at Sadie with wide eyes. "I have to go. It's up to you to decide," she said and turned away. "Decide what?" John's eyes flew open. "None of your business, Mr. Happily Married," she replied, leaving. "Emily," John called, but I was still staring at the note, feeling like I might burst into tears. I could feel a shudder from my chest rising from deep within, and the feeling was so much like the feeling of a child's guilt after doing something horrible that cost the people around them a lot. No, that couldn't happen. Lucas couldn't leave. He had been absent for a month, and it felt like my heart was burning. What would be of my heart if he left completely? I got to my feet immediately, squeezing the letter as I made my way to the door. No matter what happened, I had to stop him from leaving. However, before I could pull the door open, John grabbed my arm. "Where are you going?" he asked, looking at me like I was meant to stick to him like glue. "Do you need to know? Does the ring still not make you feel secure?" I asked, glaring at him with all the rage I could muster. "How can it make me?" he began, but I cut in. "Then what was the point in everything you did if you still don't feel secure?" I asked, and it seemed to hit him deep. His grip slackened, and I jerked my arm out of it, leaving immediately. I ran through the halls, holding my dress up, but stopped immediately. I noticed people all around doing various things as they were going to spend the night in the Raymond mansion. "Oh, here comes the bride," a lady said. "Not now, please," I cried in my mind. "You look so beautiful today. I couldn't help thinking of how my own marriage happened," she began, and I gave a little smile. I really didn't have the time for any of that. She's so beautiful, and polite too. Honestly, John has an eye for beautiful ladies. My son would love to have her. I gave a fake smile, wishing they'd just let me go. "Honestly, you don't know just how lucky you are. You should have shown your happiness instead of keeping it in. You ought to have let it fly over the top." "Do you know how many girls wish to get married to him?" Another asked, and I smiled. "They're a perfect fit," a man said, eating grapes deliciously. "I'm sure she's so happy right now. When and where is your honeymoon?" Another man asked. We haven't decided yet," I said, rushing my words. "You look in a hurry." The first woman who had called me said, "Yes, someone is waiting for me," I said immediately. "Oh my gosh, you should have told us." The second lady said, "It's probably her husband. Of course, they'd love to have some private time together." Ah, I miss being young. Young love, how beautiful. What was wrong with them? They didn't seem to want to stop talking. "You may leave," one of them finally said, and I almost sighed in relief. "Thank you," I said, and walked as quickly as I could across the hall of people whining and dining. Outside, there were even more people, laughing, cheering, and having fun. "See if I answer," I said. "Oh, isn't that our bride?" "Emily, you mean Miss Granger?" They laughed, and I pretended not to see them. I couldn't afford more chit-chat. Couldn't they see a bride walk by and leave her? I walked briskly with my gown raised. It alone caused me difficulties as I kept tripping over it, and also, it was too full and fluffy to help me walk well. Once I crossed over from the Raymond mansion, I ran as fast as I could with my dress blowing in the wind behind me. If he left before I could find him, it would really be over. Everything would come to an end, and I didn't think I would be able to deal with the pain. I got to his mansion and rushed in. The place was quiet and empty, just like it had been on the night John had drugged me, and even though I was already feeling hopeless, I still dashed up the stairs with my heart pounding electricity. Lucas had to be there. He had to. I ran across the hall, taking off my shoes, the decorative metal of which kept on clinging to my dress. I didn't need them. My hands pushed the dark door open, and I burst in. "Lou," I began, but it was empty. Gosh! I dug my hands into my hair. He had packed all he needed, and the less important things he could always find wherever he was going to were arranged neatly in their places. It seemed like my chest was being squeezed, and I knew nothing would ever be fine if I didn't try to find him. I left his room, searching all the rooms, hoping helplessly that I'd see him in any of them, even though I knew perfectly well that he wouldn't stay in any other room. I ran to the kitchen where we had laughed so many times, and my eyes filled up with tears. My feet took me stupidly up the flight of stairs, all the way to the rooftop where we loved having dinner. But once again, he wasn't there, and it felt like a knife to my heart. Not seeing him in those places we loved to be made me feel terrified. Would he never be there, smiling as he awaited me? All our memories were warm, so warm that I didn't mind the cold around me. If he went, I'd be cold again, cold and alone. My tears dropped helplessly. As I ran across the living room, my dress managed to move a teacup on a low table. It crashed to the ground, and I stopped and turned around to see it. Instead of shards of broken china, on the floor were the pieces of my broken heart. What if Lucas had left while I was caught up in all that jubilation after walking out of the wedding hall? When everyone was throwing confetti on me, passing me from woman to woman, man to man, who were all eager to dance with the new bride, had he gone silently, like a whisper in the wind? Slowly I walked away, and outside on the steps, I met Sadie sobbing. I walked to her and sat next to her with a sigh. "He's leaving. He's not staying. Lucas won't even look at me," she said, looking at me with tears in her eyes. He's not here. I've searched. Do you know where he's going? Maybe we can go there tomorrow?" I asked, hoping he didn't leave without telling anyone his destination. "Europe. I couldn't even complete it. Europe? He was leaving the country? Why was he going so far? Did he really hate the idea of me and John getting married that badly? Did he really leave without speaking to me? Did he not care enough to say a word or even see my face? The last time I had seen Lucas, right after John had cheated me into marriage, we hadn't spoken much, and I had left him standing there holding John's marriage documents. I didn't even explain, all because I was angry and didn't want to think of it. Why didn't I just explain? It made me feel even worse. "When you saw him, where was he?" I asked. "In my mansion." "When?" "Not long," she replied with a sniff. "Not long? He's there?" I asked, getting to my feet. "He's probably left now," she said, and I left her, racing away to go to Lady's Mira Mansion, which was the last mansion, right next to Alpha Raymond's. I ended up bumping into a maid, and the muffins she was carrying on a tray fell to the floor. I bent and began to pick them hastily into her tray. Then she stopped. "Are you perhaps looking for Alpha Lucas?" she asked, and I looked up at her sharply. "Yes." "Then leave this, and hurry." He left Lady Mira's mansion before I was sent to deliver snacks to Miss Sadie. He's likely to pass through the back gate to avoid the people," she said, and I held her hand tightly to thank her. I ran with my dress packed up in my arms. Trying my best to run without being in sight, I went on. I couldn't listen to anyone calling, not at that moment. My heart pounding in my ears was the only sound I could hear. It was like holding on to a rope slipping out of my fingers. I was desperate to hold on to it, even though it was likely to slip out of my grip. I managed to leave all the noise and people behind and finally came to Lady Mira's mansion. Running past it, I went behind it and past the large and lonely garden with beautiful flowers. And along the path leading to the gate, bathed in the moonlight, I saw a silhouette bending. Lucas. My heart wrenched free in relief, and I had never felt freer. I was a sponge ready to squeeze out all the emotions I had sucked in. He zipped up his bag and applied something on his hands before dropping a tall container next to a flower. It was my hand lotion. He was leaving it behind. Then he began to walk away. "Lucas," I called desperately, and my voice sounded hoarse and mixed with tears. He stopped and turned sharply. I ran to him and stopped just a few feet away, looking into those green eyes that I ought to have drowned in when I had the time. Of course, the sadness in his eyes was the easiest thing to read. "Lucas," I called softly, Don't go. Please, don't leave me. Please don't go away." I cried with my tears rolling down my cheeks seamlessly. Sorrow filled up his eyes. "Emily, I'm in love with you," I said, and a little burden lifted off my chest. "I love you. I'm saying I love you. Even if it's stupid, crazy, and pointless, I'm saying it. Please, just don't leave. I really, really love you. It's been a while now, but I've been deceiving myself. Not anymore. I know what I want. Not John. No, no one, but you. I can't help it." I cried out, letting go of all I'd been burning to say to him, and the whole heavy feeling was lifted off my chest. Finally, I confessed. Lucas's povee. I stared at her, a beautiful creature, radiating with brilliance under the moonlight. She was the most beautiful thing ever. Her large dark eyes filled up with tears over and over again, and they fell quickly down her fair cheeks. She hadn't changed out of her wedding dress, and her makeup and veil were still on her. Just the mere sight of her, an immeasurable joy filled my heart, but that joy shared that space with pain that also couldn't be measured. It seemed deep down I had actually wanted to see her before leaving, but the rational part of me knew that seeing her would make it hard to leave. And when she expressed her feelings, telling me she also loved me, with such desperation and fearlessness, I couldn't help the heat wave that rose within me. It felt like my heart was rising. A mix of joy and sorrow I had never experienced clouded me. Was I really leaving her behind? When I'd already confirmed that she felt the same? That she wasn't just comfortable or friendly with me, but actually loved me? When I knew she wasn't happy? Her chest heaved heavily, and she closed her eyes crying, but I didn't know what to do. I could only watch her. "Why aren't you coming to me? Why won't you tell me you love me too? Don't you feel the same?" I'm saying this here because I've thought about it a lot. I've received a lot of notes, but not one has made my heart beat as much as this one. She said, holding out a squeezed note. "You know what it says? It says Lucas is leaving. Just those 3 words have made my heart beat so painfully that I fear it's going to stop. Those words have made me feel like I'm holding on to my life, which has become the thin end of a rope. I'm saying I love you, Lucas. I love you. Can you not leave? Can you not come to me?" She asked, helplessly, and I also realized I couldn't help myself. There was no other choice. I threw aside my luggage and went to her quickly, with such an urgency like my life depended on it. Never had my feelings felt so uncontrollable. There was just something about the way she called on me that was irresistible, like I was hers, and hers alone. I wrapped her in a tight hug, and she held me tighter, like even though I tried to escape, she wouldn't let me go, and would keep on holding me till the end of time. Don't leave." She shuddered, and I looked at her. Her beautiful eyes were glittering with tears, and I had never felt greater sorrow just from looking into a person's eyes. Without knowing what I was doing, or whatever repercussions there would be, I bent and kissed her. She didn't hesitate, and kissed me in return, still holding me tight. We kissed deeply and ferociously like there were people chasing us, out to kill us and make us miserable. It was a flame of passion, burning us both. I had waited so long just to feel those lips on mine again. It seemed like every cell in me was awakened, and I wished to be drunk. Just like the night we had first met, I wished one, or better still, both of us weren't sane. We weren't supposed to go farther than that, but I couldn't tear myself from her, not with my body tingling with insane electricity that, if allowed, would power the whole compound. We moved behind the flowers and bushes to a more closed space that had an abundance of the moonlight we had enjoyed earlier. She was the first to make a bolder move, and I followed. She worked on my buttons, but eventually tore them apart in her haste, and I understood that the longing had not been solely on my part. For a long time, she had also wanted it. Breaking the kiss and resuming it, we fought to get our troublesome clothes off. I almost ripped her dress off in the process. It was just too big, too spacious, too complicated. But she had undone it herself, pulling her body out of it expertly. Then we had fallen among the scented flowers, finally free of all clothes and worries, finally having ourselves, all to ourselves. In the middle of the night, I watched the moonlight illuminate the features of her face. Propped up on one elbow, I watched her, smiling at all the things that happened in the past 2 hours. Starting from the time she had expressed her feelings to us making love for the second time. It all made me smile. Making love had never been more beautiful. It had been just as special as the first night. Her skin had been soft underneath the caress of my fingers, and so had her lips been under the caress of my lips. That night was a night of no cares, but we had at least cared to put on our clothes. No one came by the back gate, and it had been locked for years. Only Mira came by to water her flowers herself. When it came to her flowers, she was extra protective. Too bad, we had crushed some of her lovely flowers in a wave of passion. I had suggested going to my room, but Emily didn't want it. She wanted to take away all her worries for that night. We didn't know where we were going after that, but we just wanted to stay in the moment. I touched her soft eyelashes, and even softer cheeks, and the softest lips I'd ever touched. I lay gently by her side and watched her quietly till sleep took me. And when I awoke, she was the one who had been watching me. She had placed my head on her lap. I sat up abruptly and reacted late to the blinding brightness, and she laughed. "Am I shining so bright you have to close your eyes? Or you can't believe what happened?" she asked with a bright smile, and that was all it took to turn my chest into a land of honey. How could a smile be so sweet? How could I be so intoxicated with a person? I sat next to her, and she looked at me. We stared at each other for a while, then burst into laughter. "Why are you staring?" she asked, blushing pink. "Why are you also staring?" I returned, teasing her. "I don't know. It feels so thrilling, exciting, and instead of the fear I thought I would feel, I feel so happy. Like no one can do anything to dim my light," she said, and I smiled. "Me too. I was thinking, maybe my life wouldn't be so bad after all. You're going nowhere, Lucas. This time I'm not begging. Sadie and I are now hand in hand, and I'm going to blackmail you for seducing a bride on her wedding day," she said, and I burst into laughter. "What did you just say?" I asked. Sadie had really made an impression on Emily. They were becoming more alike day by day. "You heard me right. If you try to leave, I'll tell the whole world everything that happened, step by step," she replied, and I smiled, feeling so happy. "Step by step? You mean from the kiss to the clothes?" "Yes," she replied, and we both laughed when she turned pink. "It's weird. I feel so happy. Like, I don't know," I said, feeling like my heart had grown wings. "It's a ticklish feeling that keeps making you want to giggle," she supplied. "Exactly. Gosh, this is new." "Yeah. I never thought I'd be a rebel. Imagine me in my wedding dress finding my way to another man," she said, looking at her gown. "Another man? I'm just another man?" I asked. "The man my heart dragged me to. The man who messes with the screws in my head. The man who loves me enough to abandon the beauty of Europe," she said, and I laughed. "You're more beautiful than Europe. Of course, it's natural to stay. Your eyes alone made me stay. Just seeing them makes me so happy. I don't regret last night, Lucas. Nor do I." "You're staying, right?" she asked. "I'm bound. I don't want the world knowing my secret, the secret you hold." "Lucas, I'm not stopping here. I want this to go on. Let John think whatever he wants. We only need to know that we're the true lovers here. I belong only to you, and you to me." Let's have the relationship we wish for, she said, and I nodded. I'm highly interested in that. Let John think what he wants, I said, and she broke into a smile. But what got into you? Why did you sign such with him? Didn't you know what it was? I asked, and she sighed. You know I forgave him. It turns out forgiving and trusting should be set aside as two different things. Sadie actually told me not to go. She told me she had a bad feeling, but I ignored it and went. He lied that his friends wanted to meet me, and that it would be nice if we hung out together. She began, and I already knew where it was leading to. That damned idiot. He drugged me, she said, and anger flared in my chest. How could he go that far? He didn't even consider making her drunk. He drugged her. What? Did you tell my family? I asked, even though I knew their reactions couldn't be more or less surprised. I did, but they didn't hear me out. Lady Mira asked how I could have let myself be drugged. The drug, that horrible thing, made my body feel like lead. It took a lot to raise an arm, so I couldn't even think of stopping him. I was left with no choice but to let him have what he wanted. I could feel the pain in her voice. Being helpless in the face of danger was something no one wanted. Then why didn't you tell me? You looked so happy at Trey's party. I didn't remember. He said it would take a while for my memories to return when I slept. Immediately I set my eyes on John. It all came flooding back to me. Damn him. I spat, wishing she had told me sooner. I was definitely going to give that jerk what he deserved. I was so angry I whacked him twice across the face. He deserved more, I said, feeling like finding the jerk and punching him to a pulp. That was why I couldn't explain to you, because I was so mad and I had barely convinced myself doing something reckless wasn't the solution. If I explained it all to you, then I was likely to do something reckless to John because it was so unfair. She explained, and I burned to find John, but she laid a gentle hand on mine. It's fine. It's all fine now. I have you by my side, she said with a sweet smile, only for the smile to drop instantly. Lucas, she shouted, without warning. What? I asked, alarmed, looking around. John and I are bound by the alpha marriage. Emily's pove. Instant fear filled me. What had we done? Why did we do it without thinking? The previous night had been so fast-paced that we had forgotten all about the deep bond me and John shared. We had only been thinking of each other's pain and longing. I personally had longed for it, and stopping Lucas would have been easier than stopping myself. Lucas raised a hand to his heart. You're right. I should be dead, he said, staring into space, confused. You should? It's not a gradual death stuff, I asked, and hit his shoulder. Just to be sure he was in front of me, and I hadn't imagined the whole thing after going crazy. Oh, do you think I'm a ghost or what? That's so cliché. A ghost returning to his lover, he said. You could as well be. But wait. We signed it with each other's blood. How come you're not dead? I asked, wanting to be sure I wasn't going to suddenly lose him along the line, and also wanting to know if we didn't have to stay away from each other. You mean you want me dead? He asked, pointing to his face. No, I mean, it means we can go on, right? I sighed. I don't know. I'll have to check it out, he said, still looking confused. Are you sure you're not dying slowly? You don't feel pain anywhere? I asked, touching his chest and abs. No, it's an immediate death. That's why a remedy was never found, because the people involved with the bound wolf died immediately, he replied, and I exhaled in relief. Really? Yes, but this is weird. I actually feel fine. Maybe because John and I are related by blood. Maybe it recognizes the blood alone. Oh my, that's true, I said with a clap. In most of the stories, the bound woman or man never sleeps with relatives. It's always a random wolf or a noble knight they fell in love with, or some other charming alpha. It's never a relative. I said immediately, what if it really recognized blood alone? After all, we used our blood to sign everything. I bound myself with John's blood, and the same blood flowed through Lucas's veins. They were family. Wow, I think we just discovered something important, he said, looking like he was considering being a scientist. Too bad we can't test it to be sure, I said, and his eyes went wide. Will? Raymond? No, I laughed, hitting him lightly. I never meant to be the test subject. I got scared for a while, he said, and I laughed. Ah, the morning is so good. You should be glad I have my things with me, he said, getting to his feet. He walked to his luggage, where he had abandoned it the previous night, and brought it to me. "Whoa, change of clothes," I said, happily as he knelt and opened it. I would do anything to take off the dress. It limited my movement. Anyone would spot you easily in that dress. Then they'll wonder why the bride is still in her dress. You should have something more casual, he said, and I picked out a yellow hoodie and white shorts. "Turn around," I said, and he raised a brow. "Oh, come on. I know last night happened, but just turn around," I said, feeling embarrassed, and he laughed, then turned around, checking out clothes for himself. Honestly, the previous night felt like a blur. Everything had just happened so fast. I changed into his clothes comfortably, folding the waistline of his trousers multiple times so it could fit me. Then we left Lady Mira's garden. No one noticed us, even though the feast was happening in front of the Raymond mansion. They were all too busy eating and drinking. Lucas and I walked in and went to his room, where we both arranged his things. "When I came here searching for you, gosh, my heart was breaking. I felt like I was in trouble if you left just like that," I said, arranging things in his drawer. "And when I dropped your lotion, it felt like my heart had been ground into powder," he said, and I laughed. "How could you dare to leave that behind? How about we write a list of things we wish to do, places we wish to go? It's spring." "Oh yeah, spring! Oh my, I have a lot of things in mind. Let me see. Going to the beach, seeing the cherry trees, going on a cruise, going to a concert. Write those down. We'll do it all," he said, and I smiled, taking out a notepad. "I have number 1 ready and number 2 and number 3, I said with a nasty smile. What are they?" he asked, checking them out, and he smiled. "You're a naughty girl. They're all the same thing," he said, poking me gently in the forehead with his finger. "No, they're not. Number 1, go to bed. Number 2, take off clothes. Number 3, revisit last night. See, they're completely different things," I said, and he laughed. "So, when are we ticking off number 1, I asked, looking at him sweetly. "Now," he said, and I happily went to the bed. "Number 2? Now?" he asked, coming to me, and I kissed him. We made love again, and the third time was the best of all the times we had made love. Maybe because we weren't strangers, nor were we panicked lovers who didn't want to be torn apart. When I woke up, I saw 38 missed calls from John and smiled before turning off my phone. "John called. We have to be extra careful," I said as me and Lucas dressed up for the beach. We left the house, careful not to run into anyone, and we took the back gate, sneaking out of it by climbing over it. Strangely, it felt like skipping school, and it also felt like another life. Being with John back then in school had felt limited. I was limited to being the shy, sweet girl, but with Lucas it was different. I didn't like him at first, so I could show other sides of me, and those other sides of me had made me free and wild, so I didn't have to try so hard when I was with him. Because unlike John, he didn't like the sweet girl. He liked me, just me and all I had to offer. He ordered a cab and we got in, driving to the beach. Immediately I got there, I ran towards the waves, screaming, "I'm on top of the world. I've been rescued from the ugly prince," I screamed, and Lucas laughed. "You're so childish," he said, still smiling. "I'll be childish all I want. I'm Anna and you saved me from Hans. I'm Rapunzel and you saved me from the witch." "And who are those?" "Gosh, Disney, you're so boring, Lucas," I said, laughing. "Oh yeah, then who'll save you from me?" he asked, and I deliberately ran into the water and got my wish of us playing in it with abandon, laughing and daring the water to sweep us away as we waded deeper into it. "Wait a sec," he said, and suddenly left. When he returned, he was smiling from ear to ear. "What's that?" I asked, tucking my wind-blown hair behind my ear as he held something behind him. "A surprise," he said, coming closer to me. I blushed, barely able to wait to see what it was. It was his first gift to me as couples. "Close your eyes," he said, and I placed a hand over my eyes to prevent my yielding to temptation. "Open," he said, and I took my hand off. There, in a box, sitting gently on his palm, was a beautiful ring, and I gasped. It was identical to the ring John had given me, but had a little gold around the edges, making it 100 times better than John's. Immediately, I took off John's ring from my finger and threw it as far as it could go into the water. Then I held out my hand to him, and he smiled. "I hope you like it," he said, putting the ring on my finger. "It was a perfect fit." "You're kidding. I love it," It's so beautiful. Gosh, look at how pretty it is on my finger. It was made for me. I'm never going to take it off," I said, looking at the ring. "If we find a way to get married and I don't die, I'll give you a better one," he said, and I smiled. "You won't die. I won't let you," I replied, planting a quick kiss on his lips. "Also, then I'll just wear 2 rings on my fingers," I said, and he laughed. Together we spent the day, talking and laughing, being at peace with each other. We ordered breakfast and lunch there, not getting tired of each other in the slightest. And in the evening, we watched the sunset dip beautifully in the horizon. Watching the sunset alone was not really effective, but watching with someone else made it a whole different thing. It marked the most beautiful moment in my life. The time I felt loved, a time I felt content, and a time I felt at peace, forgetting about whatever bad event the world had in store for me. How quickly the hours had passed by without us knowing. I wasn't going to be sorry about being in an affair. No, not when I had been cheated into marriage. I was going to love Lucas with my all, Lucas Povey. Unbelievably, Emily and I stayed up the night. We watched several movies and talked about the stars splayed across the midnight blue sky. When the air became colder with the night, we cuddled and talked about every and anything. It felt like we were somewhere else, the breeze, the warm sand, the roaring waters, the moon and stars watching and shedding their warm lights over us. It was at dawn that we finally left the beach, heading back to the mansion. "What's your favorite season?" she asked me, putting her hand out of the car. "Spring," I answered. "Really?" "My preferences change with time, but right now I think I'm in love with spring," I replied, glancing at her. "I guess everyone loves spring. The blooming flowers, trees growing new leaves, warmer weather," she said, still looking out the window. "What's your favorite season?" I asked. "Autumn," she replied without skipping a beat. "Autumn? Rain, autumn leaves, chilly breeze. It gives me the feeling of sitting in front of the fire with a loved one while it pours outside," she replied, and I smiled. "You like spring because of me, right?" she suddenly asked with a brow raised. "Why do you think so?" "You just said your preferences change, and it probably did because we got together in spring," she said, making me chuckle. "What if I say you're wrong?" I asked, smiling. "I'm wrong?" she asked with her eyes going wide. "You're not," I said, and she chuckled. "You're something else, seriously." When we got home, I escorted her to her room just to be sure she didn't encounter any difficulties. After that, I went to my room. I slept for just a little while and awoke late in the morning. After a long bath, I dressed up and went over to the Raymond mansion, where no doubt my siblings would be gathered. They'd probably have had breakfast together about 15 minutes ago. If I hurried, I would still catch them. Striding across the lawn, I caught sight of Sadie and Jude playing dodgeball. "Lucas!" Sadie called in a shrill voice, jumping and waving. She ran towards me and Jude followed. She jumped against me and I staggered heavily. "You're back?" she asked with wide eyes. "I never left." I was telling her your things were back in your room. She wouldn't believe me. She didn't even want to check. Jude said, breathing hard. "I'm no longer leaving, Sadie. I'm here to stay," I replied, and she threw her little arms around me. Jude did the same, and I hugged them. "I'll see you guys later, okay? I have to catch your parents before they leave," I said, withdrawing from them, and Jude nodded. "You can leave, but I'm still mad. You'll have to pacify me," Sadie said with a pout, folding her arms. "Trust me, I will," I said. "Then me too," Jude added, and I laughed. All right, I'll definitely pacify the both of you, very soon," I promised, backing away, and they smiled. Mira was about leaving when I showed up in Raymond's foyer. "Lucas," she called, walking quickly to me. I was expecting a hug, but got a huge slap on my shoulder instead. "How could you scare us like that? You're no longer leaving, right?" she asked, and worry played in her eyes. "No, I'm not. Are the rest still inside?" I asked her. "Yes, we just had breakfast," she said, turning around, and I went with her. The rest of my siblings were still at the dining table having dessert. "Lucas," Genevieve called breathily, getting to her feet. "Lucas," Will also called. "I came to tell you that I'm not leaving. Not anymore." "What made you change your mind?" Raymond asked, tapping a seat. I walked towards the chair and sat. Mira sat next to me, looking at me intently. "A lot of things, actually. But that shouldn't be what matters, right? What actually matters is I'm no longer leaving like you guys wanted, I replied. You made a good choice, Raymond said, with a smile. Then what do you plan on doing? Will asked, and I looked at him. Do you plan on keeping, hiding, showing, or working on your feelings for Emily? Everyone seemed to pay extra attention, waiting for my reply, and I flashed them an easy smile. I will pick what's best for me, I said, getting to my feet. There's somewhere I have to be, right now. Pardon me, I informed them. As long as you're back, and you play things safe. That's enough for me, Genevieve said, getting up from her seat. Boy, you gave me such a scare. She added, looking like she would throw something on me. Whatever you do, Lucas, play it safe. Will advised, and I nodded. I will. After meeting with them, I went to Trey's house. He had seemed quite broken when he heard I was leaving. Even though I tended to give him a lot of work, he loved having me around. After all, we were the best of friends. He was cooking in the kitchen when I walked in, and he rushed out, probably wondering who had put in his passcode when it was just us two who knew it. Good God, he exclaimed, relieved. Then he dropped the ladle in his hand onto the sofa and approached me. You're no longer leaving? He asked cautiously. No, I'm staying. Damn you, he exclaimed, suddenly landing a punch on my chest. Ow! Is that how you greet a friend? The friend who gave me such a scare 2 nights ago, he said, pushing me, and I pushed him back. Like that, we turned it into a play fight. Had breakfast yet? He asked, smiling. I'm with Emily, I said, and it took him about a minute to break down my words. Dude, you're crazy? She signed the alpha marriage with John. You'll die if you try shit with her, he said, looking at me like I had suddenly decided to burn my hands to a crisp. We already slept together. What? He asked, coming closer. You did what? We slept with each other, but as you can see, I'm fine, I said, and he touched me. Are you sure? You're really sure? Completely sure? Can you look into it? Emily and I are guessing it's because John and I share the same blood, but I just want to be sure. I heard you. I'll do some research, although it might take some time. Thanks, man, I replied. On my way back to the house, I saw a toy stand, and a light pink teddy bear caught my eye. Sadie would love it. Jude would also love it. The both of them had an uncanny love for stuffed toys. Well, maybe it was uncanny for Jude, but Sadie could still be called a kid, so it was natural. I got down from the car and purchased 2 of the toys. The coat was soft and fluffy. It would definitely be a good sleeping partner for them. Getting into my car, I drove back home. Jude and Sadie were no longer playing dodgeball, so I decided to check Sadie's room. Come in. Her little voice came when I knocked. I came in with my hands behind my back. She was with a pink laptop placed on her lap. Where's Jude? I asked, looking around. She went to get us more snacks. We're watching movies. What's that behind your back? Something the both of you would like. It's my pacification, I said, and she smiled. Let's see, she replied, placing the laptop aside. She got up and walked towards me. What's it? Surprise, I said, holding out the bears, and immediately her expression turned into one of horror. She fell to the ground. Her jaw fell, and she began to drag herself backwards. Sadie, what's the matter? I asked, with my eyes darting between her and the toys. Bears, bears, she cried, holding her head. She raised her knees to her chest and began to scream as her eyes darted left and right in their sockets. Take it away, she screamed, and I threw away the bears. She was hallucinating again, and this time it seemed worse. To her, I was a bear, and she was going crazy. I couldn't even assure her she was seeing things because each move of mine freaked her out. Suddenly, she got up and raced for the open window. Sadie! I shouted, but it was too late. She jumped. Emily's pove. With worry, I walked into the hospital. I'm here for Sadie Granger, I said to the nurse receptionist. She looked over a large book briefly, then back to me. That's Ward 105, she replied, and I nodded. I made my way over to the wards, checking the names as I went. Taking the lift to the 3rd floor, I finally found the ward with the number 105. Through the glass, I could already see Sadie giggling with Lucas. Her leg was heavily bandaged and placed in a short leg cast. Then I pushed the door open. Emily, she squealed, trying to sit, but Lucas pushed her down. What in the world happened? I asked, walking towards the empty seat next to Lucas. I settled on it and brought out the fruits I had bought for her. Lucas suddenly turned into a bear. I got scared out of my wits. He had 2 other bears with him, and I couldn't think straight, she explained. Then she jumped out the window. Lucas added, "Are you serious?" I asked Sadie. "If you see a big bear approaching you, will you sit still?" "Only a dumbass would do that. I actually forgot you identify as one," she said, and I stuffed a strawberry into her mouth as I was reminded of how rude she could be. Luckily, the trees broke the fall, but not without her little leg having a fracture. "She'll heal fast, though. Give it a few days," Lucas said, patting her leg. The strawberry is delicious. By the way, are fruits the only thing you brought? I did a great job of stringing you and Lucas together, and fruits are the only things you can get?" she asked. "String?" I asked in return, and Lucas chuckled. "You disappeared on your wedding night, and this is the first time I'm seeing you since then. Also, today is the first time I'm seeing Lucas since your wedding night, and he suddenly says he's no longer leaving. Of course, I'm completely sure my matchmaking worked, and you two are now a couple," she said, and Lucas hit her lips lightly. "No, he began. "Can you keep a secret?" I asked Sadie, and Lucas turned to me wide-eyed. "You want to give her a secret? Have you forgotten what she does with secrets? She's a little blackmailer." He blurted out, and I burst into laughter. Gosh, I almost fed her with something. "Okay, if you don't tell me what the secret is, I'm going to upload a post online and tell my family you guys are a thing," she threatened. "Well, the secret is we're a thing," I replied, and she giggled. "My work. I'm so proud of it. Of course, I'm going to have to brag to my friends about it, but they don't need to know your real identities." "Brag all you want," I said, shaking my head as I began to peel oranges for her. "So what are you doing about Sadie's illness?" I asked Lucas. "Well, I found her another therapist today. She'll begin her sessions this week. Hopefully she can get over her mind's deceptions," he replied, and I fed Sadie a plumpy orange. "She's a brave girl. Of course she can," I said, and Sadie blushed. Right then, I began to imagine me and Lucas having a kid as cute as Sadie. The thought of it left a sweet feeling within me. The day seemed to be getting better. I didn't see John around, and adding to my joy, Dahlia actually came visiting. It was a maid who informed me of her presence. "Dahlia!" I exclaimed, running towards her. My hug threw her backwards, and she staggered. "Oh my, you want to break an old lady's back?" she asked, with a giggle. Come. How's your fracture? Has it healed completely? Ooh, I'm so happy to see you," I squealed, leading her towards a sofa. "Oh, my leg is fine. I was passing by and thought to pay you a visit. You look brighter than I imagined you'd be," she said in delight. "A bowl of fruits for us, please," I called. "Oh no, I should ask you. Tea, snacks, pastries, food? Pastries, please," she replied. "Pastries, please," I said to the maids. "What got into you?" she asked, and I whispered into her ear. "Lucas and I are together." "What?" she asked with raised brows, and I blushed, feeling excited. The maids served us our pastries, and I picked up the tray. "We discovered we're also mates. I've heard of so many women talking about having 2 mates, but I've never really thought deep about it. Lucas and I couldn't recognize each other. I don't know why, but we just suddenly felt that pull, heard the call, and we knew," I whispered. "Some people don't recognize each other until after a while," she replied. "Oh gosh, when last did we see each other? This is so good, Dahlia. I have a lot to tell you. Let's go to my room, so we wouldn't see anyone unwanted." "That's John, I presume," she said, and I giggled. Well guessed. Dahlia and I spoke in my room, eating pastries and drinking chilled milk. I had missed having talks with her. Before I got myself into the whole John mess, she used to listen to every of my woes and sorrows while crocheting or working. It got me excited to speak with her again. We spoke for quite a long while before she decided she had to leave, as she had a lot to do. Her daughter had opened a little shop for her where she could sell her baked goods. She had been on her way to the shop when she decided to stop by and see me. "I'll visit," I said as I waved her goodbye. "We'll be expecting you," she replied, and I watched her leave. "Did you have fun?" Lucas popped out of nowhere. "Hey, I would have introduced you properly. I thought you both needed time to catch up." "Well, that's true, we did need the time. Have you seen John today?" "No, I haven't. Who knows what he's up to? Follow me," he said, turning away, and I followed him. In his room, he stood and looked at me. It's been bothering me for a while now, but I think you should know a bit of self-defense. Self-defense? I don't trust John. He can do anything. I won't always be around, and you'll be stuck with him most of the time, he said. So what do I do? I asked, and he turned me around. I can't predict much, but let's say you walk out on him, and he tries to hold your shoulder, he said, placing a hand on my shoulder. Yeah, what do I do? I asked with a smile. Actually, I think the best you could do will be to run. You're not strong enough for this. I can train, I said, moving closer to him. I'm really worried, though. I'm not, because you're here, I said, lifting myself to kiss him. He smiled. I guess you're not worried about the training, but about something else, he said, and I laughed. You're making me out to be an awful person, I replied, kissing him again. His hands landed on my waist, and we began to kiss. Moving towards the bed, we began to take off our clothes as excitement filled us in a rush. I didn't think you'd be as naughty as this, he whispered against my ear, and I let out a soft sigh, enjoying the sparks it sent down my body. I didn't think so too. Maybe it's just something about you, I said, trailing my fingers down his open chest. He took his shirt off and tugged at my t-shirt. Then I pushed him off me towards the bed and straddled him, landing kisses on his chest while my fingers struggled to get his pants down. Lucas. We suddenly heard loud, hasty footsteps approaching his door. John, Lucas Povey. His footsteps approached my door hastily. Where the hell did you put my wife? He asked, and Emily's eyes went wide with fear. She rolled off me and immediately snatched her t-shirt from the bed. She made for the bathroom at first, but changed her mind as John's footsteps got dangerously near. Her feet went in the opposite direction, and she hid behind the drapes. I, on the other hand, took my shirt and put it on. I had just sat on the bed when my door was pushed open. You should knock, I said in a low, rumbling voice. Where is Emily? Where the hell did you guys go to? He asked, angrily. I got up and walked towards him, digging my hands into my pockets. Through my side eye, I caught movement behind the drapes and leaned in closer to John to distract him. Is that beer I smell on you? Isn't it way too early to be drinking? I asked, moving backwards, as he hit me with beer breath as each word tumbled out of his mouth. We just got married. We should be together. But I'm quite sure you've been hiding her from me. She is always with you. Friends or not, that must stop. She is now a married woman, and her husband will not tolerate such. He bellowed, pointing his index at me. You should find her elsewhere, John. Coming here was useless. I tried fixing a flat expression on my face, wanting him to leave quickly. I'm quite sure you're aware of the alpha marriage and the consequences of doing anything to defy it. Yes, I'm fully aware, I replied coldly. Despite what you did, John, you still have the guts to call her your wife. Drugging her was very wrong, and I'd arrest you if only I had proof. But you don't. Not a single soul witnessed what went on, and Emily cannot be believed by anyone. From now on, whatever I do to Emily is my business, and you should stay out of it. She's mine now. We are officially married, and my ring is on her finger, he said, making me chuckle. He had no idea his ring was probably 1,000 feet beneath the sea. Right now, you're making me think of hurting her badly, just to kill off the laughter from your voice. Try it. My voice took on a dangerous tone. As long as I'm still here, hale and hearty, if you touch even a hair on her head, you will get what's coming to you. I threatened, and he looked even angrier. You are willing to hurt your nephew for a woman? A woman who didn't deserve the unfair things you did to her. A woman who didn't deserve your wickedness. I replied, feeling my insides heat up with anger. He didn't show any sign of remorse and continued to look at me with those searching blue eyes piercing through mine. Did you even love her? How dare you question my love? He asked, and I laughed. Love? You call that love? You're crazy. And you're shameless. How could you dare to like the woman I like? She was mine from the start. This is no proper way to behave, Lucas. Unfortunately, the heart cannot be controlled. I met Emily before you introduced her to me. What? To be precise, I met her on the night she discovered you cheated on her with Katie. You are kidding me. That's not all. I discovered that we happened to share a mate. What? Damn you, Lucas. Emily is not your mate. He spat with his lips twitching. Are you the one to tell me that? You're nuts. Get out. I know exactly what to do. Get out, John. I said expressionlessly, and he walked out, slamming the door as he went. Finally, Emily came out from behind the drapes. "I wish I never met such a jerk like him," she said, staring at the door with anger in her eyes. "As for self-defense, you don't mind if I carry tasers around, do you?" she asked, and I smiled. "If you have pepper sprays, you can carry them around too," I said. "I will. John's crazy. He's the real shameless one. Despite the amount of love, commitment, and honesty I poured into our relationship, this is all he can turn out to be. This is who he has always been. It just took a lot to bring the real him out," I replied, and she rolled her eyes. "He gets on my nerves," she spat. The next morning, just as I got into my car, ready to go to work, Will stopped me. "You have some time?" he asked, knocking on my windows. "Yes, you want to come in?" I asked, and he nodded. I opened the door and he came in. "So, I'm guessing you have time for a little cup of tea, right?" "Yes, I do. Is there something you have to tell me?" "Yes, drive to the nearest coffee shop. Let's have a little chat," he said, and I wondered why he didn't just say whatever he had to say in the car. No matter how private what he wanted to say was, the car was more private. Shortly, we arrived at the coffee shop and sat near the window. "A cup of latte, please," I ordered. "Chamomile," Will replied calmly, and the waitress nodded, leaving to take our orders. "Do you come to this cafe often?" he asked, looking around. "Yes, they make one of the nicest beverages here," I replied, and he looked at the pastries and desserts. "Should I order one?" "I know you have a sweet tooth," I said, and he chuckled. "Maybe I'll return here sometime and just check out the things they have," he replied, and not too long after, our orders were brought to us. Will took a sip of his tea, and I waited patiently for him to say whatever it was he wanted to say. "I bet you're wondering what exactly it is I want to say," he began. "Yes, you don't need to. I think you know it already," he said, taking another sip. "I do? What is it?" I asked, and he placed his cup gently on the table. His face took on a more serious expression, and he looked at me like he would a child who never listened. "I know about you and Emily's affair." "Wait, Emily's pove." I returned to my room and sat on my bed. My foot began to move restlessly, while my thumb stayed in my mouth. Despite being with Lucas, I hated the fact that I was still married to John, and was therefore stuck with him. If only there was a way to break free from him completely. But then, even with my rage, I could still feel my heart thundering. What would have happened if he'd caught us? What would he say? What exactly would happen? When I had heard his voice, it felt like my heart was going to leap out of my chest. My knees had felt wobbly, and my head had gone all muddy. I couldn't even think well. Even while hiding behind the drapes, it was a fight not to move, and cause them to shake. With that, I got up from the bed and took the chair in front of my desk. Bending slightly, I took out my sketchbook from a drawer and placed it on the table. He's crazy if he thinks I'm his wife. He's completely crazy. Damn him. I spat and began to sketch designs into the book. I didn't have a particular design in my head. I just went with the flow, accepting whatever stroke my hand made. The next day, after taking my bath, I left my room and walked around cautiously, not wanting to bump into John. Outside, in front of the pool, Sadie sat on a beach chair with her phone in her hands. Then she spotted me. "Emily," she called, tapping on the beach chair next to her. I walked to her and sat. "How's your leg?" I asked. "Healing quite nicely," she replied. "Have you seen John this morning?" I asked. "Nope." "By the way, shouldn't you be in school?" "Nope, I have a 1-week break, thanks to your wedding. So, have you and Lucas gone on your first date yet?" she asked, putting a long slice of watermelon into her mouth. The juice dribbled down her chin, and she wiped it with her arm. "The beach. That's so classic. Couldn't there have been a more fun place for you guys to visit? There are lots of other romantic places to go than the beach," she said, looking at me like I was the kid and she the adult. Sadie was a living oxymoron. Her clumsy way of eating the watermelon suggested she was still a kid, but the way she talked and the way she looked at a person suggested she was mature. "Okay, give an example of the trendy places to go on a date. A ride on a cruise ship, a night party, a night picnic on the highest point of an hotel, looking down at all the beauty below. There's just a lot of places you can go to. Watching a horror movie at a cinema is fine too. Deciding to try out all the restaurants in New York is another romantic moment too, she said, and I laughed. Trying out all the restaurants in New York? I asked with a raised brow. Don't you know eating good food together strengthens a relationship? How is that true? You're eating something you love with someone you love. Wouldn't that be a blissful memory? She asked, and I smiled. That's quite true. But hey, how do you know all these things? I'd like to say I was born with it, but really it's the movies, YouTube channels, and novels, she replied, making me laugh. Okay, you're busted. Ma'am? A maid called, and I turned to her. Yes? Alpha John calls for you, she said, and I let out a sigh. There was definitely no way to hide from him anymore. Where is he? In his room. Do you know what he's doing? I asked, getting to my feet. He's going over some documents. Thanks, I replied, and made my way back into the house. Just as she had said, John was there in his room, seated at his desk, going over his documents. He looked effortlessly like the devil. You wanted to see me, I said in the coldest voice I could manage. How are you doing? He asked softly, without looking up from his documents. Fine, I replied curtly, wondering what else he was up to. Where have you been? He asked, still working on his documents. Here and there, I replied, and he finally looked up at me. Can I ask why you're avoiding me? He asked calmly, which was giving me the chills. It was way better for him to shout and threaten me than act like his temperament had been soaked in cold water. Can you think of anyone in my shoes who would want to see you? You got what you wanted? Still don't feel like the winner? I attacked, hoping my words would eat deep into him. He gave a little smile. It's fine. I just wanted to see your face and confirm that you're healthy. I've seen that, so you may take your leave. He replied, turning back to his documents, and I frowned. What did he really call me for? He definitely didn't call me just to say that. What else did he have up his sleeve? I walked out of his room and happened to run into Kay approaching his room with a tray of food. I gave a bright smile, about to call her name, but her blank expression quickly gave way to a strange expression. The way she looked at me was weird, like she had done something wrong, like she had made a mistake and was guilty of something. Her large eyes seemed to hold fear, and her fingers trembled. It then occurred to me that I hadn't seen her for a while. Kay, I called, but she shook her head vigorously and walked past me into John's room. What just happened? She didn't even give a second. She looked so terrified. I waited for her in the corridor, but 30 minutes passed, and she still wasn't out yet. With my mind burning with questions, I turned and left. Another time, we would still meet. An hour later, I sat in my room working on my designs, but I still couldn't concentrate. Kay looked so scared that it bothered me. What happened? Why did she look so? I slammed my pen on the book and closed my eyes. What could that jerk have done to her? Did he force himself on her? Assault her physically? Just then, a sharp knock sounded on my door, and my eyes flew open. My eyes turned to the door, which was pushed open. Kay came in and looked out quickly before closing the door. She leaned against the door, taking in deep breaths, and I pushed back my chair, getting to my feet. Kay, are you okay? What's wrong? I asked, walking towards her. Bridging the gap between us quickly, she pulled me towards the window and took another deep, shaky breath. Sorry for ignoring you earlier, but there's something I have to tell you, she began. Something you have to tell me? I asked, holding her trembling fingers. I don't have much time, and I'm risking a lot by doing this. Just don't tell anyone. Okay, you have to keep it all to yourself because something really bad might happen to me. I mean, I might be in danger by telling you what I'm about to tell you. Her words tumbled over each other, making huge, messy sentences. Calm down, Kay. Breathe, I said, placing a hand on her shoulder while looking into her troubled eyes. I just had to tell you. I can't just watch you go on like that. It pricks me inside. I can't just let it go. Tears gleamed in her eyes. She was panicking real time. What is it? Tell me. I pressed on. It's about something I witnessed, something I shouldn't have seen, she said, then looked around as though someone might see or hear her. Her voice lowered into a trembling whisper. You see, I witnessed something that night, and Emily. She broke off. What? Tell me, I said impatiently, squeezing her hands. Her eyes widened, and her voice dropped even lower. You might have to go to the hospital. Lucas's POV. My face morphed into a more serious one, and I leaned backwards to let him know that I was firm on it. Besides, it couldn't be called an affair, since John's greedy act couldn't be called a marriage either. A marriage was between two willing parties who wanted to spend forever together, and an affair was what happened when one or both lovers had a legitimate lover. It's not an affair, I said coolly. At that point, I couldn't leave Emily for anything. The love between us was something John could never hope to provide. Tearing us apart would be dooming two individuals. You're in love with a married woman, and I don't know what you're probably doing with her, but you should stop. If this gets out somehow, you will suffer the most. You will take a huge hit, Granger or not. An affair doesn't look good on you. No, not with your reputation. Aside from that, you shouldn't forget the kind of marriage contract she signed. It is the alpha marriage, for crying out loud. Do you think we want to lose you? Do you think she'll go scot-free if anything happens to you? He asked, looking concerned, but I really didn't need that concern at the moment. All I needed was happiness, and with Emily, I found it already. Even if it gets out, I don't know if I want to care. My only fear is her being taken away from me. I said bravely, and he gave a heavy sigh. That shouldn't be your fear. Your fear should be dying unexpectedly someday, without even being able to predict it. I just hope you haven't tried sleeping with her, and if you're thinking of it, then I might do something I won't like. Don't even think of loving her. It will kill you, Lucas. In life, there are things we must learn to let go, he said, pushing his tea aside. Unfortunately, Emily isn't a cup of tea I can just push aside. She isn't someone I can leave just like that. She's not to be loved. She's not to be slept with. Emily is John's. A real man knows when to let go, Lucas, he said firmly, looking like he'd command me to leave the house any time. I'm in love with her, and we've made love quite a number of times now, I said, and shock passed through his eyes. He narrowed them and stared at me like his eyes were a lie detector. Don't lie to me. We have slept together, Will, and I'm still here. I'm not dead. I'm completely fine. Actually, I think I'm not dying because me and John share the same blood. There's nothing like that. That's not possible. Well, it is. Siblings have never tried to steal each other's spouses before, have they? Do you really think it has never been tried? Of course it has. Centuries ago, two siblings, Seth and Treode, were twins, but Treode fell in love with his brother's wife. He claimed it was love at first sight, and even though she was married, there was nothing he could do. Such foolishness led him to pretend to be his brother and sleep with her. He died on the spot. Layette, the woman he slept with, who was innocent due to the fact that she was deceived, was punished. Lucas, this is a warning. The family will not spare any outsider who ruins the family reputation or causes the family to lose someone. Consider yourself warned. Will got to his feet and left the cafe, just like that. A question mark loomed at the back of my mind. What could be the reason for me not dying? Had John gotten cold feet in the end and fabricated the papers? Was everything fake? Did he just do it hoping to scare us? Fabricating the papers or signing the real ones were both stuff that John was well capable of doing. John was ruthless and didn't care for anyone's happiness except his. Ever since he was young, he had always wanted things to go his way, and fortunately for him, he had always been given what he wanted. I could also understand Will. Even though our family wasn't one to shower love and affection on each other openly, the love was still there. Others just couldn't see it easily. My conclusion to the burning question was that John had not done it well. There was probably a mistake somewhere. Either that, or something was wrong with the story Will told me. The green light came on in the distance, and I slowed to a stop. Emily and I would work it out somehow. Me not dying yet was hope that a way out might be waiting for us. I also had to be careful, and maybe the best thing to do was to refrain from sleeping with her for the time being. At least, until I figured what was happening. Just then, I happened to look towards the hospital. It was where I had rushed Sadie to when she had fallen. I looked away, but did an instant double take, for there was someone familiar walking out. It was Emily. What was she doing in a hospital? Sadie was no longer there. What did she go there for? Slowly, I pulled onto the side of the road and parked the car. Emily coming from the hospital? I asked myself as I stepped out of the car. She couldn't be pregnant, could she? If she was, then I'd have to be extra vigilant because I didn't think John would mind going to the extreme to get rid of a baby that wasn't his. I walked towards her, but she didn't even notice me. She was staring at the ground, walking a little too slowly. She was lost in her world of thoughts. Emily, I called, and her shoulders jumped. She looked at me, and a wan smile appeared on her face. Going to work? She asked, looking at me with pale eyes. Yes, are you okay? You look a little pale and weak, I observed, looking at the little sweat that had matted some of her hair to her temple and cheeks. Me? I'm fine, she said in a low, breathy tone. However, in contrast to her words, she fell against me, sinking fast to the ground until I caught her in my arms. She wasn't fine. Emily's poth. When my eyelids fluttered open, I could see the brown ceiling. Great. I was home and no longer in the hospital. Next to me was my window, and it was open, bringing in a cool breeze. I turned my head and saw Lucas next to me, his head propped on his elbow as he stared at me. His features were as handsome as ever, eyes as green as the forest leaves, hair adorably soft and brown, and lips completely seductive. You fainted, right outside the hospital, he said, and I blinked. I know. I was feeling so weak, and the sun just became too bright and too hot for me, I replied, and he raised a brow. Okay, I can accept that you were feeling a little weak, but why were you in the hospital? He asked, and I gave a little smile. I went there for a checkup. Checkup, he asked, although he seemed like he didn't want to believe it. Yes, I felt stressed and just decided to check up on myself. We're always told to go to the doctor if we're not feeling ourselves. And what did the doctor say? He says I'm mentally stressed, I replied. I kind of understand that. After the wedding, John's crazy behavior, everything. Still, you should try to let all that go. Things will get better, he said, tucking my hair sweetly behind my ear. Hopefully. I can't wait for them to get better, though, I replied, and he placed a gentle kiss on my forehead. If you need some more sleep, you can get some. You know, I think I know something that relieves stress, I said, moving closer to him. What's that? Is it something I'm thinking of? He asked in his lowest voice. Is the door locked? Yes, it is. Are you free? Yes, I am, he replied, and his mouth came down on mine. We kissed repeatedly, making sweet sounds each time our lips parted, and I dug my hands under his shirt. We kissed like that for minutes, breaking the kiss and making the sounds louder each time. It was crazy how a single kiss from him could turn me on, sending shivers down my spine. I let out a soft sound as I moved closer, despite there being no space. His hand came down on my back, and he pressed me to him. Just what I wanted. My hand found it and rubbed against it. It made him give a moan, and I kissed his neck sweetly, going to his Adam apple, kissing it while making deep sounds from my throat. Then he rose and bit my earlobe, whispering sweet nothings in it. How I loved the way he did it. My breath was coming out louder and faster, and my head became fuzzy. All I wanted at that moment was him. You like it? He asked with a hoarse voice. I do. We're not supposed to do this, he said, and I kissed him wholeheartedly. I know. He kept with full force, and eventually everything built up within me. I released and gave a sound of pleasure. Then, we both went into the shower to take our bath together, kissing as we did so. The next day, I went to work with John, and he didn't say a thing to me. If he thought his silence was going to make me feel bad or something, he was very wrong. It made me feel better, although there was also a sense of wariness that came with it. What could he be planning? Why is he keeping his silence? Does he have another huge master plan to spoil my happiness? Why was he so quiet? The typical John was always angry whenever things didn't go his way. So why was he so quiet? I walked into my office and sat behind my desk. Congratulations, my colleague said, handing me a box of chocolate bars. I always meant to give this to you because I couldn't attend the wedding. Mr. Granger actually invited us all, she said, and I raised a brow. I wasn't aware he invited you all. Well, thanks, I said, taking the box from her. So how does it feel to be married? I love it, I replied, thinking about Lucas. Wow, look at how you stare into space and say that with that obsessed smile, she said, and I laughed. She'd never know the smile wasn't meant for John. By the way, I have a curious question. What's that? I asked. You both are married now, right? Uh-huh. Then why are you still a secretary? Shouldn't you skyrocket to being a manager, a director, or something more important that doesn't require you doing much work? She asked, and I gave her a little smile. I wish to remain a secretary. You know, there's no law that says a wife cannot be a secretary to her husband. I replied, and she nodded slowly. So you love being a secretary? Absolutely. It's a nice job and definitely not for someone lazy. True. He needs you since Katie quit. Katie quit? I asked, and she nodded. You didn't know about it? When? Just before your marriage, she replied, looking eager to share information. I was wondering why I didn't see her around. I thought she probably went on a business trip. She didn't. She quit. You know, there's a rumor saying she was madly in love with Mr. Granger, and that she was fine watching you two as lovebirds, but she could not stand the thought of you both getting married. She had to leave, so she wouldn't keep on getting hurt. Some even said she tried seducing Mr. Granger so many times. She tattled, moving closer to me. That can't be true, I said slowly to myself. Of course, it's true. Don't you think it's weird that she and Mr. Granger were so close? Something had to have happened. Maybe they... Oh no, sorry. Mr. Granger probably rejected her 1,000 times to stay faithful to you. Katie's not like that, I said calmly to her. There must be another reason she quit. It can't be more suspicious. How could she leave work right before he gets married? I know Katie, and I think I might know a little bit of what happened. Don't be so quick to judge others based on a rumor. Did anyone see them fight? Did anyone see her trying to seduce him or confess her love to him? No one saw that, so how come you're so quick to believe all these stories? I asked, and she bit her lip, withdrawing from me. I'm sorry. I should have thought things through. Don't feel bad. Almost everyone likes to be carried in the flow of rumors. Just don't be one of them, I advised her. Later that evening, I left work and embraced the cool evening air that flooded me. I cracked my neck and stretched my arms. Sitting at a desk all day definitely had its consequences. Then I spotted someone looking at me. It was Katie. She waved and I walked towards her. Do you have a minute? She asked with a little smile. Yes, I do, I replied, and we both walked to a nearby cafe. Clutching a glass of refreshing cappuccino in my hand, I watched her, waiting for her to speak. Finally, her lips parted. I feel like I owe you an apology, she began. Why? I asked. You're probably wondering why I quit too. I found out about it today. Didn't think you'd leave John. I had to walk away. He's becoming someone else. Something else. A monster born out of desperation. And before he makes me start thinking like he does, I thought, why not walk away? Why not leave while you still can? Why not start afresh and cleanse your thoughts? Find a new environment. Find somebody else you'd want to look up to. Don't be like John. You made the right decision. John is too toxic for anyone good to stay around, I said, admiring her ability to see past the wall of money that John had built up in her account. I was the one who got the documents for the alpha marriage for him, she said, and I stopped. You? I asked in an almost whisper. I'm sorry, she said, bowing her head. You did? He told me it was for a friend who wanted to get married to the love of his life. He said he was doing them a favor. I found out only after he had forced you to sign it. It made me feel awful. I felt so bad, so angry at myself. It made me feel like trash. I discovered the many ways he had used me to make others cry, and most of the time I wasn't aware or didn't care enough to ask. So it hurt me that I had been that negligent enough to ruin your life and bind you with him forever. We fought, and I quit. That was the last straw. I couldn't take it anymore. I'm so sorry, Emily. I'm really sorry. So sorry. That's why I decided to let go of Lucas. I didn't do this so I'd get him. No, if you can't have him, then it's only fair that I get punished too for what I did. It's only fair that I don't have him either. I'm going to forget all about him. It's not your fault, I said, seeing the large beads of tears in her eyes. It's not. John's an asshole. It's his fault. You had nothing to do with my misery. You got the papers for his friends, not for me. The fault is not yours, I assured her, and she broke down in tears, crying hard. I patted her and smiled. We no longer had to be enemies. She was free from John, and it was my turn. My turn to break free from him. John's pove. That day, Two men had come with their documents, wanting to apply for the post of a personal assistant, which Katie had left open. Seeing them and noticing their little faults here and there only made me miss Katie all the more. She was efficient in all the ways one could imagine. She always had an answer prepared for every question. In some ways, she had become a friend, and her absence made me feel completely alone, like there was no one on my side. Due to the two men having different faults, I hired them both so they could complement each other. What the first one didn't have, the second could make up for it. But I had to agree that both of them were good at picking drinks. I had told them I needed something really strong, and they provided just what I needed. I needed to think hard on my next move. Emily seemed to be completely drawn to Lucas. She was fine with me not talking to her, fine with us not crossing paths. Even when she didn't see me for a whole day, I suspected she was happy. I was slowly disappearing from her world. In a matter of time, I wouldn't matter to her. Not even the marriage would matter. My only comfort was that I had ruined whatever hopes of a romantic relationship she could have with Lucas. Only if she wanted him dead would she disregard it, and it would actually be better for me if he dropped dead. I didn't need him. He was the one immovable obstacle in my way. But not to worry, I was working swiftly on a way to move him and finish him completely. My new assistants and I branched to a small restaurant that night and ordered more drinks. I needed to drink myself to stupor before returning to my lonely mansion. They ordered squid roasted in pepper and fish cakes and poured drinks for me. "Here, the sauce is very good," Landon, one of them said, and I dipped a fish cake into the red tomato sauce. I tasted it and nodded. "You come here often?" I asked, munching sweetly on the fish cake. "No, I do," Rebal replied with a grin. "Coming here is best to drink and eat your sorrows away." "Who says I'm sad?" I asked. "You need to tell us anything that's going on with you so you don't feel alone. Personal assistants are personal so they can help in areas others can't," Landon said, and he actually made some sense. "You're right. Well, you all probably know me and my love story," I began. "Yes, we do," they replied. I threw another fish cake into my mouth after dipping it in sauce. "Well, everything you know about my life from a few days to me and my wife's initial marriage date is a fake. There was no extension. She called off the engagement and the marriage," I said, and they stopped eating. "She no longer loves me, and I forced her into marrying me. I'm quite the bad guy, right?" I asked with a laugh. "No. If it was for the family reputation, then you were only doing what a man would do," Landon said. "I made her sign the alpha marriage because I still love her." "I would do more," Rebal said with a chuckle. "She loves my uncle. I don't know what's going on between them, but they always seem to be together," I said, and Landon snorted. "She's yours, Mr. Granger. You shouldn't watch your uncle, or whoever he is, snatch her from you," he said. "Landon is quite right. You should prove there's only one man for her, and that's you. After all, you already did the alpha marriage. Take control of it and everything. She's yours," Rebal said, and I smiled. I had found myself good assistants. I was no longer alone. "Cheers to a new beginning," I said, holding up my glass, and the noise of our glasses clinking together was quite loud. We drank bottoms up straight, and the alcohol tasted sweet. Maybe because I didn't feel so alone anymore. There wasn't just one person on my side, but two more. "You both just got lucky. Katie doesn't know the amount of money she lost. You have families?" I asked. "I have a family. We're quite much," Rebal said, a little embarrassed. "How many?" 8 kids and a wife." "Damn, you're still young. How did you end up with that number?" Landon asked, shocked, and we all laughed. "Wife gave birth to triplets first. 2 years later, the twins came. 3 years after that, another set of twins, and just last year she got the last boy," he said, and I smiled. "Your family just held on to a branch of gold. Every member of your family will get a monthly pay from me, and the money will all go to you," I said, and he stood up immediately, bowing 90 degrees. "Thank you, Alpha," he shouted. "Oh, come on, don't do that. You, Landon, got a family?" I asked, and Rebal retook his seat, looking utterly grateful. "A girlfriend," Landon replied, smiling. "Then your girl is lucky she got you. I'll give both of you according to your needs, okay? And that doesn't mean you wouldn't be swimming in money, Landon. You'll have more than you want. So what can we do about my uncle? Any ideas?" I asked, and smiles lit their faces. Emily, I called drunkenly as I staggered into the house. Everywhere was dark. Was it that late? Emily, I called again, and a lamp I hit crashed to the floor with a loud sound. Several maids rushed out and tried to hold me, but I shook them off me. Where's my wife? The wife I wed. She's mine. Damn it. Where is she? I asked, and they held on to my arms. Alpha John, you're drunk. You need to get some rest. One of them said, holding on to me firmly. I'm not drunk. No, I'm not. Don't tell me I'm drunk. I slurred, trying to walk away from them, but they held fast onto me. They took me to my room and laid me on my bed, taking off my socks and shoes. You need some rest. In the morning, we'll prepare something to help with the hangover, one of them said, and they all left. I'm not some kid who doesn't know what he wants, I said, getting to my feet. I went to my shelf and took out a bottle of wine. You're dead, Lucas. I'm coming for you, I said, staggering to the desk where I clumsily poured wine into a glass. Walking out into the lonely hall to continue my search for Emily, I stumbled across the hall window. Making my way over to the open window, I let the air move through my hair and clothes freely. I said, you're dead, I repeated, looking over the garden, where I happened to spot two figures standing in a clearing surrounded by rose bushes. Emily and Lucas. Lucas was saying something, and Emily tipped back her head in laughter. Damn you! I spat, walking away from the window carelessly, the wine tipping over in the glass. I made my way down the stairs and got to the bottom, managing not to trip and fall. How dare he? Was it romantic, telling sweet jokes to a married woman under the moonlight in the garden? Did he enjoy it? Well, it was only for a short moment. My new comrades had given me something that would help get him out of the way. I made my way out the door and stepped out onto the cold night barefoot. I threw my glass of wine onto the ground and made my way over to the garden. Looking around as I swayed dangerously, I tried to find them. There you are, I said as I spotted Lucas's head. I walked towards them and was about to barge in, but stopped when I heard what Emily was saying. In the kitchen, in the car, you forgot to mention here in the garden. No, the garden is canceled. The night after your wedding, remember? Oh, she said and giggled. That's canceled. We still have the car, the kitchen, where else? She asked. Anywhere else. Lucas replied and placed a hand on her cheek. She blushed. Wait, were they about to confirm that they were lovers? That they were having an affair? Even with the alpha marriage? We start tonight, right here, Emily said, shyly. You're beautiful, and I think you're the best thing that ever happened to me. I love you, Lucas replied. Since when did it start? Since when did Emily and him get together? After the wedding, before the wedding. Damn him. I would kill him if they truly were. But of course, they wouldn't dare do more than that, right? They could only declare silly affections for each other, but they would never go far. They won't sleep with each other, and they won't lust after each other. Or Lucas would die. They couldn't defeat me. No matter what, they would never. I stopped, and my insides froze in shock. Their lips met. Lucas's povee. You know, I met Katie today. Emily began when we met at the garden late at night. Katie? She quit, Emily replied, looking at me. Why? She's been working with John for years. Something really terrible must have happened for her to leave him. It must have been a tough decision. Yeah, John tricked her and made her get the documents for the alpha marriage. She didn't know he had intended it for me, because he lied to her, saying it was for two friends who were in love. She got mad and didn't want to be the reason people's lives are easily ruined by John. She replied, and I actually felt proud of Katie. Due to John's immaturity, Katie had actually taken care of him, cleaned up his mess, advised him, and had truly cared for him even though she didn't love him romantically. She probably saw parts of him that no one else could. Katie was in the best position to know if John would change, and her leaving meant she knew it was all over, and John wouldn't change. What did you tell her? I asked, holding Emily's hand. That it wasn't her fault, but John's. Then she cried. That's nice of you. I know she's not as heartless as John, and I felt she was also trying to confirm that she wasn't turning into John. She said slowly, and I took in a deep breath. Thankfully, she knew when to withdraw. So, we were talking about something else previously in the room. I said sweetly to her, and she laughed. We were talking about going back to being teenagers and trying ourselves everywhere. In the kitchen, in the car, you forget to mention here in the garden, she said, and we began to talk romantically. Just when we began to kiss, we heard a loud rustling of leaves, and as we turned our heads towards the sound, John staggered out, looking like a beast who had been derived of sleep. Emily tensed up in my arms, and her fingers closed over the fabric of my shirt. Her eyes looked like she had seen a devil, and her lips were slightly parted as she wondered what was going to happen next. I didn't want us to get caught solely because of Emily. I wouldn't always be around, and if he hurt her, it would hurt me badly. That was why I had tried as much as Emily to be discreet. However, he had finally found out, and he looked every bit like a mad bull. Even from where I stood, the smell of alcohol followed him, and it was obvious he had drunk ceaselessly. "What is this? What is this sobering up scene?" he asked, as his eyes darted restlessly from me to Emily. "I'm asking what the heck this is," he shouted, breathing hard, and it felt like his eyes would pop right out of their sockets. "It's as you see it," I replied calmly, and he took a step further, making Emily step back. "You both are actually in an affair? Since when? Tell me. How long have I been the fool? How long have you guys been getting together like this?" he asked, and his eyes gleamed with moisture. Angry tears filled his eyes. The tears were a direct opposition to the mad fury on his face. "You, Emily, you. I cheated on you with Katie, and you changed everything. You turned cold and shut me out. You acted like I had committed a sin worthy of death, and that I was the one in the wrong, and couldn't be forgiven. That's what you did, but what's this? You also decided to cheat? I tried my best to make it up to you. I wanted to show you there was still a future for us, and I accepted I was wrong. Now, how do I know what's wrong and what's not? You're also a cheat, so what? If you knew you were going to cheat, couldn't you have been a little nicer? You were doing the same thing, so why were you a damn hypocrite to me? We're married now. No matter how the marriage took place, you're a married woman. What do you want our kids to think?" he asked, completely overwhelmed in the tide of his emotions. "She's not a cheat," I said firmly. "She was long done with you before she came to me. You're the one deceiving yourself. There's still something to hold on to." "There's nothing to hold on to, John. You both happened in the past, and it stays in the past. This is why you can never get it. If you have the nerve to compare yourself to her in terms of cheating, you will really never get it." "Never get what?" "Why she chose me over you." "Damn you," he spat. "You're an idiot who will never grow up, and you will never accept the blame for your mistakes. Rather, you always look for a way to crawl out and push someone else to take the blame for your mistakes." "Stop it," he said and lunged towards me, raising his hand to strike me. I wasn't about to allow him to hit me, so I hit him first before he could get his fist to my cheek. "John, stop. I'm with Lucas now, and you should accept it. We knew from this start that the marriage can only be a beautiful cover for the public to stare at and nothing else," Emily said, and John placed his thumb on his lip. It came off with blood, and he scoffed. "Damn you." He spat and lunged at me. We exchanged a few blows, and Emily tried to separate us, but I pushed her out of the way so she wouldn't get hurt. "Lucas, stop! Just leave him. He's not going to listen," Emily shrieked, coming towards us again. "She's mine! Mine and mine alone," John shouted, extracting his claws. I pushed him hard, and he landed on the floor, on his back. He stayed there, breathing hard while his chest still heaved in fury. Emily came to me and looked at my knuckles, which were bleeding from the punches John had suffered. "Are you okay?" she asked me. "I'm not okay," John shouted instead and got to his feet, keeping his eyes on us. "Just you wait. The both of you are doomed. I won't let this slide. It will not slide. Emily and I are engaged in the alpha marriage, and maybe I didn't understand it clearly, but I'm waiting for you two to go a little further. Maybe it will be better for me if Lucas suddenly drops dead. Then it will be just you and me, Emily, and you will oh so regret it. As for this won't slide. I'm going to reveal to the whole world what you did," he said in a voice filled with fury, and Emily froze. "What?" she asked. "You heard me. The whole world is going to hear of this." Emily's povee. It seemed like my heart wanted to break out of my chest as John declared his intentions. If he told the public what happened, Lucas's businesses would be affected. He would be spoken about by almost everyone. I wouldn't be spared either. Apart from partaking in the ridicule and mockery, the Grangers would not let me be. Alpha Raymond will definitely punish me. Alpha Will, who never spoke much, looked like he was only waiting for one wrong move, waiting for me to step out of line. Would my life end like that? No way. In John's eyes, I could see that he was really pained, but none of it was my fault. He took things the wrong way. He made all the wrong decisions and chose all the wrong things to believe in. I didn't believe he loved me, or he'd have to explain to me on what planet people loved like that. Apart from his threat, the way he looked at me seemed to communicate a message. He was going to make me suffer for it. He wouldn't let me go freely. John had gone from a man who made my heart flutter to one who made my heart beat in terror. This is just the beginning. Your paradise has ended. I won't sit back and take this. You just watch. This is where it all starts. He said and turned around, stomping away in anger. I didn't take his words lightly. I knew he truly meant them, and that he was really going to try his best to make me regret my decision. What are we going to do? I asked, and my voice broke. He cannot do anything. I will make sure he can't. Before he makes a move, we are going to make ours. I'm definitely going to find a way to bring you out of his hands. Since we don't have much time on our hands, I'm definitely going to be faster. Don't be scared of him. Lucas assured me, but it didn't really help to chase away the fear that had settled in my heart. What if everyone finds out about us? You know they will not care to dig deeper into the story. They'll only believe the negative one. That's what people do. How do we want to start explaining that John forced me into marriage even though he knew we were in love and that we met before John properly introduced us? Even to me, they sound like excuses. Will anyone believe them? Emily, calm down. No, Lucas, think about it. I'm quite terrified about what John can do. There's no need to fake the fact that he scares the hell out of me. The public will keep on dragging me, and your family will not leave me too. They will definitely do something terrible to me. What if I end up in prison for a crime I didn't commit, and my whole future comes crashing in front of me? I was panicking, thinking of all the negative what-ifs that would surely happen if John told the public I cheated on him with his uncle. I was quite sure he wouldn't end with that. In fact, he could make it sound and seem worse just to see me cry. Emily, just calm down, okay? None of what you're thinking is going to happen. Can you just trust me? I promise I'm going to deal with it. I won't let anything happen to you. Trust me on this, will you? Lucas said, looking deeply into my troubled eyes. Can't you at least tell me what immediate step you want to take? I'm really scared of what John will do. He's so enraged right now, and I'll talk to him. You'll talk to John? I asked, still feeling unsettled. Talking to John would solve nothing. Earlier, he reeked of alcohol. When he's sober, I'll talk to him. I won't let him do anything silly, he assured me. Then it will turn into another fight neither of you will be able to control or stop on your own. The maids will probably try and fail. Then the family will be alerted, and John will spill everything right on the spot. I'll be summoned, and no one will be on my side. Just like that, everything will spin out of control. You sure have a movie planned out in your head, don't you? Trust me this once. I'll try my best to talk to him without sparking a fight, he said, and even though I didn't feel settled yet, I decided to act like I was, just so he'd feel better. All right, I'll be expecting feedback, I said, and he smiled. We're going to get past this too, so don't you worry, he assured me further, and I nodded. On my way to my room, I happened to run into Kay. She looked around with a much calmer expression, then moved closer to me. Thank you, I said in a low voice, and she gave a little smile. I thought about it over and over, and it seemed to be the best decision I could have taken. She replied, It was indeed the best. Thanks. I owe you. By the way, I didn't see you around for quite a while. Was it related to the issue? I asked her, and she nodded. I was suddenly transferred to the Raymond mansion, and I served them there. But then again, I was brought back. She replied, and I patted her shoulder. It's all for the best. Thanks so much, Kay. I really appreciate you. It's nothing. I did what any sane person should do. I should get going. It is quite late, and I don't want to run into anyone who can make things harder for me, she said, and I smiled. Yeah, you should. Good night, Kay. Good night, Emily. She returned and walked away swiftly, looking around her as she went. I went to my room and closed the door, only to meet John standing next to me. Quickly, I raced across the room away from him. I'll scream. I warned him. Do so. It'll only make it better. He growled as he walked towards me slowly. You dared to cheat on me. How convenient. With my uncle of all people. I cheated while we dated. You cheated after we were married. Which sounds worse? Tell me. Stop. Don't come any closer. I tried to say in a firm voice. I loved you. Didn't I love you enough? I gave you chances. We had so many lovely moments together. We could always return and make the past good again, but you ruined it. You made a fool of me by having an affair right under my nose. He stood so close that I could feel his breath on my skin. How much alcohol he had taken I would never know, but I knew he must have taken more than 5 bottles. You don't dare me. No, no one does such to me and goes free. He spat, and in a split second his hand closed around my neck, blocking off air. I choked, hitting his hand, wanting him to let go desperately, but his hand was iron, and the look in his eyes fire, Lucas Povey. I left the garden right after Emily and made my way to John's room. I wasn't going to try to calm him or strike a deal like Emily thought. Instead, I was going to threaten him. If he really wanted to go against me, then he was to go ahead and try shit. In any kind of battle, I was definitely going to win. I knocked on his door hastily, but there came no response, so I opened it. The room was cold and deserted. He wasn't there. My next destination was the Raymond mansion, hoping he didn't go there to tattle off to his father first. Although I doubted he'd do that. He'd probably want to think about it and decide the best way he could use it to his advantage, and he was likely to try to threaten Emily with it also. Try to order her around. However, the lights of the mansions were off. Then it hit immediately. He had probably gone to await Emily in her room. My feet didn't waste any time in rushing back to my mansion. Before John did anything irrational in his drunken state, I needed to be there. I bounded up the stairs, my heart pounding, as I found my way through the number of doors lining her hall. Pushing the door open, my heart dropped. John was there, strangling her. John, I boomed, clenching my fists hard at my sides. He let go of her, and she slid to the floor, coughing hard, with her slender fingers caressing her neck. John turned to me slowly. You can't blame me, he said, walking towards the door. I hit his chest with my palm, and he staggered backwards. She's there, she needs you, uncle, he called sarcastically. Should you be fighting me? He walked past me and slammed the door as he went. He was quite right. Fighting him wasn't what I needed to do at that moment. It was for later. I went to Emily and lifted her up, placing her on the bed. Tears ran down her eyes, and her hands stayed fixed to her neck like she was scared it would be squeezed again. What if he comes again, and you're not around? He won't do it again, I assured her. He won't. How are you so sure? She asked with a sniff as her eyes filled with more tears. He was really going to kill me. I was so scared. What am I going to do? How can you be sure he won't want to kill me again? She asked in tears. Because he merely escaped me this time. He won't escape me next time. If he hurts you, he knows he's done for. I said, pulling her into a hug, and she sniffed, holding on to me. We locked her door and used her room that night. She lay in my arms, breathing slowly, but her heart wasn't settled. If you see John is suspicious, you're to call me. I'll get you the tasers tomorrow. Don't hesitate to use them on him if he tries anything funny, I said to her softly, and she nodded. The next day, I was completely absent-minded at work, thinking of Emily. She went to work with John, and I couldn't help but wonder what on earth was going to happen. I should have ordered the tasers early in the morning in case he tried anything funny at work. Although I wasn't sure he was going to risk it at work. There were just too many eyes and ears. What's on your mind? Trey asked, and I snapped out of my thoughts. Is it that obvious? You stare into space every 3 minutes. There's definitely something on your mind. John found out, I said with a sigh. Found out what? About me and Emily. What? So he knows right now that you both have a thing together? He was mad and drunk. He tried to strangle Emily, I said, looking into Trey's wide eyes. What got into him? Why is he suddenly acting all demonic? He asked, sitting next to me. I don't know. It drives him crazy, not being able to get what he wants. He's never had to strive to get anything, so this really gets on his nerves," I explained. "It brought out the beast in him," Trey added softly. "I'm going to have to get off work early so I can check on Emily. She might get home before John." "Sure, I'll take care of what needs to be done, and I didn't forget about the alpha marriage stuff. I'm looking into it," he said, and I nodded, giving a sigh. When I got home later that day, I saw the maids cleaning the house. "Is John home?" I asked. "No, sir." "Why are you doing this then?" I asked. Even if they were to clean, it was something they usually did in the morning. He suddenly called, telling us he doesn't want to see a speck of dust anywhere. He wanted everywhere to be perfectly clean, or we'd be in trouble. Another replied, "What about Emily?" I asked. "She's not home either." "Just do whatever you can. He's not going to go around checking everywhere," I told them before walking back the way I came. I got into my car, prepared to make my way to the company. Already, I had tasers with me to give to Emily. John was dangerous, and his dangerousness came from his unstable emotions. Shortly, my phone chimed, and I took it out, checking whatever message had dropped in. It was from John, and he had sent a video. "What the heck is he up to?" I muttered, even though I was a little nervous. What if it was a video of him torturing Emily? John was the kind of man to do that just to make me mad. I clicked on the video, and it was one of John in his office. "John Granger here. I'm not going to waste anyone's time as I want this video to be as short as it can be." You all remember the Golden Jubilee celebration we held a while back, right? There were pictures displayed on the screen, pictures of my uncle and my wife. Everyone said they were having an affair. I spoke out that day saying no. He leaned into the camera, looking directly at it. Well, I'm about to change my words. Underneath was the caption of the childish video he had sent. It read, "Don't be surprised when this tops the news." Emily's povee. It was a complete mess at work. John took all his anger out on the employees. He had been cranky all morning. "I need to check the sales performance of each department," he had suddenly said, getting up from his seat, while he and the directors discussed in his office. Together, we all left the office. "Mr. Granger, if we have to check all the departments and their sales performance, then you'll be at least 20 minutes late for your meeting with Mr. Steve Collins," I said, looking over his tight schedule. He didn't say anything. He simply ignored me, and everyone around noticed that he had ignored me. "Mr. Granger." I tried again. "You have an appointment with..." "Laughing? What's so funny? Count me in, and let's tell a joke while our sales are dropping every minute." He snapped at two female employees who laughed while looking over something at the computer. The both of them straightened up immediately and got to their feet, as did everyone else. "It's not as you think, sir. A competitor tried to use dirty means to make their products superior over ours, but failed woefully. It was a little thrilling, sir. We are sorry if we gave you the wrong impression," one of them said, and they both apologized. "The competitors are out there, trying to make their products sail over us, and you're watching them? Shouldn't you try to do something better? Did you come to work for this?" He snapped. "If you don't want to walk out of here without your staff ID, then you'd know better to throw your laughter into the bin." Just like that, John went around, scaring everyone, snapping at them, even for their appearances. He went as far as raising his voice on a lady simply because her clothes weren't fitted and looked a little drabby on her. He showed his true colors, as a rather immature leader, incapable of keeping his emotions under control. When I finally retired to my desk, I began to take calls, apologizing to clients because John called everything off, much to his disadvantage. "I'm so sorry once more. Thanks for understanding. Have a nice day, ma'am." The call ended, and I proceeded to punch in a new number, but my colleague tapped me. "Yes? Can I ask a question?" she asked, and I nodded. "Go on." Did you and Mr. Granger fight?" she asked. "Why do you ask?" Everyone noticed. He didn't even look your way, throw you a glance, or speak to you, and they all say, instead of taking out his anger on you, he's transferring it onto the employees instead. She replied, looking around as if John would suddenly come round the corner and see her. "Well, it was just a minor fight. Something about me not being in line with his thoughts. I don't think it's enough for him to take it out on everyone, though." I replied, and began to punch in my numbers loudly, so I wouldn't have to listen to more. I placed the phone to my ear. "Hello, ma'am. This is Emily Granger." Not too late in the afternoon, I drove home in John's car. He had me sit in the back seat, with his two new assistants on either side of me. It was a very awkward feeling, as the both of them kept on stealing glances at me. It made things appear like they had planned something for me, like they were going to do something bad to me. I was quite sure John, in all his immaturity, had disclosed almost everything to them, just to fill in the empty spot Katie left. Contrary to my thoughts, all they did was just stare. When we got home, they followed John into his room, and I went to mine. Lucas was already seated on my bed. "Hey, are you okay?" he asked me as I began to take off my shirt. "I don't know. For now, he's not talking to me. He's literally ignoring me," I said, and he stood up, walking to me. "Here," he said, handing me 2 tasers. I pressed a button, and electricity came blazing out. My eyes widened as I hadn't expected such ferociousness. It made me laugh. "Okay, now I feel a little safe. Did you seriously have to go this far?" I asked, turning on the second taser. "Of course I have to. Keep it on you at all times," he said, returning to the bed. "You're home early," I said, taking off the fitted skirt. "Was worried about you. You didn't need to." "John already made his move," he said, and I looked at him from where I stood in front of my wardrobe. "What did he do?" "He sent a video explaining how you cheated on him and how I seduced you. Quite childish of John, but if that gets out, I wouldn't just be the one getting hurt. You will too." I didn't think he'd actually tell anyone. I was thinking his pride wouldn't want anyone to know he wasn't desired by his wife. He said, and I joined him on the bed. "He says he's going to upload it?" I asked. "He didn't say it directly, but I feel he wants to use it to control us. I don't want him to be able to do that. Who knows what he'll make you do?" "So what next?" I asked dejectedly. Would anyone believe his words without evidence? People are quick to confirm their suspicions, with or without evidence. People are quick to respond to and share rumors. That's why I thought long and hard and came to a crazy conclusion. He said, his eyes suddenly alight with an eager green fire. "Okay, crazy, doesn't sound good." I chuckled nervously. "Yeah, doesn't sound good, but if this works out, if we manage to make things work our way, we might manage to get you some kind of freedom from him." Freedom? From John? Trey sent me some info this afternoon after I came home, and I started thinking of what I could do and how his info could help. So I came to the conclusion that... He paused, looking at me intently. "What's with the suspense thing? Go on," I said impatiently. "We should take our case to court." Lucas's POV. "Court? You don't mean that? What do you want to fight for in court?" she asked, looking at me with her brows raised. "A divorce," I replied, and she shook her head. "How do you hope to win against John in court? You know how he manipulates people, and wait, what are we fighting for? Can partners of the alpha marriage be divorced? It's a blood contract that was signed. It can't be broken," she said. "I know. The couple will no longer be called a couple in name, but the both of them can no longer sleep with or love any other people. But our case is different. We can still love each other because for some reason, I'm not dying, even though I'm daring to have a relationship with you." "I thought we agreed it's because you and John are related by blood?" she asked, folding her arms. "We don't know that. Will says, centuries ago, a man once died by sleeping with the wife of his twin. There has to be another reason, and Trey just told me about a library that keeps old, forgotten books. If I go there, I might be able to find anything that can help us. So, if we can dissolve the marriage, then you just have to wait 2 more years before you can be entirely free from John." "That sounds too good to be true," she said, shaking her head. "I don't think it would work that easily. We won't win this case. John will find a way to manipulate the judges. I know a certain judge that can help us. He will judge fairly and won't be manipulated easily, not even by John. My lawyer is competent too, and we will work with him. I'm still not sure about this idea. Just trust me. Everything will work out." I assured her, and she gave a sigh before nodding slowly. The next day I spoke to Trey and my lawyer in my office about my plans, and although things didn't look good, they agreed to take a look at things. "We have to do something fast," I said. showing them the video John sent to me. They watched it, and their faces took on grave expressions. We have to find evidence and solid reasons why she wants to break away from the marriage. They were married not too long, so it might likely be delayed because they might feel it's not too serious. Maybe a little lover's fight. They have way too many cases on their hands and might not want to pay much attention to it. Has he abused her physically, neglected her for a long period of time, or cheated? They'll want to look at these things. Or you can just find evidence that the marriage was forced, because if you simply claim the marriage was forced, it wouldn't be believed. My lawyer said, I'm not too sure we can find evidence that the marriage was forced. No one was there to witness it. I said, thinking hard. Has he abused Emily after the marriage? Trey asked me with a raised brow. He hasn't, I replied. He hasn't? Trey asked, stressing his words. Oh yeah, he has. I'm a witness. He tried to strangle her. If you're a witness, but John tells the court you're her lover, then your testimony might be ruled out. Also, he might deny all the charges, so we have to find evidence. Is there any evidence that he cheated on her? Any witnesses to him abusing her? He asked, and I sighed. It was going to be a tough battle. What if John doesn't agree to go to court? Trey asked. He has no choice. He will be summoned. I replied, and we all lapsed into silence, mulling over ideas that we could suggest and work on. After work, I decided to check out the library Trey had told me about. It was a building that definitely needed a paint job badly. The paint was peeling off the walls, and the sign was lopsided. I walked in, and the bell rang. An old man and woman sat at the counter, reading different books, and they stared at me when I walked in. Good day. Could you perhaps direct me to the section for old marriages? I asked, and the lady pointed to the shelves in the far distance. The both of them went back to reading their books, and I waited for a while, hoping she'd be more specific, but when an answer wasn't coming, I moved on, looking at the signs myself. Finally, I got to the very end and saw culture, tradition, and marriages on a rusty-looking sign. The books smelled old, dusty, and weren't in good condition. I searched through and through, and finally found an old, yet weak book talking mainly about alpha marriages. In it was the detailed process of initiating the marriage, and also stories of people who engaged in it. I was a little taken aback to find the story Will told me about in it. It also stated that the marriage could be broken, but not the agreement. The mates would be forever bound. The man couldn't sleep with or love anyone else apart from his mate, and the same applied to the woman. I went through more books, hoping to find a story of anyone who wasn't affected by the marriage and why. Then, finally, in a book that wasn't as battered as the others, my eyes widened as I found a story similar to ours. Isabella and Stefan Rodriguez were two lovebirds who had engaged in the alpha marriage. They had loved each other, but Isabella soon found out Stefan had been cheating on her, and she wondered how he could cheat without his partner dying. Then she made him drunk, but he wouldn't say a thing, except that his mistress was the only woman he could sleep with, aside from her. Isabella went ahead to kill his mistress, and it was then she found out the most important thing. Even under the tight clutches of the alpha marriage, escape was possible, only if they were saved by another mate. Emily and I were mates, Emily's povee. I paced up and down in my room after returning from work. John was still ignoring me, and it made me feel he had something up his sleeve. Going to court made me feel worried. Wouldn't it have to be made public? Was Lucas sure he was making the best decision? Wouldn't negotiating with John be better? What if we lost the case? John was a man with lots of connections. He knew thousands of people everywhere. Lucas wouldn't bribe anyone, but I couldn't trust John not to. What if everything became even worse? Eventually, I fell back on my bed, not wanting to give way to my worries, but fresh ones came, decorating my mind in their blue and gray patterns. What if we managed to get divorced, and I finished the years I owed him, and I left only to discover something about the alpha marriage that didn't allow the couple to split up? What if living apart would be impossible? Emily, just stop, I said to myself, placing both hands on my eyes, but I couldn't just stop thinking. I also wanted to be free from John, but everything about it just had me doubting. Would it be that easy? Would I be able to escape from it? Then I realized I didn't have to keep my worries to myself. To be honest, underneath all the worries, there was a little bit of excitement, a little bit of worry, and the cruelest thing of all, hope. It made me feel like I was going crazy. The thought of being able to break free from John. Getting up from my bed, I snatched my phone off my desk and called Dahlia immediately. When everything was too much, the next thing was to tell someone, anyone, before it ate me up from the inside. Hello, Emily. Dahlia? Good day. Are you busy? Never too busy to talk to you. So has John finally broken his silence? She asked, and with a sigh, I began to narrate it all to her. Oh my. Going to court is going to be quite risky. What if you lose the case and you're to stay away from Lucas? What if John reveals the video before you even have chances of winning? And is the trial going to be public? I'm going to ask Lucas if it will be public, but the best thing will be a private one. Hiring a private judge, I said, biting my thumb. Just calm down, okay? And try to eliminate the worries from your mind. Don't think too much, or it will all feel overwhelming. Don't hope too much, too. If your hopes are dashed, it will hurt. Just know that even if this doesn't work, someday you'll be free from John. And I think you should try trusting Lucas, too. He loves you and wants the best for you. I'm sure he'll try his best to make everything turn out well. So, if you actually win the case, will you finally leave John? I will still owe him about 2 years of my life. If only I hadn't broken that silly sculpted alpha. None of this would have happened, I said. Don't blame yourself for the past. Just keep moving on with the present and sorting out the future. Everything will fall in place in due time. Just imagine all the things I'll do once I'm free, I said, and I heard her laugh. Okay, my mind is running. Dahlia and I talked for a while more, and I found her assuring. She was positive all through and managed to rub some of her positivity onto me. In the evening, the kids had dinner with me. Lucas wasn't back yet, and as for John, I didn't want to bother about whatever he was up to. Good luck with the court stuff, Sadie suddenly said. Court? Dearell asked. How did you know? I asked her. Oh, I happened to overhear Lucas speaking to someone on the phone. My guess is it's Trey. They were talking intensely, so I listened. Sadie replied, plunging her fork into a fat twist of macaroni. Sadie, you shouldn't eavesdrop, especially not on an adult's conversation. Jude snapped. But then, since you heard what's it about? She added guiltily, and I gave a little chuckle before looking around carefully. I'm guessing it's to break your marriage with John. Dorella whispered before I could. How did you? My eyes widened at her smartness, and she smiled. Of course, you were watching out, so I thought John had to be involved, and with John, my puzzle is complete. Are you worried? She asked. Very. I don't want to be happy because I don't know the outcome, yet I dread the whole idea. It's a very complicated feeling, I explained. I won't bother trying to understand then. Sadie said, pouring water into her glass. Don't worry, Lucas is quite influential too. You both will sort it out. Dorella assured me. John might seem scary, but Lucas can be scarier. Darrell added, You're right. Have you seen him mad before? Jude asked, and I recalled the fight between he and John in the garden. Yeah, but he was holding back, I replied. Try seeing him when he's not holding back. You'll feel sorry for his opponent. Sadie giggled. But the thing is, it takes a lot to get him mad to the extent of not holding back. Jude said, and Dorella nodded continuously. He's a teeny slow to anger, she said, and just then a maid called for me. Ma'am. Yes. Alpha Raymond calls for you urgently, she said, and my heart gave a scary beat. Why? I have no idea, she replied, and I looked at the children. Just go, Darrell said softly, and I got up and walked with the maid. What if John had told him about me and Lucas? What was he going to say? Was I in trouble? Was I to be more scared than I was? I was escorted into Alpha Raymond's mansion and through the halls with fear pounding in my heart. Finally, she knocked at a large set of double doors and pushed them open. There on the sofas was not just Alpha Raymond, but Lady Genevieve, Lady Mira, and Alpha Will. And not one of them had a smile on their faces. Emily's povee. Have a seat, Alpha Raymond said coldly, as I stood fixed to the spot. Not even Lady Genevieve was smiling. She looked like I had done something wrong. Although I could remember her telling me that if I wanted to have an affair with Lucas, then it was a secret that had to be kept between the three of us alone. She knew that her siblings wouldn't accept it. I walked across the soft plush rug and sat on a sofa that was definitely meant for me. It managed to be opposite them all, a place where they could stare hard at me. Mugs of tea lay on the center table between us, and a few shadows played in the room due to all the lights not being fully turned on. "You should stop whatever crazy thing you're planning on doing with Lucas," came the chill from Alpha Raymond. "Look, let's not waste our time," Lady Mira interrupted. "I never really wanted you in this family. I mean, why would I want you as a wife for John when there are other great ladies out there? Ladies with a better family background? I allowed it simply because John wouldn't disallow it, but I wouldn't let you mess with the two of them. If Lucas tells you shit like he has feelings for you, ignore him. You'll be the only one getting destroyed. I haven't found a way to accept you yet. Lucas will do what he wants, and he won't listen to us. So you should be the one to adopt some sense and push him away, because I will not hear nonsense like you love him." She slammed her hand on the table, and I jumped. No one said anything. Instead, they let her continue. "As if seducing Lucas wasn't enough with your giggles and eye signals, you want to drive him crazy too? Girl, you're married. John forced you into marrying him, and I still don't get how that happened, but the fault is none of ours. You want to kill Lucas? You want him to depart the world suddenly and mysteriously? As if that fear is not enough, you are watching him. Damn, he's taking this to court. He thinks he can free you from your marriage. Why are you watching him play superhero instead of just dealing with the cards fate dealt you?" she asked, looking at me like she wanted to twist my neck and get me out of the scene. Deal with the cards fate dealt me? I could finally see where Sadie's ridiculous attitude came from. She did not stop there. "Now listen to me. You're the one who is involved in the whole thing, so you're the one to stop Lucas. The court trial will cost either of them a lot. John, Lucas, one of them will fall. Even if it's a private trial, the people in the courtroom are people, aren't they? People who will look down on us. Family should have each other's back, but Lucas wants to tear John apart. John wants to tear Lucas apart. They used to be best of buddies until you came onto the scene. I promise you, Waston, if anything goes wrong with Lucas, you'll take the blame for everything." After her long speech, she took in a deep breath and leaned backwards. "She already said everything I want to say. Does anyone have any contribution?" Alpha Will asked, and they shook their heads. Probably for the conclusion, Alpha Raymond parted his lips to speak. "So, you heard Mira. If one thing goes awfully wrong, you take the blame. Our family has a legacy to carry on, a reputation to uphold, and you cannot come one day from nowhere and ruin it all. We will not allow it. Get that?" "Yes, sir," I croaked out, suddenly finding it hard to speak. "You may leave," Alpha Will said, and I got to my feet, walking out of the room, feeling their eyes wedge into my back. When I got back to the mansion, the kids were there, waiting eagerly for me to disclose what their parents said. "What did they say?" Dorella asked the moment I took my seat. "Let me guess. Mom was the one doing the ranting and the screaming? There must be order," she mimicked. "I wonder how they knew about the court stuff so fast. Did Lucas tell them?" "Who told you they called to talk about going to court?" Jude asked. "It's obvious. See it from her face," Daryl said, jabbing his hand in my direction. "Court or no court? What did they say?" Sadie snapped, hitting her small hand on the table impatiently. "Your mom was the one who did all the speaking," I said quietly. "Not our mom?" Daryl asked in surprise. "Your mom kind of knew that Lucas and I liked each other, even before we admitted it," I replied, pushing my unfinished food away. "She knew?" Dorella's eyes looked like they'd fall out completely if only she widened them a little more. "Yes, it just kind of happened," I shrugged. "Did Aunt Mira hurt your feelings?" Jude asked quietly, looking up at me with soft eyes that seemed to be a deep brown in the light. "A little." "You're not answering the question, Emily. What did she say?" Sadie asked impatiently, and my hand clenched around my spoon. Her mom was rude. She was also rude. It was none of her business, whatever they said. Then I took in a deep breath and released the spoon. Sadie was like that from the start. I didn't need to get mad because her mom hurt my feelings. They want me to stop Lucas. They don't want him going to court, or I'll take the blame if anything happens to him, I said, leaning backwards in my chair. Typical of them to threaten. Daryl murmured. You're not listening to them, are you? Jude asked. I should have never even thought about accepting it in the first place. I lamented, slapping my forehead. Wait, what? Are you crazy? You're going to listen to them and stay stuck with John forever? Sadie asked. I guess. Staying here would be better than in a prison, I replied. Don't do anything. Go ahead with the trial. Do what's best for your life. Don't regret it later on. Even if you asked, Lucas wouldn't stop. They know they can't stop him, and that's why they thought they'd make you try. Unfortunately, Lucas seemed pretty set to go to court when I saw him, so don't you bother trying to convince him. After all, it's private. What can you lose? Don't mind my mom. She just doesn't want it, so she's trying to scare you out. None of them would lose anything if they failed. The only outcome of it all will be whether or not you stay with John. Sadie replied, and she was quite right. Although, I'm sure you know you'll still be John's even after divorce, right? Jude chipped in, and I nodded. Yeah. That night I conversed with Lucas over the issue, although I didn't tell him what his siblings told me. I kept that to myself. You're quiet, he said to me as he lay on the bed next to me. Just a little nervous. What happens if we fail? I asked. We try again and keep trying till we win. I chuckled. You say it like it's so easy. It will be. Just don't buckle, bend, or break for anything. We'll win this thing. Are you ready to sleep now? He asked, and I nodded, adjusting my head on the pillow. Good night. Sweet dreams, he said and kissed me on my forehead before leaving the room. When he did, I felt around the bed for my taser and clutched it to my chest. And for a long time, I lay awake, long enough to hear my phone chime in the middle of the night. I picked it and blinked at the brightness of the screen. There was a message there, and it wasn't from Lucas like I had hoped it would. It was from John. And it read, if I win this thing, consider your life ended. Lucas's Pove. A week before our court proceedings, John came to meet me in my room. I had just stepped out of the shower, only to hear him knock. Funny that he still had some of his manners intact. Come in, I said, wrapping my robe around me, and he came in. I got your message, today. Didn't think you'd actually carry on with it, he said, leaning against the door. Is that what you're here to say? I asked, and he smiled, looking down at a paper he held in his hands. They told me my presence would be needed for the court stuff. How funny. The wife wants a divorce, and the husband is notified by the court, and not the wife herself. Is this how you push people around? Well, I'll show up. Did you come here to say you'll show up? I asked, spraying perfume on myself. Is this really the best you can do? Buying the judge you're hiring is not something hard for me. It takes quite a while for these kinds of things to actually take place. Trust me, it will be done quickly. You just do as you're told and don't worry about any of it. You're forgetting something here. I'm also a Granger just as you are. You're lower than me, John. I'm a son, you are a grandson. Raymond might have your back, but Mira, Will, and Genevieve will have mine, because if they have to choose between me and you, they will choose the brother they were left with to protect. No matter how dirty you play, I will always find a way around it because I'm not one of the helpless and powerless people whose lives you destroy. If you have nothing to say, you can get out. I have an appointment, I said, and he looked at me, his features tight. Go, Granger. He mocked without a smile and left my room. When he left, I leaned against my desk. Nothing had to go wrong. Everything had to go according to plan. Already, luck was on my side, and I had discovered the reason I didn't die and the reason I wouldn't die. Of course, from the start, Emily and I hadn't recognized each other as mates, but since we already did, maybe we didn't have to hide it. After all, mates were fated to be in love and share an unbreakable bond. No one would be against us once John was out of the way. After dressing up, I went to Trey's house where the both of us discussed more about the divorce stuff and our odds of winning. We even played chess, trying to better analyze the moves John had against us and at the same time have a laugh to reduce the stress. At night, John and I had dinner with the elders. I guess they were more anxious because the trial was only a week away. John, Lucas, Genevieve began. Yes, we both replied. What are you both fighting over? She asked, and John chuckled. A girl, my girl, he replied. She's not yours. Before you introduced her to me, we met and had a thing for each other. There's the fact that you cheated, and she broke up with you. She called off the engagement and ended things with you. She would have walked out of your life only if she hadn't smashed the sculpted alpha to pieces. Emily was done with you before she even thought of accepting me as a friend, not to talk of a lover. She's not your girl. My wife, John retorted, whom you forced into marriage with you. I completed. You know what? We're still at the table. Mira shouted, hitting the table and making the dishes jump. What happened to you both? Don't you remember how close you used to be? Will asked. You both have always relied on each other right before John could walk. Nothing could separate the both of you, and you were more like real brothers. You can't tell me a single girl came from nowhere and sparked all this enmity. Ask Lucas. Why would he take the girl I love? Forget that I forced the marriage. She's mine already, so tell him to cancel going to court. Besides, I found her first. Stop whining, John, I blurted out. You're not a kid anymore. Grow up. Don't just think of yourself. Think of others too. Does Emily want to be with you? No. Also, Emily and I are mates. Is that true? Raymond asked, looking up from his plate. Well, I think they're lying, John said, rolling his eyes. Okay, how's she mated to you both? I've heard of stuff like this before, but I've never actually seen it. Mira said, looking from me to John. I've witnessed it before. Genevieve added, pushing her spoon lazily into her spoon. That does explain your strange attraction towards her. Will said, I know you to be a man who doesn't want anything to do with ladies. You used to hate even the sight of them. Now I understand how she managed to catch your attention. You don't know they're telling the truth, John snapped. They might have cooked this up. Well, time will tell, Raymond grunted. Just stop this act and leave the court stuff out. Let's solve this among ourselves. If we could solve it, we would have solved it tonight. Maybe we should go to court so I can claim my bride. John replied, stubbornly. I agree with him. If you want to see me get married and have kids, then we have to go to court first. I replied, and John snatched the container of salt off the table and tipped quite a generous amount into his soup before slamming it down onto the table. Just like that, the days counted down as the week flew fast, and so did Emily's nervousness. Each time I talked about the trial, she'd place her hand on her chest and give a sigh. She told me mentions of the trial made it feel like something awfully cold, racing through her chest, a pang to her heart. On and on, the days flipped by like the pages of a book, bringing us to the morning that would either shape or break our future. The day of our trial, Emily's POV. Time moved so fast. When was it that I had filed the request for divorce? It didn't feel like up to a month, yet the date had come fast, bearing down on me like a heavy weight. Had it been a regular marriage, then I was sure to be able to get a divorce, but due to the fact that the alpha marriage was involved, if I didn't win, then I'd have to stay in the marriage. Reasons were because they felt the need to protect whomever I might try to sleep with, and in the process kill them. If my reasons weren't solid enough or life-threatening, then according to the old werewolf law, I would not be allowed to leave the marriage I had willingly entered. And proving that I had been forcefully pushed into it was going to be hard without evidence. With a racing heart, Lucas and I entered the courtroom. He looked at me and gave a nod, and I gave one in return. The only people present were the family, the judge, and the lawyers. It was the private trial I wanted. After the judge was seated, she spoke. Court is now in session. Is the petitioner's attorney ready? Yes, Your Honor, Lucas's lawyer replied, getting up briefly. Is the respondent ready? She asked. Yes, Your Honor. John's lawyer replied, also getting up from her seat briefly. The judge began to lay out the ground rules for the procedures and expectations of the session, and all through, my heart was pounding. Lucas's lawyer and I had met a few times prior to D-Day, and he had told me some important things I ought to know, and likely questions I would be asked. The alpha marriage was usually taken with gravity because to them, it was important that alpha marriage partners stay together. But if they couldn't, then they only had to warn the partners that they had to live without causing any harm to anyone due to their careless decisions. We may now hear the opening statements of the petitioning attorney. The judge said, and Lucas's lawyer stood up. Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, my name is Lewis Corner from Justice Firms. I'm representing Emily Granger, and today we're here to prove that Emily Granger was forced by the respondent, John Granger, into the alpha marriage, despite having cheated on her countless times. We will also prove that he had used violence on her, even after the marriage, and this is why we ask for a divorce. Thank you, Your Honor, Corner said and took his seat. Thank you, counsel. Respondent attorney, would you like to give your opening now, or you would like to defer until the petitioning attorney rests their case? We would like to give our opening statement now, Your Honor, John's attorney replied. You may, the judge replied. Your Honor, my name is Laura Gilbert, and I'm here as the respondent's attorney to prove that John Granger did not force the marriage, and has instead tried his best to make the petitioner stay faithful to their marriage vows. I almost scoffed. Tried his best? My foot? Thank you, counsel. Will the petitioning party call on their first witness? Yes, Your Honor. The petitioning party would like to call on Emily Granger to the stand. Corner replied. Emily Granger, please take the stand. The judge ordered, and I swallowed, wiping my hands on my dress as I got to my feet. Before I took my seat at the stand, I raised my hand as I was directed. Mrs. Emily Granger, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do, I replied. You may be seated, she permitted, and I took my seat. Mrs. Granger, please introduce yourself, Corner said. I am Emily Granger, spouse to John Granger, and also a secretary at the G firms, I replied. Mrs. Granger, is it true that Mr. Granger forced you into marriage despite your refusal? He asked. Yes. Is it true you weren't yourself at the time of signing the contract? Yes, I replied once more. Has Mr. Granger made any attempt of physical abuse since you were married? Yes. Has Mr. Granger cheated on you after the marriage? He asked, and I paused, then looked at John, whose legs were crossed. Not that I know of. No further questions, Your Honor, Corner said and took his seat. Thank you, counsel. Would the respondent like to cross-examine? She asked, and Laura got up from her seat, making her way to me. She was young, but her glasses made her look intimidating. Is it true that you are in love with Mr. Lucas Granger? Yes, but you are only allowed to reply with a yes or a no, she said strictly, then continued. Mr. Granger tried his best to keep up the relationship, but you did not put any effort to keep up the relationship. Is it true? No, the relationship was going nowhere. Once more, you are only allowed to reply with a yes or a no. Though Mr. Granger is ready to continue marriage, you are not interested and want a divorce. Is it true? Yes. Ever since marriage, you are troubling Mr. Granger and want to end your marriage. Is it true? Yes. You have not spoken to family members, including family friends, and tried to resolve it amicably. Is it true? Yes. Because of Mr. Lucas Granger, you did not pay any attention to Mr. Granger to resolve it. Is it true? Replying with just a yes would make me seem like the bad one, but geez, there was nothing else to do. I never had any attention to spare Joe. Yes or no? Yes, I already hated her. You have marks that prove that Mr. Granger abused you. Is it true? No. You have proof that he forced you into the marriage. Is it true? No. You loved him right from high school and broke the marriage right after meeting Mr. Lucas. Is it true? She asked, and my lips ran dry. That was true. John had cheated, I left, met Lucas, then returned the next morning to break off the engagement. Yes. You gave Miss Granger a second chance when you revisited your past together. Is it true? She asked. Yes. You and Mr. Granger went on a date on the last day of the year, and after that, the alpha marriage was signed. Is it true? Yes, but that will be all, Your Honor, she said with a smile, and my fists clenched. She had made it seem like I didn't know what I wanted, and had irresponsibly entered the alpha marriage. Thank you, counsel. Would the petitioning party like to redirect? The judge asked. No, Your Honor, Corner replied. Mrs. Emily Granger, you may exit the stand, she added, and I felt humiliated. Would it end as easily as that? Would I really have to live with John forever? Already, I couldn't get his text out of my head. It would be over for me if he won. Would the respondent party like to call on a witness? She asked. No, Your Honor, we rest. Will the petitioning party like to call on a second witness? Yes, Your Honor, Corner replied, and I looked at him. There was another witness. We would like to call on Miss Catherine Crooner. Miss Catherine Crooner, please take the stand. the judge ordered, and Katie emerged from the doors walking towards us in a red suit. She looked as beautiful, prim, and graceful as ever, and John's face lit up in disbelief when he saw her. When she got to the stand, she raised her hand. "Miss Catherine Crooner, do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?" "I do," she replied calmly. "You may be seated." The judge permitted, and Katie took her seat. "Miss Crooner, please introduce yourself," Corner said. "I am Catherine Crooner, the former secretary to Mr. John Granger, and I'm here to testify that Mrs. Emily Granger was forced into the marriage and that Mr. John Granger cheated on her multiple times and is in no way fit to be her partner," she said boldly. "Miss Crooner, you used to be John Granger's secretary, but quit recently. Is that true?" Corner asked her. "Yes. Would you enlighten us on your reasons for quitting?" Mr. Granger had asked me to get the rare documents for the Alpha marriage, insisting they were for friends of his who wished to pledge themselves to each other. I got the documents for him, only to find out he had used them instead for himself and Mrs. Emily Granger. "What makes you think Mrs. Granger didn't want the marriage?" Corner asked. "Because she and I fought for the love of Mr. Lucas Granger, and many times I have witnessed her plain disgust and detest for Mr. Granger. As for Mr. Granger cheating, how are you a witness? I am one of the many secretaries he has forced into his bed in one way or the other." Katie replied bravely, and John clenched his teeth, looking away. He exchanged a few whispers with Laura and clenched his fist. "Is there a way to prove Mr. John Granger had lied about the documents?" Crooner asked. "I record all my calls, and I have the one where he asked me to get the documents. Would you require it?" she asked. "Yes, please." Corner's reply came, and Katie's phone was connected to a speaker. John's voice came loudly from it, and the 3-minute call was played from start to finish. By then, John's attorney looked like her words had been snatched out of her mouth. "Would the respondent party like to cross-examine?" the judge asked. "No, Your Honor. We rest the case," Laura replied. The closing statement came after Katie had exited the stand, and Corner stood proudly. "With this, we hope we have been able to prove that this marriage has not for once been Mrs. Granger's intention from the start, and such a forced marriage should not be embraced. We asked for a verdict declaring her free. Thank you, Your Honor." The judge declared recess and left to deliberate before making her decision. John's eyes stayed on me the whole time, and I tried my best not to smile, but it was hard. I had managed to escape his clutches. All I had left were 2 more years for the sculpture I smashed, and I could finally walk away from him and end my nightmare. Shortly, the judge returned and took her seat. Then she parted her lips to speak. "This is my verdict, John's Pof. I declare Mrs. Emily Granger free to walk away from the marriage and marry again, only with a fated mate." The judge announced and hit her gavel thrice. Emily finally exhaled, and she and Lucas shared a bright smile. My family looked a little not too satisfied. They were probably thinking of how to explain to the public why a marriage of less than 2 months failed. Maybe they were also wondering what would happen if Lucas and Emily wanted to declare the marriage to the public. I walked out of the courtroom angrily, and not long, I heard my name. "John." It was Dad. I stopped and bit my cheek hard, wondering if he couldn't read my mood and see that I didn't wish to be bothered. Slowly I turned. With him were Uncle Will, Aunt Myra, and Aunt Genevieve. "Follow me," he said, and they walked away, leaving me to push my fists into my pockets and follow them without complaint. We went to the garage where the car they had brought was parked, and I leaned against a pillar while they stood watching me. "Finally, you have lost her. You were so adamant. You ought to have settled things with Lucas," Dad said. "Are you worried about me, or about what people will say when they hear my marriage failed?" I asked. "Since you know my concerns, will you continue to be senseless? Don't you know how hard it is to maintain our position? If word gets out that our family is not stable, do you think we'll keep standing? The heir apparent cannot find a suitable marriage partner. Who the hell sees that and think it's normal?" he asked, hitting his palm with the back of his hand. "If you're worried about having to explain to the public, then you don't have to." "Can you actually hear yourself?" Uncle Will asked. "Yes, I'm telling you not to say a word to the public because this is not the end. You only have to watch me correct things. There's no need to inform the public or alarm them. I'll take care of things, I assured them. How can we be sure to trust you again? You've messed up way too many times, Aunt Genevieve snapped. Just this last time. I promise I won't let you down. Try letting us down, and you'll know just how deep my claws can sink, Aunt Mira threatened, opening the car door as she threw me a nasty look. The rest of them also took their positions in the car, and I watched them drive away. Just as they did, I heard the sound of heels, fast approaching. I looked up to see Katie hastily walking towards her car. Yeah, I'll be right there, she said, bending to fix in her car keys, and in a second I was there by her side. She dropped her phone in shock, and I slammed her into her car before dragging her by her hair. John? She called angrily as I led her to the wall and pushed her against it. I looked around for cameras, then back at her. What the hell was that? Tell me, I asked, jabbing her shoulder, and she looked at me with fierceness in her eyes. What the hell was what? Testifying against me. How many more recordings do you have? How could you do this to me? Do you think you're safe because you no longer work for me? You're not, I said, hitting her face. What did I do wrong, John? She asked, as her hair scattered all over her face. She raised her head and blew her hair away from her face, although a few strands stayed attached to her mouth. I'm asking what I did wrong. I only corrected a mistake I made. What's the wrong in that? Tell me. Drop that glare. I won't. What? I no longer work for you, John. I'm just as important as you are. We're the same people. I no longer have to cower and tend to your incessant, immature desires, she said, and I raised a hand high to strike her. If you dare, she said strongly in a raised voice. It shocked me that she could speak to me like that. I will sue you for assault, John. Lucas will definitely repay my favor if I ask, she said, and brushed her hair backwards before storming away. My fist clenched, and I drove it into the wall. But of course, there was no need to be mad. It was time to work on Plan B. That evening, I invited Lucas for a drink in the living room. What's the occasion? He asked, showing up. At least, sit, I replied calmly, dropping 2 glasses onto the table. The 2 glasses were quite identical, although one was visibly taller. He sat next to me, and I filled his glass with wine. I lost, all right, and I've been thinking a lot. Losing feels like shit. It feels like it's not over yet. I don't know why I keep feeling like I have a chance, I said, handing him his glass. Filling mine up, I drank it to the dregs. Get used to it, Neff. Everybody had to lose out at least once in their lives. It was high time you lost something you wanted, he said, and I gritted my teeth. Still can't believe she's left me. Ha, you just never lose, do you, Lucas? If you were to choose between me and Emily, who would you choose? You used to love me a lot. Heck, I don't even know who to be jealous of, you or Emily, I said bitterly. Reflect on your actions, he told me, twirling his drink in the glass. I bet you're so happy, I added, and he raised his glass to his lips to drink. My eyes carefully followed the glass, and I watched him tip the contents into his mouth. His Adam apple bulged and went upwards and downwards. A little smirk found its way to the edges of my lips. Just like I had managed to lace Emily's drink, I had laced her lover's with something much more lethal. Something that commanded more drastic consequences. Emily's pove. I ran to hug Lucas, and he hugged me in return. I couldn't believe I was finally free. John couldn't claim me as his wife anymore, and the nightmare I had been thrown into was fast turning into a daydream. It was just so hard to accept that I was finally free from John. He had no right to touch me whatsoever, or claim me. The rush of sweetness just made me so happy. I couldn't help but show it. I told you we'd win, Lucas said, beaming down at me. I thought it was going to be a long draw, but it was quite short, I replied. John couldn't risk denying when Katie was there. She probably has more recordings of their conversations with John's dirty deals in it. He had to stop before she revealed something that could actually be a real problem. Thank goodness. By the way, where's Katie? I asked, looking around. She got a call and left quickly. Oh, I see. I guess I'll have to meet her later. When we returned home, I was all smiles. I couldn't help it. It was just too much. We heard the news, Sadie screamed, jumping against me, and I staggered backwards dangerously. How do you feel? Dorella asked, but only a giggle came out of me. I don't know. I just feel so giddy. I said and giggled again. We prepared lots of food. We knew you'd win, Jude said, leading me to the kitchen. Oh, don't lie, Jude. We thought if you lost, we'd cheer you up with food, and if you won, we'd spice it up with the food too. Sadie replied, and we all laughed. Later that evening, Katie came around too, and the children were so happy to see her. They had also noticed she had stopped coming by to the mansion. Finally, when the children had gone to sleep, I sat with Katie outside. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I don't think we'd have won the case. Things weren't looking too good until you stepped in, I said, and she gave a smile. It felt good, going against John May. You know, he's always proud and always believes he can get everything he wants. It felt great to prove to him that he wouldn't always get what he wanted, and that I wasn't his to control. You know, I was willing to play more recordings and reveal John's corrupt acts, but his dad was there. I didn't want to do such in front of him. They treated me well, so I thought someone else would do it, or if someone else needed my help to do it, then I would gladly help them. You don't have to thank me, Emily. I saw an opportunity to correct my mistake and an opportunity to go against John, she replied, and I held her hand. Still, it doesn't change the fact that I'm free from John because you decided to step up. Then I'll let you thank me if it makes you feel better. Thank you, Katie. I did what I had to, Emily. Well, I think that's it for me today. I'll be leaving. See you next time, she said, getting up, and I also got up. Bye. Have a safe journey, I said, waving at her, and she waved briefly. I called Dahlia that night, informing her of the good news, and she was so happy, congratulating me every few minutes. All that was left was the slave contract I had unknowingly signed. If I hadn't smashed that sculpture, none of the tragedy would have happened. But then, I wouldn't have met someone like Lucas. I wouldn't even know Sadie and the rest. Maybe everything happened for a reason. Lucas was in my room when I got there, and I smiled. Waiting for me? Yes, I was wondering maybe things could actually be a little better if I talked with you about our future, he said, seated at my desk, and I went over to the window, sitting on a chair in front of it. Okay, our future. I like the sound of that. What do you think of leaving here after your years have been served? I laughed. Of course, I was always going to leave here. Do you think I'd stay even when I've paid off my debt? Of course, I know you would leave this house. I was talking about going somewhere else. Maybe to Paris. You love designing stuff, and Paris is a great place to get inspiration, he said, and I felt more excited than I already was. Paris? Yes, we can go there together. I'd love to go to Paris with you. Great, so what you have to do is hold on to your thoughts of Paris. Immediately you've paid your debt, then we can leave. We're going to have fun in Paris, I said. Imagine going to the River Seine, standing on the Eiffel Tower. Ooh, we can also visit the Louvre. I'd love to see the famous Mona Lisa. And also, we could go to the Palace of Versailles and have a drink or two while listening to the story of Marie Antoinette, and imagine that her feet had once walked along the magnificent halls. I rattled on in excitement. Wow, you really know a lot about Paris than I thought you would. Of course, I do. I studied fashion schools in Paris and fell in love with it, although I was never able to go. Then I giggled out of the blue. What? He asked with a smile. Each time I think of John's expression during the trial, it cracks me up, I said, and we both laughed. He's sober now. He actually invited me for a drink. I drank a few cups of wine with him. You did? Yes, in the evening when you guys were outside with Katie. Why would you even drink with him? I asked, wondering why John would invite Lucas, who he already hated, for a drink. He seemed sober enough and a little hurt too. I don't trust him for anything. Remember, he also took me out on the last day of the year, only to spike my drink. I don't trust him. You think he could have spiked my... He stopped and tilted his neck. Hey, you think he could really have spiked my drink? He asked with a puzzled expression, although his hands were shaking. Lucas, what's wrong? I asked, getting up. His claws came out long, sharp and deadly, and he scratched my desk. His face twisted, like he was trying hard to do something. Emily, something's wrong, he said, and his eyes flashed a dangerous red. A low growl came from deep within his throat, and my heart caught fire. He continued to growl, scaring me, and I moved backwards, crashing into my chair. Then he said with difficulty, I can't control. Lucas's POV. My claws scraped the desk without my intention, and I folded them into a fist, trying to get a hold of myself. Blood poured down from my palms, which were pieced by my nails, and I began to growl deeper and louder. My brain was receiving mixed signals: danger, fear, and confusion, but the most prominent one was danger, and it made my instincts go wild. "Lucas," Emily called softly, and I got up and hit the desk. It broke down, and everything on it crashed to the ground. My claws protruded long and sharp, and so did my fangs. In my head, all that blared were danger signs, and I found it hard to convince myself that I wasn't in danger. Unable to help it, I began to growl, and it scared Emily. "Lucas, are you okay? What's wrong?" she asked, and I turned away, hitting my fist into the wall. Maybe something could shock my insane fear away. Nothing was wrong, but it felt like I was in trouble. Something was going to happen. It made my brain wonder if Emily was the reason I was in danger, and if I was to attack her, but one little part of me spoke firmly to me. Emily could not be the reason. It was John. It had to be John. Breathing hard, I hit my fist harder into the wall, repeatedly, hitting it till I felt warm blood trail down my hands. When I was done hitting the wall with all I had, I was finally able to calm down. There was a large hole in the wall, filled with cracks and red blotches of my blood. Finally, I turned to Emily, who still stared at me in fear and concern. "Are you okay?" she asked, looking like she was finally calming down. "John," I growled and made my way to her door. I left her room, slamming the door. John, I was going to find him and break his neck. Did he actually dare to spike my drink too? What gave him the audacity to mess with my drink? When I got to his room, I kicked the door open and walked in, fuming. The maid making his bed jumped back in fear and looked at me with wide, scared eyes. "Where's John?" I asked, trying hard not to kick something and send it flying across the room. "He's not here. I only came in to make—" "Where is he?" I growled. "I don't know," she replied, moving backwards as her large eyes took every single detail of my appearance in. Turning away, I walked right out John's door and ran into some maids cleaning at the end of the hall. "Where's John?" I asked, startling them with my tone. "Alpha John." Her eyes strayed to my bleeding hand, and she looked back up to my face. "He went out earlier." "To where?" "We don't know." They all replied together, in cautious voices. I pushed down a flower pot and heard the satisfying crash and smash as it hit the floor. Then I turned, making my way to my room. I locked the door, so if the dangerous scenario happened to come again, no one would come in, nor would I go out. John actually dared. He dared to spike my drink. The next morning, a family meeting was called, and I went there with a much calmer appearance, even though I was still boiling to see John. John was present, sitting at the table, eating cheesy pancetta biscuits, and looking like he was bored for the life of him. My fists clenched in my pockets, but my eyes were dry. "You're here," Genevieve said when she spotted me, and I took a seat next to John. He studied me and smiled. "I thought we were back to being family yesterday, but my maids told me you smashed a flower pot and demanded for me. That flower pot was actually my favorite," he drawled with a little smile, tugging at the corners of his lips. "What is John talking about?" Mira asked me, but I kept my eyes trained on John. "What? Do I suddenly look more handsome?" he asked, taking a bite of his biscuit. "Lucas," Raymond called, and I turned back to my own breakfast, which had been served without my knowledge. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Will asked. "It is nothing," I replied, taking a mug of steaming tea to my lips. "What's the meeting about?" John asked. "Right. What are you both planning on doing now?" Genevieve asked. "Are we going to have to tell the public that a couple who were married less than 2 months ago are now divorced and the bride is remarrying the uncle of the man she divorced?" Mira asked impatiently. "They will misinterpret it as saying Emily had been cheating all along." Genevieve added. "Wasn't she?" John chuckled. "And Lucas, you might experience difficulties when it comes to business. None of this makes sense. I tell you, this is crazy. I mean, what would they think of you? You stole your nephew's bride?" Raymond said in concern. "Then we just tell them the full story," I replied. "That would be worse," Will said, dropping his cutlery. I continued, "We tell them how John cheated and forced her to marry him, even though she had given her heart to me." No, that would be terrible," Genevieve said. Then what do you want us to do? I asked. For the time being, let's keep it. At the right time, we can finally tell them that Emily is divorced. After some time, we can also tell them that she's remarrying you. Just a few years. Mira pleaded. Years? I asked. Maybe when she's done paying her debt to John. How's that? Raymond asked, and I gave it a thought. When Emily was done, we'd be going to Paris anyway. It won't make a difference. That's fine, I replied. After the meeting, as John proceeded to leave, I walked towards him. Garden. Follow me, I said, walking away. I arrived at the garden with him behind me and turned to him. You spiked my drink, didn't you? What are you talking about? He asked with a smile, and I took steps closer to him. You did something to me. Am I capable of doing something to you? I believe you're stronger than I am. You must really hate me now, right? You turned a reconciliatory drink into a spiked one? How clever. He said, and with anger, I knocked him into a wall. He grunted, and I used my arm, grinding his neck to the wall. Slowly, I could feel that rage gathering again, building up, ready to tear John's neck out. The image was solid in my mind. John spewing out blood from his neck. I was so scared when that became all I could see. Severally, I blinked, but the image of a bloody John was still in front of me. Did I already do it? I blinked harder and harder, but his warm blood spilled down on my arm. Lucas's povee. I took my hand off him and took quick steps backwards. John was breathing hard with terror alive in his eyes, and my sight cleared. He was John again, not a bloodied corpse. You're right. I spiked your drink. What are you going to do about it? You can't even get angry anymore, else you'll kill someone. I dare you. Get mad. Kill me. Come on. Do it. He screamed at me, and my claws sunk into the flesh of my palm. He laughed out loud and rubbed his neck. You're a monster now, Lucas. Tell me, how does it feel? Feel good? Where's the cure? I asked, advancing on him. Murder someone. That's the cure. He laughed again, although I could still see the fear in his eyes. John, there's no cure. It has mixed with your blood. It's there. Every time you feel something, it's going to be triggered, like a poison you can't get rid of. You can try being a murderer. I'm sure Emily will still stay with you, even though you become one. He said, backing away, and I let him leave. I watched him go, simply because I was holding back. If I took so much as a single step, it would be a run, aiming to get to him and tear him apart. Emily's pove. Ever since the day Lucas had shifted uncontrollably in front of me, he had begun to avoid me like the plague. For 3 straight days, he didn't talk to me. My calls never went through. He was never at breakfast, lunch, or dinner. His room door was always locked, with loud music blaring from within. John also didn't say a word to me, and I wondered if he had truly spiked Lucas's drink. I couldn't just pounce on him without knowing if he was guilty or not. Finally, I saw him at night, and he was just getting out of his car. Running to him, I called, "Lucas!" He knew he could no longer avoid me and stood still, watching me. I came to a halt breathlessly and held his arm. "Why are you avoiding me?" I asked. "For now, just until I find out what's wrong. Let's just not meet." "Look, Will is coming this way. I think he wants to talk to me." "I won't leave until you answer my questions. It's been a whole 3 days. You're scaring me. What exactly happened?" "Just like you thought, John spiked my drink." "What?" I asked in shock. "It's something that once triggered, it sends mixed signals to my brain and makes my wolf think I'm in danger. It's hard to control. If I make a single move, it breaks free. I almost killed John, Emily. I don't want a story where it happens to you." "John did that to you?" I asked with a glare not intended for him, "and you let him be?" "There has to be an antidote." "He says there's none. He's lying." I spat. "Lucas, Emily." Alpha Will called, and I blinked back tears of anger. "Good evening, Alpha Will. I was just about leaving," I said, bowing. Turning away, I stormed back towards the house, making for John's room. I pushed his door open, without knocking, and he sat at his desk, with documents as usual. When he saw me, he smiled and closed the documents, getting to his feet. "When last did you look so fierce and beautiful? How dare you spike Lucas's drink?" "Oh, you're just figuring that out?" he asked, and laughed. "What?" I asked in an almost whisper, enraged at his audacity. "I'm an expert when it comes to spiking drinks. Shouldn't you have figured that out by now? I mean, it's no secret," he chuckled. "How dare you? Why would you go that far? He could kill someone." "That's why you should stay away from him. Lucas should be locked up right now. It's not just you who's endangered. Everyone around him is. The slightest provocation, and he'll shift and harm whoever's in sight. His employees are definitely the ones in the most danger. What happens when stocks fall, contracts are lost? Did you really have to go that far? Then you should have stayed with me. You know I never lose, yet you filed for divorce. Do you know how happy I was when we got married? You just shattered all that. In what universe do you love like this, John? I thought you'd want the happiness of your loved one. Be happy with me. Me. Alone. Selfish. I spat. If you want me to stop what I'm doing to Lucas, then come back to me and this time do things right. Love me. Stop what you're doing to Lucas? Shouldn't it be what you did to Lucas? I asked. What I'm doing, he corrected. How come? He's not accepting anything from you anymore. He scoffed. In every meal he eats, the drug is present. How dare you? You've been poisoning him with it. I believe he's been served dinner by now. Lucas is outside talking with Alpha Will. Is he? Are you sure they're not talking over dinner? Eating something fast, something sweet, something easy to gobble down? I told Will earlier that Lucas hasn't been eating well, and he's to force him to have dinner. With that, I left, dashing down the hall and nearly skidding down the stairs. In the dining, there were dishes with half-eaten burrata pizza pies. Who had this? I asked, breathing hard, looking at the maid, packing the dishes with my eyes ready to pop. Alpha Lucas and Alpha Will, she replied, and I looked at the plates. Damn it! I spat and turned around, racing up the stairs. Lucas was about going into his room when I saw him. Lucas, I called, and he stopped. I ran to him, breathing hard, and stumbled against the railing. Careful, Lucas said, coming to me, looking down at the living room below. From now on, don't eat, I replied, trying to catch my breath. Don't eat. I just had dinner. I know. Every meal you eat, John has laced it with the drug. He's feeding you with it every day. He's going to make the drug a part of you. You keep taking it in every time you eat. What? He asked, and rage flashed in his eyes. Damn him! He hit his fist on the railing, and in a flash, I recalled John's words. At the slightest bit of provocation, he would lose it. I ought to just break, he was saying with force when he suddenly growled loud and deep. His eyes flashed red, and they turned to me. I froze in shock, barely breathing. A few maids came up the stairs, and I turned to them. Get back, I ordered, and Lucas took my hand, pulling me to him. I screamed, despite not wanting to, and his hand squeezed my neck. Struggling, my legs dangled as he raised me high. Looking into his blazing red eyes was dreadful. I felt fear swallow me whole. Hitting him and trying to scratch at his face, I only aggravated him more, and blood trickled down my neck as his claws sunk into them. Then he dropped me, only to raise me again, ready to plunge me down over the railing. Down to a sure death. Lucas Povey. I could not control myself. All that filled my head was the desire to break something, anything. The maids around me screamed, and it made me madder. How could John have fooled me? How dare he? I raised Emily, whom I didn't recognize, ready to throw her ruthlessly and watch her bleed, but she clung onto my arm like it were a tree branch and cried, Please, please, don't let me go. Don't, I beg you, she cried, looking down in fear. I'm going to fall. I'm going to fall. Lucas, try to get a hold of yourself, she said, and something about the sound of her voice clicked as familiar. I tried to identify why her crying voice made me so scared, but I knew I wasn't going to let her go. There was nothing that would stop me from plunging her down. I raised her high again, ready to forget whatever fear her voice provoked, and she let out a shrilly scream. However, I noticed the change in the atmosphere. There was John rushing towards me at the speed of light. I used Emily as a shield, pushing her to him, and she took the blow, giving a loud yelp as she was knocked into the wall. The acrid smell of blood filled my nostrils, and I wanted more. John glanced at Emily with fear in his eyes, and I lunged for him, ready to give him the blow that would knock him off the railing. He managed to dodge and ran past me, but I turned around, slashing him with my claws. More screams came from the maids, but I wasn't about to stop. I was going to unleash all the rage I felt upon John. Lucas, stop this. You have to be stable, John shouted, turning around. I prepared a fist, and he caught it, trying to twist it, but I thrust my claws forward, ready to plunge it into his belly. He jumped to the side, releasing the fist he held, and I lunged for him again. "Lucas, wait! Look at what you did to Emily!" he shouted, but I didn't stop. At the last minute, he smashed a flower vase into my head, and I staggered back in pain, feeling the intense sting on my head. Blood ran down my face, and for every muscle that twitched in my head came pain. My claws retracted, and I looked at Emily. John walked to her, helping her up, and she stared at me in shock. I could see how shaken she was. She didn't even notice John was holding her up. Instead, she continued to stare at me, with tears in her eyes. "I'm sorry," I said to her, and she pushed John off her, wiping away the tears on her face. "It's not your fault," she said, and turned on John, who looked a little hurt. "I just saved you from him," he exclaimed. "You caused it. You caused all this. If it weren't for you, then this wouldn't have happened. How wicked do you have to be? Your jealousy and immaturity is driving you insane. You, John, deserve to be thrown behind bars, away from everyone." She began to cry, but I couldn't go near her, for fear that anything could happen, and not even John would be able to stop me. He had been lucky with smashing the flower pot. What if it had helped to aggravate me more? Then he'd die, just like that. Then you both should have never met. You should have never had a thing for each other. You should have just stayed with me and loved me like you used to. Then you should never have cheated, she shouted back at him. I know, so stop reminding me. You don't have to keep rubbing it in. I already apologized, didn't I? I'm quite glad you cheated, though. No lies. I'm glad I found out. If I didn't, then I'd have gone way too deep before realizing the monster that you are. They say everything happens for a reason. I'm guessing I found out about your nasty acts, so I could move on and find my way. If anyone dies because of what you did to Lucas, it's on you, she said and turned, storming away. I watched her leave and my heart ached. It had been hard to recognize her when I had gotten mad. I had struggled to recognize her, but it had been a futile act. The next time this happens, I growled to John, walking towards him, I will kill you without hesitation. Turns out I'm not afraid of death. There's nothing you can use to scare me. As long as I can keep on seeing the fear in Emily's eyes as she watched you, then I'm fine with it all. He gloated, and I knocked him backwards. It won't be an easy death if you think it will be. I growled before turning backwards, entering my room. The next morning, I sat in my office, thinking of what John had said. The look in Emily's eyes had been haunting. She had been truly scared of me. The door was pushed open, and Trey came in. Okay, I've drafted the contract for... Hey, I thought the effect of you winning the trial would last for months. What is this? Why do you look so immersed in thoughts? He asked, dropping the draft on my table. John had another trick up his sleeve. Shit, did that little devil do something again? He asked, and I sighed before telling him everything that had happened over the last 3 days. Wow, unbelievable, he exclaimed, getting up in rage. And you're letting him be? I can't help it. At the slightest provocation, I lose it. Killing him is not my intention. He was really smart by deciding to put the drug in my food. I replied, and my phone chimed. There was a message from John. Trey, you will leave the office now and lock me in. Why? Trey asked, alarmed. John sent a message. It might be a little provoking, and I don't want any harm to come to you or anyone else. I replied, and reluctantly he walked out, grabbing the keys to the door. I heard the door click and finally tapped on the message. Just like I had predicted, it was something provoking. He had sent a video of what had happened the previous night. A video of me about to throw Emily down the stairs, Emily's POV. The next evening, after returning from work, I went straight to the maids' quarters. They all stopped what they were doing and looked at me. Who among you did it? I asked, and they looked puzzled. Emily, is something wrong? Kay asked me. Someone has been putting a drug into Lucas's meals. The drug makes him unstable. A few of you saw what happened last night, didn't you? He almost killed me. Me? Which one of you was doing it? I asked, with my chest heaving heavily. It wasn't me, Kay said. Me neither. Another replied, and they all began to shake their heads. How many of you are in charge of cooking duty? I asked, and about 8 of them came out. Who did it? You should speak before I carry out my findings and discover which one of you did it, Because I'll be taking my evidence right to the cops, and you will be thrown behind bars. Or what do you think the elders would do if they realize you have been spiking Lucas's food with something that will doom him? A maid threw herself at my feet, crying, "Please don't, please." She looked young, maybe 19. "I'm begging you, please don't," she cried, holding on to me. "When John asked you to spike Lucas's food, why didn't you report to someone else?" I asked, and she sniffed. Slowly, she turned around and unzipped her dress. It fell down and her back was revealed. There, I saw a horrible sight. John's name had been drawn all over her back. He had used his claws to dig and engrave his name onto her back. He did this for fun. Anytime anything doesn't go his way, he calls for me and does this. He told me he'll kill me if I fail to feed his drug to Alpha Lucas every time he eats. She cried, and my fingertips felt the marks. My hard heart softened. There was actually nothing I could do for her. John was set to be cruel, and he would stop at nothing. "Lucas will not eat from the house anymore, so you can keep on putting it in. I'll see if there's anything I can do to dismiss you from here. What's your name?" "Malia," she replied, and I nodded. I made my way to Lucas's room and knocked. "It's me," I said. "I just want to know if you're okay." "I am." His voice came from right behind the door. "Have you eaten?" "I grabbed a burger with Trey earlier." His voice dropped lower. "Why do you sound so down?" I asked softly. "John has a video of me hurting you." "He does?" My voice rose. "Yeah, it looks really bad. I'm sorry I hurt you," he replied dejectedly. "Lucas, don't talk about that. Do you know what he's going to do with that video? Shouldn't you see him? Talk to him?" "I'll kill him if I do. Right now, I'm unstable and I keep losing control each time I think about it. I have to find a way to control myself before talking to him. I'll report this to the family." "Don't. They'll only make things worse. The deed has been done. Emily, I'll find something to do about it. Now, I want you to get some sleep. Will you be going to work tomorrow?" "I can't. I'll stay in here. Bye," he said, and I heard him retreating. I stayed at his door for quite a while, with tears in my eyes, and when I left, it was to see the elders. At least they would be able to pressure John for the antidote. However, at the Raymond mansion, I was informed that he was busy. "He's busy?" I asked the maid. "Yes, he and the other elders have gathered together for a meeting." "A meeting?" I asked. "Yes." "That was great. Having them all together was better. When did they gather together?" "A few minutes ago. Alpha John wanted to see them." "John?" A frown creased my face. "Let them be." I heard Sadie say behind me, and I turned to her. They looked really serious when they walked in. "Mom didn't want me following her." She added, "Would you like to go out with me? Just take a break from the mansion. Trust me, you don't want them taking out their frustrations on you," she said, and I sighed. It was obvious John had told them about Lucas. I just didn't know how accurate his tale would be. Sadie and I took a cab and paid him enough for him to drive slowly. "Can I ask you a favor?" I asked after we'd been riding for quite a while. "What is it?" "There's a maid called Malia. She can't quit working for us, but John assaults her in a wicked and unfair manner. Is there anything you think we can do to help her?" I asked, and she cocked her head to the side. "If I say I like her and want her to work for me, John will still be able to get her to himself. I don't think... Wait, maybe I can accuse her of doing something I don't like, so Mom would have her dismissed. That would work quite well," she said, gleefully. "Then when she's dismissed, I can arrange for her to be given a house far from here. That seems like an interesting mission. Mission save Malia. Then I'd brag to my friends how I saved a maid and helped her live a better life. Don't worry, Emily. I got you covered," she said with a smile, and I laughed. "Thanks. I hope you succeed in Mission Save Malia." Of course I would. After all, I succeeded in Mission Matchmake Emily and Lucas. "I'm Sadie Granger. Hold on, I gotta take this call," she said, taking out her phone. "Dorella," she muttered, placing it on speakers before picking the call. "Sadie," came Dorella's restless voice. "Where are you? Do you know where Emily is? She's not picking her calls." I searched my pockets and realized my phone was back at home. "She's here with me." "What's wrong?" Sadie asked, alarmed. "You need to come back right now. They're saying Lucas will be locked away at some mental institute." "What?" I exclaimed. "Lucas's povee." John came to my room shortly after Emily had left. "Did you see my video?" he asked after knocking. I'm guessing you did. I hope Trey's safe. He's always sticking with you. Well, I have news for you both. Good news for me. I don't know if it will be good for you. Your voice irritates me. Leave my door, I growled. Well, I would. Just calm down, or you can come and chase me away if you want to. So the thing is, you are a danger to civilians. You know that, right? Everywhere you go, you're a threat. A ticking time bomb. To us at home, to your workers at work, even to drivers on the road. What happens when traffic suddenly declares everything comes to a standstill? In cafes, restaurants, even while taking strolls, you're a danger. Do you think it'd be nice for you to stay here? He questioned. What did you do, John? I asked, getting to my feet. Nothing much, just saved a lot of people from fear and worry, he replied casually. I asked a question. Give me a straight reply, I said with gritted teeth. Well, I arranged for you to be cast away from civilization. You will be taken to a special center today. I've informed the family. Till you show good results, you're allowed to see no one, and vice versa. They'll take good care of you there, so just see it as one of your long business trips you usually indulge in. He said, and it felt like I had been hit in the face. What did you say? I asked, opening the door. He stepped back hastily, holding up a taser. They have all gadgets to suppress you, so don't even think of getting mad or uncontrollable. They're on their way, and will soon be here. You can't be serious, I whispered. I told the family you fell a little ill, and that I arranged for you to be taken care of at a special center. They're madly searching for you now, unaware that you're here, sulking. John, you! Just then, I heard the unmistakable approach of a car pulling in through the gates. I wonder how Emily would react to seeing you zapped by a taser when you try to fight. Maybe today will be the day you'll fight and lose. He said, still with the taser trained on me, and I could feel the urge rising, building, wanting me to break his neck, but I took in a deep breath. I didn't want Emily to see me become a beast again. No, the fear on her face was something I didn't want to see again. Unfortunately, you wouldn't be getting that satisfaction, I said, walking away from him, clenching my fists hard like the beast in me lay within them. Right when I was about to step out of the foyer, I met with them, and two of them held both my hands. I can walk on my own, I said. We are deeply sorry, sir, but lots of times we have listened to patients say this, and we have always regretted it. Please, just let us hold you. One of them said, and their hold released a little, but still felt firm. John, stop this insanity now, Raymond said, marching towards us. It's out of my hands now, Dad. These men work for the people, and not me. Their job is to keep the people safe. Ours is to make diplomatic relations and keep the pack standing. John replied. Stop what you're doing. Let him go, Genevieve shouted, and a man gave her his phone. On it was the video of me about to kill Emily. Mira gasped, and Will bit his lip. John, is this your doing? Raymond asked sternly. I will no longer receive that tone from you, Father. You should rest. After all, I will take over from you soon. If you can let a beast roam free in the streets, then maybe you're losing your touch, he said, and Raymond's jaw tightened. John, he bellowed, and then fell back, his hand flying to his neck. He shook his head, trying to stabilize himself, but it was a failure. Falling back, Will and Genevieve managed to catch him. Raymond, I called, wanting to go over to him, but the men stopped me. What are you waiting for? Take him away, John ordered, and as they dragged me away, I felt the rage building up in me. He'll be fine. You're to follow us. One of the men waiting by the car said to me, Lucas. I suddenly heard Emily scream from the large gates. She ran in, trying to get to me, but more men stopped her. Lucas, what's going on? She cried out, trying to push the men aside. We don't want to have to use force. A man shouted, Caution her, or we will. Caution her yourselves. Drag the beast away, John commanded. John, stop, Sadie cried, trying to run to me, but she was pushed roughly. She fell to the ground and I lost it. Lucas, that was Trey. How he had been informed I had no idea. I saw him come running but didn't stop. Hitting the first man, he flew to the ground a few feet away. The second man took out his claws, but I was faster. I slashed him across his chest. Lucas, Emily called, crying, and I felt electricity zap through me. I roared in pain as every organ in me was attacked. I fell to the ground, vibrating, while the men picked me up. Thrown into the car and chained thoroughly, I was driven away and I had to watch Emily try to run after the car. It wrenched my heart apart. "A call for you," one of the men said, holding up a tablet in front of me. It was a video call. "Mr. Lucas Granger, I'm Dr. Smith. I will be in charge of your medications. There's no cause to panic. You'll be fine. We are currently looking for an antidote for you. The only problem is that the antidote is quite selective. We have to find an antidote that is compatible with your DNA. If not, it would only cause more complicated problems," the doctor said. But it all sounded like a folly to me. "How long before you can find an antidote?" I asked. "We're not sure. It could take months." "Months," I repeated. Then he added, "Years." John's Pove. Emily ran back to me as the car went out of sight. She took my hand, staring at me with desperation as her beautiful eyes blinked, wet with tears. "Please, don't do this. I beg you. This is a little too much. You have the antidote. You do. Why do you have to send him away?" she asked, holding onto my hand as she cried. The feeling of her holding onto my hand gave me mixed feelings, but anger was the most prominent. She was only touching me because of Lucas. If I didn't send Lucas away, she wouldn't beg me. "I'll be nice to you, I swear. Please just bring him back. They're going to hurt him. John, please," she begged as more tears streamed down her face. "Now you're begging? Now you wish to be nice?" I asked, and she nodded frantically. "Mira, take Raymond in," Aunt Genevieve said, and I watched Uncle Will get into his car, ready to chase after the car that took Lucas. "John," Aunt Genevieve called sharply. "Please," Emily cried. "Dorella, take the kids in," Aunt Genevieve ordered, walking towards me. "John, did you do that to Lucas? What am I hearing?" "And what if I did? Can anyone prove it?" I asked, and she looked shocked. "John, you will call those men now and tell them," she began, but I cut in. "I'm not going to say or do anything, Aunt Genevieve. Lucas is gone, and that is it. As for you," I turned to Emily and pulled her with me. "John," Aunt Genevieve called, and Emily tried to tug free out of my firm grasp. "Finally, I've waited for this day," I said, slamming the door as I walked in. "You should have just stayed with me. You went looking for trouble. You're the cause of everything," I said, feeling a sense of joy. "Let me go. Stop," Emily cried. "No, Lucas. The house is free of his toxic energy. I can do whatever I want without having to see his annoying, overprotective face. You are mine once more, Emily. No one to save you. You know, I should have done this a long time ago. I should have gotten rid of him." She jerked against me, and I dragged her roughly to me. She staggered, and I held her, steadying her. Her angry eyes brimmed with beautiful tears, and a smile lit my face. "This is why they say never to give up," I said, raising my hand to touch her beautiful face. She shook her head, sending her brown curls flying, and I laughed. Then I headed to her room. The maids around cleared the path for us fearfully, unable to say or do anything. I pushed the door to Emily's room open and pushed her in. She fell on the ground hard, and her hair poured all over her face. Before she could swipe it away and get to her feet, I had taken the key and slammed the door, locking it. In a second, she was pounding on it, screaming my name. With a smirk, I bounced the key in my hand, walking away from her room. In the living room, Aunt Genevieve and Aunt Mira sat, with grave expressions on their faces. I sat in front of them, and they stared daggers at me. "I'll be appointing guards to surround my mansion. From this moment on, let's have our separate affairs. If you attempt to come into this building without permission, you will be denied entrance and dragged off if necessary." "John," Aunt Mira called sharply, "hear yourself. Acting like an alpha when you'll never become it." Aunt Genevieve spat, and I laughed. "Dad grows weaker by the day. Very soon, he'll have to leave affairs to me. I'm his first and only son, no one else. Lucas will have to be alpha," Aunt Mira said, making me laugh hard again. "Lucas? A beast? An alpha who can't control himself? A man who almost killed his lover? That's the person who will have to be alpha? Stop kidding," I chuckled. "John," Aunt Mira snapped, "I'm going to make things very different, and will do as I wish. You dared to defy your father and made your uncle a beast." Aunt Genevieve spat. "Oh, so you admit he's a beast," I chuckled. "Do the needy, John, before Will comes back," Aunt Mira warned. Who was she kidding? What needy? You saw the video, didn't you? You saw him squeeze Emily's neck and try to throw her over. You saw him fight me and nearly murder me. When Uncle Will returns, you'll see he'll tell you the same thing. It's already out of my hands. There's nothing I can do. Even if this matter goes to court, Lucas will be sent to a worse place, and it would be a public trial at that. You want everyone knowing he turned into a monster? I doubt that's good for the reputation you so much love. Isn't it better as he's gone quietly like this? He'll be treated soon enough, so don't you worry. I said, getting up from my seat. I have a prior appointment, so excuse me, please. John, Aunt Genevieve called, but I didn't reply. The both of them called for me, but I ignored everything. It was finally my turn to do things however I liked. I drove to the little restaurant I and my men used to eat at, and they were there already, waiting for me. How was it, sir? Ribal asked. A success. He has been taken. Perfect, Landon remarked. You both are great masterminds. He will not be back for years. It's the end of him. He will die there with his unborn kids. I said, and we all laughed before I ordered for drinks and finger foods to entertain us. I continued, I'll need you both to find men who can guard well. No criminal records, but they should fight well and know how to withstand trouble. They will be needed around the house. Like how many do you require? Landon asked. Let's start off with 20. 20, Rebel asked. I will need some to guard us, and the rest will be placed around the entrances to my mansion. I will also need some to follow Emily wherever she might go. It's a great idea, sir. We will work on it. Landon assured me. Expect extra money to celebrate, I said, and their eyes gleamed with happiness. They thanked me repeatedly and ordered more drinks. I returned home drunk and stumbled on my desk while trying to pull off my socks. My eyes fell on a tiny bottle, and I smiled, managing to throw it into the hidden depths at the top of my wardrobe, where no one was sure to search. It was the antidote. Emily's pof. I hit the door severally, crying and wishing someone would just open it and tell me Lucas had returned. Seeing him zapped with that taser seemed to bring all my dreams crashing down. My heart was blown off into 1,000 pieces and lay at my feet. I couldn't pick or piece them together. It felt like my heart was not pumping blood, but pain. It hurt with each beat. Finally, I was sinking down. I was sinking deep beneath the ocean of depression that I ought to have entered from the moment John broke up with me. Lucas had been the one to show up and save me from it. He was gone, and I was finally left all alone to face John. Already my palm had turned pink, but I still hit the door, hoping I'd disturb him enough for him to hear, even though I knew he wouldn't hear a thing. When my palm was all swollen, I ran to my window, swallowing my tears, and telling myself I'll find Lucas. I pushed back my curtains and opened the window. Night had fallen already. I had cried the whole evening away. Harsh wind hit my face, sending my hair flying across it, distorting my view. But even with my view distorted, I could see that it wouldn't be a jump, but a fall to death. The ground was way too far, and there wasn't a tree around that could break my fall. The ground stayed harsh and unsmiling, promising me a body full of broken bones if I dared. The mere thought of jumping over made my heart pound in fear. Finally, giving up and sitting at the ledge, I began to cry, raising my knees to my chest and leaning my head on it. My hair came falling down my shoulders, and it was at the moment the only source of warmth against the harsh wind. At that rate, the combination of an headache and an heart rate would likely kill me before John did. That night, I slept at my door, not minding the cold floor as I awaited Lucas, hoping he'd come with the key, open the door, and promise never to leave me anymore. By morning, my jeans were soaked with tears shed overnight. How sleep had found me, I had no idea. My eyes opened heavily, blinking around. How I wished it had all been a nasty dream, but the dirt on my jeans from where I had fallen was still there. The furry and long cream jacket was still soiled with dirt, along with the white shirt I wore within. Emily. I heard Sadie call from the door, and I sat straight immediately. Sadie, what about Lucas? I asked, plastering my ears to the door, like doing that will help give the good news I desired. He's still gone. Mom says everyone will try to talk to John. Just don't get scared. We're going to come and help you out. Lucas will return too, and when he comes, he'll kick John's butt, she replied, but her voice lacked the fierceness it always had. It was soft and pained, and I could tell I wasn't the only one aching for Lucas. I was just the one who was going to suffer the most. What do I do now, Sadie? Uncle Raymond and Uncle Will say they'll try talking to him. Just hold on. Wait the whole thing out. I won't be able to come see you because he's banned me and the rest from entering, but somehow I'll manage to get to you. He banned you guys? Lots of strange men came this morning. They guarded the house, and I only sneaked in when Mom came to see John. Later on, I'll try to find a way to. Sadie, John's harsh voice rang out, and I heard her gasp. What the hell are you doing in my mansion? I thought I said it was off limits. The next time I see you here. He cut his words, and I heard her scream before her little feet skidded away hastily. John, I called, rising to my feet as I heard her scream. What did you do to her? I asked, and heard the lock turn. Stepping back immediately, I braced myself with a stony expression. He pushed the door open and came in. Still in yesterday's dirty clothes, huh? Change into something else. There are people you have to meet, he said, looking at me with a smile. You cried the whole night, but I guess it's a good thing. They made your eyes all the more beautiful. Those dark pupils are sparkling. Hurry up, change, and I'll open the door for you, he said, stepping back and locking it again. Hit the door hard when you're done, he added, and I raced to the bathroom, brushing my teeth and setting the water running. Packing my hair over my head, I dumped the shower cap over it. It was my chance to escape. I was yet to know how I'd do it, but I was definitely going to find a way to escape. Nothing would stop me. I would find my way around it. Then I'd find Lucas. After bathing, I didn't waste my time in searching for clothes. I simply snagged a large white t-shirt with the image of a black and white cube in front and light blue denim shorts. Looking at my swollen hand, I picked up a shoe and hit the door as loud as I could. Then I stepped back and waited. Shortly I heard John returning, and he opened the door. Great, you look better, he said to me, and I stepped out, walking quickly across the halls. I thought about running, but knew he would have no difficulty in catching me. Down the stairs there were lots of men in black suits. Say hello to the only woman fated for me. John's voice came from behind, and the men all got to their feet and bowed. Among them were the 2 personal assistants he had hired after Katie, and they looked at me with smiles that definitely had different meanings. John sat and began to discuss security issues with them, but little did I realize that the reason he let me roam around freely was because all the doors were barred, large heavy locks coming down from them. Even the windows were sealed shut. I thought of every door or window I knew that led out of the house safely, but they were all locked. No escape for me. There you are, John said when I had gotten to my last resort, which was the library window. I turned around quickly, and he advanced on me. Stepping back quickly, I stumbled, and he took my hand. You're going with me, he said, pulling me along. I tried hard to fight, wanting desperately to keep on searching, to keep on thinking of a way to escape, but he wouldn't let go of his grip. Eventually, he led me back to my room and pushed me in. I fell, and my hair scattered over my face. He bent and tucked it behind my ear, then raised my chin so my eyes could meet his. I suddenly had a new thought, he said, raising me up by my shoulders, and I stared at him with cold fury burning in my eyes. Still holding me, he walked backwards and turned the lock in the door, placing the keys in his pockets. My mind ran wild with different thoughts, and he backed me into the wall. We never had a honeymoon, did we? Lucas's POV. We got to the center late at night, and I'd rather call it a fortress instead of an ordinary building. It went high into the sky with building materials that would naturally be used for a prison. The only difference was the light colors used for the paint. I was taken in, and it looked every bit like an hospital, with people roaming around in white coats. We took the elevator and landed on a floor that was quite funny. The cells there were disguised as rooms. A gate swung open, and I was pushed into one of them. The large wall was painted in pink, with white hearts scattered around it. To my right were bars painted in cream, and in the next room was my roommate. It was a woman with red hair spilling over her shoulders and a large tattoo of a snake over her arm. To my left was a man who looked completely normal and harmless. In my room, there was a large white bed, a television, a table, and a chair with a set of drawers. The rug was a faint wine. It looked like the kind of room a student would be content with. It wasn't for someone like me, who was used to roaming free in a house that could accommodate 20 people. "Welcome," the woman said in a surprisingly soft voice. She looked at me, and there was a piercing on her nose and lip. 2 little rings dangled on the left side of her bottom lip, and a stud stayed fixed on her nose. "Welcome. I'd say you look pretty normal," the man on my left said. "You look pretty normal yourself." "Of course I am. I'm only in here because I'm the heir to a large firm, a powerless and young heir. They say I went crazy, but that was just a lie. It was to get rid of me," the man said with a trace of bitterness in his calm voice. "He's been here for years, ever since he was 16, the woman said. 16? I asked, shocked at the wickedness of it all. "He's 23 now," she replied. "Nuff, a whooping 7 years in here." The man replied with even more bitterness. "I met him here. I've been here for 4 years. The woman said with a chuckle, although I could feel the sadness in the chuckle. "Were you also drugged?" I asked. "Initially, I wasn't. I went crazy after discovering my man was the murderer of my 2 kids. He killed them for the damn insurance policy." She laughed. "I went crazy and searched for him everywhere to kill him. Then he ran into the arms of a rich woman who hunted me down. After surviving many assassins and near-death attempts, I landed here. The rich lady locked me in, claiming I'm a wacko who goes around hurting civilians. They're all liars here," the man next to me said. "Of course, it's always the rich people. They think they don't know that we're aware that the food they feed us every day makes us worse each time," the woman added. "They're all working on orders to make us worse. So we'll never make it out of here. Almost everyone here has the same story. Someone rich locking them in because they're a thorn in the side. Only about 2 or 3 are real unstable wackos, and of course, theirs is due to trauma," the man explained. "So you mean I'm never getting out of here, even if they find an antidote?" I asked, and the woman laughed. "Antidote? Don't buy that bullshit. The drug wears off after a few days. That's why they feed us with it every day. Right now, even if they stop feeding us, the effects will last a few months because they've packed us with it, filled every drop of our blood with it, but they won't stop. No, they insist on feeding us until we die, and we can't do without eating. So of course we take it." "What's your story?" the man asked me. "Same. Nephew did it so he could steal my mate." "Wow, the stories keep getting wilder every day. I'm Savia. Call me Sav," the woman said. "I'm Luke, and I hope you make it out of here, even though the situation seems pretty hopeless." "Is there any way I can listen to the news?" I asked. "They control the channels. I don't know a damn thing about what's happening out there," Sav replied. "Although there indeed is an antidote, I know of one woman who made it out of here. She was such a lovely and sweet woman with a smile like the sun. She seduced all the men and allowed her people in. They searched for the antidote, which would be compatible with her DNA for a whole year, and she was checked. They found out there were no beastly signs within her. While leaving, she told me to keep hoping and that she'd help me too, but I knew she was a cancer patient. I was still 16 then, and I doubt she defeated her illness." Luke replied. "That night, I could hear a man banging at the bars, roaring and screaming at the employees who came to serve him food. He seemed to have managed to injure one of them as I heard a woman scream, and next, the pungent smell of blood was everywhere, along with her cries. However, the next morning, I was taken out. 'Someone is here to see you,' they said, and I was led into a room. Trey sat there, but we were separated by a glass. I was given only 5 minutes, Lucas. These people took a large sum from me just for these 5 minutes. But look at me, I will get you out. I promise." "How are you going to do it?" "Somehow. I will try to find the antidote. I will put the best men up to the task." "Can I hope?" I asked, looking at him earnestly, and his eyes flashed a bright, determined yellow. "Hope with all you've got." Emily's povee. "Stop," I said, my voice ringing with terror as I tried to push him away. "Stop! You must be kidding me. I've been holding back for so long. Do you know how much I've wanted to hold you?" His hand pushed back my hair to land on my cheeks. Even his touch made cold waves rise in my chest, cold waves embodying terror. "John, I'm not married to you anymore. We have separate lives to live," I said, swatting his hand from my face, staring at him with all the boldness I could muster. "Separate?" he asked with raised brows. I won't let you touch me, I said venomously. I'd love to see you try. He said, dragging my arm. John, stop! Are you going to stoop this low? Stop it! I cried, trying to fight against me. He pushed me to the bed, and I tried to run, feeling my heart beat right in my throat. It felt like it wanted to burst out. Before I could make it down to the floor, he dragged my hair, and I screamed, trying to pull his hand away. He straddled me and began to take off his shirt, while I cried, hitting him and squirming, trying to get away from him. You'll realize just how much you missed me. Just you wait, he said, breathlessly, wrenching off his shirt. I desperately scratched at him, but he hit my face, surprising me. John, stop this insanity, I screamed, trying to rise as he pulled out his belt. Will you cooperate, or we go the rough way? You need to give this a thought, I shouted. If I gave things second thoughts, then I wouldn't have come this far. Wait, please, just leave me. Haven't you done enough? I cried, and his hand came down on my t-shirt, ripping it into two. I screamed as he ruthlessly took off the clothes. My brassiere followed next, and that was when I knew there was no avoiding it. Everything about him disgusted me, but all I could do was cry. Then and there, John sexually assaulted me. Walking on the streets I had longed to walk on was finally granted me by John. He had forcefully slept with me, and it went on for hours. He didn't hesitate to use violence and whacked me across the face each time I tried to frustrate him with silence. The sound of me screaming and crying seemed to excite him all the more. He had violated every part of me, and as if the feel of his hands on my skin wasn't enough, there were marks. He had dug his nails into my skin with every burst of pleasure he had. At that point, even the hoodie I wore as I walked out on the colorful night streets wasn't enough for the cold I felt within me. Why didn't I run? Why didn't I find Lucas? You might ask, but the three men in black suits following closely behind me wouldn't even let me walk into a restroom. Days passed by, and John did however he liked with me. He told me I was the only woman he could have, and so day and night he slept with me. Wounding me with each session, he'd watch lots of crazy and violent pornographic videos, just to try them on me and hear me cry. Every morning I was forced to hear him badmouth Lucas and spew hateful words towards everyone he knew. The mirth in the house I died. The kids weren't there to laugh, the maids didn't involve in any chit-chat, and Lucas and I weren't there, talking and laughing late at night in the kitchen with cups of tea. I walked to my window 3 weeks after Lucas had gone. Every day had been miserable, and it felt like a year had gone by. Scrolling through the numerous photos we had taken, I realized how happy I had been, and it felt too surreal. The fact that happiness had come easily with Lucas. Since he was gone, the days were too hard, and the nights were too long. Headache had become a constant friend. Once more, even though I knew it would be futile, I dialed his number. On and on, I tapped on his name, wishing there'd be some kind of miracle that would suddenly make the call connect. His phone was always off. Emily, I heard and looked down. There was Sadie and Jude. Emily, Sadie called, waving madly, and I smiled, waving back down at her. We made a fan fiction of you and Lucas. Check it out, Jude said, throwing a drawing book up. It took a few tries before the book finally hit me in the face. Sorry, Sadie shouted, giggling. We have to go now. We'll be back, Jude said, waving, and I nodded, watching them leave. I looked at the book and opened it, smiling at the drawings. The man who was supposedly Lucas showed up at a door, and a female came out in the next page. She had the same long brown waves flowing down her head. They embraced, and in the next page he suddenly fished out a gun. I burst out laughing, as in the next page there was a man, who was definitely John, with a hole in his head. They had drawn the hole quite well. Then they drew me and Lucas getting married. I watched their drawing for a while, wondering if the day would ever come, if Lucas would ever return. Then I received a call. It was from Dahlia. I smiled. She and the kids were the ones who kept the little trace of joy in me going. How are you today, Emily? Better than yesterday. Really? Anything good happen? Just read a really weird yet satisfying fanfic made by two little friends of mine. John gets a hole blasted into his skull at the end, I replied, and she laughed. I'm guessing Sadie wrote that? With Jude. They drew it. I'm quite sure she suggested the gun part, though, and Jude suggested the marriage. Well, I'm glad, she was saying, but she suddenly screamed. "Dahlia," I called, getting to my feet. There came a really loud sound from the background, and I heard the sound of cars honking and people talking in hushed tones. "Call 911, I heard someone shout, and my heart dropped 100 feet. "Dahlia!" John's poff. "Dahlia!" I heard Emily call as I approached the door to her room, about to open it. What is going on? Who are you? Why are you with her phone? What just happened? Tell me." Emily continued to ask. "What? The owner of the phone got into an accident." How? "A careless rider hit her." "Why? Why would that happen? What the hell was such a rider doing on the road? What is happening right now? Where are you taking her to?" Okay. I'll be there right now." "I'll be there," she said, and I opened the door. She skidded to a halt, almost running into me. There were tear stains on her face, and she looked so scared that it thrilled me. "Where are you going?" "Dahlia just got into an accident." "You remember Dahlia, right?" she asked restlessly. "I do. Has she been taken to the hospital?" "They're about to take her right now. I need to go see." "Why?" she asked, creasing her brows impatiently. "Is there any help you can give to her? If she dies, can you resurrect her? Can you treat her? Whatever the outcome will be wouldn't change, even if you went crying to her. Don't take a step out of this house. It's an order." "What? How could you be so?" she began, looking hurt. "The doctor's coming today. I need to know why you're not pregnant yet. We need to have kids, don't you think?" Is that all you can say? And you say you love me?" Her voice was hurt. "Yes, I love you," I replied, and closed the door, making my way out. I took the car and drove to a nearby cafe. Walking in, I spotted Katie immediately. She was dressed in a white blazer dress and had dark sunglasses on. She spotted me and watched me as I approached her. I sat in front of her, and she took off her dark sunglasses, placed them on the table, then she tucked her neck-length hair behind her ear. "What did you have to say?" she asked, crossing her legs and folding her arms. "I'll be brief. Come back." "Come back?" "Work for me. Emily could use the company too. I'm actually being generous to her because I planned on isolating her from everyone. You know, with Lucas gone, she's become really down. I'll only let you visit her when you agree to work for me. There will be a higher pay, and you'll have more power. More people under your feet to control." "Why? The 2 goons you hired aren't doing their jobs." "Not that they're not. You're more experienced, and the clients, they love your smoothness. Most of them keep asking for you. Some of them wouldn't sign a deal unless you talk them into it." "Come back, Catherine. I'm working at a new firm. Better pay, higher power. I'm not someone's personal assistant. I've got mine. John, I don't want to have anything to do with you." "Katie, don't be so tough. That company can't be better than mine," I said, and my phone rang. "Wait a sec," I said, picking it up. It was Dad. "John," he called softly. "Yes?" "Meet me at the river close to the house," he said, and ended the call. I sighed. "Think about it," I said, dropping the contract on the table. "I have to leave." Leaving the cafe, I got into my car and went to the river Dad and I used to frequent in the past. He was sitting there in a gray padded jacket and loose pants, looking every bit like the commoner. I took a seat next to him and watched him fish. "Remember back then when we'd come fishing?" "Did you call me here to reminisce about old times?" I asked, digging my hands into the pockets of my jacket. "You never knew how to fish and always lost fish. Then I'd catch a fish and switch hooks so you'd think you caught one yourself." "Yeah, I should never have done that." I scoffed. "Maybe if I had taught you that losing was fine, maybe you'd have known when to back down. Maybe if I'd taught you the value of doing things the right way, maybe you wouldn't have thrown my brother away." "Is this what this is about? Bring Lucas back, John. Bring him back," he said softly, pleading with his eyes. "It's out of my hands now. Become a better man now, John. Learn how to let go or you'll be heading towards destruction. Leave Emily and stop torturing her. You're not setting a good example for the kids." "That's not my job. They have parents, don't they? They should learn from them. Learning from me makes them stupid." "John? Dad? This is who I am, and I'm not trying to fight it. Leave Lucas where he is. It suits me," I replied and walked away from him. When I got home, I took a long shower and bounced on my bed thinking of my father's words. It was too late to turn back. I had passed the stopping line, and there was no stop for me. I couldn't go back to the starting line either. With those thoughts in my head, I closed my eyes to sleep. When I woke up, it was to a knock on my door. I sat up, feeling a headache in my head, and sighed. "Come in," I instructed, and Landon came in. "I've been trying to reach you all day," he said, and I looked at my phone, which was in the jacket I had abandoned. "What's the problem?" I asked, yawning. He looked at me with a little uncertainty, like he was deciding whether or not he was to tell me. "I'm a busy man, you know, and you should walk right out that door if you're not going to spit whatever it is you want to say right out of your mouth," I said impatiently. Finally he spoke. "Emily snuck out. We can't find her." Emily's POV. I could not believe John could be so cold, even after hearing Dahlia got into an accident. How could he be so cold? For a while, I paced around my room with my thumb in my mouth, getting crushed by my teeth. Immediately I heard a car leaving. I ran to my toilet, which had a window from which I could see the front of the house. I climbed the bathtub and rose on tiptoes to see who had gone out. It was John's car. Forgetting his order, I dashed out of my room and went down the stairs, but stopped as I saw the 3 men who always followed me around. Did John tell them he didn't want me going out? I decided to go casual. Sadie and Jude were by the pool, sitting with their legs in the water. "Sadie, Jude," I called, walking towards them. "Emily," they both called. Someone I know got into an accident." I began, trying to rush my words. Worried sick about Dahlia, every second I spent at the mansion felt like a waste. "What?" Jude asked in alarm. "John wouldn't let me go. I doubt he told the men to keep me in, but they'll report to him if they see me go into the hospital. Do you have any tricks that could help me get them off my back?" I asked, and Sadie glanced at the men. "Follow me," she said, and me and Jude followed her. She went into her mansion, and when she returned, she was with a bag. In it was a brown coat and a jean jacket. "These should be your size," she said. "Jude and I will follow you to Lenny's store. There's always a crowd walking along that road. We'll get you mixed up in the crowd, and then you put on the long brown coat. The men will be confused, but then they'll see us and will follow us, thinking you're with us. Isn't that smart?" "You really think that would work?" I asked. "Of course, a lot of people wear jean jackets these days," Jude replied, and I tugged on the jean jacket. We left the mansion, walking quickly. "They're following," Sadie said, and I nodded. We made our way to Lenny's store, and truly there was a crowd of people flowing along. Sadie and Jude followed closely behind me, and when I walked in front of a particularly large man, I bent, walking like that, while pulling the brown coat over my shoulders. Shifting all my hair over my left shoulder, I stood straight and caught sight of Jude and Sadie walking in the other direction. The men in dark suits were looking around, and I took the opposite direction, trying my best to walk casually. The next time I turned to check on them, they were trying to catch up to Sadie and Jude, who were running, delving through the crowd, definitely giggling. With that, I turned backwards and ran, trying to find a cab. My heart was pounding in my mouth, and I kept on having the feeling that someone would touch my shoulder and drag me back. I had barely escaped them. I had to be careful. Walking into the hospital, I ran straight to the receptionist's desk. "Good day. I'm here to see Dahlia Craig, who was rushed in maybe some minutes ago," I said. "She's in her early 50s. "Let me check her status," the nurse said, and checked the records. "She's in room 117, she replied, and I dashed towards the elevator. Taking the elevator to the second floor, I stumbled out and met a nurse station. "I'm here to see the patient in room 117, I said, and she checked the chart. "Room 117, she said slowly. "Your name, please." "Emily Waston. The doctor is currently assessing her. You should wait in the waiting room. I'll inform you as soon as you can go in," she added warmly, and I nodded, walking over to the waiting room. I sat on the bench and began to tap my feet continuously on the ground, hoping that nothing serious would happen to her. After about half an hour, my name was called by the nurse, and I got to my feet quickly. I followed her to room 117 and saw Dahlia on her bed, looking a little pale. "Dahlia," I called, suddenly choking with tears. How do you feel? What happened?" I asked. "He just came out of nowhere," she said weakly. "How can he?" My voice broke and I sniffed. "He was young and crying." I saw his troubled face right before he lost control. He wasn't even wearing a helmet. Why did he? Shh, she cautioned softly, raising her hand to pat my hair. I bent so she could stroke it. Everyone has problems, and things that cause them to be extra careless. Maybe something happened. I can't blame him as far as I'm alive. She replied softly, and I sniffed, covering my face. I was so scared. How would I go on if I lose you too? I haven't heard anything from Lucas. What if? I broke down and began to cry afresh. I'm not leaving until I see you happily married with 3 kids. Make that 5 grown kids, ready to get married, I replied amidst my tears, and she chuckled. Gosh, don't let me laugh. I've got stitches on my face, she said, making me laugh too. Let me see. Dahlia showed me her stitches, and I marveled at the ugliness of them. I massaged her feet and shoulders, bought fruits for her, and spent a good amount of time accidentally making her laugh. Seeing one person who helped me hold on felt good, but when I returned to the house later that night, I felt the cloak of depression descend on me yet again. With my head down, I walked slowly, making my way over, across the living rooms. However, right before I approached the stairs, I saw feet in black slippers I knew all too well. I looked up into John's angry face. I began, trying to explain, but he didn't give me the chance to. He slammed my head hard against the wall, and it seemed like something exploded in my head. Pain traveling at speed of light shot at my head, and I felt the warm blood wash over my left eye, right before everything turned to black. Emily's povee. When I awoke, Kay was looking down at me with a bowl of porridge in a tray. Sadness filled her eyes when they met mine, and I winced as I tried to sit up. Careful, she said, dropping the tray onto the floor so she could help me sit. Then she picked it up and placed it on my lap. I didn't think I'd ever see fear on Alpha John's face, she said softly, spooning porridge onto the spoon. I opened my mouth, which felt dry and cracked, and received the porridge. It was warm, and that warmth filled me. Immediately he slammed you into the wall and saw the blood. He panicked. Then he finally looked like a sane man who could actually feel for someone. He picked you up in his arms and called on us to see if you were okay. Then he had us treat you while pacing around, she said, feeding me another spoon. He's dooming himself to the point of no return, I replied, and Kay touched my cheek. You used to smile so much. Emily, everyone is on your side. When you helped Malia to escape this place through Sadie, our respect for you doubled. If there's any way we can help you, we will. If you could get me a genie, I'll appreciate it, I chuckled. What would you wish for? For Lucas to come and take me away like a Prince Charming, I replied with a smile. Well, you have spoken to your genie already. Alpha Lucas will return. It might take a while, but he will come. You can be rest assured now. He will definitely come. Do you think Lucas will be locked away forever? Do you think he would love to see you this sad? No, it would break him. So cheer up. You have me, you have us, you have the kids. We're all rooting for you, she said, and I hugged her. That day, I changed into a bright yellow t-shirt and black shorts, determined to be cheerful, to at least have some hope. I drew a ton of designs for clothes, imagining me bringing them to life with Lucas when we went to Paris. We would talk about my designs on the River Seine, add extra touches at the Eiffel Tower, think of great seamstresses while at the Louvre, and memories made at the Palace of Versailles will be embedded in it. I was going to see Lucas again. He would be with me once more, and we'd forever be together, exploring the deep depths of love. With that, I was able to plaster a smile on my face. I spent hours redesigning my room, putting my drawings of Lucas everywhere. They were nowhere as handsome as him, but I was doing that so I could spend hours looking at him. I changed the curtains, peeled off the wallpapers, and changed my sheets, transforming the room into something else. When I was done, I joined the maids in cooking, having conversations with them. I was determined to wait for Lucas. Emily, John called, and my smile ran down like the rainbow. I dropped the beef I was chopping and took off my gloves. They didn't ask me to help. I said, not wanting him to do anything immature just because he felt like. Do you want to go on a drive? He asked. I gave a silent scoff, like he was going to care about my opinion anyway. In the car, I fixed on my seatbelt and he began to play Westlife's I Lay My Love on You. Did he think I'd happily sing to it like I had done the last time when we had gone on a trip together? "Do you want to go to the arcade? Where do you want to go?" he asked. "Home. Look, I'm sorry about last night," he said, but I didn't reply. From the side of my eye, I could see him squeeze the steering wheel. "The least you could do is try to be nice. I want to go home." "Is this how you want it? Right. Fine. Then I'll treat you the way you want it. Just don't regret it and come running back to me. If you think you've been suffering, you've not. Your suffering just started." He spat venomously, but I was no longer listening. A tall man with soft brown hair and broad shoulders had just passed by, and I was having trouble seeing his face. I turned in the car and fumbled with my seatbelt, taking it off. My fingers shook, messing up as I tried to open the door. "Where are you going?" John asked, holding me. "Leave me," I screeched in a hysterical voice I didn't think I had. Stumbling out of the car, I ran to the man and grabbed his arm. My mouth parted to speak, but the words died off right at the tip of my tongue. "Sorry?" the man asked, irritation alive in his eyes, and I left him, my gaze falling to the floor. "You have his hair," I said in a little voice, still staring into space. The man walked past me, and my tears rolled down my eyes. "Emily!" John shouted, and I sank to the ground, placing my hands on my folded knees. My heart ached. The little flower of hope that had bloomed at the sight of that man had been way too cruel. It had seemed to have fixed my broken heart in that second, and broken it all over again in the next. John took my hand, raising me and dragging me back to the car, and I began to cry afresh, not caring if people stared at us. I missed him. I missed him so bad that it hurt. His smile, his voice, the look in his eyes. John ranted all the way home, threatening and screaming at me for thinking that man was Lucas, but I was lost again. When I returned to my room, I sank onto the cold floor and stayed in that position for hours. Just like that, day after day I waited, anticipating the day I'd hear his voice, but even after a year had come and gone, Lucas never came. Emily's pof. A whole year had passed, and my worth in John's eyes had completely reduced. Fueled by the anger from the realization that he could no longer get me, and that he had lost his chance to become something other than someone I hated, he had become a real monster. My only comfort was the diary I updated daily, squeezing all my sadness and pain into it, although most of the pages were either filled with Lucas's name or the simple phrase, "I miss you." He no longer came into my dreams, and it seemed like he had been a dream, and I wondered if I'd really known someone like him. The seasons had gone by, spring, summer, fall, and winter. Those seasons had seen me deteriorate from a secretary to a maid. John had put the cooks up to different tasks, and I was in charge of making breakfast, lunch, dinner, and even snacks that he desired at random times. I'd wash his clothes all by myself, scrub whatever room he wanted me to scrub, and after an exhausting day, he'd climb into my bed and sleep with me however he liked. I'd been robbed completely of all life and just did whatever I was told without complaining. I let him order me around, touch me, use me, and insult me because I no longer saw the point in putting up a fight. All my will and spirit had been lost over the year, stripped by longing, pain, and deep sorrow. I closed my diary, ready to go to sleep when I heard John's car drive in. He had arrived. I gave a little sigh and proceeded to pack my hair into a ponytail. "Emily!" he shouted, and it was so loud that I could hear his voice from my room. "Come here, sucker!" he yelled at the top of his voice. I dropped my scrunchie and left the room, making my way over to him. He was drunk again, and he staggered as he watched me with blank eyes. I went to him, trying to steady him and take him to his room. "You know, I've been thinking a lot. Beautiful seasons, this alcohol, my belt is stuck in it." He slurred, falling against me. What rubbish was he spewing? Dragging him up the stairs was no easy feat, and it felt like we'd both fall and break our backs at the slightest mistake. "Careful how you hold me. Tonight, I'm going to make a decision that would change our lives. I really can't live with you, Em. You're like a broken shell. No, an empty shell. You have no life in you, and you make me feel like everything's suddenly bland. I mean, what am I saying? You make my life boring." His words slurred, mixing with each other, and I finally managed to get him to his room. Pushing him into a chair, I bent to take off his socks. but instead of letting me take them off, he kicked me in the tummy and I fell back. Then he got up and grabbed my hair, pulling me with it. I placed my hands at the root of my hair, holding them down to reduce the pain. He pushed me into the chair and went to his wardrobe. "Get up, and I'll smash your head tonight," he threatened, and I wondered what other punishments he wanted to inflict on me that night. He brought a long rope and threw it over my head, tying me to the chair. "John," I called warily, but before I could manage to squirm underneath the rope and go free, he had put another one around me, doubling it. I began to struggle to get the ropes off me, and that resulted in my hands getting tied in front of my chest. "Stop. This is insane. You can't come back drunk every day." And I was saying as he tied my legs to chair. "John," I called, panicking at whatever he was going to do to me. "John," I called again in a sharper tone, but he began to drag the chair. He dragged me out the room and up more flights of stairs, which scared the hell out of me. "What's wrong with you? Stop this insanity," I cried, trying to free myself and at the same time being careful so I wouldn't topple down the stairs. John didn't stop, not until he got to the rooftop. By then, fear was already alive in my chest. John, wait, stop, wait, you're drunk." Desperation had taken a hold of my voice, filling them with a sense of urgency. He dragged me to the very edge and tipped the chair forward. "Ah!" I began to scream as I looked down at the pool from the great height. If I happened to fall, not even the water would be enough to ensure my safety. It was not deep enough. "John, wait, please! John, please!" I began to cry, out of fear. The wind scattered my hair across my face, and each time it covered my vision, I got crazily scared. The ropes felt strong, but there was still that fear that they would release me, and I would go plunging to death. "John, please, I'll fall. Please stop, I'm begging you." "Finally, I love the sound of that," he said, pulling me back. The legs of the chair landed on the ground, and my mouth stayed open, breathing in a rush, as the wind dried the tears on my face. "Now you seem alive, not like some dead creature." "All right, so let's try this out." John dragged me back down the stairs while I sobbed, begging him. "Out of the way," he shouted at the maids who looked scared for me. "Let's watch something interesting. You should be able to make me laugh at least, not just stay in like some damn nun who has been sworn to silence." He spat, taking me out to the pool. "This is safer, but more interesting." His face took on a maniacal glow, and I shook my head repeatedly. No, John, no, I can't. John, no, you need to." I couldn't complete my sentence with words. I ended it with a scream that died off right as the water swallowed me up. Emily's puh. All sound was blocked out immediately. I was submerged in the water. Bubbles came swimming out as my hair clouded around my face. I shook, pulled, and struggled to free myself from the ropes, but they were too firm. My whole life seemed to flash right in front of my eyes, like the pages of a book. I could imagine John leaving me to die, then I'd be discovered the next morning when the pool was drained of water. A white, lifeless corpse. Then the children would cry, so would the maids. Dahlia would be unable to bear it, and if Lucas returned, if he found out, he would be so broken. The thought of him crying forced me to fight, even though it seemed impossible. How badly I wanted to breathe. I was so scared, sinking to the bottom all by myself. Just then, someone took me by the arms, trying to raise me. It was Daryl. Hope flared within my chest, and he struck out his claws, tearing at the ropes that bound me. A few times he scratched me, but who cared? I wasn't going to die. Immediately he freed me from the ropes. He wrapped an arm around me and used the other to push us upwards. The moment our heads burst out onto the surface, I took in large breaths, slapping my hair out of my face. Then Daryl helped me out of the water. The children came to me, and Sadie used a blanket on me. I cuddled into the warmth, and Daryl held me tighter. "What is all this?" John asked, and I looked up to see Lady Mira in front of him. "Kay came to tell us John was drowning you," Darella said to me, and Sadie hugged me, crying against my neck. I watched John as I shook from the cold and fear. "I made it clear, Aunt Mira. You all are to stay out of my business. Emily is my—" Lady Myra landed a deafening slap across his face. "Just look at you. You're the real monster. You wouldn't even tell us where Lucas is, yet you're doing nothing to make it better. I'm guessing you want to become a murderer, right? You drink every night with those two men you call assistants. They're destroying you, John. I know they whisper wicked things for you to do. Where the hell did you throw all the good people around you? I tried. Okay, I tried, Aunt Mira, but everyone left me. Emily left, Lucas left, and Katie left too. I don't even know what she's up to. Do you think I drink because I like it? I drink because I need to escape the harsh reality of my life. I hate it too. Damn, it sucks. I'm all alone, and no one cares. Should I pity you or resent you, John? You know, it's never too late to start all over again. Lady Mira said in an almost whisper. It's too late. It's not. It's never too late until you say it is. Lady Mira said, placing a hand on his cheek. She hugged him to her, and I saw the tears in his eyes. Don't push us away. You're still our baby. I remember when you were born. You were such a little bundle of joy, and we all loved you. You can still return to those happy times. First, tell us where Lucas is. Tell us where he is so we can save him, she said softly, but John pulled away from her. That's all you care about. Lucas, it's always Lucas, the golden brother, the one you all adore. That's just what you want. John, Lady Mira called, but he walked away. Once more he had been given another chance, and once more he had walked away from it. That night I slept with the kids, Sadie and Jude. They treated me like I was the kid. Sadie ran a warm bath for me, while Jude brewed tea. After taking my bath and a hot cup of tea, they wrapped me in blankets and had me sleep between them, holding me and filling me with the sweet scent of kids. That night I felt better and safer than I'd been in months. The feeling was one I wished I'd always feel, till I could finally leave John. The next morning I woke up and Sadie and Jude were in front of me with a tray of cookies and milk. Morning, Sadie greeted, extending a cookie to me. I took it from her. It was warm. We made another fanfic drawing, Jude said, coming to sit next to me. I looked at the drawing, and it was a continuation of the last one. I was pregnant, and Lucas was with me. On my Labor Day, he brought flowers with him and filled the entire labor room with them before singing, and my babies magically came out. Twins, one who looked like me and the other who looked like Lucas. Happy ever after, Sadie said, coming to sit on my side. Now you can live this happy ever after, Jude added. Not yet, I said slowly. Oh, come on. You have to live it now. We have a surprise for you, Sadie said, and a tiny bit of hope shot upwards within me, even though I tried to push it down and not feel anything. My brain was working left and right. What could they be saying? Could the goofy smiles on their faces mean what I was thinking? I can live it now? I asked Jude, and she nodded with a warm smile. Then a knock came on the door, and my heart jolted upwards. Come in, Sadie said, and the door was pushed open. My words died in my throat as I saw the man coming in. Lucas. Tears filled up my eyes immediately as I stared at him in shock. Lucas, how possible? He smiled, and I slowly got off the bed, making my way towards him. I stood in front of him and touched his cheek. Emily, he called softly, and a gasp escaped me. Lucas, he was real. John's pove. Nothing was going fine. Everything seemed to become worse by the day. Emily had become a shadow of herself. She wasn't the lady I loved, and I deeply wished to see the lady I fell in love with. The Emily I knew was always smiling. Her smile was beautiful, and her dark eyes always seemed to be glowing, hiding a whole new world underneath it. That was the lady I had loved. The Emily I had loved fawned over me, and no one else. There was no Lucas in her heart. I alone occupied her head, but over the years she had suddenly become someone else. Every night the past haunted me, and it felt like everyone I knew was laughing at me. Slowly, I was losing everyone I cared about, and everyone who cared about me. Like I would never get what I wanted, but that was a lie. I was going to get Emily. If I couldn't get her, then no one else would. She was mine and mine alone. Alpha John, Landon said, walking into my office. What? I asked, dropping the blank sheet I had been staring at for ages. I have the sales report with me, he replied, laying the reports gently in front of me. Okay, now I'm firing some people this morning, I said, getting up angrily. Alpha John, you have to calm down. We actually need these employees. Why the heck has sales dropped again? Do you know how hard I tried just to get it to rise? We might not find employees who will be as good as these ones are. We must hold on to whoever we have, he said, but I had already grabbed my coat, ready to leave. We'll definitely find new and better employees. I said, leaving the office. As the employees saw me approaching, they all seemed to be taken with fear. They all stood up and bowed. "Now, listen to me," I called out. "Spread the word. Tell all the heads of department to surrender 2 employees with the lowest performance. A lot of you will be going home today. If they cannot tender 2 employees who have not contributed to the success of the company in each department, then all the department heads are going home." I said, and Landon sighed. I sat there, waiting, and slowly the heads of department began to submit 2 employee files each. Handing them over to Reball, I crossed my legs and folded my arms. "Draft out termination letters for these employees under an hour," I commanded, and looked over the employees, who all seemed to be shivering. "You all seem to think I'm joking, right? The G firms must be the best, and no other company can stay on top. I'm more than willing to weed out the lot of you who drag me down. I will never allow it. My company will soar and will be the best all around. If you know you wish to stay, then you work for it. Do well to spread my news to all the employees. I will not warn anyone twice." With that, I left, feeling satisfied. "Alpha John, don't you think terminating 2 employees from each department is a little too much?" Reball asked. "Our sales have reduced drastically. It's crazy. When our sales drop by 40%, do you expect me to sit and do nothing? Do some findings for me. I need to dig deep and know if it's the products I'm to improve or more employees I'm to fire." I stepped into an elevator, leaving the men behind, and leaned with my head turned downwards, thinking of my decreased sales. 2 female employees came in and I looked at them. How disrespectful. They didn't even notice me. "He's just like that. Have you seen Miss Emily either?" "No." The first one said, "I really didn't think it to be that way, but then it's quite crazy. There's this rumor I heard flying around recently. Guess what it is?" The second one said, "What is it?" The first asked. "Mr. Granger drugged his uncle and sent him to a special center no one knows about. Then he locked Miss Emily in and tortures her daily." "Oh, come on. How could you say such? Seriously, the rumors get worse daily." "How could you say such? I mean, how will he?" "All the employees are talking about it. Is it just me? Look at how rude Mr. Granger is. I'm betting the rumors are 100% real," she said, and I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed her hair hard, and she turned, giving a loud whimper of pain. Immediately she saw me, she screamed and covered her mouth. The second employee couldn't say a word and kept on gaping at me. The doors flew open, and I dragged her across the halls. Employees stood up from their desks, watching her scream with their mouths open wide. "Anyone else who says I sent my uncle to a special center will end up like her." I spat and whacked the employee across the face, causing gasps to emanate from the people watching. The girl screamed as her nose began to bleed, and I pushed her into the wall out of disgust. "Damn you all." I spat, walking away, and heard the rush of feet to help the girl. Back in my office, I waited, and finally Landon came in. "Alpha John, it isn't the employee's fault that we're seeing the decrease in sales. Have a look," he said, handing me a tab. "What's this?" I asked. "It's a new competitor. They sell almost the same products as us and applied extreme sales strategies to make their products sell faster. Our customers have been flocking towards them," he explained. "Damn them," I said, and just then Reball ran in, breathlessly. "Alpha John," he called and showed me his phone. There was a video with the caption, "He must be locked away." In the video was me drunk, smashing a car, and worse, the video of me assaulting an employee. The same employee I had assaulted minutes ago, John's Pove. "Who the heck did this? Who did it?" I asked, getting to my feet. I stared at the video. It had happened just minutes ago. How did someone manage to film the whole thing? The video had started when we were already out of the elevator. It felt like the person had been waiting for the moment I'd slip up so they could make their move, and then they had gotten their patience's worth. Storming away from behind my desk, I made to walk right out of my office and confront the employees. They would all lose their jobs if they couldn't provide me with the one who filmed the video. However, Landon dashed to the door, getting there before I could. He shook his head. "No, Alpha John, you have to be reasonable for this. Get out of the way," I growled. "You must think deeply, Alpha John," Reball contributed. "We are at a disadvantage here. If you go out there and assault more employees or fire them, then we're doomed." We don't know the person who filmed you in the first place. The person might film you again and make things worse. He explained, and I hit the coat hanger. It fell to the ground with a crash, and I went back to sit. Taking the phone, I checked the post and the comments it had garnered. The shares were increasing by the second, too. Because he has his family backing him, he thinks he can hit a woman who's not his wife. I will sue him if he tries that with me. I'm left with little to imagine thinking of what his wife will pass through at his hands. Oh my goodness, she got a nosebleed right away. This man is a shameless monster. Stooping so low as to hit a woman is just unacceptable. Granger trash! You definitely wouldn't see me buying a product from this man. Whoever filmed this deserves an award. The comments were endless and menacing. Refusing to stop, I dropped the phone and rubbed my temples. Take the post down. I simply said and raised my head. Over to the next schedule. You are to have a meeting with a Mr. Tommy Bodden, Reball replied, while Landon went to work on the video. When? I asked. Let's say about 30 minutes from now. Where does he want to meet? At Perfection. Does he think I'll order food? I scoffed. Who exactly is he? How come his name sounds so unfamiliar? He's Miss... Actually, you know what? Forget about it. Right now, I'm looking forward to meeting new investors. We need the funds badly. Anyone would do. Meanwhile, you're to tell the department heads that I want to see improvement in the sales. I said, getting to my feet. Grabbing my coat off the sofa, I made my way out of the office. Shortly, I arrived at Perfection and stepped down from my car, stomping my shoes on the floor after noticing some dirt on it. Everything just has to be annoying today, right? I asked, striding into the restaurant. I looked around for anyone on an empty table and was quite surprised when a hand sporting a really expensive gold wristwatch shot up into the air. There was a man wearing a glass and a nose mask. I raised a brow, walking towards him. He looked quite capable of being an investor. I sat and he signaled to a waitress. The waitress bowed and 3 of them came bringing dishes of food. I studied the man who didn't take his eyes off me and cocked my head. Do you want me to leave? I asked, getting a little offended. The man gave a low chuckle and took off his glasses. Those gray eyes. There was no way I would forget them. He took off his nose mask and grinned at me. I see you're still every bit as rude as you were back then, he said in a deep, rumbling voice. Mr. Lopez, I said coldly. He brushed his hair back, revealing a long, thin scar that slashed across his cheek to his mouth, and raised his brows while pouring himself wine. You don't sound too happy to see me, John, he replied. We no longer have business with each other. Our business ended a year ago. Did you know, John, that this sushi tastes marvelous with the wine? He asked, chewing slowly. I don't have the time to waste. If you came here just to joke, then I'll take my leave. I said, I certainly didn't come here to joke, he replied slowly, watching his food. Then what did you come here for? I came here for the $250 million you owe me, he said, and I laughed. Our deal failed. Why should I still give you the money? If you're going to go on and on about this, then you must be really delusional. Our deal failed, John, but it was stated in the contract that you would compensate for the loss. The contract you lost. May I see it so I can believe that I stated I would compensate for the loss? I asked, feigning innocence. You have your copy. Bring it out. Oops, I lost mine too. You're messing with the wrong man, kiddo. When you're this young, you shouldn't be so reckless and careless. He growled. I'm not scared of you one bit, I replied. My business was not doing well, yet he wanted to collect such a sum from me. Why didn't he just wreck me? He gave me an intense stare that seemed to bore ice into me, but I didn't falter. Then he received a call. Without taking his eyes off me, he picked the call. He began to speak in rapid Italian, and it was so fast that if a beat was provided, it would pass as a rap. Shortly, he smiled and ended the call. Are you sure you still want to be this way? He asked. Enjoy your meal, I said, preparing to get to my feet. I will not give it back, not until I get what you owe me, he suddenly said, and I raised a brow. What are you talking about? I have taken something of yours. Emily's Pove. My eyes searched his, wanting to see if he really was the only one in front of me. I'm back, he said, raising a hand to my cheek, and my tears rolled down rapidly. Lucas, I said out loud, and that was it. That was all it took for it to shatter. My eyes fluttered open slowly, and a tear rolled from my left eye into my right. My pillow was wet already with my tears, and I raised my hand to my heart, which seemed alive in a way it had never been ever since Lucas left. A sob broke through my lips, and I began to cry on the bed, feeling the pain wash through my chest in waves. Why would I have such a dream when I hadn't had one in months? Why would such a dream torment me? Already I was having such a hard time coping. I turned into the bed, and my cries became muffled. Why didn't the dream last longer? Why didn't he hold and hug me? Just why did I have to speak out and have my own voice bring me back to reality? It wasn't fair. After a round of tears, I washed my face in Sadie's pink bathroom and cleaned my face. When I went down the stairs, Sadie was having breakfast, dressed in her uniform. "Would you like some toast?" she asked someone, and I followed her gaze to see that John's men were already waiting for me. "Or some cereal? Would you like to mix it up like I'm doing? It's quite nice," she said, but the men shook their heads. Then they saw me. "Emily, if John tries anything again, don't hesitate to call me, okay?" Sadie said, looking at me with worry, and I nodded. I was escorted back to Lucas's mansion, and the house seemed empty. The chair which John had tied me to was inside, and just the sight of it gave me goosebumps. "Emily, are you okay?" Kay asked, running to me with a few other maids. "I'm fine. Thanks for yesterday," I said, hugging her, and she hugged me in return. "What about John?" I asked. "He went to work very early in the morning." "Was he still mad?" I asked. "He looked sober and didn't try to unleash his anger on any of us," she replied, and the maids nodded. "Are you really fine?" one of them asked me, and I nodded. "I'm just happy I didn't die." I sat at the dining table, and the maids cooked breakfast while I spoke to Dahlia. She was completely shocked when I told her about the incident that happened, but I begged her not to even think of doing anything. I had a debt to pay John, and besides, he was too influential for her to actually harm. While we yet spoke, another call came in on my phone. "Dahlia, can I call you back? I'm having an incoming call," I said. All right, call me whenever you're ready," she said, and ended the call. I picked the call and spoke. "Hello? May I know who's speaking?" "Miss Emily Granger?" a calm voice said. "Yes, do I know you?" "You do not know me, but I know you, and I know your situation." "My situation? Come alone if you want help. There's something important you need to know about John Granger, and if you want to get back at him, then this will also help. Remember, come only if you want help. I'll be in the cafe on Lenny Street." "Lenny Street? Now? Now? You mean now? Wait a second." The man ended the call, and I looked at it. Peeping round the kitchen, I spoke. "I'll be right back," I said to the ladies, who were giggling among themselves quietly, and left before they could start asking questions. John's men followed behind me as I left the house, but I didn't mind. After all, there ought to be precautions when one was meeting a stranger. I got to the cafe pretty quickly and sat, waiting for the person who wanted to meet me. I waited for quite a long time, but no one came. Dialing the number proved futile, and I knew I ought to leave, but some part of me stayed rooted to the chair, hoping the person had information about Lucas. However, I waited for almost 2 hours, ordering cup after cup of cappuccino and plate after plate of sandwiches. No one came. It began to look like a prank to me, and it actually hurt because I had been hoping for something informative. Eventually, I left the cafe, walking among the throng of people, weaving my way in and out, not even caring to see if the men were following or not. I didn't need anyone following me and watching my sad and lonely back, so I would rather pretend like I didn't know someone was following me. Surprisingly, I managed to lose them and walked on a street with only a few people passing by. I stared at my phone, wondering if something urgent had come up and if the person would ask to meet again. It would delight me if the person asked to meet again, apologizing for the inconvenience. I would gladly forgive him. And just like magic, a text from the same number popped up. I clicked on it quickly. "Where are you? Let me come to you this time." He wrote, and I beamed, looking around. "Cross Stone Avenue, the one with the old buildings." I typed in quickly and waited for a reply. For about 5 minutes I waited, almost losing hope that the person was toying with me, when all of a sudden, an handkerchief was pressed firmly to my nose. My phone was taken from me, and I fought hard to be set free, but a black car came riding fast and stopped next to us. The door was pushed open, and I was smuggled into it. For a brief while, I was able to open my mouth wide, but before a scream could make it out, I was clamped again, and slowly I lost all sight. John's Pove. I looked at him and saw the glee spark in his eyes, followed by the content smile. "Once more, enjoy your meal," I stressed. There was no way I was about to give him the satisfaction of him knowing he had managed to get me curious and a little anxious. "Aren't you curious to know what it is?" he asked, cocking his head to the side. "Not at all. Enjoy your meal," I replied, and left him sitting there. As I walked away, I felt completely uneasy. I knew Lopez wasn't just a businessman, as he was known in his city. He definitely had some shady business going on. However, I wasn't going to give him his satisfaction just yet. In fact, if whatever he took was not going to bring more money to me, then he could take it, because I could not see myself dropping $250 million. It was just way too much. My company would collapse. Back in my office, I explained everything that happened to Landon and Reball, and they sat with me. "It can't possibly be," Landon said. "Maybe he's just goading you on. He can't really have taken anything from you. Think about it. There's nothing you actually hold dear to you. Is there? Is there $1 million gem you hold, or some magical asset that could probably make you panic?" Reball asked. "You're quite right. My money and companies are intact. All my important documents are right in this office, in a place he cannot even imagine. So what else could he have taken? He can keep whatever he has taken," I said, feeling lighter. "Now, you should think of the leaked video," Landon reminded me. "Gosh," I sighed. I had completely forgotten all about that. "What do you suggest we do?" "Here," Reball said, placing a camera on my table. "What's this?" I asked. "Make a video and tell everyone you're not the man in the video." I checked the video so many times, and luckily it was taken from an angle where your face was hidden. The only thing is that it's your clothes and your physique, which everyone can recognize. "So what's the point?" I asked. "He'll look like the fool if he goes out saying he's not the one when everyone clearly recognizes him. What happens if the employees claim he was the one? Then he comes out looking worse." Landon scolded, and I shook my head. It was why I hired them both. They had too many places where they were lacking, so they did a good job of complementing each other. Otherwise, I couldn't possibly have made it that far without Katie sorting 1,000 things for me. "I'm guessing the best we can do is an apology video, and then we compensate the employee you hit so she wouldn't press charges," Landon suggested. "Yeah, do that," I said, getting to my feet. "Where are you going, sir?" Reball asked. "Home." "But it's still," Landon was saying, but I already slammed the door. When I got home, I met Dad speaking with Lady Genevieve outside. "Great!" he exclaimed when he saw me. He strode to me angrily, but I stood my ground. I had grown too much to be scared of him. I had become a man, and I had to let him know he could no longer intimidate me. He landed a slap on my face, and I gritted my teeth. "What in the world's name are you doing? Hitting an employee? A female at that? And you think you'll succeed me? Never. I'm giving you just a month to find Lucas and bring him home. Nothing more than a month, or you'll experience the worst I can do." He bellowed, staring at me with wide eyes that looked like they wanted to pop. "How many times do I have to tell you, Dad? I don't know where Lucas is. He was taken to a special care center. Is it my job to know where it is or what he's doing? Absolutely no. When he's well enough, he'll be released, and he'll return home." He raised his hand to hit me again, but stopped halfway and kicked me instead. "You're not my son." He spat and walked away. Aunt Genevieve looked at me for a while with pity in her eyes before leaving, and I scoffed. Who was she pitying? The person she ought to pity was her little brother, who would be locked up forever in his little prison. Not me. Never would I open my lips to tell them where he was. Striding to the house, I tried to ignore the sting of Dad's slap. All he ever cared about was his reputation, from the beginning till the current moment. He cared only about what everyone else thought about the family. I went straight to my room and stayed there till evening, thinking of the event of the day, until I decided I would just make Emily suffer for it. Getting out of my room, I made my way to hers and pushed the door open. Silence greeted me instead, and the whole place just had a deserted feel. Emily was usually at her desk at that time, writing or getting lost in a novel. Then she'd look up with her dry eyes and accept whatever I did to her. I retraced my steps to the kitchen, where the maids were preparing dinner instead of Emily. "What's this?" I asked, irritated. "Why are you the ones cooking? Where's Emily? Is she actually shirking her duty?" I asked, and they turned to me, trembling. "Alpha John," Kay said, standing in front of the others. She held her trembling arms and tried to look into my eyes. "Speak," I blurted out, and she jumped. "Emily went out since morning and hasn't returned." "The guards?" I asked. "They haven't returned either," she replied, and I picked a dish, hurling it at her. She screamed and stepped back hurriedly, crying. There was no denying it. Emily had run away. She had run, and my men no doubt couldn't return without her, for fear of what I might do to them. The last time she had gone to see Dahlia, and they had returned without her, I had made them draw my name into each other's backs with knives. She dares to run away. Well, when I find her— "Alpha John," one of the maids called timidly. "What?" She got a call. I heard her telling her mom that she was having an incoming call. She mentioned Lenny's street and went off. She said, and a bolt of panic ran through me. What if she didn't run? What if— I turned and dashed up the stairs immediately, feeling my heart in my throat. Snatching my phone on my desk, I searched for Lopez's number on my phone until I got it, and when I did, I dialed multiple times until he picked. "John," he called with a laugh. "Where is my wife? I thought you didn't care. You didn't want to know what I took earlier." "Lopez, my wife, where is she? I plan to pull her apart, lungs, intestines, and all. It would be worth $250 million. Then I will splay her organs on your roof and blame her death on you," he drawled. My insides turned cold. Emily's POV. My eyes opened slowly, although it was hard to tell if they were really open or not. I widened them, but they could not even catch the tiniest ray of light. I was in complete darkness. My hands and feet ached, and when I tried to remove them, I discovered that they wouldn't budge. Pulling them against each other, I discovered that I had been bound with thick cords. The image of what John had done to me colored my mind, and my heart began to race. Being tied up was definitely going to stay as a traumatic memory. I had been kidnapped. Me. I never thought for once that I would ever be kidnapped. Why had I rushed out like that to meet someone I didn't know? Was it really because of Lucas? Had I gotten so desperate to find him that I had gone crazy? Was he doing fine wherever he was? Had he moved on? Was there someone else who comforted him right by his side? Would he ever come back, or would he forever be a memory to share to my kids and grandkids? Although I doubted kids would come into existence if I didn't find Lucas. His smiling face filled my head, and the tears cascaded down my face, rolling over the large tape that sealed my lips. How I wished he'd just show up and take me somewhere else, somewhere far. A place where I didn't need to worry out of fear, somewhere I could finally forget John. I stayed awake for quite a long time, staring into the dark, with images forming and dissipating by the second. Then I began to hear footsteps, lots of them. My heart jumped, and my eyes and ears stayed peeled out and alert. There was a fumble with a lock, and the large doors were pushed open. I winced from the brightness that suddenly flooded my vision. "Oh, the beauty is awake," a man said, quite cheerfully. He stopped in the center of the room with his hands in his pockets as he watched me. "Bring her closer," he commanded, and two men in black suits came to fetch me. They both took hold of my hands firmly and painfully, like they had forgotten I had been bound up mercilessly. In front of the man, I was forced onto my knees, which wasn't a hard job. He bent to my height and peeled the tape off my mouth. His fingertips were cold, contrasting to the stinging pain that came from him peeling the tape off my mouth. He tucked my hair behind my ear and smiled. "You are beautiful, girl." Up close, I could see a scary scar that ran from his cheekbone to his lip. His gray eyes held no warmth, and his Italian accent made him seem all the more dangerous. "I'm Lopez, and you might want to know why you're here." I looked at him, trying hard not to blink, but the fear seemed adamant on making me blink 1,000 times in 1 minute. "Your dear husband signed a deal with me, promising me success, but the deal failed. and he couldn't hold his own part of the deal. He owes me $250 million. My eyes widened and he chuckled. You see, isn't your love so wicked? He doesn't want to pay me what he owes me. I poured all my money into his stupid deal, and now he's trying to tell me I'm the stupid one, and I ought to bear the loss and forget it. Come on, I can't forget such an amount, can I? He asked. What does that have to do with me? I know nothing about it. Absolutely nothing. You should let me go. Your deal is with John and not me, I said, and the men laughed. Shush, shush, boys. Boys, don't you hear the angels singing? Lopez asked dramatically, mocking me. John will not budge just because you took me. He doesn't love me. Oh, really? New story. Tell me more, Angel. We are no longer married. There's nothing you'll gain from me. They all laughed, loud, haunting noises that sent chills down my spine. Now I truly believe angels don't lie. It's not because they don't want to, but because they can't. Their laughter soared high once more, mocking and satisfied. They stopped laughing, only to start again. Lopez looked at me with tears in his eyes, still laughing before he took in deep breaths and controlled himself. How about we see if he really doesn't give a shit about you? Should we test him? Your lie is so cute, you know? Look at you denying your love all because you're captured. He's not my love. I'm telling you, he will not give a damn about me being here. Ooh, she speaks hard too, Lopez said, turning to his men, feigning surprise. Then he turned back to me. Like I said, let's see. Let's find out if he'll really ignore you and leave you to the cruel hands of fate. He said, stroking my hair. You have long, beautiful hair. Not too many girls have waist-length hair nowadays. It's so hot, but they all prefer much more bouncier hairstyles. He said, then looked at my body. Sweetie, I'm going to be starting from the top. I'll cut things off your body like they don't matter, and I'll do so in an orderly fashion and send them as gifts to John. Ooh, I can't wait to cut your pretty finger. Instinctively, I folded my fingers in, and he laughed. The screams are always enjoyable, and so are the looks of fear and disbelief on their faces. Who knows? Maybe when I get to your finger, John will cooperate. Now, let's start from the top. Go, he said, and my head was yanked back by my hair. I gave a frightened gasp, but I was released almost instantly. I didn't realize what had happened, not until my hair came down messily, hugging my neck. My hair, it was gone. John's povey. It couldn't be possible. That was too bad. Okay, Lopez. You know what? Let's just leave her out of this. Talk to me one-on-one like a man. I believe I did that already. If it worked, we wouldn't be here now. Last year I tried so much to reach out to you, but you were so tight with things. Look at us. I even lied to be Tommy just to see you. We have come to this juncture and we can't go back. Let's do some kind of bargaining. My words were cut off as he ended the call. I quickly dialed the number again, but I was redirected to voicemail. I kicked my chair hard and proceeded to phone the men. Sharing it with them would make it less annoying and fearful. They arrived, minutes after calling them, and we all sat in my room. If he really kills Emily and somehow managed to splay her organs on the roof, I would be done for. Nothing would save me if these people think I killed her, and it's not my intention to have her killed either. I still want her around so she can regret her decision till she dies. I lamented, and they looked speechless. But he can't really do that, can he? Rebal asked. This man has a scar on his face and several men that have criminal records. I looked into him a year ago and was quite sure he was involved in the darker shades of business. He's not someone to mess with. He abducted Emily and definitely did something to the men with her. That's quite true. I tried calling the men, but their calls weren't going through. I just didn't think anything bad could have happened to her. What am I going to do? What will become of me when I pay off Lopez's debt? That is just way too much. I mean, it's a whole $250 million. Everything will fall apart. Not when sales have been reducing. Couldn't you ask Alpha Raymond for help? Rebal asked. We fought earlier. He's angry about the video of me hitting an employee. He also thinks I'm going to tell him where Lucas is if he gets angry. That would never happen. He will not help me out. No one would. Everything is going down on an awfully wrong slope. What about going to the bank? Landon suggested. No, I can't go to the bank. How do you expect me to pay back with the interest they'd demand? I asked, waving off the idea immediately. But we have to do something, or this man might really make you a murderer overnight. With the video floating around on the internet, everyone is going to believe it quite easily. No one will stand on your side. Landon said, making quite some sense. I still couldn't get how Lopez would manage to drop Emily's mutilated body on my roof, but I knew he could do it. If he said it, then he would know how to do it. The employee I hit had been saying something about a rumor, the rumor that I sent Lucas off to a mental institute and had been maltreating Emily. She had been right, but if Emily suddenly landed dead on my rooftop, then the rumor would blow out of proportion, and also, I didn't want Emily dead yet. Sure, lots of times I had been so angry I wanted to end her, but even if I wanted to, I wanted it to be with my own hands. What about the video? Did you find out which crazy employee uploaded it? Their foolish social media accounts shouldn't be hard to track, I asked, looking at Reball. It's actually not an employee. I traced it to a really strong and popular website, then traced that to a company named FT Enterprises, Future Tech. That company, I discovered, is one of our competitors, and a really powerful one. All their products have blown past the walls of the international market. I'm quite sure they have a spy in here. They uploaded the video. Why are you just telling me that? I snapped. Dang, how many enemies did I manage to make? So this company is bigger than us? Yes, Rebal replied. Damn it, I'm the only one who ought to be the most powerful here. No one else is allowed to take my spot. Look into their CEO well. As for the maids, they're the only ones who can upload that drunk video. The car I smashed was Lucas's old car here in the mansion. I got to my feet and made for the door. The maids were in their quarters when I went to them. They were speaking, but stopped immediately they saw me walking in. They got to their feet, and I tossed my phone to one of them. She caught it like it was a ticking time bomb and looked at me with fear in her green eyes. Explain that. There's a video of me bashing Lucas's car, and one of me drunk and ranting in the dark. I'm quite sure that was taken here in the house. I accused, and they all looked from me to the phone, shaking their heads in terror. Which one of you is a spy? Which of you took and uploaded the video? I asked, advancing on them, and they backed into the wall. I dragged Kay by the hair, bringing her out. I had nothing to do with it, I swear. Never would I do such unless I'm prepared to die. I wouldn't do that. My phone's camera isn't even as good as that. It's not my doing. She cried, pressing down her hair to her scalp. Alpha John. I heard someone call. It was one of the guards. I left Kay and turned to him. Yes, there's a parcel for you, he said, handing out a blue parcel. Keep it in my room. Who the heck is sending me a parcel? I said, feeling disturbed. It was from a certain Tommy Bodden, he replied, and my eyes shot open. I snatched the parcel from his hands, placing it on a table, and tore it apart, opening it. In it was the unmistakable long wave of Emily's brown hair. My eyes widened, her hair gone. There was a little note in it, and it read, "An ear, eye, or 5 teeth next. Take your time, sweetie. Emily's Povey. Here." One of the men said, handing my hair to Lopez like it was some trophy. I stared at it. My hair, I didn't know how to feel about it. I had prized my hair for years, growing it, taking care of it, and cherishing it, but in a second, it was all gone. The next thing I'll be sending to John will have blood on it. This is just a warning. I don't want to have to mutilate you, Lopez said, stroking the hair that had been cut from my head. Bind her more securely and take her out for dinner. He ordered, taking his leave and my hair with him. The men pushed me off my knees to the floor, and I was held down as the ropes were taken off my legs, then replaced with shackles, but with enough space to walk. The same was done for my hand. I could spread them apart a little. They helped me get to my feet, and I followed them slowly, feeling my heart pound wickedly in my chest. What would he take next? My eye? Ear? Tongue? Would he jump straight to my finger? Cold tears gathered in my eyes as I was pushed from the back. Faster, lady. A man growled, and I tried to increase my pace without tripping. I walked out onto a long corridor, and over the railing I could see a large living room, having almost everything in brown. The chairs, the tables, the floor, the walls, the curtains. Mr. Lopez sat, speaking with a blonde man who seemed to be French. They laughed and seemed to be jolly good friends, but it was definitely business. What you staring at? Move it. One of the men snapped, shoving me forwards. My shackled legs couldn't deal with the pace at which I was forced to move, so I fell, and there was a sharp-as-hell pain in my wrist. Ah! I let out softly, trying to hold the pain in and ignore the tears that came to my eyes. Dragged by my hair, I was forced to my feet and shoved forwards again. Luckily, there was a wall I could crash against. Going down the stairs was the hardest, and I prayed fiercely and silently that they wouldn't shove me. I got down the stairs safely and saw a long line of people, mostly ladies and a few guys. They were shackled just like me and had trays with empty dishes in their arms. They noticed me and stared at me, taking in my look from up to down. I was shoved forwards once more, and a tray landed in my hands. End of the line. Move it, girl. I tried my best to walk quickly while taking tiny steps so he wouldn't shove me anymore, but luckily, he didn't follow. Men in suits lined every door and stood at random positions, looking every bit menacing. All of them sported a short, jagged scar next to their left eye, and I reckoned it was some kind of symbol, a tag to prove they were for Lopez. I stood at the end of the line, and Lopez waved at me. I noticed the large tattoo running along the sleeve of his arm. Looking away in fear, I turned to the woman in front of me. A few more people joined me at the back, and the line moved slowly. It suddenly reminded me of being back at school, lining up for the school lunch. New? The lady behind me whispered when we had made it into a large room where food was being served by cooks with stiffened faces. Yes, I was kidnapped, I said softly, feeling my eyes fill up. I should have just stayed home. I whispered to myself. Everyone wished that, but some of us were taken from our homes. The woman in front of me said. What? I broke off, scared of the question I was about to ask. Happens here? A lot, girl. A lot. The woman behind me said. Lopez is a ruthless Italian who kidnaps important people to whoever offends him. He also carries out requests too. Requests to abduct someone, assassinate people. What? I whispered in shock. The woman in front of me moved forwards and we also moved forwards. He sells body organs too. Kidnapping and harvesting organs. There was a day he played a video for us, laughing to scare us. He had torn a lady inside out, ruthlessly, and with an helicopter, had dropped her on the roof of her mother, who loved her very much. Then he took the video of the girl on the roof and sent it to the media, framing the mother for her death. The other one added, Then he tells us we'll be next, so when it's call time, we're to beg and plead like our lives depend on it, because our lives really do. What is call time? 5 minutes with whoever has to give something to get you out. The last time I got call time, I literally cried blood. My brother says he's gathering money. Lopez demands way too much. But me, I've already given up on hope. Not much is going to improve for me. She replied, and I could see she was only trying to be strong. When our turns came, we were served dinner and joined the numerous captives at the table, at a spot where Lopez could watch us. Oh, my sweet Madeline, Ronnie's here. Lopez suddenly bellowed, clapping. A girl stood up at the table, with her mouth full of rice and tears spilling down her cheeks. Come on, run to him, Lopez shouted, and she ditched the table and ran, her hair flying behind her like black silk. She ran into the arms of a guy who looked quite young. I could be older. They embraced, and she began to cry. I guess I won't be seeing your pretty face anymore, right? Ronnie has paid off your debt. Bye-bye, he said, with a smile. Thank you, Lopez, for keeping your word, the man said. I'm a man of my word. That's my only problem. I do what I say every time, Lopez replied, and the guy hugged his Madeline once more before leading her out. She turned back just once and waved. A few people waved back at her with tears in her eyes, and I could imagine the sadness she felt, having to leave them behind, having to survive alone. You all had better beg like Madeline once it's call time, so your boyfriends can save you. Lopez laughed manically. Seeing the guy come to save Madeline reminded me of Lucas and the dream I had of him. Him coming to save me would be dreams coming true for me. I stuck my spoon into the molded up rice and took it to my mouth, hoping I didn't have to lose a finger like the girl opposite me, whose thumb and pinky were missing and wrapped in bandages. She looked quite cheerful for someone who had lost 2 fingers, 2 important fingers. Later that night, I slept with 3 other women I didn't know. 2 looked like they could be mothers, and the last one looked like she was barely 19. We all lay in silence, staring at the ceiling, and shortly, the door opened, bringing 3 men in. They all looked at me and smiled. "Hey, newbie, the hair looks good on you," one of them said, walking towards me. "Move," another said, and the 3 women scampered away, huddling together at the corner of the room. I sat up, alarmed, and the third one sat next to me. "Beautiful," he said in a husky voice right before his hand cupped my breast. "John's pove." I took out Emily's wavy and silky strands, and the maids gasped when they saw it. For some reason, holding it, touching it, brought back memories of when we were younger. Her hair had not been as long as she wanted it, so she had treated it fiercely, applying all kinds of creams, lotions, and hair fertilizers just to have it up to her waist. How would she feel when the hair was suddenly gone? The hair had her scent on it, and it drove me crazy. Emily was in the hands of such a ruthless man. I dropped the hair and dragged Kay, who got startled. Before she could say a word, I landed her a slap across her face. She screamed, but I continued hitting her. I didn't care whether or not she uploaded my drunk video to the internet. I needed something to vent out the miserable anger within me. She fell to the floor, crying, and I kicked her as hard as I could, hitting her stomach and hearing her give out wretched screams. Blood poured out from her mite as her face turned a deep shade of red. "Mr. Granger!" Reball pulled me from her, and I fought wildly to free myself from him, but Landon joined, and together they pulled me away from the maids. "Leave me!" I shouted when we got to the living room, wringing them off me. Walking away fiercely, I suddenly turned back to them. "The damn sucker cut Emily's hair, and quite a good amount at that. Why would he touch her? Does he know how much Emily went through to grow her hair? What am I even saying? Damn!" I began to kick the sofa in rage, feeling uncontrollable. It was only after about 30 minutes that the men managed to calm me down. "Search Kay's room. There's definitely going to be a camera somewhere there, the evil device she uses to make videos." "Yes, sir," about 5 of them chorused and ran back to the maid quarters. "Give me an estimation of our finances. I need to gather our money and pay that insane man before he does something to her. Worse, before he finds a way to drop her on my roof and ruin my life." Alpha John, gathering $250 million from your accounts is a risky move. It's almost the month end and we'll need to start giving out employees' paychecks, Landon said worriedly. "Why don't we just—" "Damn you, do as I say." "Alpha John, oh my God, Alpha John," Reball said, irritating my ears with his voice. He gave me his phone and I sat up immediately. It was the video of me hitting Kay ruthlessly, the video of what had happened 30 minutes ago. "This was uploaded about 20 minutes ago and it has gotten over 1,000 shares and is still counting," he reported. "Damn them!" I spat, getting to my feet, storming towards the maids' quarters, but the men stopped me again. "What's your problem? Leave me alone." "If you go in there, you'll kill someone. Whoever is recording this has definitely placed the camera everywhere in the house, recording your every move and every action," Landon said, firmly. "Landon is right. Already this video is enough to put you in trouble. If you do more and more is recorded and uploaded, it won't be just you, but your family too. They might try to take away your father's title as ultimate alpha," Reball said, and I turned around, pushing a flower vase to the ground hard and hearing the satisfying smash. "Call me Kay," I said, reading the comments. "Is this man serious? I say we petition for him to be arrested. He must have his title stripped. We must put an end to the Grangers. I'm boiling so much just by reading this alone. That man must go to jail. If his family tries to stop him, throw them in jail too. Go to hell, John Granger. Rot there. I'ma buy a gun and you'll take its first bullet the day we meet." I dropped the phone as Kay approached me. She was seated across me, with her face battered and completely discolored. She could barely open her eyes. "You're not going to press charges. When this case is taken up, you'll tell them you're fine and will not press charges. I'm sure you know what happens if you do, right?" I asked, and a tear ran down her face. She nodded slowly. "Now get your disgusting sight out of my face." It hadn't been up to 3 minutes after Kay went that Dad came storming in angrily. "How could you—" "Oh, please, don't start. Find a maid to vent your anger on. I've got a lot I'm dealing with presently," I shouted, getting to my feet. "John, How did I raise you like this? Maybe if I had a mama on my side, always rooting for me and speaking softly, maybe I'd have been half the son you wanted. I spat, and he looked hurt. Where did it all go wrong? John, where? How did you become this trash? How could you hit someone like that? A female. I tried to fix you. God knows I tried, John. I'm a version of you. Old age has just stripped you of your viciousness, I returned. What? You're nothing like me. You weren't satisfied with bashing Emily. You went on to an employee and even want to kill a maid. Never. I've never for once laid my hands on a woman. I guess I'm worse. I'm just worse. That's it. That's the limit, John. That's the damn limit. We've tried to stop you. Everything burned to the ground. You broke all the bridges we tried to cross to get to you. There's no way you're coming back to us because this is all going to end in regret. Regret for you and me. But I'm going to leave it at that. I might forgive you because of who you are, but I can't dump it all and forget you did all these horrible things. From today onwards, you are no longer my son. I'll bring the papers tomorrow. I'm disowning you. His words echoed, and I watched him stomp away, watched his footsteps echo away, watched him walk out of my life with stinging and burning words. Emily's pove. Instinctively, I swatted his hand away. I was used to being abused, but not his rough touch. No matter how violent John was, he didn't have that rough grip that the man in front of me had. He let out a bark-like laugh and clapped. Feisty, do you know where you are? You're with Lopez now. You see, the three of us are going to show you magic, and it would be best for you if you enjoy it, he said, and one of them stood in front of me, jerking my hair downwards, making my chin tilt upwards forcefully. Stop it, I said, panicking as one sat behind me. Stop! I screamed as his hands came underneath my t-shirt from behind, grabbing my breasts and me to his chest. I began to scream as the one in front of me began to take out his belt. The third one struggled with my shorts. I didn't give him the chance. I fought, throwing my legs around. Surrender! You're only making it worse, the one behind me rasped, and hot tears burned at the back of my throat. Leave me. Let go. My hand went behind and pulled the hair of the one holding my chest. He yelled in pain, and I received a slap from the one in front of me. You wench! Another shouted, and I managed to bend, sinking my teeth sharply into the thigh of the man beside me, wanting to get my t-shirt off. He had decided to leave my shorts be for the time being. He let out a loud yell, and I received a whack that seemed to stop my brain from working. They pinned me to the bed, whacking my face repeatedly, until I felt blood rushing down my nose and busted lip. Hey, hey, hey! I suddenly heard, and the men stopped. Cut the crap. Her love has paid, he said, and my tears doubled. The men looked at me with spite. Come on, girl, Lopez said, and I got off the bed quickly, rushing to him. He stroked my head. Good girl. An elderly woman was waiting for me, and she took me with her to a pretty room with golden lights. She prepared the bath for me, and I soaked myself in it, closing my eyes and feeling on the verge of tears. However, I held them back. Every single part of my body disgusted me, and I wanted to wash my very skin off. After bathing me, she dressed me in a light peach dress that sparkled. It hung on my curves lightly, outlining them. Then it had a little flare at the thighs. Pleats ran from the spot above my sternum, round my left arm, and stopped between my shoulder blades. The right arm sleeve was also off the shoulders, and it was just about 3 inches long. She wore me a necklace, and I almost scoffed. Lopez was packaging me to John, maybe a way of apologizing for my hair. The woman styled my hair in a half-up, half-down hairstyle and decorated it with pins, leaving 2 handfuls of hair hanging down the sides of my face. You are beautiful, she said, looking at me in the mirror, and my eyes fell to my fingers. Thank you, I replied. There was only one person I wanted to call me beautiful, and I didn't even know if he was doing fine. My whole life just seemed like a huge mess. I ought to be relieved that I was leaving as soon as I came, but it only made me feel the strong urge to cry. With beautiful sandals, I was led out of the room and taken to the living room. I sat, watching the others stare at me with envy in their eyes. The women who had been friendly to me waved, and I managed a sad smile, hoping they found their way out too. It was so hard to believe I was kidnapped, all because John had refused to pay his debt. What if worse things had been done to me? What if I didn't survive it? If those men had raped me and I had given up the ghost, was that it? I'd just leave like that? Lopez sat opposite me, watching me with a smile, but I didn't pay him any heed, and shortly John came striding in, his eyes searching. When his eyes found mine, he hurried his steps and came to me. His hand held my cheek, and the other touched my hair. He stared at my short hair and pulled me to hug him. I let him hug me, and it only made the tears feel like terrible waves threatening to overcome me and pour out. He stroked my hair, but I felt no comfort from it. He wasn't the one I wanted. The one I wanted to look at me with such worry was yet to come. He was the only one who could make me feel safe and command a spark of joy with just a single smile. He released me and held my hand. "Did you have to cut her hair?" he asked Lopez. "Oh wait, then you prefer her finger? You could have just waited. You wouldn't have come then. She was so sure that you didn't care about her. Either she was wrong or she was lying." Lopez said, and John looked at me, but I kept my gaze downcast. "She's a really quiet one, huh?" Not my first time seeing her, but I believe the first time I saw her she had a bright smile on. Seems like I'm not the only nasty man on earth. "Keep your mouth out of my business. I gave you your money, Lopez. What's going on with you? All the news of you hitting and assaulting?" Lopez asked, and John sighed. "Worried about me now?" John asked. "Of course, the money speaks. The old beef is over, and if you need a business partner, call on me," he replied, and John gave a soft scoff. "So you can kidnap her again? You mean you'll break your part of the deal again?" Lopez asked with a smile. "I don't trust myself, man. Thanks for cutting her hair and nothing else." John replied and got to his feet. He held out his hand, and I took it. Raising me to my feet, we walked out together from Lopez's mansion. When I got into John's car, I looked up at it and saw it look like an old, deserted mansion, a haunted one. It looked so undesirable outside, but was a beauty on the inside. John drove into the night, away from the mansion, and another sigh escaped me. Why was I scared in Lopez's mansion? John's mansion was just the same, and he was taking me back to it. Back to hell. Emily's povee. John and I got home late in the night, and I got down from the car slowly. "Did he hurt you?" John asked. I shook my head. "Did anyone else try to harm you?" he asked, walking towards me, and I shook my head again. "All he did was cut your hair?" I nodded. "Did you eat? What did you eat?" "Rice, steamed vegetables, braised chicken." "Now you're speaking," he said, and walked away, sticking his hands into his pockets. I followed after him and went to my room. Taking off the dress and removing the pins, I stepped into the shower and turned the water on. It rained down on me warm, sweet, and comforting. Despite it being hell, I was home. A home, the troubles of which I was used to. At least I knew the worst that could happen and was prepared for it. My mind went over everything that had happened. "You are beautiful." Lopez, one of the men who had tried to rape me, and the woman who had dressed me had made mention of. John had hugged me so comfortingly, but none of it had touched my heart. In my mind, I played the words, "You are beautiful," over and over in Lucas's voice, and imagined the gaze in his eyes as he watched me with love. Then he'd smile slowly. I leaned against the bathroom wall, imagining Lucas speaking to me, smiling at me, and telling me I was the only woman he wanted to love and be with. The warm water rained on my skin, and I closed my eyes, dreaming about being in a garden with him, the sun's warm and gentle rays bathing us, me with my head in his lap, drawing a fanfic of us. There'd be chilled apples next to us on a tray, and the kids would be feet away. Dahlia would be close by, crocheting. The elders would be worrying about politics as usual, but laughter would abound. My tears rolled down warmer than the shower, and at last I sank, letting out all the tears I had held back. The next morning, I was informed by the maids of all that had happened. John hitting his employee, getting my hair, and hitting Kay. "I'm fine. I'm healing," Kay said, as she kneaded the dough. "You don't look fine," I said. "And you don't look fine yourself. How could he have let you get kidnapped?" Kay asked, and 3 maids rushed to cover her mouth. "You've got some nerve, Kay. After yesterday, you still have the heart to say his name out loud," one of them snapped. I thought I'd die. Honestly, I was so scared. It felt like a nightmare, but it was filled with actual physical pain. If his assistants hadn't stopped him, he wouldn't have known when to stop, and he wouldn't stop until I was dead. Everywhere on the internet, people are petitioning against John, but I can't even press charges. Kay said bitterly. Why don't you quit? Resign and leave. I mean, why would you stay? Why the heck would you continue being in a place where you can get killed? Like, girl, you're free, you can just walk out. If you can't sue him, then leave. The same goes for all of you. You can all resign. He makes me do all the work anyway, so I don't see why you guys can't leave to save your lives. I said, agitated. We can't. One of the maids said softly. There was a time I told him I wanted to quit, and he beat me up and tore my resignation into pieces. Another said, his guards wouldn't even let us go past the gates, so we can't run. He says he'll find us. He'll hunt us down and make things worse. We walked into doom the moment we applied to work here, Kay said. The only good thing is that my family gets to enjoy all my suffering. To even go to him and request to quit is very scary. I can't imagine it. We're all scared, so we just stay here and wait for someone to save us. He's even in a crankier mood right now because last night he fought with Alpha Raymond, and Alpha Raymond disowned him. My eyes widened. He did? He said it out loud and confidently. Then, Alpha John stormed out to get you. Kay spoke. Last night, I heard him crying in his room. He ruined his own life. He brought it all upon himself. Loneliness, depression, and worthlessness. I didn't even feel an ounce of pity for him. I sighed. I also don't pity him. I just wish he'll find his way to the boy he once was. That's all I wish for him. Once my debt is paid, I'm leaving without looking back. I said sadly, because I wondered how Lucas would find me if I left. Just then, we heard the sound of John's car pulling up in the driveway. Isn't it too early for him to be back? I asked, my eyes darting to the large clock on the wall. The maids all scattered, scrambling away, not wanting to be a victim of whatever mood he was bringing with him. I walked into the kitchen and began to wash the dishes. Shortly, he came into the kitchen. You didn't clean the shelves, he said crankily. I will, I replied curtly, keeping my gaze on the dishes. Are you actually talking to me that way? Like I'm nothing? Look me in the eye, he bellowed, turning me to him sharply. The dish in my hand slipped and shattered on the floor. I looked at it, startled, only for him to slap my jaw up to face him. Fiercely, I returned his stare. Are you actually daring to look me in the eye? He asked, and my eyebrows creased. He was crazy. What did he want? I lowered my gaze and he scoffed. I get it. I'm nothing. Come here. He grabbed my wrist painfully and dragged me out of the kitchen. He took off the gloves on my hand and slapped them on the floor, stomping up the stairs hastily, leaving me to struggle to keep up with his pace. Just like he liked to do, he shoved me in, and I hit my butt hard. Then he locked the door, and I heard him take the keys with him. I stayed there for a while, rubbing the spot where my butt hurt through my long, light pink t-shirt. Then I heard a car pull up into the drive, John's assistants. I ran to my toilet window to confirm. I would lure one or both of them to my window side and bravely take the jump. They would definitely be compelled to catch me. Then I would run to Sadie's mansion and stay there. Whenever John found me, I would take whatever he gave because as he wasn't stable with his emotions. There was no telling as to what he could do. He could decide he wasn't satisfied with locking me up and return to do something that would cause me pain. I couldn't forget the feeling of him drowning me. No, I wouldn't wait for him to really kill me. I only needed to escape until the storm was calm. Climbing up my tub, I stood on tiptoes to peep at the assistants. The dark car stopped and the doors opened. My feet failed me, and I nearly slipped, trying hard to keep my balance, and during the struggle, I happened to catch a glimpse of the man who came out of the car. Not men, but a man. Not assistants, but Lucas. In shock, I slipped John's pove. I sat in the living room, drinking a cup of iced tea, which I had ordered. My crossed legs were stiff, and my anger kept soaring each time I thought of my father's declaration. He had made known his intentions to disown me. Although he was yet to make a formal declaration, I could tell he was going to. How could he say such? Was I an object that made throwing me away so easy? Did he even love me? He probably just wanted to give everything to his little brother like his other siblings wanted. I squeezed my glass. Lucas. Everyone seemed to want him around instead of me. Well, he was never returning. I had locked him away for good. You called for us, Alpha John, Rebal said, sitting across me with Landon, Emily's guards, and a few more. Now, you all are going to find out, I don't know through what means, who is giving the orders at FT Enterprises, the one who leaked all the videos everyone is holding against me. I need to speak with their CEO. Tell him I need an audience. Their CEO is a woman. A woman? Ha! What does she think she's doing? A kind of woman protection movement? Is that why she bargains with my maids and employees to film unauthorized videos of me and send them to her so she could upload them on the internet? I asked and scoffed. Okay, this is getting more interesting. Maybe she needs a taste of my fists too. Set up a meeting with her, at all costs. Whether you'll kidnap her, force her, lure her, or convince her, I want an audience with her. She can't turn my life upside down in one day and expect to get away with it. Just then, a maid came to clean the shelves. You, I called, and she shuddered. You mentioned something about the shelves when you returned, so I was told to clean it since Emily couldn't. She rattled out super fast in a single breath. Come here, I said, and she dropped her napkin and walked towards me with shaking legs. Kneel. It seemed like my words were the ones that made her knees buckle and fold because she had done it way too fast. She landed on the carpet, staring at the sofa, while her fingers fidgeted hard with themselves. I've never seen you before. Me, she asked in alarm. Who else? Maybe you're the spy. Alpha, I was the replacement for Malia who knocked Lady Sadie down. I've been here ever since then. She looked like she was on the verge of panicking. Where were you when I hit K yesterday? I was behind. The maids made an attempt to shove me to the back. Why? Because you're their only hope. Because I'm the youngest. They were scared I wouldn't be able to withstand it if you hit me. She replied, and I barked out a laugh. You seem suspicious. Bring out your phone. You're dead if I see anything relating to me in it, I said, stretching out my hand, and she looked a little hesitant, but her lower lip finally trembled as she reached into her pockets to take out her phone. Unlock it. She drew a really clumsy-looking pattern and handed it to me. I clicked on her gallery, hoping to see videos she had recorded, but instead, I was hit with photos. She was still a high school student, and she had a guy in almost all of her photos. For some unknown reason, tears sprang to my eyes. They were there on the grass, having a picnic. They had made videos in the arcade and had gone on numerous dates together. Nothing about me in it, but those photos had stuck a dart in my heart. Leave, I said, tossing her phone to her. Leaning against the sofa, I closed my eyes, not wanting my tears to fall. Was Father really right, and was I going to regret it? I hated Emily and wished her dead, but just seeing photos that seemed like what we had back then in school had pricked my heart painfully. It all began when she left me. Slowly, everyone had left me. The tears I was trying so hard to keep rolled out the sides of my closed eyes. Those days, they were my happiest days, and they were so damn nostalgic. I couldn't see a garden without thinking of her. I couldn't walk underneath cherry trees without tearing up. If only I could go to the past. I'd grab the Emily I loved and run somewhere far where Lucas couldn't reach. The Emily with me was someone I hated with passion. She had managed to make everything I did seem worthless, useless. Why had I bothered fighting when I had lost all along? When the match was still over? Like a boxer fighting all by himself in the ring when the champion had been declared and accepted by the masses. Alpha John, Landon called, and I replied, without opening my eyes. Yeah. I felt a napkin dab at the edges of my eyes, and that simple action threatened to turn me back into the 17-year-old boy who cried at the slightest provocation. I opened my eyes and sat up, taking the napkin from him. Get me an audience with this lady CEO, I said, and they nodded. Work on it as fast as you can, and while you're at it, try to quench this Lucas's rumor. The one where people say you sent him to a prison? Rebal asked. There it goes. It just gets worse every day, I replied, rolling my eyes. Lady, get the door. Don't you hear it ringing? Am I the only one hearing it ring? I snapped, and the maid whose phone I had checked ran across the living room. She disappeared into the foyer, and I went back to discussing with my men. However, I was interrupted shortly by a strange feeling. Something's wrong, I said, sitting up straight. Something? Landon asked, looking around. My heart began to pound hard, hitting my chest like it wanted to break out. The whole atmosphere had changed, and I was filled with a sense of fear for no reason. The cold, domineering, and overpowering aura. At once, the answer dropped like a bomb. But before I could react, the maid came in, and behind her, white luxury coat, half-buttoned white shirt, white pants with hands in pockets. Lucas, I could not believe my eyes. My men all left the sofas they were perched on as Lucas walked in, looking at me with eyes colder than ice. Nothing was wrong with him. He seemed perfectly fine for someone who ought to have been fed with my drug for a year. The antidote was still on my wardrobe, lost there. How did he get out? I had given strict orders for him to be kept. Unknowingly, I got to my feet. His aura was way too commanding, and I was suddenly reminded that the mansion was his. My men went to stand behind me, and Lucas took his seat on the chair, crossing his legs as he sat. "Sit," he said, his voice deep, and I feared because Emily was right upstairs. They were so close to each other. What would happen? I sat, surprisingly polite. "You have a lot of questions, I'm sure," he began, looking around. "The house hasn't changed one bit," he replied, and I saw Kay making to sneak up the stairs. "Get back! Scrub the kitchens!" I yelled, knowing she wanted to rattle to Emily that Lucas had magically appeared. Lucas let out a little chuckle and cocked his head slightly. "You haven't changed one bit, too." Why wasn't he asking about Emily? "You. Are you not still a monster? Is that what you want to know? Why would you open the door?" I asked the maid boldly, and she looked up at me straight in the eye. "Drop that gaze," I said. "Why should I?" She asked in a bold voice that was worlds apart from the tiny voice she had used when I had asked for her phone. "You," I pointed speechlessly at her. "Me. She's my worker," Lucas said with a smile. "Just 26, but she passes for 18. 20, I began. "She's the same age as you are, but thanks to that young face and small body, she fooled even you," Lucas said, but I couldn't take my hands off the young girl he called 26. "You must have heard of FT Enterprises, right?" Lucas asked. "She's the CEO?" "I am." "What?" "I'm the one leaking your videos. I'm the one lowering your sales. John, I'm the one destroying you. I won't bother telling you how life was in a cell since you're going to experience it yourself pretty soon," he said, and my heart seemed to explode in flames. "Are you threatening me?" I asked, trying to keep my composure. "Are you scared already?" Lucas asked with a smile. "Isn't it too early to be scared?" The combination of anger and fear worked like diesel and a lighter inside of me. He was just Lucas, the uncle I used to play tag with, yet he seemed like a different person. No, he was a different person. He was changed. Lucas never gave alpha vibes. He just wanted to be free and do whatever he wished to do. Lucas was ice, but at the moment he was ice and fire. He had such an aura that commanded my fear. He felt like an alpha. Who knew that the future had something else in store for two kids who wanted to give themselves the whole world? "Your face says it all." "You know," he drawled, looking at me intently. Why wasn't he asking about Emily yet? It made me anxious. "Says what? You think I'm scared, don't you? Well, I'll tell you that I'm not scared of you one bit. You are not someone I'll ever be scared of," I said, and he raised a brow. "Time is up, John." "What time is up?" "Your time. You must be kidding me." I spat, not willing to accept being intimidated by him. "I will no longer take that tone from you, nephew. No longer. You have gone too far. If there was still a bit of the old John in you that I used to see, it's gone now. With your own hands, you brought your downfall on yourself. What did you think? That I'd stay there forever? For 10, 20 years? Do I have to keep reminding you of the fact that I'm another Granger? You can't fight me and win, John. I believe I gave you enough time for you to live out your stupid imaginations, right? Well, that time is up. You should have a taste of your own poison." "What?" I scoffed. "You're going to take me to a special center too?" "Oh, no. You're a perfectly normal man. What would you be searching for in a special center? Nonsense." "So what? Spit it out and stop all this," I blurted out, and he laughed. He was definitely tiptoeing around the edges to keep my heart up, to keep me scared of what he was going to do to me. "You're going to prison, man. You're a criminal." It was my turn to laugh. "What?" I asked. "Let's see. If Kay presses charges, your employees, the girl named Malia, and pretty much all your maids, that would earn you a few years. Then I can press charges too. Drugging, and I guess I can call it kidnapping, right? I was taken against my will." "What? Can you hear yourself? What exactly are you saying? I'm saying I'm ready to take back all the things you took from me, every single thing, including Emily. Even if he didn't say it out loud, I knew. From his pocket, he took out a little book. I'm more of a reader, so you know, there's this interesting thing, he said, folding a page and throwing the book to me. I caught it and opened the book, unfolding the folded page. It read, "In the case of the one who breaks the sacred sculpted alpha, the family heirloom, he will serve for 3 years unless he pays all the members of the family, both nuclear and extended, whatever sums they require. If the alpha of the house in which the sculpture was broken faces another stronger alpha who overcomes him, the alpha may take both the heirloom and the slave he has acquired. Or if the alpha in possession cannot properly take control over the slave due to any factor, long journeys, sickness, impeachment, etc., then another capable alpha may take the heirloom and the slave." I looked up into Lucas's cold eyes. "You're going on a journey, John, a very long one, and you wouldn't be able to take care of Emily. I'll do it for you. If you refuse, then I guess I'll just fight you. A stronger alpha can take away everything you possess," he said coolly, and I looked at my men, subtly twitching my eye. They got my signal without issues and slowly backed away, making for the stairs. I wanted them to take Emily away. Lucas laughed. "What?" I asked. "I think you're cute, that's all. You're just not cut out to be an alpha," he began, and I smiled. Lucas went on for minutes, talking sweetly and coolly, enjoying the whole thing, and by the time he was done, I knew Emily would be away from the mansion. "Now, bring her," he said. "Who, if I may ask?" "Emily," he said, and his eyes gave a deadly glare. "She's not here, you can check around. Your men took her on a drive for her to clear her thoughts. Now playtime is over, bring her back," he said coldly. "What if I don't? Will you beat me up?" I asked, and he took out his phone. Pain seemed to cross his eyes, but he stiffened up and threw the phone to me. There was the video of me drowning Emily while she was tied to a chair. Videos of me sexually assaulting her. My heart beat in fear as my eyes widened, and I realized he had been keeping everything light and easy, so he could control his burning rage. He wasn't smiling anymore, and there was nothing to mask the burning fury in his eyes. More videos of me harassing Emily, and even to me, they were horrible to watch. Had I really done all those things? "Emily is pressing charges," he said in a deep voice that bore constricted anger within it. "Emily is pressing charges." Taking my phone, I proceeded to call my men, not from the fear of the videos, but fear of the monster Lucas was holding back. "Bring," I swallowed, "her back." Emily's pov. I slipped in the tub and nearly hit my head, but I struggled to get to my feet, pushing away everything in my way. I stood on tiptoes, getting to the top, straining to see. He was no longer there, but I knew he was the one. I wasn't mistaken. That face was one I had longed to see for months. I had roamed the streets, hoping to catch sight of that face, so why wouldn't I recognize it even if I saw it for a second? My heart came alive in that moment, beating the way it hadn't in years. I had thought my heart dead and unable to spring alive again, but I was wrong. Jumping down from the bathtub, I dashed out of the toilet, running towards the door. My heart pounded crazily, just by seeing that face. It was no dream. It was real. Lucas had really come back. He had come for me. I pulled at the doorknob, but it was still locked, and I began to hit it, even though I was sure no one would hear. I pounded on the door hard with my everything and even pulled the doorknob foolishly. "Lucas! Lucas!" I called, breathing heavily, as I kept on banging the door. I bent, tucking my hair impatiently behind my ear as I tried to see from under. "I'm here! I saw you! Hey, I saw you already!" I cried, as tears fell from my eyes. I sniffed, wiping my eyes, as I ran to my bedside lamp, taking it and hitting the door severally. It wasn't until some minutes later that I heard footsteps. "Lucas," I called desperately, breathing hard. The key turned in the lock, and I stepped back as the door flew open. "Shush," Landon said as he closed the door. I stepped backwards, trying to run, but there was nowhere to run. Rebal caught me and pulled me. "Please, I beg you. Please, he's right there. He's downstairs. He's waiting for me. Honestly, I'll reward you. Just let me see him. Please, I beg you." My cries grew more desperate as Landon produced a large strip of cloth. Holding me down ruthlessly, they gagged me, so I couldn't make proper noise. My screams were muffled, and they ushered me to the window. I was lifted onto it, and I gave a muffled scream. The height would kill me. The men pushed me without delay, and I felt the wind blow at my clothes as gravity pulled me down to the wicked clutches of the ground. However, men in black suits appeared and caught me. We all fell, and I tried to escape and crawl, but my legs were way too wobbly from the fall. Before I could make it a feet away, they had dragged me back. "It's Alpha John's orders. Please cooperate." One of the men scolded as I was dragged away from the mansion. I fought like a beast, pulling, scratching, pushing, shaking, and trying to get out of their grasp, but their grasp was iron, clamping me down fiercely. I was pushed into the car, where more men held me down. They couldn't do that to me. No, not when I was so close. The car began to move, and all I could do was spread my hand on the windows and cry as we drove out. "Stop! Stop, please," I cried in my muffled tone, bouncing in my position, crying like a kid. I tried screaming again as I hit the windows hard. Again, my heart was breaking. Just like the day Lucas had been taken from me. He was there. He was in the house. I was so sure of it. I had seen it. It wasn't a dream. It was real. My heart ached with the longing to see him, the desire to call out, for him to hold me. I wanted to see him burst out of the mansion and run to me, save me from the ruthless men. I continued crying, even after the mansion was no longer in sight. Lucas will do something. He will find me. He will save me. There was no way he'd fall for John's tricks anymore. He had come for me, so of course he wouldn't let me be taken away just like that. Lucas would come for me. I wiped my tears, dwelling on the thought there was no way he'd leave me be. No, he wouldn't. "Alpha John's calling," one of the men said, and Landon picked the call. "Alpha John," Landon called. Landon glanced at me. "Are you sure?" "All right, sir," he said and ended the call. "Turn the car around." "What? Just like that?" Reball asked. "Alpha John's orders," Landon said, and it felt like fireworks were bursting in my chest. Wait, what if he means it ironically and doesn't actually want us to turn the car around? Maybe he wants us to pretend we are rebelling against him. One of the men holding me down said, "Alpha John is in serious trouble this time, and if we're not careful, we wouldn't be exempted. Turn the car." We were given a countdown. Landon said, and Reball glanced at me before turning around, even while on the road. Drivers complained, screaming at them, but Reball sped away. Going home to Lucas, tears rolled down my eyes. Finally, I was going to meet him. After a year, I closed my eyes and began to cry afresh. Why's she crying again? Isn't this what she wants? Another man in the back seat with me asked, clearly irritated. "You'll never understand, ladies. Right now, you should hope she'll choose to let you just go scot-free. She's the lover of John's terrifying uncle." Reball replied. "What? Geez," the man exclaimed in shock. When we got back to the mansion, it was so hard to wait for the car to stop. I ran out without taking off the gag. Before anything else happened, I wanted to see him, hold him, touch him, hug him. I burst through the doors of the foyer. I didn't even need to take a step further. He was there in the darker part of the living room, the first living room. And then he turned and saw me, Emily's Pof. "Emily," he called and immediately bridged the gap between us, taking long strides towards me. He took the gag off my mouth hastily, then stared deeply into my eyes, his pupils darting from left to right. Have you been well?" I asked as my eyes watered once more. Have you been fine?" My voice wobbled terribly. I've been waiting for a long time," I said, not wanting to burst into tears. Once more, I was seeing him. I was in front of him, and he was in front of me. His eyes spoke volumes, and so did mine. He was the only one in the room, the only one I could see. Slowly, he nodded, and his eyes watered as he pulled me to him. My whole face crumpled and squeezed as I wrapped my arms around him. "I'm here," he said, but I only wrapped my arms around him tighter, like he was going to run, going to disappear on me. "I'm not going anywhere, Emily. I'm sorry. It was hell, Lucas," I whispered. "You don't have to say a thing. I know it all. I saw it all." He patted my head slowly, and finally I burst into tears. "Do you know how much I tried? All the nights I cried? Where were you? He abused me. He hit me. You should kill him. He did so many things to me." My heart broke, and I screamed my words out, trying to contain the pain I felt in that moment. My fault, Emily. Blame it on me. It's my fault I let him touch you." I opened my mouth wide to cry, squeezing him hard. It was so hard. I wanted to die, yet I didn't want to die. So many things happened to me. I prayed every day that I'd see you. Do you know how much it hurt? Why? I swallowed and choked. Why are you just coming? He squeezed me to him, expressing his pain, and held my head firmly to his shoulder. You did well. You did well. You were brave. I'm proud. I'm proud of you, Emily, he said, and I took in a deep, shaky breath. It was only then I was able to calm down. Finally, we withdrew, and he placed a hand on my cheek, sorrow deep in his eyes. I missed you, he said softly, then his eyes fell to my hair. He held it and closed his eyes, then hugged me again. John's povee. Out, I said to the guards who watched Emily and Lucas reconcile. I turned to the maids too. Get out, I commanded, and they all scuffled out of the house quickly, leaving only the three of us. It was a disgusting sight unfolding in front of me as Lucas and Emily embraced. I hated it as she cried. Never for once had she cried like that when I tormented her. Lucas just seemed to be able to manipulate her in all the ways I couldn't. He could easily draw a smile on her face, make her cry, and make her hold him like she was holding the world's biggest diamond. I watched them with spite and envy biting at my heart, but I waited. I would be patient only for a while longer, before destroying their happy meeting. Then, Emily turned to me, her eyes burning with rage. I don't know what to say to you. You're simply everything I detest in a man. But you once loved that man, I countered. You're quite right. I once loved that man, I replied. It turns out I don't regret loving you. If I didn't, then I might have never met Lucas. You received a lot of love, John, from me, from everyone, but you chose to use it in this way. Your father wasn't ruthless to disown you. He knew he had lost his son and decided to mourn early. Because you're not John, but a monster who ate John up. Your father did the right thing to disown you. She spat, and I took an angry step forward, but Lucas snarled, holding her close. She's going to be your Luna. You show your respect, he said, and I laughed, moving backwards. My Luna, I guess she's going to do that in hell. You know, I had a feeling that this day would come, so I kind of prepared for it, and oh, it's one fantastic surprise, I said, bending over my drawers. I took out a little bag and walked back to where I had been standing. Taking out a little black remote, I dangled it in front of them. I'm crazy, Lucas. Number 1, don't mess with a crazy man. Number 2, don't take everything away from a crazy man because he'll only become crazier. Do your worst, Lucas said menacingly, and I laughed. Okay, I paused. I'll tell you the story of how I planned my worst. Right after signing the alpha marriage, I had taken Emily and had laid her on my bed, watching as the brief lightning highlighted her soft features. Her hair spread messily over the sheets, and I had planted a kiss on her lips. Then I had waited for Joe to come. He was a doctor and a well-known friend. He was going to perform an operation that would prove just how crazy I was. Shortly, Joe had arrived, looking shaken. I had watched as he prepared the equipment, his hands shaking slightly, and his eyes darting to Emily's peaceful form on my bed. The rain outside created a soothing melody, but did little to calm his or my nerves. I knew he was worried, but I had to push forward. My sanity depended on it. This is preposterous, John. I must remind you, this is a high-risk operation. His voice had trembled. Joe, we've been over this. We have no other choice. She's running out of my grasp. Every day she becomes worse. I need to have her under my control, I had said, trying to sound calmer than I felt. If anything went wrong, then there was the possibility that we'd all die. Joe nodded, but his eyes betrayed his concerns. I understand, but, Joe, we've been over this, I interrupted more firmly. Let's do it. My eyes fixed on Emily's troubled face. Joe took a deep breath and began the procedure. Okay, here we go. I watched, my heart racing as he worked with precision and care, forcing myself not to wince. Will it hurt her? I had asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Joe shook his head. No, she's under anesthesia. She won't feel a thing, he replied, his focus on the task at hand. I nodded, my eyes never leaving Emily's face. I willed her to be strong so she could withstand what I needed her for. Eventually, I left the room to get a drink because I couldn't watch, and it was later on that he called me in. It's done. Now we wait and hope for the best. The bomb has been successfully placed inside of her. One click on the remote and she'll be blasted to pieces. I also hid it in a difficult and complicated spot. I looked at the stitched incision and let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Joe," I said. "Thank you. You're a godsend." We stood there in silence, the only sound being that of the rain outside, as we watched Emily breathing slowly. Unaware of what happened, immediately she healed. I was going to take out the stitches myself. The bomb implanted, a tiny beacon of hope in the darkness of my fears for her. I didn't have to worry anymore as to whether or not she'd leave. She would always be with me. "She'll be okay, won't she, Joe?" I had asked, tilting my head. "She should be. Now there's something I must tell you," he had said. I looked at Lucas's face filled with sweet horror and said proudly, "Emily, there's a bomb inside you, and this is the controller." Emily's pove. The look on John's face was one of glee as he narrated his horrible story. It's over when I click this," he bragged, then began to laugh. "Lucas, what happened to your face?" He laughed again. "You look like you've seen a ghost. Why? You don't like this? I get it, I really do. You're just reuniting with your lover after spending over a year apart, but now she's about to be blown into bits and pieces." Slowly, he moved backwards. "Don't move, Lucas. It won't take me a second to click on this. Make a move and I'll run. Right before you catch me, I'll click on the remote and blast her." He threatened, and Lucas held me closer. I looked at him. There was fear on his face, and I hated that look on him. His worry played in his eyes as he glanced from the remote in John's hands to John himself. His brain was probably running at 50 miles per second. "You can't do anything, Lucas. It is my turn to watch fear alive in you. Just go back. No one wants you here. You're actually putting Emily in danger, okay? She will always be mine. I'm smarter and I always win. There's no way you're stealing my belongings from me. You walked in here with your head high, but you're going to leave with your head sagging." John said, clearly enjoying the look in Lucas's eye. My hand went to my belly, feeling it. It made me mad, so mad with anger that I just wanted to jump at him, hit him, wrench his neck, and twist it off his head. He just made me have villainous and violent thoughts. "John, drop that remote," Lucas said dangerously. "Then hand her over to me." John replied, "That is impossible. Make it possible, or else she would die." John replied icily. "I said drop the damn remote. You don't seem to realize who has the upper hand here, do you?" "John, are you actually going to murder someone?" Lucas asked, and I placed an arm on his gently. "Are you just plain shocked, or you forgot how to feel? We're talking about you here? Why are you so calm?" John asked, and I turned my gaze to him. "I see you're finally ready to hear my part of the story," I said. "Your part? You have a part?" "Since you said your part of the story, I figured I should say mine too. My story is the continuation of yours," I said calmly, giving him a smirk, and Lucas turned to me, puzzled. "What?" John asked. "A year ago. It was the day I had met Kay, trembling. The same day that she had come into my room, all terrified and breathless. 'You might need to go to the hospital,' she had said. 'Why? What's wrong?' I had run my hands over my body, trying to feel for any pain. 'Inside of you, there,' she exclaimed sharply and turned towards the door. 'Kay, you're making me nervous,' I had said, holding onto her hands, and she had looked at me, swallowing. There's a bomb inside you." I jumped back immediately, like she had said the bomb was in her. "What?" I whispered and looked down at myself. "What are you saying?" My eyes were ready to pop. Kay began to cry, and it took a lot to make her stop. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier. I'm really sorry. I should have said it no matter how scared I was. It was just so, right now, even telling you, calm down. Calm down. You need to calm down so I will calm down too. I still don't understand. Inside me, how?" I asked, and looked at my skin, touching all parts of me. I was going to lose my mind. How could I have a bomb in me? Like, you didn't just spring up one day, here there's a bomb inside of you, and not go crazy. "How did it happen?" I pressed and led her to the bed. She sat, and I held her hands. "Speak." "The night you signed the alpha marriage, I was there," she began. "You were? How come?" "I was in Alpha John's room, and I accidentally broke his favorite wine glass, and right after I packed it up, I heard him coming with you. I got scared that he'd see me with the broken glass and retaliate, so I hid behind the curtains." Oh my God. I was so scared. It was just so hard to stay there without shaking or screaming. I watched him force you to sign the contract, unable to leave. The doctor had come in, and I heard them talk about it. Then I was forced to watch him operate on you, single-handedly. You lost quite a fair amount of blood. My hands shook so much, and the shards in my dustpan made little noises. I think that's when the doctor noticed. He continued without saying a word. Then after the whole thing, he told John he had something to say, and that he felt there was someone in the room. "Okay," I said with tears in my eyes. John fished me out and nearly killed me that day. That was when I began to get scared of him, but his friend saved me, saying he would not go deeper into the dark. He said once John murdered someone to keep the secret, he would bail. John threatened to murder my family and make my life hell if I told anyone about it. Then he transferred me to the Raymond mansion. I was so scared, Emily. That was why I didn't say a word, but I really can't watch you like that. It pricks my heart. You have to go to the hospital, Emily. She had cried, and I joined her, crying in fear. The both of us cried for hours, and the next day after that, I went to the hospital. Using the influence of the Granger surname, I had booked an urgent appointment with surgeons. I was humble and came clean to them, telling them everything without leaving a single thing out, urging them to keep it a secret. The surgeons had done me good and had performed surgery on me. Thank heavens it was successful, and they showed me the bomb. They said they'd find someone to detonate it since they knew more scientists than I did. I had paid them from John's account, and although they asked me to stay a day to recover fully, I had insisted on leaving. As a result, I had fainted in Lucas's arms outside the hospital. However, I couldn't tell Lucas because of his rage. He could end up doing something he would regret, so I just decided to forget it. John stared at me open-mouthed. "You don't mean it," he said. "I'm clicking it. Go on." "I'm going to," he said, and I raised a brow, giving a nod. "Damn you, I'm clicking this." He clicked on it and fell backwards hastily, closing his eyes. In a second, he went from looking like a villain to looking like a fool. He opened his eyes and clicked on the bomb repeatedly. I felt Lucas make a move to leave my side, but I stopped him. "No, I'll kill him." "No, Lucas, it's gone. In the past, you're here now," I said with a little smile, like I couldn't believe he was standing in front of me. Just then, John took out a gun from the little black bag. "John!" Lucas shouted, but he squeezed the trigger with malice. I gasped as I felt the bolt of pain. Blood, pouring like water from a fountain, soaked my clothes from my belly, and I fell. Lucas's poof. My eyes widened as Emily fell against me. "Emily!" I held her belly, which was bleeding, and took off my coat. It seemed to be a little too big to tie around her securely, but I wrapped it around her tightly. She coughed, and blood spilled down her mouth, dribbling down her chin. Her whole face was contorted in pain, twisting as she groaned. Her bloodied hand held onto my white shirt, and she squeezed, trying to hold on. "I got you. I got you," I said, still trying to stop the bleeding. My heart was racing, and cold sweat rolled down the side of my face. John had actually done it. He had dared to shoot Emily. It's not my fault. You made me shoot her," John said in a terrified voice. You did, Lucas. You killed her. You should have just left." "Ah," Emily groaned. "I'll call the ambulance. I'll call them. Just let's stop this bleeding. It's too much," I said, terrified, in a trembling voice. If Emily happened to leave me, I didn't think I'd be able to take it. Life would lose meaning and everything would. I heard a thud and saw John's gun had dropped to the floor. "You should have just left us alone." His terrified eyes stayed fixed on Emily, and I knew he was trying to convince his pathetic self that he did nothing wrong. Finally, I lost it and stormed over to him. He made to run, but I wasn't about to let him go scot-free. I grabbed him and pushed him to the floor. My claws protracted, but I bunched them into fists and hit his face repeatedly. My fist came down heavy and fast repeatedly. For making her cry, for daring to hit her, for laying his dirty hand on her, for assaulting her sexually, for making her life hell. John's face was a bloodied mess, and it wasn't until I was pulled back from him that I stopped. He groaned and lay on the floor, too weak to move. "Emily, deal with John. Let me take her," I said, getting up. My plan had been to arrest John and take Emily with me, so I had called the cops, telling them to be on standby. They had probably heard the gunshot sound and had rushed in. "Now I can take you. John can't go anywhere." I said, lifting Emily, but one of the men took her from me. We'll need you to give your statement and your evidence. Me and my men will take her to the hospital, he said, and I watched him rush out with Emily. At the door, he was met with my siblings. Lucas! Mira screamed and ran to hug me. I staggered backwards upon her weight, and she held my cheeks. She took in hasty breaths, trying not to cry, but eventually her tears came cascading down her cheeks. She hit me over and over, and I hugged her, while keeping my eyes trained on John, who was being handcuffed. Will hugged me and Mira together and closed his eyes. Genevieve joined with tears flowing down, and lastly, Raymond embraced us all. I'm sorry, Raymond said. For what? I asked. Not raising my son well, he replied, and I hugged them tighter. I missed you all. I withdrew from them and looked at their tired faces. I'll need you guys to stay with Emily. Ensure she's okay. Please. I'll handle John, I said, and they nodded. Before I left, Mira held my hand and looked deeply into my eyes. She didn't need to say a word. Her eyes said it all. I missed you. I love you. Come back safely. I'm waiting. I followed the men to the station and gave them a little recorder. I recorded our whole conversation, John. This will pair well with the countless assault videos. You have doomed yourself, I told him, and he looked at me with swollen eyes and a bloated lip. Did you have to do this? He asked, his voice raw with pain. Waste some of your years in prison and come back as a new creature. Even if no one will accept you, Raymond will. You have done enough. With that, I left him and made my way out of the station. All that was left was for Emily to be fine, and the dream that had kept me going the whole time would become a reality. When I got to the hospital, my family was waiting for me. Mira had me sit next to her and held my hand. We have a lot to talk about, Genevieve said. How did you make it out? Raymond asked. We should ask him all that later. Right now he's worried about Emily, so I don't think he will have much to say. Will told them, and I was grateful for it, as my mind was still on Emily, who I didn't know if she was doing fine or not. You must have had it rough, Mira said, and I turned to her. Sweet doesn't suit you, I said with a little smile, and my words forced a little chuckle out of her. Lucas, can't you tell I've missed you? Don't you think it's unfair when you tell me stuff like that? Of course, I'm going to be sweet to you, she said, and knocked my head lightly. The kids will be so happy. Wait till they return from school. They shouldn't be long. I already told them you're home. Genevieve said, looking at her watch. Shortly, a doctor came out, not looking too happy. I got to my feet immediately. Doctor, are you the guardian of the young woman who was rushed in earlier? Yes, I am. It's not looking good. The bullet went way too deep and lodged itself in her liver, putting her in more risk. She also lost too much blood. So, I asked. We have done what we can. The rest is up to her. Whether she will heal or is beyond healing, if she lasts the night, then we can be assured of her safety. If, I asked, he replied, if, Lucas's POV. The doctor left me worried, and I paced around, hoping Emily would be fine. After half an hour, Mira sat me down, held my hand, and looked into my troubled eyes. Maybe I should have come sooner. If I had come sooner, maybe I'd have been able to take her away safely before approaching John. What if she doesn't make it? I asked, desperate to hear something positive. Even if she lied, I was willing to take it, as long as it was positive. Look at me, Lucas. You don't know what Emily has braved. She will definitely pass through this. If at all, just to see you and stay with you. Emily is very much in love with you and will do anything to stay with you, so you just calm down and relax. She won't leave. Mira assured me, Will patted me on my shoulder and got up. Lucas, be strong. We will all have a drink together and talk. Welcome back. I really wanted to stay and talk, but something came up. You don't mind if I leave first, do you? He asked, and I shook my head. It's fine. Mira will stay with me. She's being very sweet today, I said with a little smile, and Mira hit me. You're worried but still managed to be sarcastic? Of course, it's the only way he can stay positive. Genevieve replied, and Will flashed me a smile. Be sarcastic all you want. Emily is going nowhere. After all she went through in John's house, I agree she deserves her happiness, so I wouldn't stop you guys from getting married. I'm quite sorry I wasn't able to help her, he said deeply. John was thorough in making sure we couldn't interfere. Raymond added, I'll be off now, Will said, and turned around. Lucas, that high-pitched voice. "Sadie," I said with a smile, and she came running. "You grew taller, look." She jumped against me and broke into tears. I patted her back, and Jude, Dorella, and Daryl came next, looking around. Briefly, until they spotted me. I got to my feet so I could hug them all, and they crowded me. "I thought you were dead." Dorella's voice wobbled. "Why would I die? Sadie will kill me," I said, and they released me. "How will I kill you if you're already dead?" Sadie asked with a tear-stained face. "You need to stay alive so I can kill you. I'll kill you when I'm old enough, so wait till then," she said, and Jude knocked her head. "And when is that?" "When I'm 100 years old," she replied, and everyone laughed. The tension was finally broken. "Are you actually almost as tall as me? Don't get too tall, Daryl," I asked Daryl, who looked lanky, and his face turned red. "Girls actually love tall guys," he said in a little voice, and I laughed, ruffling his hair. "I missed you guys." "Then you'll have to listen to tales of what we went through," Dorella said. "Sadie and I drew a fanfic of you and Emily. It kept Emily going," Jude said, pulling me to sit next to her on the waiting bench. "John was very nasty. Did you know he tied Emily up and pushed her into the pool?" Sadie asked, and the stories began. When I myself had gotten the videos of what John had done to Emily, it had taken Trey and a few men to stop me. It hurt me that I had let her go through all that. Throughout the day, Emily slept on, and even when everyone else had gone home, I stayed by her side, watching her calm face. By night, her breathing was steady, so were her vital signs, and I began to have a bigger sense of hope. A smile formed on my face as I watched her. At least she had a fanfic to stare at. I had only our memories in my head to think of. Every night I had gone to sleep with the thought of her singing to me. Finally, she awoke by midnight, and I moved closer. When she saw me, a smile formed on her face, and she tapped the space on her bed, which was just enough for two to squeeze in. I went under the blankets and lay my head down, smiling at her. She gave a little giggle, and I tucked her hair behind her ear. "Short hair looks good on you, Em." "It does. I was worried you wouldn't like it. You're the one I fell in love with. Not the hair," I said, and she giggled. "I still can't believe any of this. It all feels so surreal. Honestly, if I wake up and see that this is all a dream, I'll jump out the window," she said, and I laughed. "Thankfully, it's not a dream, else you'd have broken my heart into pieces. Pieces that can never be pieced together. Are you sure? Pinch me." No, you're too sweet to be pinched," I said, and she touched my face. "Still can't believe it. I'm so happy right now, and I'm scared of the joy I feel. Embrace it. I'm real," I said, kissing her fingertips, and she snuggled in closer to me. "Are you in pain?" "My body has learned to heal fast thanks to John. I just feel the pain a teeny bit. Just a teeny bit," she replied, looking up at me. "Tell me I'm beautiful. I waited so long to hear it from you," she said, and I chuckled. "You are beautiful." Now that feels right," she giggled. "You're beautiful and I love you," I whispered. "Tell me again that I did well." "You did well," I said, stroking her head, and she snuggled into my chest, breathing softly. "Don't go anywhere. Your punishment is being stuck with me forever." "Oh shit, I landed in trouble. What the heck do I do?" I said sarcastically, and she giggled. "Are you testing me? I can give something harder." "Oh, this is hard enough. My heart would have to pound at 200 beats per minute. Do you know how hard that is?" I asked, and she laughed. "I'm gonna find something that'll make it spike up to 300. "Oh, I fell in love with a wicked beauty," I said dramatically, making her laugh. "How did you escape?" "Trey. He was really great. He managed to hack into John's well-fortified system and began to give the men orders. They fed me with pure food. Everybody else's food was laced with the drug. Cruel. I know, right? It took Trey about 3 months to hack into John's system, and by then I had taken too much of the drug, so it took me a long time to recover. I spent 9 months there but couldn't come to you because I wasn't really completely fine. I had triggers from time to time, so I began to track John and installed my people everywhere around him. They lined the house with cameras and gave me reports on him. In the months I was away, Trey had worked on my orders and had bought an existing company. We renamed it and began to target John's company, producing the same product as him, but making ours better and cheaper so they'd flock to us. Nice strategy. Then I began to work on how to free the others who had been unlawfully trapped there. I've released my friends and a few others. It's still a work in progress. That's beautiful, she commented, and I hugged her closely. We stayed in that position in satisfaction until sleep finally came to take us away. And I was very sure we invaded each other's dreams. Emily's pove. I woke up the next morning and squeezed my eyes shut due to the amount of light coming from the open window. Still with my eyes closed, I smiled because I could already hear him humming. I sat up and opened my eyes lazily, pushing my messy curls out of my face. Lucas was on the sofa. Apparently, he had ordered clothes for us and was checking them out. "How can you look beautiful even with a puffy face?" he asked, and I chuckled. "You came just yesterday, but I've already produced 1,000 smiles, when I couldn't produce up to 50 in the past year," I said, cocking my head to the side, and he looked up. "Keep smiling, Emily. You've cried enough." I was discharged that day, and I forced Lucas into wearing a dull cream couple hoodie with me and white joggers. I wanted everyone to see him and know he was my man. For no reason, I'd just stare at him and smile. He was everything to me. Everyone had breakfast together, and surprisingly, the table wasn't dull like I thought it would be. Lucas talked with his siblings, while I talked with the kids, making the table chaotic with conversation. "I want to change everything," I said as me and Lucas walked into the mansion after breakfast. "Everything?" he asked. "If I'm to stay here with you for a long time, then I want to change every single thing," I said, turning to look up at him. "Right now, this place is crawling with memories. Memories I need to do away with. Memories I need to lock away. This place is too nostalgic and traumatic," I said, and he placed a hand on my cheek. "If you want to change everything, that's completely fine by me. However you want it, however you need it to be. Until every one of those bad memories are locked away, never to resurface, you can do as you like," he said, and I rose up on tiptoes to kiss him lightly. He smiled and kissed me back. It was a tender kiss filled with love and sweetness. Lucas and I called interior designers, and the house was completely transformed. The tiles were replaced, wallpapers torn, shelves rearranged, sofas changed, chandeliers replaced, staircase painted, portraits of beautiful sceneries lined up the walls, and with Lucas, I watched the traumatic mansion get erased. "It's raining," Lucas said, sitting behind me on a stool by the window side. "My favorite season," I replied, leaning backwards, and he wrapped his arms around me. We watched the rain fall outside, and it was therapeutic, filling me with a sense of calmness and joy. "Now there's only one more thing I need," I said, watching Sadie and Jude scream as they played dress-up, jumping over chairs and tables. "What's that? Let's get it done." "I want to turn Sadie and Jude's fanfic into reality." "You want to put the story out into the world?" he asked curiously. "No, I want to get married. This time I want to feel the joy of a bride. I want to say I do, out loud and proud. Let people talk about us all they want. They'll get tired anyway. We owe them no explanation," I said, looking up at him, and he bent to kiss me. "True, we owe no one an explanation for getting married, just like we owe no one an explanation for kissing when we're not alone," he said, and I laughed. We kissed again and again, over and over. No one bothered to pay us any attention. We were in a world of our own. I chose a brand new room, and Sadie and Jude personally helped me in decorating it. They made my room into a Barbie house. For every pink object I took down, 3 more pink items were put up. It felt like a game. Try to take down 1 pink object safely. But in the end, the room was all pink, and I burst out laughing. They laughed too, knowing fully well that they had been naughty. Moving on, who knew a photo shoot could be so funny? Lucas and I took numerous photos to be displayed at my wedding, and I was dressed in an even more extravagant dress. A dress I picked out myself. From backbugging, to him lifting me, to kissing, and accidentally going on for a full minute, to pretending to chase each other, lots of beautiful photos were taken unawares, and the photographers enjoyed what they were doing. "Okay, a special photo request from each of you," Lucas said, smoothing his white tuxedo. "Ah, I want to get married too," Sadie said, and we all burst out laughing. No, you're just 8, Lucas was saying. "Lucas, I'm almost 10. Whoa." We all pretended to be shocked, and she giggled, throwing balloons at us. "Okay, I want Lucas to lift Emily from the waist. She should look like a ballerina, Sadie said, and I looked at the wedding dress. Lucas and I laughed for minutes for absolutely no reason. He was laughing because I was laughing, and I was also laughing because he was. I'm going to, Sadie shouted, but stopped. Out of things to blackmail them? Jude asked, and Sadie nodded. Aw, cutie, now I'm free, I said, touching her cheeks, and she ended up giggling. Lucas and I carried out our pose, but I was unable to split, so it looked really weird. What saved the photo was that we were both laughing hard. I want you to do the Titanic pose, Jude said, and Lucas and I immediately got into position. That photo came out best. Lucas should go on all fours, then Emily should cross her legs and sit. Dorella said, I don't think I like that. I'm a little too, Lucas was saying, but I jumped on his back. I want it, I want it, I want it too, I said, and he rolled his eyes before going down. Darrell, any ideas? Lucas asked when the photo was taken. Just make goofy faces. Screw your eyes up and look like idiots, he replied, laughing, and everyone clamored for it. By the time the goofy photo came out, my appendix nearly burst from laughing too hard. There's a whole lot of difference in the atmosphere between your two marriages. This is something else, Dorella said. This wouldn't display, no way, I said, crossing my arms as I looked at the goofy photo, but I was wrong. It was the main photo on the wedding day. Here, Sadie said, right before I walked in. It was the flowers she had caught on my wedding day with John. I wanted to give this to you, she said, replacing it with the new ones I had. Finally, I had the answer to why an 8-year-old would have gone to such lengths just to fetch a wedding bouquet. She continued, flowers should be pretty things. I wouldn't want you to see daisies and get nostalgic. So use your wedding with Lucas to bathe these flowers, strip them of their sad memories, and make them happy, she said, and I smiled at her. I sometimes forget that you're too mature for your age. I know, right? And like that, I walked in with the flowers I had used with John, and when I looked at them, they finally looked beautiful to me. Walking to Lucas was the best thing ever, and Dahlia was the one to walk me down the aisle happily. All through, I was blushing. When our pictures were displayed, the guests all laughed heartily, and it was such a warm wedding that we all sang with Jude and Dorella when they performed Ed Sheeran's Perfect Live for us. An hour later, Lucas and I walked out, the whole guests following behind us, dancing, while confetti blasted from all sides. Finally, I was married to the man of my dreams, Emily's Povee. Lucas and I packed up our things. Did I forget anything? I asked anxiously, sweeping my eyes over all the things in our room. Relax. If you forget anything, you can always buy it, Lucas said, dropping a kiss on my cheek as he passed by to get his phone. Why do I just have this feeling that I'm forgetting something? I asked again. It's killing me. It's just what happens to everyone when they're traveling for the first time. Relax. It's just 2 weeks. I know, but everything has to be perfect for our honeymoon. And you've been thinking about forgotten things for almost an hour, he said, closing up the large traveling bag we had dropped our basic necessities in. He wheeled it out of the room. Lucas, I whined. I'm done baking, Dahlia said downstairs to the kids who were watching movies. Dahlia's the best baker. Her honey cookies are dope, Sadie said. I'm glad she's now living here. I need these things, Dorella said, snatching a muffin from Darrell's hands. Hey, Darrell shouted, but Dahlia dropped another in his hands. You both are leaving already? Jude asked, getting to her feet. Let me inform everyone. She ran out quickly. Dahlia fed me and Lucas with muffins and patted our cheeks lovingly. The car is ready, Jude shouted, and we all made our way out. They had all insisted on following us to the airport. How sweet. Paris was a beauty. Lucas and I took photos everywhere. Then finally, we proceeded to make my dreams come true. We were going to visit the Palace of Versailles, the Louvre. Then at night, we'd see the Eiffel Tower while on an overnight cruise on the River Seine. After lodging at a hotel, we bounced out on the streets of love. Wow! I exclaimed upon seeing Cupid at the Temple of Love. Oh my God, this is so new, I said, laughing. Look at these naked statues, Lucas said, and I laughed at his expression and covered his eyes with my hands, pushing him forward. Then don't look. Your innocence will be stolen. Shouldn't I be saying that to you? No. Why? Because I've seen it all. I replied, and we both burst out laughing, heading over to the Palace of Versailles. When we got to the Louvre, I was stunned to see more famous statues, and was actually surprised that I could name them. "Aphrodite," I called, and dragged Lucas to it. "Didn't you want to see the Mona Lisa?" he asked, and my eyes widened. I immediately raised the camera I had gotten, preparing it. "Mona Lisa, where are you?" I sang as I looked around. Lucas and I took our fill of pictures, and upon seeing the Mona Lisa, I marveled. It was in the largest room in the Louvre and had so many visitors. Thanks to Lucas's height, we were able to take lots of pictures. If care wasn't taken, I would have gotten lost in the painting, trying to decipher if she was smiling or not. However, as much as I enjoyed the Palace of Versailles and the Louvre, the best was the River Seine. The cruise ship was beautiful and lovely, lined with little lights all around it. From it, we saw the Eiffel Tower standing like beauty itself, and I could spend forever admiring the lights of the city. Lucas and I continued to watch the beautiful sight even from our room, which had a large glass window. I suddenly got insane ideas, I said, taking out my sketchbook, and began to draw madly. "I'll open a mall for you when we get back." "You will?" I asked. "Definitely. Then we'll hire people to work with you. You only need to make the designs, my influencers will model it and make it popular. The dressmakers will then produce it in bulk," he said, and I dropped my sketchbook and straddled him even as he sat. "What?" he asked, smiling. "This is supposed to be our honeymoon. Why are we talking about designing dresses instead of talking about taking them off?" I asked innocently, and he burst into laughter. "Then should we start talking about it?" he asked, placing his hands around my waist, and I nodded. I leaned in to kiss him, my hair falling over both our faces. We kissed endlessly, getting lost in each other's lips, until finally we landed on the bed, slowly taking off our clothes. His hand roamed my body slowly as we kissed. It was going to be slow, passionate lovemaking, marking our union as a true couple, meant to last forever. 2 weeks later, Lucas and I had a bountiful fill of Paris, ready to return to New York and start things afresh. A new job, new family, and of course, a new house. A house that had been washed and ridden of the pain it embodied. However, on the plane, as we flew back, I suddenly gagged. Lucas raised a brow, and his eyes fell to my stomach. I shook my head slowly. "Could it?" he asked. "Don't know. You think?" "Of course, I think." Oh my. Finally, I'm the last Granger to become a parent. "Don't say it out yet. Let's not get too excited," I cautioned with a bright smile. "Let's branch to a hospital as soon as we land," I said, and that was exactly what he did. The moment we landed, we branched to a hospital and had a test run. "Congratulations, you're 4 weeks pregnant," the doctor confirmed. My jaw fell, and Lucas bit his lip, smiling. "I'm a mom," I squealed, and the doctor laughed, before giving us advice and papers to sign up for a prenatal class. We accepted it politely, even though we knew I couldn't enroll in their prenatal school because of the distance. When we left the hospital, Lucas and I shopped for unisex baby clothes, and the feeling was beautiful, deciding on my baby's first clothes. In my mind, I tagged it as the baby I had lost from me and Lucas's one-night stand. He or she had returned, and I was going to cherish them with all my heart. Upon arriving home in the evening, we realized they had set up the dinner table outside, and food had been set up. "Welcome," they greeted, and Lucas and I ran to take showers and change clothes. "Katie," I squealed when I noticed her at the table, and we embraced. "Look at your hair," she giggled, tucking my hair behind my ear, and I noticed something glinting on her finger, a ring. Katie's getting married," Sadie squealed. "Whoa, to whom?" "Trey!" The kids all chorused, and my jaw fell, making Katie laugh. We sat, serving ourselves with dishes. "How come?" I asked, shocked to the bone. "Dahlia and I picked out that ring as a congratulation gift," Lady Mira said. "How did it happen?" Will asked, and Lucas smiled. "All right, say it yourselves," he said, and Katie blushed. When Lucas was gone, we both were the ones managing his companies and working on how to get him out. Katie said. "It happened like magic. Katie still had low self-esteem due to John, and I helped her work on it. Took her to a few parties and all, and we fell in love." Trey completed, making Katie blush, and Alpha Raymond clapped. "That's a beautiful love story there, Katie. I'm happy for you, Trey," he said. "Thank you," they both replied. "In that case, I also have something to share," Dorella spoke out. Go on, sweetie, Alpha Will replied. I'm not full-out gay, I'm bi, and I have a boyfriend. Whoa, Sadie shouted, and everyone clapped. Okay, my turn. Don't tell me you're about to say you have a boyfriend, too, Lady Genevieve asked, and we all laughed. No, Sadie laughed. I'm cured, I no longer hallucinate. My therapist was really talented and special, she revealed. That's beautiful, I exclaimed as everyone else clapped. I fed her a meatball, and she naughtily bit my hand lightly. Naughty thing you are. Okay, who else? Lucas asked, taking my hand gently. Jude, Sadie said, and Jude rolled her eyes upwards, thinking. There's not much. I became the cheerleader captain, and since then, friends have been insanely flocking around me, she said in excitement, and we all clapped. That's my girl. Daryl, you're up, Lady Mira said. It's quite similar to Jude's. Ever since I started taking Dahlia's snacks to school, I have become more handsome and suddenly have more friends, he replied, and we all burst into mad laughter. In that case, we'll share something too, Lucas said, smiling. Emily is pregnant. Damn, whoa, shit, Sadie screamed with wide popping eyes like she had stolen the words from his mouth. What the hell is wrong with you? You said yours. Why spoil the surprise? Lucas asked, whining at not being able to break the news himself. Really? Dahlia asked, looking surprised, pleased, and a little emotional at the same time, and I nodded. Oh my God. Katie squealed, her hands flying to her mouth. I can't wait to see it, Dorella said, and they all began to talk about it. What? Sadie asked Lucas, who was still staring at her. You have a large mouth, Sadie, Lucas said, shaking his head at her. Watch out for me, Lucas. I'll personally train your kid, she said devilishly, sticking a fork brutally into a sausage, and I choked. Everyone began to laugh while Katie patted my back. A kid like Sadie? Under the stunning moonlight, just like that, with my new family, I had found peace. Lucas and I held hands, intertwining our legs underneath the table and whispering to ourselves, surrounded by everyone we loved. And if there was one thing that made me more happy, it was the fact that my children would come out to meet a happy family.